Greetings and peace. I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Now, I just wanted to make this short and quick Masonic education video based on the universality of what Freemasonry is and why its values and tenets should be honored and carried forward towards the future in this time of deceit and chaos that we're in this age of chaos that's going from 2020 through 2029. The world is changing in many ways as we know it, and Freemasonry always teaches us the aspect of brotherly love, relief, and truth, that if we can all come together despite our racial or religious differences, then why can't the world? Masonry teaches us the aspect of mankind who would remain at a perpetual distance, but under the brotherhood of man and fatherhood of God, we can all come together. Just like how Manly Palmer Hall also says that the true Mason finds light at every altar. Myself, growing up in this country when I was 5 years old, I was able to find truth everywhere, whether it was going to Bible class or whether it was going to the Quran class. I know that that fundamental truth was being taught by all walks of life. In my Islamic faith, in the Holy Quran, Surah 2, verse 62, it tells you no matter what path you follow, it all leads back to God, as long as you're doing the right thing. And you shall have no grief on the day of judgment. Same thing with Surah 49, verse 10, the aspect of being a brotherhood that trusts God. So everything in this life, it's basically, we're in this temporary journey, and just know that you can learn from anything that helps you become a better human being. Apply those lessons to your life. Take a little bit from each that is offering you and diversify your spiritual practices, diversify your opinions, diversify your knowledge. Just like how Masonry teaches you to be a free thinker, one who is truly free to connect to God and find that internal connection within. Listen to that voice within. With the time that you've been given on this earth, think about it. What are you doing here on this earth? Is it about your degrees? Is it about your titles, who you are, your money? What does any of that mean at the end of the day? When you go to sleep, basically you leave your body. There's no guarantee you're going to wake up the next morning. That's what this human life is. We get lost in all of these superficial things, and he said, she said. Just let it go, forgive, and move on with your lives. And the divinity, in its highest aspect, will deal with those accordingly, those that did you wrong, and it all comes back. If you do good, good will come to you. So always live your life in accordance to the highest truths of brotherly love, relief, truth, charity. Be able to help those if it's within your capability to do so without distressing yourself and your family, and other things in your life which will come and teach you and guide you at the right time, at the right place, as your life is divinely being orchestrated with all the things that you're meant to do, people that you're meant to see, places that you're meant to go. Your life is being painted on the canvas by the grand architect of the universe in a divine and beautiful and exquisite manner. And keep in mind that you have to be able to learn from all facets of your life. If everyone thought the same, if everyone looked the same, the world would be a boring place. And if you look at the canvas that an artist uses to paint his picture, so too is your life, so too is this world, so too is humanity. A tapestry of different colors and patterns that is to be celebrated, not condemned. And that is what it is. That is the universality of Freemasonry. Be able to not be narrow-minded or be stuck in your echo chamber, or to think or validate your beliefs only, to be able to have some kind of a pride or validation over others. Be able to accept and learn from all venues that are there. As long as it's teaching you to be a better human being, it's guiding you, it's honing you in some way, shape, or form, then it is there to serve some kind of a purpose, and you shall honor it as such. That's the beauty of this path that we're on. and know that all the things in your life, in your journey, all the things that you're meant to do, people that you're meant to see, places that you're meant to go, it's all going to work out accordingly. Of course, you have the black and white tiles, the good times, bad times, good times. But that's the human life, right? We're all infallible creatures. This is an imperfect realm. Everything comes in waves in life. You go through the ups and downs of life, and you just have to strive through it. You have to strive through it and try to be the best that you can in your life and overcome any challenges that might come your way. If you're dealing with any difficult circumstance, just know that everything passes. Everything passes, and that's not the end of your story. Maybe it might be a chapter, but it's not the end of your story called life, your journey. And continue to find that peace on your journeys in this time of distress and chaos and all this craziness that we're seeing. Please have patience with one another and apply those philosophies and teachings to know, what am I doing to live a good, clean life, a good life of good conduct, good mannerism, good ability to deal with self and others? Are you honoring your responsibilities with yourself and your family? That is what all of these religions and philosophies are teaching us. And I've had the honor of covering most of these religions and philosophies in comparison to Masonic values. If you check out my Masonic education playlist, and all of them are teaching you these exact same fundamental truths that I'm expressing to you right now. You got to be able to be good on the inside. If there are no enemies within, there will be no enemies outside. So it's all about finding and creating that heaven inside of you so that heaven can project outside as well. It's like what Omar Khayyam says, I myself am heaven and hell. So you got to be able to realize that it's you. It's that internal frequency. It's your thought patterns. It's your habits. It's the aspect of maybe just breathing correctly will give you the good peace that you're looking for. And Masonry, in its universality from all faiths and all walks of life, teaches you the aspect of those same things and those same fundamental truths. Whether you look at Confucianism, you see Nuwa and Fuxi, the masculine and feminine gods who are holding the square and compasses. In the Sufi aspect, you see that. In the different cultures, you see it. It's all about honing that divinity within you when you're looking for God over here, over there. So if you really think about it, the aspect of mankind, God's greatest secret is man, and man's greatest secret is God. And you're looking for all your answers all over the place, but you're looking for a place where you least expect, which is within you. As Surah 50 of the Holy Quran tells you, that Almighty God is closer to you than your jugular vein. And you must listen to that internal voice of truth within you. You don't need to listen to any trend or things that are going on, anybody that's pressurizing you to do anything or follow a certain trend or lifestyle. You gotta listen to that voice of truth within. What feels right for you, that's the path that you must follow in your life. And know that that's what will bring you success, satisfaction, the experiences that you're looking for, and the path that you're meant to walk in your life. And you must continue to strive towards that with excellence, with prosperity, with tenacity, and always realize that in this path you might encounter enemies, you might encounter ruffians, as it is taught in Masonic teachings as well, but what happens? Truth always wins. Justice always wins. Those that are righteous always win. Don't worry about the wicked who are there talking about you or trying to put you down. They're irrelevant, and they know that. So you continue to do the work that you're doing. As long as you're doing the work, then that's all that matters. You will make the impact that the divinity had manifested you in this specific realm for, in this very specific time and the very specific location and peoples and places that you're dealing with. So don't sweat it, and take this reminder of the universality of Freemasonry and what is there to teach you to help ground yourself mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Remember, we are in the age of chaos from 2020 through 2029. Find that peace within yourself and ground yourselves. Choose love, not fear. Don't fall into the agendas of hate, division, he said, she said, gender wars, race wars, religious wars. Think better, know better, do better. And you must always know better and be able to recognize these divisions and distractions as such on this path of self-improvement. It's your path and yours to walk alone. So know that you've been given the tools, you've been given the knowledge, you've been given the information. Now what are you going to do with it? Same applies to this message. So think about everything that I have told you, please, and re-listen to it as many times as you need to until you get it. So I send my love to you and yours, and I wish you all a beautiful and prosperous rest of June ahead. Thank you.
Greetings and peace. I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Now, the message for today is, if you want to find God within yourself. Because ultimately, we're taught to look over here, look over there, look in a building, look to a leader. But you got to listen to that inner voice of truth that's telling you and guiding you when it has to guide you in circumstances that require as such. So if you always listen to your heart and that inner voice within, whatever you have faced in your life, it has always guided you accordingly, the way that it was meant to. So continue to listen to that voice, no matter what situation or circumstance you find yourself in, and know it shall always guide you correctly. Don't let anybody manipulate you, abuse you, or try to do anything to you, because a lot of these spiritual paths, you'll also have different types of people who are wolves in sheep's clothing, basically there to misguide you or take advantage of you in some way, shape, or form. So always listen to that inner voice, and anybody else claiming to be the voice of God or representative of God, be mindful, because we're humans, we're infallible creatures, and exploitation can occur in that regard. So always listen to that voice within. When somebody tells you who they are, believe them, and always find that inner wisdom within yourself, and you shall never be led astray. So to keep my message short and to the point, I hope it has benefited you. Take care.
I don't know what happened. I had to come out of that. Brother Solomon, how you been though? How's your family?
I've been all right, my brother. No complaints. Thank Allah for another day. The way that the things are going right now in this country, I'm just grateful that we're alive, we're needed for something, and let's just use it wisely to educate ourselves, educate each other, and just come together as one family and just try to do the right thing, my brother, with the time that we've been given. There's nothing else to this human life. That's the conclusion I came to.
All right, well, I'm going to turn this over to you. You are now the host.
All right. Okay. Everything is good on your end. It's being live streamed. Everything is good.
We're live right now, sir.
All right, then let's do it. Okay. Okay, share screen. All right, let me know if you see this.
I got work office. Is that what you're showing?
Okay, let me see. Do you see my screen right now?
I see your screen right now.
And it says, do you see the Sufism presentation?
I do. You got like a couple of them. You got, I think, part 1 and part 2.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, so let's do the part 2. That's the one we're doing today.
Yep.
Okay. Present on this device. All right, let's see if this is good.
There you go.
All right, perfect. So everything is good to go. I can go for it.
You can move on, sir.
All right, thank you. So greetings and peace, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm so honored and privileged to be back on for part 2 with Brother Tony Hawkins and the rest of the brothers to do an expansion on Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry. Basically, to draw parallel comparisons between the philosophies and the religion and our fraternity's teachings. So I would like to begin this with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful. And also as a disclaimer that on this presentation, I represent myself only. As Masons, we also have ruffians within the temple who like to take our words out of context and use it against us. So I have to make sure I put that disclaimer out there. And without further ado, I hope you enjoy this part 2 expansion. And I thank you for allowing me to be here. So now we focus on the Holy Kaaba in the East and Mecca. And the cornerstone of that house, not made with hands, was laid by Abraham and his son Ishmael. The cornerstone of the Kaaba is said to come from some people say it's a meteorite from heaven, and some people say it's a stone that fell from heaven. So that resembles that house that is not made with hands, not made by the hand of man. And that the Kaaba represents the perfect ashlar stone, the white and black colors of the colors of the Kaaba on the exterior represent the Masonic black and white tiles, the duality of what we live in, that not every day is going to be a good day. You have good times, bad times, good times. That's the nature of reality that we're dealing with right now, and that's what we're facing right now in our human existence. Inside of the Kaaba, you have the pillars and the altar. Just like how on the Masonic tracing board, you have strength, wisdom, and beauty. And on the between strength and wisdom, you see the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone, the bricks, and the cornerstone not made with hands. This was constructed by Abraham. And when Allah told Abraham, I have given you the tools, now make the house of God. And on this Kaaba, you go to the holy city of Mecca in the east, and you go through the rite of circumambulation. Just like in the lodge room when you're initiated, you have to go through the circular motions. In here, it's the same process where you go through the initiatic experience, and everyone's wearing the white cloth of the ihram. And in the ihram, everyone is equally divested of all metallic substances, meaning it doesn't matter if you're rich or you're poor, if you're white or you're black. This is what means by being on the level, that you're all there, the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God. When Malcolm X, Al-Malik al-Shabazz, may he rest in peace, when he went to Mecca, this is what changed his life, that all of us can equally love Almighty God as a brotherhood of man and under the fatherhood of God. This is something that even the Masonic Brotherhood represents for those who truly follow it. Also, you see on the Masonic tracing board the 3 signs of God, the sun, the moon, and the eye of God, equivalent to the lights of Masonry, the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master. And there's a hadith in Islam that says that the 3 signs of God is the sun, al-shams in Arabic. There's even a chapter in the Quran, the moon, the crescent and the moon, and even that same symbol is used in the Demolay insignia. And you have the eye of God, which one of the 99 names of Allah is Al-Basir, that he is always watching you. No matter where you go, Allah is always watching you. And that is what signifies that. Moving on.
Brother
Now
Salman, excuse
Yes, sir.
me, if you can take my picture down, I don't know if you can or can't.
How's it now?
Well, I see myself up, but there you go. That's beautiful right there.
Better?
Yes, sir.
All right. So moving on, my brothers. Now we focus on the initiation rites among the dervishes. So now in Sufism, a lot of these teachings that what we see the modern European Freemasonry, they got this from the Sufis of North Africa and the Middle East. And that includes our African brothers over there who were part of these different initiatic rites. And now we focus on the initiatic rites among dervishes, which existed before Freemasonry. So the candidate must be recommended by two members of the order who can vouch his character to the sheikh or the worshipful master. Once recommended, the initiate must respect all brethren equally despite his worldly rank or title. The work entails of chanting the names of Allah, God, memorizing portions of the Quran, helping with public services, and period of seclusion and fasting. This is also during the probationary period between the recommendation and the initiation. The brother must promise to be faithful to his oath, protect and guard the secrets of which are entrusted to him, and live his life in obedience to the will of God. So when you join certain Sufi rites or certain Sufi orders, right then and there, they start testing your characters in various scenarios. You'll have certain charities that you'll be involved in, just like Masonic fundraisers and charities that are there. You'll be there helping your community, serving the community. You'll be there learning the work, like in the lodge, you have to learn the work and memorize the ritual. Same in Sufi initiatic rites, you'll have to memorize certain portions of the Quran, and then they will test you, make sure you're proficient before they allow you to move on to the next degree. And it's the aspect of seeing if you have that disciplinary measure within you. Some Sufi orders, their probationary periods are like 90 days between each degree. Some are like 100 days, where they test you, they make sure you know the knowledge, you know the work, and you're proving yourself as a good and worthy fellow. And that's when you're allowed to move on. And this is something that we see in the Masonic aspect as well. Now we see the degrees of the Knights Templar and the Ismaili Islamic assassins who are under Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain. So you have to keep in mind when the Knights Templars were in the Middle East, they had studied with the Moorish Sufis, the Moors, the Sufis, and all of the brethren that were there in North Africa and what we know as the so-called Middle East. You have to remember that was all Africa at one point before the colonizers came up with that term, the Middle East. So now we start with the ranks of the assassins. So they had the Grand Master or the Prince of the Mountain, which is the old man of the mountain. You have the Dais al-Kabir, or the three great viceroys under him, the Dais, or provincial masters, the Rafiqs and chaplains, the Lazik, the military body, the Fadain, or the death devoted, the Batini, or the secret brethren, affiliates. The Knights Templar, they also had similar degrees and ranks. The Grand Master, the three Grand Priors, the provincial prior, the chaplains, the knights, the esquires, the serving brethren, the Donato, obligati, and the affiliati. So when the Knights Templar were in the so-called Middle East, they studied under African Sufis and Ismaili Sufis and the assassins, and they took that knowledge back to Europe with them. As you see, even their degree system at that time, how similarly it was modeled after each other. And you see that today, even in the Assassin's Creed video games, even though it's a little fictitious in its presentation, you see that there were always these two opposing forces. At times they worked with each other, at times they opposed each other, and that influence, as we see right now with the way things are going in the world, some things never really do change, and it's still out there. Now we see the Arabization of the Knights Templar, or better yet, the Islamic nature of the Knights Templar. So when they were persecuted on Friday, which is a holy day for Islam. The charges against them accused them of being crypto-Muslim with the worshipping of Baphomet, which if you look at the way they spelled certain words in that old English at that time, that was a bastardization of Muhammad or Muhammad.
Hold that thought for a second.
Yes.
You're going to have to repeat that because a lot of people have a misnomer in regards to the Baphomet.
Yeah, that's right. So the Baphomet basically signifies the inclusion of the animalistic nature of man, feminine, masculine, to solve and dissolve. And that's what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, taught the followers of Islam. that this is what you have to do to become part of God, and to basically those occult teachings that were given in Islam. So the charges against them accused them of being crypto-Muslim with worshiping of Baphomet, which basically they were saying that they were worshiping Muhammad in secret, and denial of Christ. They were persecuted on a Friday, which is a holy day for Islam. And even in Turkey in the 1950s, when they were excavating one of the Templar churches in Turkey, at that time known as Anatolia, they had found a cross with the image of Muhammad on it. And they removed it quickly from the news, like, oh, we don't want anybody finding this out. Even if you Google it now, you won't find it. But if you go to Turkey and ask the Masonic brothers there, hey, I heard about in 1950s, they found this old Templar church here in Turkey, and they found this cross with the image of Muhammad. They'll tell you. So they made treaties in the Holy Land with the Muslims contrary to French interest, and betraying Frankish armies to Muslims during periods of conflicts. Robert of St. Albans, an English Knight Templar who converted to Islam and married Saladin's niece. In the 1270s, the Templar commander in Sidon, Matthew Savage, also spelled Sermaj, and the Mamluk ruler of Egypt, Sultan Baybars, were blood brothers. Hugo de Pans, excuse my French, the co-founder and first Grand Master, was a descendant of Moorish Sufis. And Hugo de Pans was also connected to the Paganis. And if you look at the Pagani family crest in Italy, you'll see that it has the head of 3 Moors on there. So the Moors were in Italy, they were in Spain, they were co-founded. Their first Grand Master was a Moorish Sufi, and all of it's interconnected. So, the way that I say it, the deeper you dig, the darker it gets.
Go ahead, brother.
So now we move on to the Masonic meeting in a mosque. So the Al-Aqsa Temple, which is the second holiest site in Islam next to the Kaaba in the east, this is where King Solomon's temple is, the Temple Mount, and also where the Prophet Muhammad ascended during his ascension. Now, this also, you can look this up. This was on the London Evening News, September 3rd, 1918, that Freemasons in Palestine, and look, you have the London Evening News, 1918, before this creation of Israel in 1948, referring to that land as Palestine. So Freemasons in Palestine have held a Masonic meeting on the historic site of King Solomon's Temple, where Freemasonry is supposed to have originated about 1000 BC. This meeting was organized by the members of the New Zealand Expeditionary Force in Palestine. The Mosque of Omar being on the site of the temple, the New Zealanders approached the Great Sheikh in charge of the mosque for permission. Then occurred an incident showing up the universality of the Masonic order. The Sheikh listened to what the strangers had to say, and then to their amazement, he asked if there were any Masons among them. The rest was easy. He declared himself a Mason, and at the meeting, he acted as one of the guards of the lodge. The place within the mosque where the meeting was held is known as the Cave of the Rock of the Dome, and is believed to have been the Holy of Holies of the old temple. As it is today the Mosque of Omar, soldiers of all ranks were present. And after a lodge had been duly constituted and opened, resolutions were passed conveying fraternal greetings and good wishes to the various grand lodges, to the lodges in New Zealand and the brethren on service in France. So one of the oldest, basically the Temple Mount, the King Solomon's Temple, and a holy site in Islam, there's a Masonic lodge meeting that has taken place in here. So that's another parallel comparison that I wanted to draw in this presentation. Now we have the Auld Lang Syne, which comes from Robert Burns in the Masonic tradition. And this is equivalent to Sufi zikr circles. Now, many Masonic lodges you go to, depending on the jurisdiction, what they do is they form a circular bond of brotherhood in a circular fashion, and everyone sings odes and hymns and basically gives glory to the grand architect of the universe and to their brotherhood. And Sufism is known as the zikr circles, where all of the brothers come hand in hand in a circular motion, and they chant the names of Allah. And you look at a Sufi lodge, you see the same. You see the black and white tiles. You see the brethren dressed in white, equivalent to the lambskin of the Master Mason, the innocence of the white lambskin. So it's similar nature, and all of it predates Freemasonry. Now we have al-Fatwa, the Islamic knighthood and mentoring from youth. Fatwa is the way of the Fatah. In Arabic, Fatah literally means a handsome, brave youth. After the enlightenment of Islam, following the use of the word in the Holy Quran, Fatah, plural, Fityan, came to mean the ideal noble and perfect man whose hospitality and generosity would extend until he had nothing left for himself, a man who would give all, including his life, for the sake of his friends. According to the Sufis, Fatwa is a code of honorable conduct that follows the example of the prophets, sciences, etc. In Freemasonry, you could see this example that this is taught in Demolay, youth groups, and all other Masonic groups. So you train your children and your youth, which is going to be your future, on how to be leaders and warriors. And especially now in communities of color, we have to take this initiative where you have to have these hard conversations and sit down with your sons and daughters and tell them that sometimes, because of who you look like, you might not be treated as a full human being. So teach them the conduct of chivalry, self-defense, how to recognize danger and how to act upon it, how to defend yourself and others, how to be in the pursuit of knowledge. So being a warrior is not only having the physical skills to defend yourself, but also knowing the arts and sciences, just like how in Freemasonry, you have this aspect of knighthood and chivalry, starting from a young age. So in Sufism, they have al-Fatwa, while in Freemasonry, they have these different groups like Demolay and other youth groups which train their youth to be gentlemen. Now we have the importance of free thinking and internal self-growth, which is a Sufi and Masonic comparison. In Freemasonry, you're taught to be a free thinker, that it's your journey, you have to walk it alone, and no one can force you to believe anything. So in Sufism, we have the Fatimiyya Sufi order, and one of the commandments of the Fatimiyya Sufi order, being number 3, quote, always on the path of the great work of life to death, to palingenetic resurrection, rely upon what thine own inner life and what the truth within tells thee, and not what thy neighbor, preacher, rabbi, priest, minister, mullah, sheikh, guru, clairvoyant, astrologer, institution, corporation, superior, bureaucrat, politician, or popular consensus insist or demands that ye think and do. Therefore, the only obedience due on the path of the great work of the life to death, to palingenetic resurrection, is obedience to that voice of truth, emanating forth when truly unveiled from within the essential light of thine own inner being, or to that living, vertical embodification of the proof of that truth in the outer world and nothing else. So listen most intently to that mighty voice of truth. And see, that's the thing right now in the society that we're in, everybody's quick to jump on the bandwagon or blindly follow somebody. So you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to anybody. Listen to that voice within you. And even what Noble Drew Ali says, if you want to find Allah, Allah is in your heart. You have to find that calling within yourself. So right now, so many people are being led astray by those that don't have good intentions. And I've seen that in religious institutions too, those that are kind of fleecing the flock and not really benefiting their the people that are under them. So both Sufi and Masonic's teachings are telling you that take knowledge from wherever it may come, but at the end, you got to follow what feels right for you. That is what is being a true free man and a true free Mason is about. Now we have the Zahir, the exoteric outer, and the Batin, esoteric inner. And these are the names of Allah as well, where Zahir means the outside and Batin means the inside. Zahir refers to the outer dimensions of the Islamic faith and what the outsider sees initially, such as the community prayers, mosques, charities, basic teachings. In Freemasonry, this can be seen as the lodge community events, pancake breakfast, charities, fish fries, and other outreach programs that the community comes to know the people as. Batin refers to the inner spiritual dimensions and what only the true initiate of the heart will have access to. The eye of providence knows who to select. In Sufism, the inner mysteries are revealed by the divine for those worthy. In Freemasonry, this can extend to special invitation-only esoteric bodies that one cannot petition or apply for. You have to be seen as worthy and chosen. And I have seen that even in your regular recognized Freemasonry. You could be a Master Mason in good standing. Everything is good to go. You're paying your dues. You're attending everything. But there are certain doors that will remain closed to you. So that's something that you cannot ask for, you cannot petition for, you cannot apply for. They have to choose you. And that's exactly what it is, that even in the inner sanctums of Freemasonry, you have to be seen as worthy. So the real initiation really happens from the heart. While you have those, even in the regular recognized world, that their journey goes to Master Mason, and majority of them, it stops right there, right? That just become dues paying members and enjoy the benefits of their membership, become social club Masons, and they don't want to extend anything beyond that. Well,
I have a
those,
question. I know you're
yes,
on a
sir.
roll, but before I forget, uh, the question is how do, and pardon me if I'm interrupting you at a wrong time too, but
No, no, of course not.
the question is how do Suf, Sufi Freemasons view the OES, or a sister of the order?
Oh, okay. So in Sufism, you also have like in the Masonic Brotherhood, we have our brothers with their male lodges, and you have the sisters of the Order of the Eastern Star. So in Sufism, you also have the male lodges, and also you have the female lodges, which are led by a female sheikh, known as a sheikha. So they have equal, separate but equal institutions, and they don't have this issue like we see in the Western world in Freemasonry, where some people have a problem with women.
Hmm.
So both are given equal regard, because if you look at the words Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Rahman is feminine and the Rahim is masculine.
Teach.
So God cannot become one unless the man and the woman do not come together. And in Islam, if a man does not marry a woman or vice versa, they're considered that they have not completed their faith. So both have to become the one, and that's exemplified in movies like The Matrix and other movies that you see, even in the Baphomet, which is just a representation of the Prophet Muhammad, that the masculine and feminine have to come together within yourself and in the real life. So right now we're living in a society where men and women are discouraged from being with each other, especially in non-white communities. The families are being targeted on purpose not to come together. So I encourage my brothers and sisters, please reignite that love, reignite those families, reignite that bond that made you who you are for the sake of the most high living God. So right now, right, what we're seeing with the Zahir and Batin is that you'll have those that'll get their degrees and they go away. So they're only going to know what Freemasonry is from the outside. While those that stay consistent on the path as time goes on, Allah will continue to remove the veils from their heart, and they'll be initiated into the inner mysteries. So now we move on to the Salik, the traveling man. So in Sufism, the word Salik in Arabic is a follower of Sufism from the verb salaka, which means to travel or follow, related to suluk, pathway. Suluk here specifically refers to a spiritual path. Example, the combination of the two paths that can be followed in religion, the exoteric path or the Sharia, or the esoteric path or the Hakika to find God. In Freemasonry, one who is a traveling man represents a worthy brother on his journey towards the east from darkness to true Masonic light. Masons refer to each other as traveling men, while in Sufism, those that are traveling men are referred to as saliks. So basically, he's telling you that this human life, you come out of your mother's womb with nothing. You go through the motions. They tell you what your name is, what your religion is, what your identity is. You grow up embracing those identities. And then you're basically here as a spiritual school. Most people say, what am I doing stuck in this open air prison planet, where every day there's suffering, not only in America, but all over the world. People feel stuck. They feel like they're in a prison. But the path of the Salik, or the traveling man, teaches you, you came out of your mother's womb, you go through, you grow up, you go through the school system, you eventually settle down, have your own family, you work, you have your own responsibilities, and then one day your life comes to an end. And when you go back into the ground, it's basically you're here in a spiritual school. You're here to experience and learn and grow and to help each other. And that's what you take with you. So that's what being a traveling man is about. You got to travel light. And that includes your own life as well. Now we move on to Aleister Crowley as a Sufi initiate and Freemason.
Time out. Time out. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. For real, for real.
Yeah, Aleister Crowley was initiated in Egypt by a Sufi sheikh. So
we're gonna touch on. I'm gonna let you finish, and then we're gonna do the question thing because I don't really want to interrupt you, but some stuff you saying, bruh, it causes me to pause. But go right ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely, my brother. I'll stay with you for the Q&A right after I finish this. Okay. So with Crowley, you have Aleph Lam Mim means, and this is one of the names of Allah. Aleph means I am. Lam, an abbreviation of Allah. Mim, an abbreviation of Alalim, or the knowing. So means I am Allah, the knowing. Crowley was initiated in 1904 by a Sufi sheikh in Egypt, which he details in his book, The Confessions, from the early 1900s. Crowley recited Surah Al-Ikhlas, Declaration of God, from the Quran continuously 111 times without any break consecutively. Afterwards is when he opens the inner gateway and is inspired by Lam, Allah, to write the Book of Law. And this is Crowley's Lam, what they refer to. Thelemites have Islamic influences and respect Islam as one as much as did their founder, who was also a Freemason from the British background. So most people do not know this about Crowley and why his followers respect Islam. And even if you read the Book of the Law and compare it to the Quran, you're going to see so many references and similarities. So Surah Al-Ikhlas is from the Holy Quran, which is Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad, wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. And it tells you about the unity and the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the grand architect of the universe. So that's exactly what it is. So basically, I'm giving you that information on how Crowley was able to unlock that inner gateway and acquired that wisdom to write the Book of the Law. He recited Surah Al-Ikhlas 111 times consecutively. And here we see him in his Sufi attire, which is also a hidden picture. Now we move on to Insan al-Kamil, the perfect man. You have divinity within you. And if you look at the Insan al-Kamil, my brothers, you look at the way he's positioned himself without giving anything away. For a Mason, that looks very familiar.
Very.
So the Insan al-Kamil, you see in Arabic, the word of Allah is written inside of his body. So it's telling you you're looking for Allah over here, over there, up there. Allah is within you the whole time. You got to find that within yourselves. And this is something our brothers of the 5% community also teach their followers, is that you are that divinity in the flesh. We created mankind in our image and in our likeness. So Insan al-Kamil, to become the perfect man, you have to each day chip away at the rough ashlar of your stone, of your physical temple. You are the temple until you become perfect and you become one with Allah. And becoming the Insan al-Kamil, meaning you have to be on that path of initiation, whether it's Freemasonry, the Order of the Eastern Star, Sufism, Moorish Science, 5%, whatever you're doing, as long as it's helping you become a better person, you're not hurting anybody, and you're learning and growing every day, then you're on that path of Insan al-Kamil. And again, this predates Freemasonry and the 1717 narrative. Okay. And for those that are Masons, just look at Insan al-Kamil from Sufism and you can see the similarity. Now we have the aspect, my brothers, on the Sufi and Masonic importance of free will and accord. You get out what you put in. In Islam, you have the aspect of the Holy Quran states, there shall be no compulsion in matters of faith. And also, and that man will have nothing but what he strives for, meaning Allah has given you this world. He has given you a brotherhood. He has given you the whole humanity and the world and its resources. If you're not willing to go out there and do the work, nothing's going to be put in your hands. So you got to do the work in terms of making a living, your Masonic studies and initiation. Even what Brother Tony says, that I'll help your study, but I'm not your study guide. So meaning you have to take that initiatic step on your own. Also, the Quran states that there is no evidence to indicate that each man's life is preordained, and that he has no choice or option in choosing between good and bad, right and wrong. The Holy Quran categorically rejects the concept of compulsion and clearly states that every human being is free to choose between good and evil. Just like in the Masonic path, you have the white lodge and the black lodge, the white tiles, the black tiles. And you have the concept of free will and accord in Freemasonry. You can't force anybody to do anything. Everyone, whether it's being involved in a lodge, becoming an officer, learning the work, being initiated, it's all of your own free will and accord. So in the Sufi Islamic perspective, that's the same. You want to be a Mason, you have to ask with your free will. You want to participate, become an active member of the lodge, no one's going to force you. So it's all you. You have to take that initiative on how you want to handle your life. Now we move on to Christian Rosencreutz and Sufism. And of course, Rosicrucianism is tied in with the Sufism and Freemasonry as well. So Rosencreutz was initiated by the Ikhwan al-Safa, who were known as the Brethren of Purity. And if you look at the symbol of the rose, it's also in Sufism, which predates Rosicrucianism. So Christian Rosencreutz was initiated by the Ikhwan al-Safa in North Africa in Morocco. And the Qadiriya Sufi orders were already using the symbol of the rose. And they had referred to their sheikh in Baghdad, Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, as the rose of Baghdad. And the rose represents the mystical union with God. And that's why they're always using the symbol of the rose, because it represents love and mysticism and divine union with their beloved, which is Almighty God. So that also is a similar comparison that I wanted to draw. Now, my brothers, there are the verses of the Quran pertaining to each degree of craft masonry. So most people would say, when a Muslim brother comes in my lodge, what exact verse of the Holy Quran or the volume of the Sacred Law pertaining to each degree should I open that volume of Sacred Law to? So now I'll give you verses that are relevant to each degree. The Inner Apprentice, you have darkness to light. And if you look at chapter 2, verse 257 of the Quran, it tells you Allah is the guardian and protector of the believers. He brings them out of darkness and into the light. And what are you taught in the Inner Apprentice degree? Do not fear any danger and walk your path, because Allah is with you. God is with you. You're coming from darkness to light. Then you have the fellow craft, the knowledge of the arts and sciences. Chapter 58, verse 11 of the Holy Quran. You who believe, if you are told to make room for one another in your meetings, then do so, and God will make room for you. And if you are told to rise up, like you rise up in the meetings, do so. God will raise up by many degrees those of you who believe and those who have been given knowledge. He is fully aware of what you do. And him being fully aware of what you do, when you're in the fellowcraft degree, you're given the middle chamber reflection and the lecture telling you the glory of God and how God is all-seeing and all-knowing, and how also you're taught to be a lover of the arts and the sciences and the 7 liberal arts. So moving on to the Master Mason, there's chapter 21, verse 35. Every soul will taste death. We test you with good and bad as a trial. Then unto us you will all be returned. The memento mori. So in Freemasonry, in the 3rd degree, you're taught to live respected and died regretted. And the aspect of resurrection, that one day you're going to have to be in front of Allah and give your answers. What kind of life did you lead? What kind of actions did you commit while you were here on this earth? And all that in between. And telling you that one day you will die. So it's giving you that reminder, just like how the Master Mason degree does. Now we have, my brothers, the Al-Kashaf, the unveiling. Just like how in the Royal Arch, for those that have seen that. The stage that the Sufi gets to when he removes the veils and knows the glory and holiness of God. The Sufi's journey is at a conclusion when he comes to this gnosis and unity with his beloved. The Sufi who reaches this stage becomes clairvoyant and one with spirit. In the Royal Arch, you also see that your true journey as a Master Mason continues beyond craft masonry or the Blue Lodge masonry. You see the holiness of the Lord and the removal of veils as you go from raised to exalted. And even when you become a Master Mason, you are told that you've been given a substitute and the journey goes on. So when you go from raised to exalted, you come to know the true glory of God, and those veils get removed before your eyes. And in Sufism, those who reach that spiritual stage, they become psychic to a certain extent. They become clairvoyant, and they become highly spiritually and intuitive individuals, because they get to know the gloriness and holiness of the Lord, just like how it's exemplified in the Royal Arch when you go from raised to exalted. Now we have the aspect of the tasawwuf in Sufism, the wearers of wool and the people of the bench. The Sufis are wearers of wool, suf, that exemplify the prophets and teachers of purity. The wool is also worn by the Knights Templar on top of their hats, as the Grand Master of the first, or the grandfather of the first Grand Master, Hugo de Pans, excuse my French if I'm not saying his name correctly, was a Moorish Sufi who initiated him in the mysteries. And if you look at the Pagani family crest of Italy, you'll see the heads of the three dark Moors that are on that family crest, which is also tied in with Hugo de Pans and the Moors. They are known as the people of the bench that were initiated into inner Islam by the Prophet Muhammad. And it's similar to Mark 4:11, where Christ says that those of you that have been taught in the exterior mysteries, while those that have been initiated in the inner mysteries will know what's up, while those on the outside will know only the parables. So you have to follow tasawwuf, which means good character and being aware of self and Allah. Everything is about the heart and purification of self. The true initiation truly happens from the heart. If you're not pure from your heart, if you're not a pure and true individual, you could be a 33rd degree, you could be a past master, past grand master. Allah will still keep you in the darkness, regardless of what your worldly title is. So it's about being truly initiated from the heart for you to truly get it, what it's all about in terms of brotherhood, love, unity, and seeing the world for what it is before your eyes. Now we have the aspects, my brothers, of the three stages, the degrees. First stage being fighting the ego and coming to light, the hakikat. Second being the tariqat, to unite with the grand architect of the universe. The third stage, marifa, the act of know thyself and know thy Lord. That's when you come to full gnosis. You have the four worlds, the four realms of knowledge, and the four veils. The first is matter, earth, water, air, fire, and ether, the aspect of knowing God and the world. Then this is the 3D world that we're operating in right now. The second are the spiritual beings, the second realm, jinns, angels, heaven and hell, cause and effect. So right now, if the world is going through chaos, that means the heavens are at war with each other right now too, because it's as above, so below. Whatever happens up there is happening down here. And also, most people are looking for aliens over here, over there. This stage is teaching you that angels and jinns walk amongst you, good ones and bad ones, that are there to mess with you, that are there to test and try you, that are there to help you. So you don't need to look over to Mars or Saturn. Everything is right here walking amongst you. And that's what it's telling you, that everything, even if it looks human, you got to be on your toes at all times. You're taught to be cautious as a Mason and as a Sufi, because everything is there to test you and try you, to see if you are a man of good, honorable conduct, and if you're a man of your word, like you said you would be. So the third realm is the source of the lost world, or the lost word, excuse me, the hidden tablet, the knowledge of spirit. And only the high-ranking angels like Gabriel and others can go to this realm with the permission of Allah. And the fourth realm is the realm of the grand architect of the universe, pure essence. God is the only reality. So the Sufis tell you that there's a concept of wadat al-wujud in Sufism, and they tell you that there's only one true being in existence, that's the Alpha and Omega, that has no beginning and has no end, which is Allah. And everything that's existing right now, whether it's man, animals, the trees, plants, the universe, the solar system, the sun and the moon, everything is a projection of that one true being experiencing itself through unlimited forms. So myself, Brother Tony, all the brothers that are here, Brother Vaughn, everybody that's listening to us, We're all a projection of that one unity and that one being that's trying to understand itself through itself. And it's a hidden treasure that wants to be known, which is in your heart. Again, everybody's looking outside, but nobody's looking inside to a place where they least expect. Now, my brothers, we have the three stages of realization, which is Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. The first being Iman, equivalent to the degrees: belief, faith, secrecy, and full trust in the grand architect of the universe, the entered apprentice degree, where you're taught to trust God and not fear any danger. The second is the Islam, submission, obedience, knowledge, and practice to reflect on your growth and continue the pursuit of knowledge, fellowcraft. Ihsan, a righteous, upright character and living a good life with the time you have been granted, the Master Mason, where you have to die before you die, and you have to give up this world and not be attached to it. All three stages, my brothers, must be honored fully, or you are just following mere rituals without any meaning and inevitably leading to hypocrisy. You must practice what you preach. Otherwise, it's all meaningless and wasted effort. There is a difference between a learning phase and an application phase of knowledge. Also, you need a guide and a mentor, no egoism or individualism. So in Western society, you have this concept of individualism where they tell you, oh, just worry about yourself. You don't have to worry about others. And that's why these people are in the condition that they are. True Eastern light of Africa and the Near East and the Moorish Sufis and all the knowledge that comes from those lands tells you that we're all walking hand in hand with each other. So even with me, if I want to join a Masonic lodge, I cannot join unless I am deemed worthy by my peers. And I need a guide, I need a mentor. I can't just go in there by myself or be initiated by myself. There's a whole collective group effort that goes into that work. And it tells you we must be there to walk with each other hand in hand. And why are people suffering in America mentally right now so much? Because they just tell you, yo, just worry about yourself. Who cares? Don't worry about the other person. That's not how we are. As human beings, we're taught to be a brotherhood. We're taught to love each other. Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. And that's why people here are suffering, because that's not who we're originally supposed to be. And that's why we need to uplift each other. And the lessons that we're learning in the craft, whether you're at work, you're in your neighborhood, you're with your family, there's a learning phase and there's an application phase where you have to apply that knowledge in practicality. Now, my brothers, we move on to the Prophet Muhammad, who many people do not know was a widow's son. The Prophet Muhammad lost his father at a young age and was raised by his mother, a widow, till the age of 6. He married Khadija, the widow, at age 25, his first wife. He said, I have come to perfect the character of mankind. Established religious and racial freedom with his decrees, dealing up Hazrat Bilal, who was an African slave being persecuted by the Arabs, and he freed Hazrat Bilal. And Hazrat Bilal, a black man, was the first to make the Islamic call to prayer on top of the Kaaba. Covenant with the monks of St. Catherine Monastery and the Constitution of Medina, which gave rights to Jews and Christians who were persecuted by the pagan Arab tribes. He instructed mankind to become one ummah community and be on the level. Instructed to take care of widows and orphans from the Bukhari and Muslim hadiths. So the Prophet Muhammad, even in Islam, peace be upon him, he came to teach mankind that become one being, become one ummah. And by becoming one ummah, it doesn't matter what your race or religion or background is. You got to be brothers and sisters on the level. Help your widows and orphans, help the poor, perfect your character. And the same thing we see in Masonry. So now we see the all-seeing, the grand architect of the universe, the 99 names of Allah. The 100th name is missing. And one of the names of Allah is Al-Basir, the all-seeing. And he is aware of the deeds done in darkness. There's a story from a Sufi Sheikh, and he had instructed 3 of his students that I want you to take this chicken and go kill it in a place where nobody will see you. The first student took it to his house and killed the chicken. The second took it to the jungle and did it. The third student brought the chicken back to the sheikh. And the sheikh asked him, what did you do? He said, I took it to my home. Allah was watching me. I went to the jungle. Allah was watching me. I went to the basement of my home where nobody could see me, but Allah was still watching me. So that is what even the Masonic Brotherhood is teaching you, that the eye of the grand architect of the universe, the all-seeing eye, is always watching you at all times. So at all times, you must be an upright man, exhibiting yourself of a man of a high moral character and virtue. You don't just do that for lodge night, just to have that, but you got to exemplify that at all times. Because one day you got to pay a price and answer for your actions. So now we have the brethren of the white cloth, equally divested and on the level, ihram, which in the Arabic word ihram phonetically comes to Hiram. So when you go to Mecca in Saudi Arabia and you make the pilgrimage of the Hajj like Malcolm did, you go there and you see everyone's equally divested. They're wearing the white cloth of innocence, equivalent to the lambskin of a master mason, and everyone's on the level. It doesn't matter what your race, religion, or background is. Everyone is equal and on the level. And they're equally divested. And that's all you're wearing is that white cloth. This white cloth is also reminding you of death. So the ihram is not only teaching you to be on the level and be equals, but it's also telling you that on the day you die, this is how you're going to be buried. So we have the concept, if you go to a Masonic lodge and you see, you lay your eyes on the altar, you'll see that all volumes of sacred laws are there, being given their due respect. Even if you go to the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., you'll find the same similar eyesight. And the Holy Quran teaches you that in chapter 2, verse 62, that those who believe in the Quran and those who follow the Jewish scriptures and the Christians and the Sabians, any who believe in Allah and the last day and work righteousness shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. So it's telling you no matter what path you follow, as long as you're doing the right thing and not hurting anybody, then you're going to be all right. Same thing you see in Freemasonry. As long as you believe in a supreme being and you do the right thing, you'll be all right. And also in Surah 49, verse 10, the believers are but one brotherhood. So make peace between your two brothers and be mindful of God so that you may be given mercy. This is equivalent of Psalms 133 in the Holy Bible that many Masons like to use. Behold, how good it is for brethren to dwell in unity. And also the aspect of everyone being equal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my brothers, we go to the aspect of the cable tow of unity and charity, helping each other if within your capability to do so. The Holy Quran, Surah 3, verse 103, chapter 3, 103, tells you, hold fast together to the cable of Allah, God, and be not divided. Remember the blessings that Allah bestowed upon you. You were once enemies, then He brought your hearts together so that through His blessing you became brothers. And that tells you, you go to a Masonic lodge, you'll see Masons of all backgrounds coming together. And in a normal circumstances, that would never happen. And it teaches you Masonry unites men of every country and of every religion and conciliates true friendship among those who might otherwise have remained at a perpetual distance. That's because we're all holding to the cable of God and we're told to not fear any danger. And that's the beauty of the cable tow, that if you can help somebody, help them without any hesitation. Now, my brothers, we focus on proper vetting, recommendation, and mentoring, which is the tarbiyah, the prayer of petition. So in Sufism, you have to truly be about it for you to gain anything. Proper recommendation of the seeker is needed, or the sheikh, worshipful master, and proposer, recommender have to deal with spiritual consequences from God. The seeker must be of a pure heart, intent, and soul. Once initiated, the seeker must be carefully mentored and counseled, quality over quantity. Uplift the seeker's heart so he could do for others. So on the bottom left, you'll see the sheikh, or the worshipful master, mentoring and guiding his brethren, while on the right, you see the worshipful master of Freemasonry doing the same for an initiated brother. And you must be very careful, because the prayer of the petition, it's not just a piece of paper or an application. That's a prayer for you to be accepted in the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God. You got to look at the words that are being used, because words are spells. So what happens if a brother messes up in the craft? What's the first thing that they find out? Or who was the person that recommended him? So that's what it comes down to. And in Sufism, you have to be truly be about it for your recommender or the sheikh to take you seriously, because they tell you, if you mess up, then I will be held responsible and Allah will deal with me accordingly. So everything is give and take. It's about quality over quantity, the proper mentoring. A brother comes in, you assign him a proper mentor, make sure his questions are being answered, he's being educated properly, the proper tarbiyah in Arabic, which in Sufism is, if you're being mentored and guided properly, then one day you'll be able to do the same for others. So now we have the Islamic lunar cycles, Masonic moonlight lodges, lodge on the moon. And you'd be surprised, in the Grand Lodge of Ohio and the Grand Lodge of California, they still have Masonic lodges that follow the moonlight cycle, as many Masonic meetings also take place past 7:30 when the moon is out. Grand Lodge of Texas even has a constituted lodge on the moon, believe it or not. So it was not common for Masonic lodges to meet at the full moon cycle. This is the origin of the tradition. In some jurisdictions, that a lunar month was the minimum time between degrees. In Islam, the lunar months are also followed for practices, holidays, observances, ceremonies, etc. There are still lodges that follow this. And the lunar cycle is a 33-year cycle. So, the number 33 pops up again. And also in Islam, whether you become a Hafiz, you memorize the Quran, your Sufi degrees or other initiatic and ceremonial experiences, the sighting of the moon in Ramadan, the sighting for the Eid holiday, everything goes by the moon, because the moon is known as one of the signs of God. So in Freemasonry, the moon is also given a huge regard. Now, my brothers, we talk about the Ikhwan al-Safa. And these are known as the Freemasons of Basra from the 9th century, which you can find in Mackey's Masonic Encyclopedia, number 2, page 601. Above image resembles the three lights, the sun, the moon, and the sheikh, the worshipful master. And this predates 1717 in England. So the ranks of these individuals, the first was the craftsmen, where you had to be 15 years of age. The second rank were the leaders, 30 years of age. So the third rank were the kings. You had to be 40 years of age. And then the final rank were the prophets and philosophers, which you have to be 50 and above. It's not like you join a Masonic lodge in America and you become a Master Mason in 3 months. A lot of these esoteric traditions, they really made you work for it, where you couldn't be a Master Mason probably 15 to 20 years worth of studies and initiation. So the Ikhwan al-Safa, they taught esoteric and occult knowledge with their 52 epistles, which I recommend to all of the brothers. Make sure you look that up. Influenced Christian Rosencreutz and the Templars pre-1717. So not only did they influence Christian Rosencreutz, but also the Knights Templar, and they took that knowledge back to Europe. And that's when the Renaissance happened. If you look at the Moors that were in Italy, that were in Spain, how the Knights Templar and the Rosicrucian have Islamic influences. Even Crowley's group has Islamic influences. So it shows you they took that knowledge from the East and they took it to the West, from darkness to light. So, and that's how when the Renaissance happened in Europe and all of these people were coming to these universities in the Alhambra, being trained by the Moors, who were teaching them everything. You look at the graduation ceremonies in the Western countries, they're wearing that loose Islamic clothing, the robes, the thopes. That tradition comes from there, because when the Western people, or the people the European people would go to these universities of the Moors, when they had graduated, they would dress in that same manner. Now we have the three lights, the sun, the moon, and the sheikh, the worshipful master. On the left-hand side, we see a Sufi painting of the Bektashi Sufis of Turkey, where you see the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master. And on the right, we see the Masonic symbolism of the same, meaning you have the three signs of God. The eye of God is always watching you, which is equivalent of the sheikh or the worshipful master. And you have the sun and the moon, which are also there as representations of divinity, always watching you. Now we have the pledge of the tree, the acacia tree. Now in Freemasonry, the sprig of acacia is always known as the sign of immortality that the Master Mason always lives on. In the Holy Quran, Surah 48, verse 18, chapter 48, verse 18, it tells you Allah was pleased with the believers when they were pledging allegiance with you by placing their hands in your hands under the tree. Take me as I take you. The companions, brethren of Muhammad, the widow's son, taking the oath of Rizwan under the acacia tree. This pleased God. The companions were rewarded with eternal paradise, just like how the mason with the sprig of acacia is rewarded the same. A tree of heaven native to desert areas of the Islamic world. In Freemasonry, the acacia tree symbolized the immortality of the soul that the master mason will always live on. So most people think that, okay, you got one life and make the best of it. You continue to exist in one form or the other. So when this life is over, you're going to continue to exist as something else. It's a graduation school where you go from one degree to another class, to another institution. That is the life of the spirit. Once you leave the flesh, you go on to another challenge that awaits you. Now we see, if you look at the Masonic altar, you look at it, has the three pillars, the three lights, the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone. You look at the Masonic lodge when the brother is initiated, he's taken around in a rite of circumambulation, in a circular motion around the altar as he's initiated. In the Kaaba, it's the same exact thing. And most people do not know inside of the Kaaba, there are the three pillars and the altar. Most people never know what it looks like on the inside, but that's what it is. You have the brethren dressed in white going around in a circular motion, doing the same exact thing. So at the end of the day, if you're a Muslim or a Freemason, it's not much of a difference, honestly, because you're going through the same rites. Now we have the aspect of the magic carpet, the Islamic prayer rug, which is in the shape of the oblong square. You are the temple, and you cannot go inside the masjid unless you take off your shoes, because the ground you're walking on is holy ground. Same thing when you make your prayers on the rug. You got to take off your shoes because the ground that you're walking upon is holy ground. And if you look at the shape of the rug, it's the shape of the oblong square. You have the archway, the pillars of initiation on the left and the right. You have the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone, which represents that cornerstone, the house not made with hands. And that's where you pray. And if you look at the Western movies like Aladdin and all this other stuff where they're showing you the magic carpet is basically praying. If you stay in a state of prayer and meditation, you are on that magic carpet, which will lift you up into higher dimensions and higher realms in connection with Almighty God. So you must stay in a state of prayer and meditation. Freemasonry, the lodge cannot open unless the chaplain is there to give prayer to the glory of the grand architect of the universe, when 2 or 3 are gathered together in thy name. So it's all about brotherhood, prayer, meditation, charity, self-reflection, and finding that within yourself. Most people don't get it. They get lost in the social club aspect and the fish fries. But these initiatic studies are there to teach you much more than that. Now, my brothers, we look at the Islamic and Masonic connection to America, Thomas Jefferson's Quran and other things. Now, most people think, why did Thomas Jefferson have a Quran? What was the connection with these people? You look at the bottom left. If you go to the United States Supreme Court, the highest authority in the land, and you look outside on the wall, you'll see a statue of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, holding the Quran because he was given reverence as one of the greatest lawgivers. On the bottom right, you see George Washington's letter to the Sultan of Morocco, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, because Morocco, a Muslim country and a Moorish country, was the first to recognize America post-independence. And there's also more pieces to the puzzle that you're not being taught about. The top left, you see the Kingdom of Hawaii's banner from the 15th century, 200 years before America even existed. And what do you see on the banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii? You see 2 dark-skinned Moors wearing the red fez, wearing the red clothes, holding the banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii. And that is why Hawaii, out of the 50 American states, is the only state that has an Islam Day holiday every September. Most people do not know that, as their last king, who was also a Moorish Sufi, represented the Islamic Shriners. And if you look at the grotto and Shriners in American Freemasonry, it all has a Sufi and Islamic influence. On the top right, you see Jamal al-Afghani, who was also a Sufi master and philosopher who taught many of your so-called Western occultists and traditionalists who unfortunately don't give credit to any of our brothers in the East for what they have imparted upon them. Now we see Masonic architecture. On the right-hand side, if those of you that are in the Philadelphia area, go take a tour of the Masonic Temple, the Grand Lodge of PA, and you'll see the Oriental Room. And this Oriental Room was influenced by the Moors in Spain. And if you look at the chair above the worshipful master in Arabic calligraphy, you'll see La ilaha illallah. There is no God but Allah. And it shows you that right there. So in a Masonic building in America, you have a room like this, which looks like a masjid. On the left, you have the King Faisal Mosque in Pakistan, which was designed by a Turkish Masonic brother named Vedat Deloke, who was also a Sufi. And if you look at the architecture, it's pretty plain and simple for those that have the initiated eyes. Now we look at the pillars of Islam. So ultimately, you have to do jihad with the self, honoring the pillars, equivalent to Tuscan, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, and Composite. Islam, the first pillar, Shahada, the creed, you have to believe in Allah. Freemasonry, you cannot join unless you believe in a supreme being. Salat, which is prayer, you cannot begin anything in Masonry, whether you're eating food or opening the lodge, nothing, unless you invoke the prayer of the grand architect of the universe. Third pillar, Psalm, fasting, where even in Masonry, you're told to live your life in moderation and circumscribe your desires and live your life within due bounds. The fourth pillar, Hajj, pilgrimage. So the Muslim has to go to the holy city of Mecca in the east and make that pilgrimage and be a traveling man. Freemasonry, you're encouraged to do the same. Visit other jurisdictions, go to other lodges, make friends and brothers. So you're taught to be a pilgrim, a traveling man. The last pillar, zakat, which is almsgiving. Any Masonic meeting, any session, it does not close unless they have collected alms and charities from the brethren. You go to the masjid every Friday for the prayers. You'll see the brother going around with the box collecting donations. Same exact thing. And ultimately, the word jihad, meaning that you yourself are your greatest enemy and your greatest friend. So if you want to do jihad, which is holy war, you got to conquer yourself. For one who has conquered himself, there's no power on this earth that can defeat you or touch you. Now we see Saladin and Richard. Most people do not know that these two were Masonic brothers. And whenever they had a chance to help each other, even in the holy wars, they did. At the same time, representing their own individual countries and causes. We're seeing that now in the Grand Lodge of Russia and Grand Lodge of Ukraine. Two forces that are at war with each other, but the brethren, whenever they have a chance to help each other, they do. You go to the American Civil War, it was the same. When they recognized each other, they spared each other's lives. You look at the world wars, it was the same. So it teaches you that Masonry, sometimes brothers could be at opposite sides of the fence, but they have to contend with each other. Just like how, if you look at the 2004 presidential election in America, Bush and Kerry were opposing each other, but at the same time, they were both brethren of the same fraternity of Skull and Bones. So that happens. So now we have, you have to die before you die, the ultimate faith, the third degree, where it tells you in the Holy Quran, Allah says, every living being shall taste death, and we shall subject you to ill and good by way of trial, and to us shall all of you be eventually be sent back, which is from chapter 21, verse 35. Tells you, well, Masonry teaches you that make the best use of your life, because one day you got to leave from here and answer for your life. Now we have the Sufis in Istanbul, 15th century, predating the founding of Masonry in 1717, where you're taught the arts and sciences and the 7 liberal arts, which is rhetoric, grammar, astronomy, geometry, arithmetic, music, logic, and all of that in between. And if you look at the Sufi representation, you see the brother with the compass and the square on the book. You see the brother studying astrology. Many of the stars have Arabic names. You look at the hourglass, which is symbolizing death. You see the books studying grammar and rhetoric, and you see the Masonic tools that are there in this Sufi painting. So, see, right now, thankfully, with this initiatic experience and this great initiative that Brothers Tony and others who have created their own Masonic education platforms, we see that Freemasonry has existed on this earth way before 1717. So there is a narrative that kind of breaks through that to teach that, unfortunately, that a lot of Masonic teachings have been whitewashed, where only Greeks and Romans get credit. But all of this stuff has been going on in Africa, in the Middle East, or the so-called Middle East.
Right.
All of that stuff has already been going on there. Whether you look at the Sufi teachings, the African tribal wisdom, the initiatic studies over there, it's all been there since day one.
You have a couple of people asking to enter the Zoom there.
So right now we move on to Rumi. Rumi himself says that every moment I shape my destiny with a chisel. I am the carpenter of my own soul. So again, in Sufism and in Masonry, you're given the tools. But again, if you choose to not do anything, if you're not studying and if you're not doing nothing about it, you can't blame me. You can't blame Brother Tony. It's because you never had that fire within you. So you have to make the best use of the tools and know that your brothers will be there when you call upon them. But at the same time, it's your journey of self-discovery so you can become that phoenix that rises from the ashes. And I love what Brother Tony says, that I'll help you study, but I'm not your study guide. So that's the thing that we have to come down to, is look at the lessons that you were given in your degrees, in your entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. You're given the tools, you're given the knowledge, you're given the information. Great. Now, what are you going to do with it? Right? You're given the 24-inch gauge. You're told that do good time management in your life, give time to your neighbor, give time to your vocations, give time to your family, God, etc. So even with that knowledge, during the application phase, if you fail to apply that equally to your life, then that's you. And you have to take that initiative and responsibility. And that's what Rumi says. I am the carpenter of my own soul.
Someone is trying to get into the Zoom there, Brother Salman.
So thank you for watching. If any questions or comments, please email me at salmansheikh911@gmail.com. All images used were retrieved from public domain searches and are the rightful property of their respective owners. The images used in this video are for the purpose of nonprofit awareness and education, which is protected by the copyright laws of fair use, education purpose. All my videos are for nonprofit and education purposes. All right reserved, and thank you. This ends my presentation for Sufi Freemasonry Part 2, and now we go back to Brother Tony with the Q&A.
Oh man, I can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't really know where to start. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was a lot of information. I have other people that was trying to get into the Zoom. If you don't mind, you can allow them to come in now, and we can go back.
Let me see. Okay. Let me see participants. Okay. Oh yeah, we have no, we had Brother Travis, but he left, so he's not there anymore.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm good to go. So now we do the Q&A.
I don't know where to start. I mean, with you bringing in a variety of different Masonic curveballs.
All right.
Is the best way I can put it, especially when you're dealing with the different aspects of Freemasonry that predates what we consider 1717.
Mm-hmm.
When you bring that all in perspective, it's totally different than what we are used to hearing.
Yep.
And to see that, and then even with the different verses of the Quran and dealing with the Masonic body, you know, and bringing that into play, it was a lot. I should have been taking more notes, but what I did write down was going back, speaking in regards to the Rosicrucians.
Yes.
So how is that? Because I here in Southern California, in San Jose, California, they have a big, beautiful temple. And when I went into this particular temple, I seen the various degrees that they had, unlike that which is in the Masonic order.
Right.
So what I see in that regards versus what I'm getting in the Masonic order, could you elaborate on that for a minute for me?
Yeah, so in Rosicrucianism, you also have many of the initiatic degrees, and they refer to each other as freighters. Many Masons that I know are also Rosicrucianisms because they go through their own initiatic studies, and both have a Sufi influence upon them, as their founder did, and the symbol of the rose. Basically, it's all symbolizing that mystical union with God, whether you're studying Sufism or Freemasonry or Rosicrucianism. Everything, every initiatic path is teaching you the oneness of God. So if I'm in Philadelphia, if I want to go to New York City, I can take a bus, I can drive a car, I can catch a train, I can find other ways, find one highway, find I-95, find other ways. No matter what path I'm taking, it's all about that aspect of self improvement and being united with God. And that's what all of these paths are teaching you. That's why even in Rosicrucianism, they have their own degree system. But you'll see many Masons who hold membership in that organization and vice versa. And they refer to each other as freighters instead of brothers.
Mm. That's interesting because the more I listen, the more I learn. I'm finding that in this correspondence of Freemasonry, it sponges up everything.
Yes.
The practice is so very similar no matter where you go. Although many of us would choose to believe that the Western Masonic atmosphere holds the cradle of Freemasonry per se, and it doesn't. But
Yes.
as we go through this dialogue of what you just so eloquently put together, it opens up and shows you that say, hey, look, it's bigger than where you're at. And it's the same, but yet there's some varieties in it. But it's masonry. It's about building that person to the next level. And then when you broke
Yes.
it down, and you said that I think you had the different curtains, and it was a very similar to that of the Royal Arch degree.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, that's right. So when you go from raised to exalted, Brother Tony, you see that even when you become a raised Master Mason, you're only given the substitute word. And when you become exalted, that's when you're given the true word. And as the veils get removed, you're taught the holiness of God. But at each veil, there will be something to test and try you. Meaning, if you pass that test, you'll be able to proceed to the next realm and the next realm and the next realm until you realize the holiness of the Lord. That is the motto of the Royal Arch. So to know the glorification of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you have to truly be a real initiate, meaning don't have any bad thoughts, bad intent for anybody. Continue to follow that path of masonry without any ego or any disrespect towards anybody. Just be a good and humble brother. Be a good, humble brother, like what you said. Right now, humanity is in such a pivotal time for our survival, but we're still arguing about who's regular, who's recognized, whose jurisdiction is good. Come on, man. Your brothers and sisters are out here dying, being killed, being persecuted. Come together and help each other and uplift each other as brothers and sisters of the craft under the eye of Allah. That's what it's about. It's not about this human ego that tells you, oh, yo, why are you talking to him, or why are you doing this? You got to do the right thing with the time that you've been given on this earth. That's the only thing Allah cares about.
Mm. Brother Kenneth Gray, go for it. What's your question?
So my question was: is outside of being amazing how all these things fit together like pieces of a puzzle? Your illustration showed, how Sufi Freemasonry predates, more of the westernized or masonry that we may follow.
Yes,
But
sir.
do you guys give credit to where you got it from, like ancient Egypt, and Africa, and things of that nature? Or
Oh, of
where
course, because
do you guys feel as though it started from?
it's interesting, my brother, because you say that, because in Islam, they tell you that it's what we know as quote unquote al-Islam, the teaching system, started since the time of the Prophet Adam, peace be upon him. And Freemasonry is the same. It's that the system is old as the dirt on this earth. It comes from the time of Adam all the way in front. And in the Surah 5 of the Holy Quran, Allah tells us that now I have perfected your religion.
So we believe everything was Islam being revealed in degrees and stages, whether it was time of ancient Egypt to the ancient Mesopotamians, all the way to the Jewish tradition, to the Christian tradition, all the way up until Islam, which was it's considered the final revelation. So if you ask a Muslim who truly knows that knowledge, not one who is ignorant and is stuck in their own sectarian ways, the occult teachings of Islam tell you that since the time of Adam on this earth, that was Islam. Then what's the definition of Islam? Obedience to the will of God. One who submits, he's a Muslim. So whoever submits to God, by definition, he or she is a Muslim. And Allah tells you in the Quran, I have revealed your religion in stages. So since ancient Egypt all the way up until now, the Sufis would say it was all one continuation of Allah's teachings. And it tells you in Surah 2, verse 62, that no matter what path you follow, as long as you're not hurting anybody, you're doing the right thing, you're growing and learning, it's all good. Allah is not going to come down and throw you in hell, or your God or my God, or that doesn't fly. That's the human beings that messed it up, not Allah.
Right. That's why I claim non-denominational, man. Whatever you believe, I respect it.
Indeed, indeed. I hope I answered your question, my brother. And
definitely, you did.
Yeah, there's a sister, Erica. She said, I have so many questions. I'm like, well, ask the question, you know. And I guess, like myself, having multiple questions and finding at what part of the presentations to go back and really break that down and ask the question. Going back into, as Brother Gray was stating in regards to Islam and Freemasonry.
Yes.
For me, I go to church and I go to the mosque. And a lot of people they can't grab hold to it because they're like, aren't you a Christian? You're going to the mosque. Like I tell them, I don't have issues with the messenger at all. Be it Christ or be it Muhammad. I don't have issues. They both are telling me the same message.
Yes.
You know, although there may be different practices, but the message itself is the same. Now, it's what you do with the message that you receive, because a lot of us get messages or a message, and yet we don't tend to act on it. We tend to sit on it. You know, we know what we should do, but because we are so afraid of what others may say or may think, so we don't go forward and do the right thing. And then we get upset when others are advancing or moving forward. So this is that tangible moment that we have here, to where we are able to explore and break down some of the myths and Freemasons, especially when you was talking about the Knights Templars and the Muslims and how they got along and how they really assisted and aided each other based upon the myths that we hear now. Or, well, if you're Knights of Templar, then you're a Christian. And then if you're a Shriner, you're a Muslim. And they don't, but the system of Freemasonry is built to raise you up intellectually.
Yes.
You know, if you would indulge yourself in the system. But most of us, I find, don't do that because, as you said earlier, we're too bent on discrediting the next person.
Indeed.
Anybody else? Anybody else for any question? Brother King Taurus, what you got? I don't think anybody can hear me right now.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go for it.
Yeah, my question is Allah and Jehovah, are they the same being?
So that's a good question, brother. So in Islam, they tell you that Allah is the only true living being in existence. And Allah is just the Arabic word for God. So in whichever way you perceive God, whether you're calling it Allah, Christ, Jehovah, that's between you and your maker. But as long as you're following that path to become closer to that light or to that source, then that's exactly what it is. Because those that fall into that argument, they go into the your God, my God fight, and that doesn't get anybody anything. So whether you want to refer to the creator as Allah, Jehovah, whatever have you, as long as you're on that path of upliftment, self-improvement, whether you're following the biblical sources or the Quranic sources. I mean, even the Hindu Gita, I read the Hindu Gita a while ago, and even their God and their Krishna says, no matter what path you follow, it all leads back to me. So
all of these religions and philosophies are teaching you the same thing. So just like how Masonry says that every religious point of view and perspective, that's between that brother and the grand architect of the universe. So I hope I was able to answer your questions, my brother.
Brother Vaughn, what you got?
I don't have anything. He answered all my questions. He always does. While I'm here, you and Brother Solomon are like my virtual mentors. So I'm just happy to be here, and he just has my mind blown from the information he shared with us. Thank you.
Much love, Brother Vaughn. I'm always grateful for you. You're a true Masonic brother and friend, and I'm so happy Allah has blessed me with having you as my brother and friend. Next time I'm coming to New York, we're going to sit down and break bread together, inshallah. Thank you, my brother. I truly appreciate you. I really do.
Brother Roger Best, what you got?
My apologies. I accidentally hit the button. I actually don't have a question right now.
Okay, okay. So what we
I got one more
do,
thing.
Oh, go for it.
So part of one of your presentation slides, I believe you had in Sufi End of the Apprentice coming in at 15. Then in Fellowcraft, I think they were somewhere around 30.
Yes.
And then Master, they were like 45, 50 plus, right? So I was speaking to my side about this, and I had asked them because different jurisdictions do it different. When I first came into the Brotherhood, I was raised in a night. All right, after being in for a while, you have some jurisdictions that agree with it, some that don't agree with it. The new jurisdiction that I'm in now, because I moved from Virginia to DMV now, they do it in portions. All right, so they do first, second, and third, obviously. So I was having a conversation, and the way that they did it at that time, I think that everyone had to be proficient, and before they got to the next level, they understood exactly what it took to get to the next level, and they had no choice but to change who they were as a person because of how vigilant you had to be to make it to the next level.
Indeed.
Now the way things are done, because obviously it's a brotherhood, but it is a business. At the end of the day, everything comes down to $1, and without candidates, without brothers, you have no dues, you have no money. So how do you think we can create a system where obviously people can't go that long before being initiated, because you'll be dead before you get to Master Mason in some cases? How can we gain membership, get brothers, and still find a way for them to be fully qualified for the next level and understand what the core of Masonry is without taking that amount of time? And the reason I'm asking you is because now we're in a position where I have some candidates and we're trying to teach them, and it's hard. Everybody doesn't learn at the same pace. He may get it in 3 weeks. He may get it in 90 days, but this guy may not get it for 2 years. So how do you feel that you can qualify a person and really see what it would take without taking that amount of time from back then, but still get somewhat of the same level of proficiency?
Well, that's a wonderful question, my brother. And, right now with the way the world is changing, and everything in this world is changing as we know it, whether it's education, relationships, the job system. It's not like how when you and I grew up in this country, things were just totally different. Now things are really transitioning to something else. And even the fraternity has to improvise on that aspect, where the lodge needs the dues to keep the lights on. That's where the money comes in, to keep the lodge running from the dues for their aprons, for their gloves, for their lights, for their internet, for their meals. The money's got to come from somewhere to keep the brotherhood going. So in this time that we're in, we need to find brothers, like in Sufism, they tell you, find brothers who are truly, truly about it. So they're not going to waste your time. You're not going to waste their time. They're truly about it. They're willing to sit down, learn the work, be proficient, know their work in catechism and the work that they need to do from EA to FC to MM and so on and so forth. So in order to be proficient, you need to be with brothers who are ready to give you that same kind of effort. And I've seen, even in regular recognized jurisdictions,
people who fail to memorize the stuff, they still let them go to the next degree because they want to increase those numbers. Or they're having those one-day classes where they're raising 800 brothers in one day. So that's the concept of not teaching and educating someone. You just want to increase numbers in a business or an institution so the money's flowing in. There's no spiritual growth in that. Masonry is not a social club. It's not a fish fry event. It's not where you go and you do this stuff, but you don't learn nothing. Masonry is about that alchemical transformation from your lower nature into godhood, finding that divinity within you.
Now I'm going to interrupt your thought just for a second. When you say Freemasonry is about that inner being becoming, you said going into a godhood, right?
Yes.
Here's the catch to that. Everybody, when you say that, everyone is not on that level to accept that when they become a Mason, because they're not taught that in the beginning that this is where you're going to eventually end up. Speaking from a 33rd point of view, when I got to that level, I was never really taught, hey, you're 33rd, blah, 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 blah. That is something I had to go back and re-educate myself about in regards to that degree level. What does it mean to be a 33rd Sovereign Grand Inspector General? And that is really the highest of the priesthood. You have the Pope, which is your most puissant Sovereign Grand Commander. Then you have the bishops and the cardinals. So as a bishop, one who has been risen to that level of a higher understanding of the totality of the Freemasons and all that is involved and comes together, it is not that you're going to retain or remember every proficiency, but you should be able to talk about every proficiency in the various degrees for which they are formulated. So the brother that was asking, what we do here in our jurisdiction, we have a particular set of Q&A questions that this brother has to know before going. Because if you say you got to learn all of that of the EA degree, it ain't happening, especially if they got a life, they got other stuff happening. No. But if you give them, I got 40 questions for you, 40. And you got 6 months to remember these 40 questions. And we're going to tackle these at least once a week. So once a week, we're taking 1 hour of your time per day, once a week, and we're going to tackle these 40 questions. So by the time we get to the 6 months for you to move forward, those 40 should be they should be just coming. So therefore, if you pass the proficiency test, although you have to go back and reread some of the stuff, but these 40 is the foundation for the EA. And we build from there. It makes it a lot easier for us. And going back to what you were saying in regards to Freemasons and keeping the lights on, and that's great. I just honestly believe that Freemasons is going to go back to its raw self. And when I say that is to clearly say there's going to come a time, and people think I'm like you. There's going to come a time your buildings, them big, beautiful, that's going to cease to exist. And the only thing you're going to have is the understanding of Freemasonry and to know that you have a membership somewhere to give you that pass to move on and to develop that relationship. It's going to be completely different than the way we see it now. In order to, in the way the system that we're dealing with now is changing. Freemasonry is going to have to go back to its raw self in order to survive. That's just my opinion, because although we have the connections of the internet, this is beautiful. But if you really want to keep Freemasonry in its totality, it's going to have to come off the grid and go back to an ancient custom. And all of the protocol and procedures that our jurisdictions have up, that's going to have to come down. Because you're going to find brothers as you travel, as you said earlier, and you're going to only have to go by certain things in order to get past or to find favor with that brother.
Yes.
And move forward. I just think that time is coming because of the situation at hand.
That's absolutely right.
Everybody won't be privy to being a Mason. You won't be privy to being in these what we call secret society. It's going to really become some secret shit. Excuse my language. It's going to be like that, and you're going to be like, Man, do you know such and such? Man, he said he wasn't a Mason no more. Well, that's because he doesn't want you to know. Or she says she's not an
Yes.
Eastern Star. They just going to have to denounce it and move on and keep it real, real low key.
Yep.
I mean, that's what, and I know over in some countries it's like that.
That's absolutely right. You know, it's because I traveled the world and I went to certain countries, and I was on the border region, Brother Tony, between India and Pakistan. There's not a human in sight, miles on end. And this random people were just coming up to me, and they showed me that they were brothers. And my mind was blown that no matter what part of the world your journey may take you to places where your cell phone might not even work, people will know you're a brother. They will approach you. They will offer you their hand of friendship to relieve you of distress, give you a place in their home, offer you a meal. So this brotherhood is going to go back to its ancient customs, where this debate that we're in of jurisdictions and who's regular, who's recognized. I mean, that's all going to dissolve, but everybody's going to be what? Brothers of the craft, true and equal under the fatherhood of God. And that time is coming. I go around, I see so many Masonic temples that have a for sale sign on it. A lot of the members, they're older, they're dying off,
Yeah.
and the younger people, they're so busy in their own lives. I mean, right now, Brother Tony, even if you have multiple incomes in one home, that's still not enough to survive. So people are dealing with a very stressful time right now, and that's what Masonry is going to come down to. It's going to come back to that pre-1717 existence where it was there, but everyone's going to have to seek it on thine own self and to basically follow everything in its true ancient form. And I would say with the way certain things are handled in certain jurisdictions, even the regular recognized, that might be for everybody's benefit. To have that control of the certain few removed from the clutches of the craft.
I would tell you this, in my jurisdiction, and I have a couple of brothers that's on right now, we have somewhat moved toward that way because the way we handle our initiations and everything is truly outside on a star recovery deck. The whole process, and a lot of brothers who go through it, they appreciate it more because when they read about Masons and where they meet and all that stuff, now they can actually relate to that, and it's something tangible. It's something they can actually get. That's true. This actually took place, you know. So in going back to that ancient custom of Freemasonry, that's man, that's going to be, I think it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you know what? There are certain places in Islamic countries, in African countries, where those teachings, those initiatic studies, it's still happening. If you go to, let's say, Algeria, which is in Africa, and they have the Al Hagar Mountains, there are certain groups living within that mountains that if you're not one of them, you're in deep trouble if you go there and they don't recognize you as one of their own, or if you fail to identify yourself as a brother of their initiation. So there are certain places in the world where this stuff really happens, and people will realize as time goes on and institutions start changing. Look at the education system in America. So many people, it's dissolving because so many people say that this is all lies, that it's all lies. They didn't tell me about the millions of Africans that were massacred by King Leopold, while they're telling me to feel sympathy for one group who was genocided and massacred. They're giving me the same repetitive information. They don't tell me about the 100 million natives that got massacred in this country, the indigenous peoples. They don't tell me about the 100 million people in India that got massacred by the British. They don't tell me about the millions of Africans that got massacred. Why aren't they teaching me any of this stuff? So even the education system is dissolving, and the workplace is dissolving. You have something called the mass resignation, where Generation Z is not tolerating abuse at workplaces anymore. So this upcoming generation, my brother, it's Masonry is gonna refine itself in a major way, and you and I both see that.
And this is why it's important for you to have a library of books. I'm not saying it's not good to have it on the USB drive and plug it in somewhere. I'm talking about something tangible you can go and pull from your shelf, pop it open and read it.
Yes.
You know, if those type of books, you might as well start ordering some books and keep them close by.
Mm-hmm.
For real though. I mean, that's just me. I think that's just some of the things that we're gonna have to kind of look into from the way things are changing, and it's right before our very eyes. Masonry is going to change. It's going to be more online, meeting brothers from all over the world, and really switching. I mean, really in a matrix type of way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is just how I see it coming. Do anyone else have any questions? Even in the chat, if there's any questions in the chat. Let me see. Perfection.
I don't have no question, but I would like to add my 2 cents on what you were just saying as far as, everything kind of resetting. That's just pretty much what is needed, because that's the only way that you'll get society back on track, because you're not going to get it back on track the way it is. So everything has to reset. Mm-hmm. So, and that reset brings about the cream of the crop. That's exactly what happens. It brings about the cream of the crop. So just, using our organization for an example, when we hit the reset button, oh yeah, man, you better know them signs, boy. You better know that pass. You better know that grip. You better know all that, boy, because, boy, if you don't, boy, yeah, you know what time it is. And so we're going to get, yeah. And so we're going to get rid of, that's how you get rid of all that paying, people that probably shouldn't be a certain degree that done just paid and they this degree. That's how you get rid of all of that type of stuff.
Yeah. It's absolutely right, my brother.
Mass reset button.
Agreed.
So, what books, Brother Solomon, would you tell anyone to start off with?
Well, there are a few books that I would recommend, Brother Tony. One is The Mystics of Islam, which is written by Manly Palmer Hall, who is a 33rd degree brother. Manly Palmer Hall has given countless lectures and written countless books, but one of his great books, where a 33rd degree brother himself has authored a book on the mystics of Islam, which I highly recommend to everyone. The second are the secret practices of the Sufi Freemasons. And it tells you about this individual from Germany who went and studied with the Sufis in Turkey, and how he realized where certain portions of the Quran, certain prayers, meditations, incantations open up a certain portal in your life. I mean, nobody know about Crowley, and that he recited Surah Al-Ikhlas from the Quran 100 times straight. And then that's where he got the inspiration from the Book of the Law. So there are many occult teachings within Islam where if you memorize a certain portion of the surahs and if you're repeating them constantly, it's something special and occult that takes place in your life. You open up many inner gateways that if you join a Sufi lodge or a Sufi sect, whether it's the Naqshbandi or anything else that we have here in the States as well, you'll see, whether it's you're seeing stuff in your dreams or you're seeing anomalies take place in your life. It's really powerful stuff, and only if it's used the right way. And just like my brother that was here, he said that this is going to separate the wheat from the chaff when the refining of Freemasonry happens. Those that are there, only the dues paying members, and you'll have those that actually know the real work and how to recognize and distinguish between an imposter and a real brother. So there is going to come that time where it's not about just wearing a Masonic ring or having a Masonic sticker on the back of your car. It's about, are you truly about it? Or are you going to be a part of that separation of the wheat and the chaff? So The Mystics of Islam is a book I recommend. The Secret Practices of the Sufi Freemasons is a book I recommend. You'll find them on Amazon. And there's another book that teaches you the aspect of Sufism, which I believe is from Hazrat Inayat Khan, that teaches you like the deeper occult aspects of Sufism as well. So you can look all of them up. They're all on Amazon. But first I would start with The Mystics of Islam from Manly P. Hall. That will get you started on the right track.
Go for it, Brother Vaughn.
He has a book also. He has a book that he wrote He's being humble right now, but he has a
Oh,
very
he
good.
needs, look, you can't come on here and have a book and not say you have a book. This is not that program. You have to say, this is what I have, and I think it'll be a good read for your library. And tell
Yes,
us
my
where
Part of
you
brother.
using that
find that.
cable tow. That's part of using that cable tow, brother. What's the book?
Yes, my brother. So I also have published a book in, I believe I did it in fall of 2020, which is the Spiritual Reflections of the Sufi Freemason, Volume 1, which is available also on Amazon in paperback and Kindle format. And alhamdulillah, all praises due to Allah at all the kindness and love that I have received. And I'm grateful for that. So my book is out there too, The
You want to put
Spiritual
that in the chat?
Reflections of
Can you
the
put that in the
Freemason.
chat?
Yes, I will. Let me put that in the chat for you right now. And also, Brother Tony, I wanted your permission when you have this uploaded on YouTube, if I could share this on my channel as well.
Go ahead.
And also, I want to give you my permission that anything on my YouTube channel that you believe that the brethren can benefit from,
right?
You don't have to ask me. Just download it and upload it right to the channel.
Okay.
Okay, let me put that for you now.
Continue.
All right. So yeah, definitely. Just keep up all in your studies. Try to do the right thing, and all the stuff that I have imparted in this presentation to show you the parallel comparisons between Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry. You'll know that you'll find that in other traditions as well. You'll have certain, I guess, jurisdictions, even in Masonry, that just focus on the Bible alone. But know that no matter what tradition you're following, whether it's Moorish science, Five Percenters, Ancient Kemet, Sufism, Hinduism, Buddhism, I found the truth of Masonry, my brothers, in everything. So don't just tell you, because Freemasonry is not a Christian organization also, nor is America a Christian country. So don't let those limitations, I know many of my Prince Hall brothers have expressed that frustration with me. Those that are Muslims, they say, sometimes I feel kind of left out because this is a fraternity that teaches you to be one with everyone. It's not a church service. So that's what we have to get back to when that refining takes place. It's going to be about everyone. And it's not just to have a bias for Islam or Sufism. Truth, my brothers, I found it everywhere. And when I came to this country when I was 5 years old, I went to Bible classes and Quran classes on the same day. Just like how Brother Tony goes to the church and goes to the masjid. Everyone's teaching you the truth in their own way. Love your neighbor as you love thyself. Love God. Try to do the right thing. Charities, teaching people the scripture, the word, helping the homeless, trying to do the good deeds. Everyone is trying to follow God in their own way. So whether I get in a Ford, whether I get in a Toyota, whether I get in a Honda, it's still serving the same purpose. It's getting me from point A to point B to drive. So it's the same exact thing. Find what works for you. If it's helping you become a better person, it's increasing your light, your knowledge, you're not hurting anybody, then follow the path that works for you. Every one of them got truth. But as long as it's helping you, that's the main thing. Because it's your path and it's yours to walk alone, just like many good and worthy fellows before you. Even in Masonry, you're given the tools, you're given the knowledge, but how you choose to handle that, that's going to be on you. So just any initiatic path you come in your life, just enjoy it, embrace it, learn from it, and apply that to your life and see where it gets you. Because you'll know in your heart what's right and what's wrong for you. That's the beauty of the human heart. You'll have that instinct. You have the gut instinct, and then you also have the instinct of the heart. And Noble Drew Ali said, where is Allah? Allah is in your heart. Trust your heart always, and you'll never go wrong with any decisions you got to make in your life.
One brother just posted, Sufi Masonry is nothing but practical magic, brother, using numbers and astrology. I'm like, come on now. I mean, cyber security. I mean, unless you've gone through those rites on that side of the compass and square, I can't talk on that. Now, unless he knows something that I don't know, and cybersecurity has done his due diligence, he's studied, he's broken it down, he's been initiated on that side. I don't know. I mean, people, I want to ask him, cybersecurity, have you been initiated a Sufi Mason? Have you studied that side of Freemasonry? Because I'm listening to Brother Salman here, and this guy has been there. He's there. So
see, Brother Tony, that's the thing. People condemn and fear things that they do not understand. So, what in Freemasonry, they'll believe everyone and everything except a Freemason. So, if you need a medical opinion, what do? You go ask a doctor. You need something that's an educational opinion, you go ask a teacher or a professor. With Freemasonry, you'll ask anybody but a Freemason in terms of what is Freemasonry about. Same thing with people who don't know about Islam or Sufism. Some people walk by the masjid and be like, yo, what are these people doing inside? They're probably up to no good. You go inside and you see it's the same thing that happens in a church. People are praying to God, trying to do the right thing. So that's the human ignorance that's going to be separating the wheat and the chaff when the time comes and that refinement comes. So, my love and respect to that, brother. But what I gave you in this presentation, it's all here.
He said, well, let's talk about the number 19. I mean, we can always talk about a variety of different numbers, which really means a whole lot to a whole lot of people in their spiritual walk. You could talk about the number 7 or the number 8 or any other odd numbers. You could talk about 91 if you want to go there, but the numbers is great. I want the knowledge that's going to be inclusive of all of that,
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
I mean, that's just me.
Moving on.
Okay, so the brother said, could you explain why, as a Sufi, you avoid the shrine? I have heard you speak on that before.
Oh, of course, and I'll answer your question. See, what you know as the shrine is, how do you say? That's the westernized or the watered down version of Islam. And in Surah 5 of the Holy Quran, Allah tells you, do not take for friends those individuals that make your religion into a sport. So, and that's why in Sufism, you're allowed to become a Freemason and all that, but only the Blue Lodge, Craft Masonry, Mark Master Masons, Royal Arch, Scottish Rite, all that stuff. See all that other stuff that they have here, like tall cedars and shrines and grottos and all this stuff. If you travel the world, and I travel the world, they only recognize you if you're a Master Mason or you're a Royal Arch Mason. You complete that ancient Masonic initiatic experience. As long as you're a Craft Mason and a Royal Arch Mason, they don't care about all that other stuff, because that's all American. That's only here for the American people. So the shrine is basically, I mean, look at them. They're wearing the fez. They're saying Assalamu alaikum to each other. They're drinking. They're doing all of this stuff.
And that's the thing we try to tell brothers who become Shriners. This is not what you would consider a playhouse. This is not a drunken cause. This is not that journey. This journey, I'm only speaking in regards to my jurisdiction.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so once you become a Knights Templar in a 30-second Sublime Prince, and you make that journey into Shrinedom, the Knights Templars and the Shriners, what we try to show is how they work together.
So you're handling it the right way, while these other places are treating the subject of Islam as a playhouse. And the Quran tells us, do not take for friends those who are taking your religion as a sport. So
Absolutely.
See, it's funny.
That's it.
It's funny you say that, because my family is from Guyana, and my uncle is a Mason. He's in Guyana, and I spoke to him earlier, and the way they handle Masonry in other countries is completely different than how we handle it in America.
Indeed.
Completely different. And that doesn't mean us over here don't hold it true, because there's a lot of brothers like on this Zoom now, we hold it true. We know what it's supposed to represent. We handle it the right way. We take time,
Yes,
and
sir.
we put it underneath our God, our family, and then it's that. But
Yes, sir.
the way I see it happening in America compared to the way I was trained and raised under, some of my West Indian family, I can tell there's a major difference. It's a major difference in the way it's appreciated.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And that's what I've seen in my journey as well. Is I've spoken to many brothers from African jurisdictions, from India, from other places, and they tell us that as long as, my brother, you're a master mason of craft masonry, which is Blue Lodge or a chapter, then that's pretty much it. There is no higher or lower. Of course, you have 32nd, 33rd, and all the other initiatic rites, but for them, that's what it represents. And I have seen that personally when I travel to other countries. So the aspect of what they have here is totally different. It's way different. And that's exactly what it is. As long as you're a brother of the craft, you're on the level. You're a sister of the Order of the Eastern Star. We're all together on this journey. Nobody's above you or beneath you. That's what it means to be on the level, that we're all walking each other home in this short human life, and we owe that love and light to one another. The way things are going right now for our communities and so many communities, who has any guarantee that we're going to live to see another day? So make the best of the time that's been given to you. Uplift yourself, uplift your families, uplift your communities. You got to give somebody a call and apologize to them. Be a better human being and do that. It's not always about you at the end. And that's what Masonry teaches us too.
What I want to add is, you spoke about Alex, what's his name?
Crowley.
Crowley.
Yes.
I want to come back and visit him on a separate show.
Yes.
All about him. And then what I would like to do with you, if you don't mind, come back again, and then we're going to talk about Baphomet.
Sure. Why not?
I mean, I want to line them up like once a week, because I don't want to do a show and then have you on. I want to be able to let that be the main show, because what I'm looking at is that you threw out some stuff that we didn't go into details, like the Baphomet and Alex Crowley. I think those are controversial, but what a lot of people don't know, they can't. When you think of Alex, boy, they really think this guy's like off the chain. They look at it like, what? And I have a couple of his books, and when I read it, I'm telling you, I was like, I don't know if I want to be a Mason. But I had to come with an open mind.
Yeah.
It gave me a better understanding of what he was putting on paper. So it's there. I mean, he wrote a book called the Keys of Solomon. That book right there, it was a spooky read. I'm not gonna lie. It was a read that I was like, I don't know if I want to share it with anybody. He spoke about demons being summoned and building the King Solomon's temple with the ring, and how they named the demons by name and the power of the ring, and I mean, it was a lot of play in there. It just made me think about Lord of the Rings and how powerful that ring was in what it was doing and how people was fighting for it. So
Brother Tony, if you go to certain West African countries like Senegal and Nigeria and other places, some of those Sufi masters that are there, like, you really got to know people to be able to have access to them. Those are the same people that have access to Prophet Suleiman or King Solomon, peace be upon him. The wisdom of keeping those demons and jinns boxed up in the ring. And some of those sheikhs, like, they're the real deal. But you really got to know people on the inside in those Sufi orders, especially the African Sufi orders. Those they're off the chain. Those sheikhs are of another existence in totality. I've heard some stories.
and that's what I'm saying. So when people ask about these books, I throw out. There's some books I don't put out because I just don't. I think you should find them on your own.
Yeah.
And indulge yourself. And some books I put out because it's a good read, but some good reads are not for everyone. So I'm limited in what I would tell people to go and read, because I don't want someone to go and drink hot coffee where they're not ready for it. I prefer to give you some lukewarm water and let you work up to the coffee per se.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's just my way of introducing people to some books that I have that may be pretty controversial for them in their walk.
Of course.
Let's see what we have. Everyone in Masonry knows that the Helen sign, but what I'm saying in most of it is modern day Masonry not assist you. Well, I would say this in my journey as a Mason. Man, I've received assistance from people I didn't think I would receive assistance from, finding out later that they were Masons.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew I was a Mason already. So that whole myth in regards to what people would and wouldn't do for you, if people know that you are sincere about the work that you do and who you are, they
Yes.
will definitely assist and aid you. I mean, I'm not going to tell you, I'll leave that where it's at, but I'm talking about across the board. If you ever found yourself in situations, circumstances, and you just so happens, this is all I got, and do it, brother, I'm just saying.
I've seen that. You're absolutely right. You know, it's crazy, Brother Tony, is that one time where I was in the India-Pakistan border region, and this old man came out of nowhere, and he offered me his help. I went to London, first time in September of 2019. I got out. I got drenched in the rain because I didn't know it rained there all the time. My clothes got drenched. My luggage got drenched. This British gentleman out of nowhere comes with his car. He puts my stuff in his car, and he said, "Where you're staying at?" I said, "I'm staying at this place." He took me right to the doorstep and brought my luggage to the door. And I said, "Sir, is there anything I could do to repay your kindness?" And he just looked at me with that smile, and he said, "Don't be silly. Enjoy your time." I'm like, you know what? Those who know, they know. And you gotta experience it. You cannot explain this feeling to anybody.
Absolutely you can. And a lot of people won't have what's the correct language? A lot of people won't experience it because they're so close-minded to it.
Yes, sir.
So you won't be able to recognize the signs or the symbols, or when someone shakes your hand or greets you, you won't be able to recognize it because you're so close-minded. I try to pay attention to movements, and I try to pay attention to people, the way they approach me. You know, the whole thing. You know, you should always be cautious. And in being cautious, then you find that brother or that sister in being cautious.
Yep.
You know, you really do.
It's absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Let's see. Before we get ready to go, it just depends on what's in the lodge. Okay. I'm just seeing if there was anything else in the chat. I don't really see anything else right offhand. But I do want to say thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you. Thank you for reaching out to me as we was trying to make this happen. And are you still on vacation right now?
I'm still on vacation, but I still made time for my brother.
Well, I appreciate that. I certainly appreciate that. And for those of you who are not able to join us on the Zoom, we're going to be doing this again. It's up to you when you want to do it. You just let me know.
Probably because the rest of June is going to be busy for me. So rest of May and June is going to be busy for me. Inshallah, God willing, I'll link up with you, and we'll probably plan some date in July, and then I could come back for my third appearance.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move on in the month of June and do something, and look for you in July.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely.
We'll make that happen.
Yes, sir.
I want to say to those who are watching on the Zoom, the live Zoom, I want to say thank you for coming on.
A bunch of people to my list, and I did.
Close this out real quick. I appreciate each of you coming on and joining us. Hopefully you've gotten something out of this. This is just one of them times and points to where I believe that we all can benefit
so
from
that
it.
I could.
You're still the host, right?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. You want to turn that back over to me, and then we will go ahead and log off for the day.
All right. Let me.
Brother Vaughn, you got something you want to say?
Whole bunch of people
there
to my
it is.
list.
You should have it now.
Just thank you. That's all I have to say. Just thank you.
All right.
Peace and blessings, my brother. Much brother.
Y'all be safe.
A last word for you.
Y'all be safe, brother. That's all. Y'all be safe.
All right, King Taurus.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
You're good. All right then. I want to once again say thank you to each of you who have come on, and to class link. Okay. And to everyone who was watching on the YouTube live, thank you. We appreciate you. Please hit the thumbs up button. We're going to come back and revisit this. I think our next 2 shows are going to be in July with Brother Salman as soon as his schedule allows it. And we're going to be talking about the Baphomet and Alex, what's his last name again?
Crowley.
Crowley. Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And till we meet each other and greet each other on the next level, I want to send blessings to you. And brothers, I really, really appreciate you.
Okay, everybody, the moment you've been waiting for. Now it's time for the show. Brother meets Penny Bradley. Brought to you live on the Global Enlightenment Radio Network. Here we go, baby brother. Let's do it.
And I did, I put myself in dissociation so that I could be rational and coherent, and I only talked about things that I actually knew firsthand or from the involved people. So none of it was gossip.
Right, and that's what it is. We have to stick to the facts. So without further ado, greetings and peace, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I have the honor and privilege of being joined by my sister, Penny Bradley, who returns for part 2 in these series of dialogues and conversations that we're having. In part 2, we're going to talk about Douglas Duane Dietrich, our individual involvement with him, and what has taken place in this last month or so with our fallout with him, and how he has defamed and slandered us on his public broadcast, and especially against myself with some of the accusations that he has made. So again, we're going to stick to the facts of what we know and to basically educate the public about who this individual is. So first I will let my sister Penny Bradley explain her scenario, and then I will cover after that. So without further ado, welcome to Penny. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I met Doug about 2015, 2016 on Facebook. And he was so outrageous that I was dealing with processing my own memories from my Black Ops experience. And he was so different from what I was remembering that I unfriended him and backed off completely. He was irrelevant to what I was working through. And last year, about this time, my radio producer, Daryl Neely, told me, you know, Doug Dietrich really wants to be on your show. Doug Dietrich really wants to be on your show. He wants to have you on his show. He wants to be friends. He wants blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you know, everything that I remember from my Black Ops that the Germans did, he claims for the Japanese. That's what I told Daryl. I said, he has no proof of any of his claims. And Daryl says, well, it'll be good for your show. You'll get more audience. So I went ahead and, okay, I'm blackballed in disclosure because I served with the Germans in space instead of the Americans. Now, considering that we're all kidnapped and just assigned, it wasn't like it was my choice. But that's my situation, is I'm blackballed. Daryl was willing to have me on his network, and I'm still relatively new in this field. as far as being on radio. So I tend to take his advice on who to interview and have on and whose shows to be on and that sort of thing. And he has always said that he would have my back if I was abused. And he has. So kudos to him for that. He has kept his word to me. So he advised me to go on Doug's show. He advised me to have Doug on mine. Now, that first 2-hour show that I did on my channel with Doug, he was obviously trying to shock me. But he described almost every behavior that your private investigator came up with. He claimed to be a vampire. He talked about drinking young blood. He talked about being a Tong. For your audience, a Tong is the Chinese culture mafia in the United States. So he admitted to being a criminal. And he admitted to having used his earnings from criminal activities to purchase a human being. And he says he freed this person. I don't know if he did or not. So he admitted to all of that openly on my show. And after that, I was really shocked that so many good people were supporting him. But no, I'm okay. I'm still talking on his show. I go on his show, and every time I talk about anything to do with my personal experiences, he would shut me down, jump down my throat. And it got to where the area I was allowed to talk about was smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, he would have me talk with Jameson Reese during Doug's dinner break. Now, he may have been eating, he may have been just doing drugs, I don't know. You know. I took the attitude that it wasn't my circus, not my monkeys. Now, looking back on it, that was probably a mistake. So, I interacted with him, I guess it was about February that I stopped doing anything on his show. I went to, I think, 2, maybe 3 episodes after my surgery. And I would listen to the show before I came on, because I would be coming on at 9 o'clock my time to cover his dinner hour or 2 or 3. And so I would listen to what they were talking about ahead of time. And so when I came on the Skype, I would still have the YouTube open because I'd been listening. And I would just turn the sound off while I was on Skype, and as soon as I was off Skype, I would turn the sound back on. So this is stuff I heard myself. This is not stuff that people told me about. Although, to be honest, every single episode, I would be contacted by women friends of mine who said, do you know what Peter said? Do you know what Doug said? Blah, 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 blah. It is what it is. So, there was a consistent campaign between the two of them claiming that I'm delusional.
They did that. That's right.
A consistent, long-term campaign that I was delusional and that people should follow Doug instead of me.
Yes.
Okay. My testimony about my Black Ops experience has been verified by the CIA archivist who uploaded my file to the CIA computer. I'm documented.
He's not.
He's not. Okay? When I talk about that I'm from a royal family, my family tree is public online. Where's his?
He doesn't exist before 2011.
So
that's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what it is. I have my driver's license. I'm using my real name. I operate out of my apartment living room. I mean, I'm on Social Security. I'm not claiming to be a rich person. I'm not claiming to need everybody sending me money. When I do have a financial need, I will make it known. I have certain supporters who are willing to help me, but I'm not asking for anybody to send me hundreds of dollars a month.
That's right.
No, I'm not mooching. So, okay. But yet, I'm the one who's delusional.
He's a narcissist. That's what he is. Like people who break away from those lies and control and discover who he is. He's there slandering them, defaming them, and his latest lie against both you and I, that we were responsible for shutting down his Facebook page, that he can't post anymore, and that we're funded by this tech person from Australia named Stephen Outram. So that's the type of stuff he comes out with, and it's harmful.
It sounds to me like he's delusional.
Exactly. So it's basically he's projecting everything, Penny. I mean, even with me, when I discovered him in 2015, I thought this guy was righteous. He was spreading good information. I had him on my YouTube several times. I was on his show so many times, supporting him.
Well, that's where I met you.
Yeah, so something good came out of that, where I was able to meet you. And spiritually and intuitively, Penny, because I come from a Sufi and Masonic background, and I'm somebody of a high and moral character. And you know what kind of people I associate myself with, as your grandfather was also a Mason. So it's about being highly honorable.
My great-grandfather was a 33-degree Mason in Arkansas and then Tulare County, California. And he was buried with full rights.
And that's what it is.
In fact, I inherited his Morals and Dogma book. After my memories were activated, I completely lost my faith in any form of religion. What I practice now is not exactly a religion, but it's in the umbrella of alchemy. I'm basically working on my own shadow self. When you've been shattered into a 13 by 13 by 13 cubic hierarchical array of altars, just working on reintegrating those altars and dealing with the stuff that they've done. That's plenty of work all by itself without having to worry about pleasing some deity somewhere.
I agree with you. And in the Sufi aspect, Penny, it's so beautiful because the alchemical process of transforming yourself from the lower qualities into higher qualities is just like Sufism and the mystic aspect of what I follow in this divine journey. But getting back to Doug, eventually I did my own research, and I found out that after supporting this guy for so many years and donating to him and being on his show, doing shows with him, promoting him, I found out he was not who he really said he was. And I respectfully backed away from him. And I told him that I wish you well and all that stuff. And then he blocks me first on Facebook, and then he completely twisted it around and then goes on his show and he calls me an Islamic terrorist. He calls me a pedophile. He calls me a homosexual. He's saying all of these things about me, that I'm funded by Stephen Outram, who I don't even know who that is. And
I don't know who that is either.
He's coming out with all sorts of lies, Penny, and he's telling people to dox me and report me to the FBI. I'm a 30-year-old Muslim American Mason Sufi. My record is so clean that I haven't even gotten a parking ticket in my life. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I try to do right by all those that come in my life, and I was just so shocked that this person who I always stood by, just when I found out who he was, he kind of like turned a switch on me, and then all of a sudden he goes on this defamation and slander campaign. And we're living in a vigilante culture right now, Penny. Some crazy person can listen to him and bring danger to me and my family. So immediately I called San Francisco police. I filed a report against him. I called California Highway Patrol, which is their equivalent of their state police. I called the San Francisco FBI. So I filed a report against him on all these fronts, and I went to my local police, and I told them that this is what this guy is doing, and in case anything like that happens, you know what's going on. And I will most likely take legal action against him, too, for his lies and slander and defamation against myself and my character, and basically putting a kill order out against me and bringing danger to myself and family for somebody who always did right by him. So that's who this individual is, Penny, and it's unfortunate that I'm dealing with somebody like that.
It was the kill order on you that caused me to come forward about what he's been doing.
Yes, that's right.
When I left his show, I told him privately in Messenger that for a woman to come onto his show felt like walking into a druggy incel den.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
And that, especially since my surgery, that I just didn't have it in me to do that anymore. Exactly. And I stopped going. Before that, I had stopped answering the phone call, and friends would contact me. Well, why are you just letting it ring and ring and ring and ring? Because I don't want to be on. I don't want to be there. And so I told him that's how it felt. So he changed his lineup. He fired JMO, which is like ridiculous. JMO may be an angry young man, but he's not a bad person. And the false charges of him doing black magic against Peter, that's just blatant hogwash. So
all lies, just like everything else. And he's a racist as well, with the language he's used against myself and Jameson, calling us the N-word live on air.
Oh my God.
He called me the sand word, the sand N-word, and he called Jameson a monkey and an N-word. So this is who this guy is, and I tell people, Penny, and you as my sister, I tell you this too, that when people tell you who they are, absolutely believe them. And that's who this guy is. He dupes many of his women followers too, in terms of love bombing them on the air and trying to gain their affection. So this guy has also cheated and duped many women as well. So standing up against him is not only a service for both of us that he has slandered on his program, but it's a service for all humanity for this guy to just go away.
Well, reality is he's not going to just go away.
Yeah.
So I think people need to know who he is, what he's done, that his claims are unreal, that his accusations towards me that I was delusional, the truth is he is. He thinks that he really was harassed by Colonel Aquino. I went through an online search, and everywhere that Aquino talked about Doug, it was to deny knowing him.
That's right.
And for everything else that Aquino did, he took full credit for. So if he had actually been involved with Doug, he would have said so.
That's absolutely right. And you know, the thing about Doug is I also looked into his where he gets those images from, and he always claims that it's him and his son in drag. But he steals those images from Asian cosplay artists such as Eugene Fei, Carmen Lowe, the Hawken cosplayers. So, and then he claims that those images are basically his. And the first book that he did, Amphorology, is plagiarized from the Russian scientist report. The second one, the Roswell Deception, Demystification of World War II. In the beginning, they have the disclaimer in fine print, so you don't pay attention to it, that this is a work of fiction, including the events, characters portrayed. So we're dealing with people who are using stage names, who are not even telling you the truth, who are plagiarizing other people's images and works. And then they have the nerve to talk about other people. And yourself, you're documented by a CIA archivist. He doesn't have any proof. Nobody knows who this guy is before he emerged all of a sudden on the scene in 2011, giving his presentations that he was. So it's, in this community, Penny, it's so unfortunate that there are so many wolves in sheep's clothing.
There are a lot. The entire disclosure movement is full of people who are, on one hand, there are researchers who are talking to real experiencers, but they're excluding the masses because the current criteria is that you have to have a DD-214 to prove you were in the military, or you have to have at least a master's degree. Well, that excludes 95% of the people who've had ET or other types of experiences. So that skews the sampling right from the get-go. So if you have to prove that you were, and I've interviewed people that did have the DD-214, and people were still hassling them. So on one hand, you've got these researchers who are actually gatekeepers.
Yes.
And on the other hand, you've got people that don't remember anything and then go to a psychic to tell them what they did, and then they're going public with what the psychic told them. And in between, you've got people like me who had real experiences, documented, and nobody wants to listen because the arena is flooded with these crazy people.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And that is the unfortunate part, Penny, that we are dealing with these people who are very deceptively and connivingly using their mannerisms and the way that they talk and the way that they present info to sell you and lure you in. But you and I both experienced it now recently, who this individual is and what kind of a liar he is, how conniving he is. And I mean, that's a common sense question for you to live in an expensive city like San Francisco and be tied to the Chinese mafia. Why are you begging for money? So I think the authorities should also look into him for money laundering. What's he doing with that money? Is he blowing it on drugs and hookers, or what is he actually doing with all of that money that's coming towards him? So he also needs to be looked into that regard. And what I found out, even through my own private investigation, is that this person is not who he claims to be. He's into some dark things. He's accusing others of being...
I can't hear you. You froze on me. I couldn't hear you.
Where did it freeze? And I'll repeat myself.
When you talked about what he was accusing others of that he was doing, the dark things.
Oh, yes. So he accuses others of being a pedophile and all of this nonsense that he comes up with. But he himself admits openly on air that I go to this estate where they have these young boys, basically underage, and he's there drinking their blood and doing whatever. So that needs to be looked into, and it's all projecting. He's just projecting everything, what he's doing onto other people. You have a guy that's tied to an organized criminal organization. He's cheating and lying about people. He's slandering people. He's putting people's lives in danger. And now he's going to go do that same campaign since you went public against him, against yourself, starting from tonight. So that's exactly who this person is. And everyone in this community, Penny, for the sake of everyone's safety and future of this community, they need to stand up against individuals like these. And even with Peter, who kind of pumps him up and pushes him, he's his handler. And when he went to go see him in person, he's the one that basically together they made the changes to the show. And after that, everything started going the way that it did. So if they don't need anybody to blame but their own self for their downfall.
Well, when you are public, you have to maintain a certain level of at least attempting to be an honorable person if you expect people to listen to you. Now, in my own case, I'm not legally married, but I've been with the same man for 21 years. So I'm not out running around. I don't do drugs. I've never been arrested. I have had traffic tickets. I have a fondness for speeding. I don't know many people my age that don't. I've lived in the same apartment since 2005. I'm in a very stable relationship. My hardest thing that I have to deal with is as I reintegrate alters, I get that alter's memories. And so then I have to deal with, they're actually actions of another personality. So I didn't do them, but as I reintegrate that personality, they become my past. And I have to deal with actions that I had no choice in, but they're now dumped on me like they're mine. So I spend a lot of time dealing with that. And my partner is an Iroquois shaman. I don't know what their proper name for it is, but that's how people in the public would understand it. Iroquois is a Native American tribe, and he was trained in their religious tradition. I believe it's called the Red Road. And he and I have a connection where he helps me with the initial calling in of the altars. And he makes sure that the ones that are not me are not allowed to enter me. So he acts as a guard to make sure, because when I first started this, I did have problems with other entities taking advantage of the opening. So he's there to help me. And it's amazing because we're actually seeing the same psychic phenomena.
I think that's amazing, Penny, because in the Sufi aspect, would it as a sheikh. So they tell you that in order for you to come from darkness to light in that path of alchemy or Sufism or Native American shamanism, you need a guide and a mentor. And the Great Spirit and divinity, it's so beautiful that you have been given a partner who has truly loved you for who you are and basically been on this journey with you since day one. And even with Lou, it's so unfortunate that Douglas even trash talked about Lou on his show, and also what he was doing, trying to force you to come back through Lou. So this narcissist, I mean, he doesn't know any bounds. How dare he?
After I told him how I felt being on his show, and I waited for a little while, and then I unfriended him, and I also unfriended Peter. Well, Peter apparently blocked me when I unfriended him. And Doug sent a message, a private message, messenger, telling Lou that he wanted me to come back and that Lou had to order me back, and that I didn't know what I was doing, and that I had blocked him, blah, 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 and that he had apologized privately. Did he have to apologize publicly? Well, you know, after the crap he said about me on air, okay, I was raised in a conservative Christian cult where the apology the confession had to be as public as the crime.
Yes.
And so consistently bashing me on his show does not merit a private apology. It merits saying I'm wrong on my show. Now, what I did this week was there have been 10 people since I've been public that have done behaviors that would be criminal in California. Setting people up for targeting, you know, targeting.
That's what he's doing.
Targeting is a crime. Assault is a crime. Fraud, getting money from people under false pretenses, that's a crime. And one of them that I named, his crime was Social Security fraud, because he's telling Social Security that he lives in San Francisco when he really lives in South America. That's another person, that's not Doug. Doug actually lives in San Francisco as far as we can tell. Although, as often as Peter visits Los Angeles, Doug may actually live in LA, for all we know. Yeah.
When you walk past a homeless person in New York City, and at the end of the day, he's walking away in a business suit and is driving a sports car. This is who these people are. They're con artists.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
we
have a guy like that in my little town. He makes $45,000 a year.
There you go. He doesn't need to work.
No, he just stands with a sign, out of work veteran, you know. People give him money.
And see, even with Douglas, even if you contact Freedom of Information request or Department of Defense, he never served. He was never at the Presidio. He was never at those places. And there are documents which shows you he never even made it past Marine Corps boot camp, and he was discharged while in boot camp. So he was never near Colonel Aquino. And Colonel Aquino, because of who he is and his arrogance, he admits to all of this stuff because he knows that he will get away with it because of his power and his background. So with Doug, he's even made several comments saying that while he was alive, that I don't know who this person is, and that's exactly what it is. He was just kind of that was his honeypot, the whole Aquino thing, and with his imagination, the way he twists things around, and that's how he sold himself. Oh, that military are Satanists, or the Freemasons are Satanists, or Salman is a Satanist. You need to report him, and he's this or that. So under California law, Penny, like you said, he is a criminal, and he openly admits to being with a criminal organization with his actions.
Yeah, he does. So the 10 people I listed were all guilty of crimes under criminal law in my state of California. I did not name people who just hate me. I did not name people that I thought were full of crap. I did not name all the people that I'm pretty sure are just repeating what the psychic told them.
That's it.
those people are not committing crimes. They're just being stupid. But the people that were actually committing crimes and doing harm to others through them, those were the people I put on the video. And Douglas was on it because he's defrauding all of those people who are sending him money under false pretenses.
Yeah.
He's not who he says he is, and he's not doing what he says he does. Although on that first video he did with me, he was trying so hard to shock me that he admitted to all of it.
And that's what it is, Penny. And who knows? I mean, even with these individuals such as Dietrich and Moon, they're using stage names, and they have like a little scam that they're running together. Even his first book, Vampirology, if you look at the cover of the book, he claims that that's his mother, right? But if you really search for that image, that's an Asian cosplay image by the artist Eugene Fay. So he takes these images from obscure sources from like different Asian countries because of the copyright law and how things work in terms of the law and how it is in different countries, that basically they wouldn't make the effort to come all the way to San Francisco, find a barred California attorney just to prosecute him and hold him liable for stealing their work. So nobody's really going to make the effort to do that. But, you know, with this individual, he needs to be called out for who he is, for the type of lies that he's spreading. And what I found out through my private investigation of what this person does and what things that he's involved with, he's accusing others of being a Satanist or being a pedo and all this stuff that he's putting out there and putting kill orders on people, such as like myself. But he himself is involved in all of that. I mean, what did he say about his son? That I purchased him off the streets when he was a girl, and I was sleeping with her, and I was doing all these things. I'm going to this estate. I'm drinking the blood of young boys. Like, who is this guy really? Right? So even from my private extent, even my Masonic brothers in California, Penny, even they warned me about him before I affiliated with him. And they reached out to me and they told me about him, that this guy is not who he says he is. He's a hardcore Satanist. He's a criminal. And whoever, he turns on everyone and he defames them, slanders them for months and months and months on his show. He just does what he does, and his cult followers and his listeners and his contributors blindly accept his lies.
Yeah. When I asked him about his numbers, because he was always afraid his numbers were going to go down while I was on air. And he was frankly shocked they didn't. I was checking his numbers, and he claims that YouTube lies. What I've caught YouTube doing is they will tell you that you did better than you did. They don't tell you you did worse than you did. So, so
yeah, that's absolutely right. And you know, that's the thing, Penny. You were the best thing in terms of the knowledge that you shared about your different experiences and what you have been through. And for people like this with their dubious backgrounds to call delusional and the lies that they're spreading about myself, yourself, and other people, they should be ashamed of their own selves. And you are actually backed and verified. I'm backed and verified. People can come here to Philadelphia and meet me in person. I'm a real person. This is my real name. This is who I am. These people, not so much. You can't meet them in person. You don't know who they are. You don't know what kind of double lives that they're leading, where he might show up on Wednesdays and Sundays to do his show, but between that time, he's gone. You don't know who he is, what he's doing. He's even impersonating a Japanese porn star on his Facebook page, Sora Aoi, claims that she gifted him the profile, which is another lie. So it's one lie on top of the other lie on top of the other lie on top of the other lie. But then him and his people that he surrounds himself with, they have the nerve to talk about others and accuse others of absolutely dangerous accusations that could get them hurt or killed. And I want to state for the record that I have reported, quote unquote, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich to the California authorities. And if any danger comes to myself or my family because of this individual's actions, he's the one responsible. So I want people to know that.
Well, I go to a conference once a year. It's operated by 5D Events. Saeed Farman is my producer there. He and Eric Dadmer run it, and they're both Iranian. Doug tried to accuse me of being racist. I told Daryl about that.
I mean, look what he did.
Yeah.
He called me. Excuse me for saying this, Penny, and please, audience, excuse me, but I have to relate how he said it. So he calls me a sand nigger on his show and disrespects me and puts all these dangerous accusations against myself. And he calls JMO the N-word as well and calls him monkey and says all of this stuff. Anybody in their right conscience should not be supporting anybody like him. And people tell you who they are, you just believe it.
Yeah,
even through the facade.
He spent last fall bashing white folks.
Exactly.
And
he talks about white people in a negative way.
And you listen to him, and it's between the drugs and the incel talk and the race bashing and the general, the atmosphere being on his show was just oppressive. And I got to where I hated going. And I told Daryl about it. And he says, well, you're going to be having surgery soon. You know, just stick it out till then. So when I got to where it was about 3 weeks before my surgery, Daryl started taking my place. And he saw a lot of what was going on. So when I stopped going, I had been off for about 3 weeks, and Daryl calls me up and he goes, what happened? I go, I just couldn't take it anymore. And he goes, what happened? And it started just pouring out. And he says, okay, I'll support you in it. And I said, I'm not going to make a big fuss. I'm just going to disappear. You know, I won't be on anymore. And so then when the death threats against you came out,
yes,
I talked to Daryl. I go, you know, I'm going to have to do something about this. Also, Eugene Irvin got out of prison, and he's starting to stalk me again. And I told Daryl, I'm going to have to say something about these two at least. And he says, well, I've wanted you to name names for the whole time you've been on my network. And I go, yeah, I know. It's just uncool. And I want to let you know the death threats against you were why I made the video naming names.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, my sister. And I truly am so grateful to have you in my life, and I'm so happy that you also took the initiative to name these people, because until we don't take the initiative to stand up against evil, and stand up against those that are not only kidnapping children for the Black Ops and doing the horrible things that they're, including individuals like this, who's probably slandering us right now at this very moment on his Wednesday show.
Yeah,
accusing us with the guy Stephen Outram. So this guy, we need to stand up against him. And Penny, I cannot express how grateful I am to you, my sister, and blessings be upon you, Lou, and all that you hold near and dear for me and coming out to help me, and just you, yourself, Daryl, and the entire Gern family. I'm truly grateful for all of you.
Well, we may bicker amongst ourselves, but we stand together against attacks from outside, and this one was completely uncalled for. Completely uncalled for.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. You know, as time goes on, more people wake up, because there are also many women who have been duped by this individual into relationships, and God knows what he's done with them. And many of them have just severed and gotten completely off the radar because of how dangerous this individual can be in his slander and his defamation and what he says about people. I mean, in his latest episode, he was giving out a phone number of some individual from upstate California and telling people to dox him. So he's not only doing this against myself and Penny, he's doing it against so many people. And he claims that the individual was so I saw her, but if you look up that number that he gave, it's some Vietnamese guy from upstate California. So this guy, he's participating in dangerous activity, and I cannot believe YouTube and Google have tolerated and allowed his channel so far. But I'm hoping myself reporting him to the authorities in California that they look into him and something does come out of it.
You might report him to YouTube for doxing.
I did.
Because doxing is illegal in California. That's
exactly right. So I reported him.
It's considered
Google
to be a life threat. Because when someone is doxed, it's not just them, it's everyone else in their family. And so you're affecting innocent people. And, you know, it's horrific what happens to some of these people. When a certain individual in the SSP community came out, he made the mistake of attacking me, and there were people without asking me, because I would never consent to anyone being doxxed, not even Doug. Okay, doxing is wrong. And people who were supporting me got mad that this man attacked me. And so they doxed him, and his wife was in a wheelchair. And they came out and screamed at her and turned her wheelchair over and dumped her on the ground. And they were just nasty. And I was completely mortified. And so doxing to me is as bad as theft or murder threats. As far as I can tell, it's really close to murder threats. And when you're calling for someone to be doxxed, when you're doxing someone, when you're putting out a hit on air, which is what he was doing with you, those things are criminal activities in California. Those things should be reported to the platform along with the police. They don't necessarily monitor what's in everything. They're looking for the keywords for what they're censoring. They're not looking for the criminal activity that's going along with a lot of the things. So if people are listening and they hear murder threats, if they hear a call for doxing, I don't care whose channel it's on, report them. because those things are dangerous and they should not be allowed in the disclosure movement. We should not be tolerating this level of violence towards each other.
That's right. And peace is always the solution, Penny. Violence is never the solution. And I thank you for stating what you have. And you know, I did report him to Google and YouTube as well. And I'm just waiting to see what feedback that I get. And I'm hoping something comes out of it and they do not let this individual continue to not only do this to myself, but countless other people that he does this to on a daily basis. And he's supported by other people who are managing him and handling him. So this is unfortunate. And it's just like the Manson murders, right? He was there influencing his cult followers, but he would say, I never personally did it. So this comes into that same category. You had another person in an occult community because somebody listened to what they said. Somebody ended up dying. So there is a certain line, Penny, of not crossing certain boundaries. And once those certain boundaries are crossed, then you have the human right to not only report this individual to the authorities, but also have your own testimony and make it public. So in case anything happens, people know who it was.
Yeah. So the truth of the matter is I've got a lot of people out there that want me dead. You know, when you come out and you're speaking the truth and you name names, you end up with a lot of people wanting you dead. So
yeah, that's true.
And
it's so interesting that you got so much good feedback from this video that you did. So many people commented positively.
Yeah, I was shocked. I had never had 1,000 viewers in under 24 hours before. Never. This was like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, I uploaded it, and then after, I gave it to Daryl first, and he put it on Facebook, and then I uploaded it to my channel, and I didn't even share it, and I had over 1,000 views in 24 hours. And I've only had 2 people mad at me, and one of them was a close supporter of one of the people that I outed. So
yeah, I was looking at it, and it's amazing, Penny, and it shows you that walking this path and calling out these criminals for who they are, including these 10 gatekeepers and agents that you named just within in this community, but also as a whole, that they're part of that same spider web that has harmed both of us and harmed so many people, and they put these people in these communities to do what they're doing. So it's right now in an age of where people don't want to deal with anybody and they just want to be left alone. It's highly commendable that you stood by me in my time of need, and I'm there for you in your time of need, and it's just a blessing.
Well, we're stronger together. We're stronger together than either of us are apart. So I believe there's an old saying that a strand of 3 is not easily broken.
Yeah, that's absolutely
so
right.
That would be
I know
you, me, Daryl, Lou.
In Masonic teachings, Daryl, Penny, it tells us that when 2 are gathered together in thy name, it uses a religious reference, but even in Masonic teachings, it tells us that when we come together, me, you, Penny, and Daryl, Lou, all of us collectively together as this one family, and we stand up against those spoken out against, then there is a special power from the alchemical process that occurs. And look what this person is doing. He's saying that we're being paid by some tech billionaire all the way from Australia and sabotaging his Facebook. But in reality, he's making excuses so he doesn't have to answer questions on Facebook for people reaching out to him and calling him out on his lies.
Probably.
So that's what it is, Penny. And please, do you have any closing thoughts as we approach the 1 hour mark on this subject?
My closing thoughts are, I know you're not Christian, but there is a quote from my Christian past where Jesus said, secret sin finds its way out. And the time is coming when all of that is going to be in the open. So the people will be exposing it themselves. So.
Thank you, Penny. And there's another quote that I really like from the Bible, is that no weapons formed against me shall prosper. So I think as long as we're on the righteous path, we're doing the right thing, we're loving and respecting each other, and we're uplifting each other, guiding each other, teaching each other, then that's all that matters. As long as you're doing the work, that's all that matters. And we're doing the work collectively, individually, and we should just keep striving and let these people continue to expose who they are by their own self. And as we see, besides me, so many of Doug's sponsors and longtime people have left him because of his behavior and his antics and what he has exposed himself to be, that this guy is not really who he's telling you who he is. His stories and background is all murky too. While ourselves, you and I, we can verify who we are. There are other people who can vouch for us, but with this guy, it's murky. So I thank you, my dear sister, and I send love and blessings for you and Lou during this time, for Daryl, for standing by me, and yourself having the courage to not only name these two that we mentioned, but the other 8 characters as well, these agents of chaos that have infiltrated and destroyed these disclosure and esoteric and spiritual communities. And they need to be called out as such, and people need to be aware of who they are. And myself or any other people, if anybody tries to dox you on their public platform and make death threats against you, immediately notify them to the authorities for the safety of yourself and your family. And that's what needs to be done. Even the lady that I called at San Francisco police, she told me the same, supposedly lives. So yeah, that's all I have to say, and I thank Penny so much, and I also give permission to Penny's YouTube channel, to Daryl, and for the Gern Network to download this video and use it how they see fit. And anything I can do to help them in their cause, just like how you stood by me, please do not hesitate to call upon me in return as well, as we're all walking each other home in peace.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Penny, so much.
Greetings and peace. I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Now, the title of today's video is The Importance of Non-Attachment in This Life. You realize in this life, everything has a lifespan. When you grow up, you go through a certain phase of your life, whether it's your youth, your childhood, then you go to your teenage years. Everything comes and goes in your life. Whether it's jobs, people's, relationships, etc. Everything is there to teach you something. Keep in mind, when you come out of your mother's womb with nothing, that's the same way you'll depart this world, buried in the ground. But the only thing you do take with you is what good did you do for yourself and others. This is a message in today's society that has to be reiterated, where everyone's looking to validate some kind of belief, their echo chambers, their pride, their hubris, thinking that they're serving some greater good. But just look at the chess box, right? When you look at the chess box, even what Omar Khayyam said, that all of the pieces, whether it's the king or the queen or the pawns, when the game is over, they all go back into the same box. So that's your human life. You'll have changes in your life, people's, places, and things. It's a guest house. You're here today. You won't be here tomorrow, and you have to live in this world as a traveler.
or in the Sufi tradition, they tell the Salik to be the traveling man. Know that this is a temporary destination for your soul. This physical vessel that you inhabit right now in your life, it's a temporary shell that you're in, that your spirit encompasses. And you must be there to do the right thing at the right time, at the right place, and try to do what is right for yourself. And try to find that balance and epiphany in your life to do what's right and make that happen for yourself. So learn not to get too attached to anything. What happens when you die? People will cry, but eventually, whether it's your spouse, your job, your organization, your family, people inevitably move on. That is the lesson of this life. And you have to take that into account. Take that into account on all facets of your life and embrace everything that comes your way to the best of your ability. Don't take things too personally. Friends today become enemies tomorrow. Enemies today becomes friends tomorrow. It's all a game. It's all a game. Don't take it too personally. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Learn from it. And see how it continues to hone you as a better person. As many initiatic paths will ultimately tell you to basically improve thyself, know thyself. There is no other special magic or secret behind it. If you know yourself, then that's it. Whatever you're meant to do in this human existence, whatever you were manifested for by the greatest divinity, you shall do it, no matter who or what stands in your way. Have that firm belief that everything in your life, whatever you're meant to do, it's going to happen. But at the same time, don't be attached too much to any worldly title or illusion where one day you're gonna leave it anyway. Look at the guy in Dubai, the rich sheikh who owned the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. Where is he? He's buried in the ground. Did he take the Burj Khalifa with him? He didn't. So that's the lesson. Don't be attached to anything. For everything in this life, persons, peoples, places, things, jobs, venues, locations, it's all temporary. It's all, just enjoy the ride. Thank you, and I wish you all a wonderful month of June ahead.
The Thai Sabri community makes me feel that I'm not alone.
Safely removes blackheads, just like that. The #1 trusted blackhead remover, Biore.
Greetings and peace, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today, I will basically show you how this con artist, Douglas Duane Dietrich, is basically plagiarizing his art and his imagery from other sources, especially from Asian artists from overseas, from Thailand and other countries, and claims it as its own. So right now we are looking at the Vampirology book, which he released with his co-author back in the 2020 timeframe. And we see here, this front of the book, he always promotes as his mother. That's who my mother is, and he promotes the image as such for his Vampirology book, right? So now we go to here, and then we'll see that the same image that he claims as his mother is from this Asian cosplay artist from Thailand, Eugene Fei. And this image is from November 15, 2015. And here it is right in front of you. The same, where he promotes that this is the picture of my mother on his book. Now we go here, Eugene Fei. So this is where he takes his imagery from. And as you see, even in the top, it's the same type of imagery that he takes from other artists and he promotes as his own. Because a lot of these people in other countries, especially when it comes to art is always, if you look online, the most stolen when it comes to memes and artist imageries and things like that. And if you're dealing with entities or individuals that are in another country, then going after them for copyright infringement or trademark or plagiarism and things like that, it's very difficult because you're in another country, then the law system is different. Then if there's anything in terms of a legal aspect, it's difficult. So I would advise this artist to please trademark your work and make sure you have watermarks all over your images, so you don't have these people here in America or these con artists like Douglas steal your work and claim as their own. And it's self-evident. This is the image of his mother, supposedly. And here we are from 2015. So Eugene Fay, if you look, is from Thailand. And I will show you something else as well from the Instagram. Here we are. This is the Hawking Coast player, which he also takes the imagery from. There it is. He also promotes imagery like this and claims it as his own. These are also the Hawking Coast players. See? So for those of you that have seen his images, this is where he gets it from. Just absorb. And it's so unfortunate people have gotten duped by this individual. There you go. This Hawking Coast player is Malaysian. So the first guy, Eugene Fay, which he steals images from too, especially the one where he claims it's its mother. He takes images from Hawking Royu too, from Malaysia. There you go. The same images that he's claiming as its own. And you see how big of a following these people have. But they're in another country, so if they think that some con artist from San Francisco is plagiarizing their work, they probably wouldn't know because of the language barrier, cultural barrier, the country barrier, and so many things that are there. So there you have that. See, there it is, one of his images that he promotes as his own. And I will put all the descriptions in the link below for Eugene Fay, for the Hawking Royu cosplay. And now we look here at their book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And it's clearly telling you who these people are. And it tells you in the disclaimer, the characters and events portrayed in this book are fictitious. Any similarity to real persons, living or dead, is coincidental and not intended by the author. So if you go on Amazon.com and click on their image of the book, which tells you to click inside, it gives you a free preview of the book, and it tells you that everything is fictitious, including probably their names as well. So, and they have the nerve to talk about others and slander and degrade others. So this is who these people are. And now we look at Carmen Lowe. Carmen Lowe is another Asian artist whom Douglas takes the imagery and promotes as its own. Plenty of times. So when he has individuals like Pavel or others that have associated with him in the past and have said, you take your imagery from others, he does. That's what he does. And then he would degrade their character in return because they were able to see through his facade. So for you that have seen his imagery on Facebook and other venues where he promotes his stuff, this is Eugene Fay. It's right here. It's all self-evident. Where he's saying, oh, my son's supposedly taking pictures of me in drag and all of this stuff. Especially this one he used in one of his transmissions within the last few weeks or months. This one. So there you have that. I don't know what other proof do you need that this person is a liar, a con artist, and practically a thief at this point as well. So I hope you're able to take something away from this, to keep this short and to the point. And yeah, let's get the word out. Thank you.
Come on, man. Don't let the Democrats swipe your credit card rewards. Decline the Durbin Plan.
This is Matt Douglas, and for the record, Matthew is my first legal name, and Douglas is my legal middle name. I won't give my legal surname, but most people know it. I'm making this video in response to Mr. Douglas Dietrich and Mr. Peter Moon, who accused me of being fake, and who, after slandering to the point that is kind of slander that can get people killed, my good friend and comrade Salman Sheikh, have accused me of being just someone who he paid, and accused me of not showing my face when really we were just simply using audio to not take up so much bandwidth. Salman Sheikh, good friend to me, had been a good friend to Mr. Dietrich and Mr. Moon, podcasting with them on his channel. I knew about both of them. Obviously, Mr. Dietrich and Mr. Moon, you guys are so narcissistic that you let Salman broadcast, have you on his podcast, on his channel, but never checked out any of the other people who were on his channel. I knew who you guys were from his channel. You guys really don't have that much of a following outside it. And so, and if you had actually perused his channel, you would see that early on in our podcast, which started last November, that my face shows up on camera. Same one you're seeing right now. Matter of fact, even one of the pictures he used of me was me and him when we met up in Philadelphia together. And you can see that I'm wearing the same shirt right now. I am broadcasting from, or recording, it'll be dubbed later, from the city of Patong Beach in Phuket, Thailand. I'm going to turn the sound so that the scenery can be observed. You'll notice a well-known shopping center, Yung Salon. And if you go along the street signs, you will see that although there's multiple languages, as this is a pretty touristy area, there is a considerable amount of Thai writing on signs. So, you would easily know that about me, and that I'm not a fake and was not paid by Salman if you had actually been paying attention to the other people he put on his channel. But you chose not to do that. Also, y'all were once tagged in a Facebook post of his, and I actually commented reaching out to the both of you some months back. Now, Mr. Dietrich has a screen name on Facebook that is something along the lines of Sore Aoi, that is set so that he's untaggable, but Mr. Peter Moon was taggable. So I'm sure could have relayed that information, could have seen that tag and relayed that information to Mr. Dietrich. Neither of you chose to respond. And now, that was months ago, before you guys came out with this slander against him, And now you dismiss me as someone you just hired, when you could have known better. And there's a paper trail. So fuck both of you, and fuck you for slandering my friend. Karma's coming, and it's gonna be a bitch.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Praise be unto God, the Lord of the worlds. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa alihi at-tayyibin. And salutations and blessings be upon Muhammad and his family, the goodly. I want to take this opportunity to respond to this extremely ignorant gentleman, Mr. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, who has had a falling out recently with our brother Salman Sheikh. I've taken upon myself to plow through his 11-hour ignorant verbiage because I think that, some of the issues that he brings up are very much symptomatic of the general misinformation and disinformation that is coming out of the conspiracy or the con-spirituality culture of YouTube, which YouTube cultivates. Now, as Salman and Brother Matt and others have recently been disclosing, this guy is just basically in it for money, and it's obvious that he's running a scam. But what got me to respond and make this short podcast is that this individual is very deliberately misrepresenting Sufism as a tradition. And this misrepresentation, in the way that he is crafting it, in the way that he's characterizing the tradition, cannot but basically feed the narratives of fundamentalist Islamists. He is trying to craft Sufism, the tradition of Tasawwuf, as a sort of a satanic infiltration or imposition within general Islam. Without not really knowing all that much about it, he deigns to pontificate, even on the text of the Quran. He tries to, comment on one verse of the Quran. This is verse 25-29. This is from where he claims that this is indicative of the Cthulhu figure of Lovecraft, etc. And I really cannot hold back, after hearing this nonsense. He is taking the verse 25-29. لَقَدْ أَزَلَّنِي عَنِ الذِّكْرِ بَعْدَ إِذَا جَاءَنِي وَكَانَ الشَّيْطَانُ لِلْإِنسَانِ خَذُولًا. Right? The translation, the English translation by Pickthall, is the following. He verily led me astray from the reminder that after he had reached me, Satan was ever man's deserter in the hour of need. Now, because of the way that Arabic grammar works, and because of the actual etymology and masdar or root of this word that ends up as khadulan at the end of this ayah, at the end of this verse, Mr. Dwayne is taking this indicative as somehow that the nature of the Cthulhu has or the Cthulhu itself, the Cthulhu figure in the writings of Mr. Lovecraft has an echo within the Quran itself. Well, this word, Khabula, is actually a verbal permutation of the root of the word Khadala. Khadala means to desert or to take or to obviate, that sort of thing. Because of the structure of Arabic grammar and because of the way that this word occurs at the end of the verse, right? That is why it appears as the word khadula. Right? لَقَدْ أَزَلْنَنِي أَنِ الذِّكْرِ بَعْدَ إِذَا جَاءَنِي وَكَانَ الشَّيْطَانُ لِلْإِنسَانِ خَذُولًا. He verily led me astray, the devil, from the reminder. After it had reached me, Satan is ever man's deserter in the hour of need. Right? But khadulan is an actual, this word is a verbal permutation. The root of the word is khalala. Khadal lam, right? So much for Mr. Dwayne's tafsir, right? Where he's trying to make these completely ridiculous associations between the words and his pseudo commentary on H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, information that I actually even mentioned to Salman Sheikh at the time when he was doing these podcasts with Mr. Dietrich, that this is stuff that much of the stuff that he's saying about Lovecraft or things that have already been confirmed in the actual academic scholarship about Mr. Lovecraft. So this is not new information that this individual is laying out before the general public. This is information that has already been known. So there's no bombshell here. But what is alarming, and what should be alarming to listeners who are following this creep, is that he is basically giving a platform to the narratives of fundamentalists and Islamists, these head-chopping, murderous, radical Islamo-fascists, the people who have been murdering and maiming and brutalizing and oppressing the Sufi orders over the last 150 years since their miserable existence first took root in the Middle East. What this individual is trying to also very incorrectly, with a very erroneous reading of Islamic history, trying to posit is that the Sufis have always been in a state of kind of a separation and looked on with suspicion by the majority of the Muslim community. Now, on the surface, if one reads certain narratives of Islamic history, this may to some degree be true, but it's a lot more complicated than the way that Mr. Dietrich is trying to present it. Number one, the vast majority of Muslims until the modern period, until these puritanical movements such as the Wahhabis and the Salafists took root, until the time around the end of the 17th century of the Common Era, when the figure of Ibn Taymiyyah began to be revived within the Muslim world. In fact, Sufism and the tariqas within the Sufi world were the normative form of Islam, to such an extent that the fuqaha, the jurisconsulates within even the Sunni world, the vast majority of them may have been the doctors of the law, but all of them, to one degree or another, had affiliations with the Sufi orders. This was the case in the Ottoman Empire. It was definitely the case throughout most of North Africa. Iran was the exception, and Iran was the exception mainly from the period of the Safavids, particularly because Iran turned Shiite. And when Iran turned Shiite, it basically, the Safavid state and the Safavid dynasty looked on the Sufi orders as rivals, even though they themselves had been a Sufi order. So that is the complicated situation. But until the modern period, until probably around the late 19th century, Sufism was the normative Islam throughout the Muslim world. And Mr. Dietrich is welcome to delve into the works of Marshall Hodgson, Ira Lapidus, or any number of modern academic historians of Islamic history for validation of this fact. That Sufism was not a sort of an outcast, iconoclastic, at least socially iconoclastic movement. In fact, Sufism, pretty much from the period of the Abbasids onwards, amongst the Sunni majority, became a very normative form of Islamic piety. Now, when Mr. Dietrich attempts to craft this argument of his about the Sufis, it occurs to me, as he is ranting and raving about Freemasonry, a narrative which in itself has a locus in the smearing and the demonization that begins with the Catholic Church and then later taken on by the Protestants. The fact is that when we put Freemasonry aside, right, Sufism has always attempted to craft itself as being the heart of Islamic orthodoxy. Now, whether we agree with this or not, or whether contemporary Salafists and purists agree with this or not, is neither here nor there. But let us look at the praxis of Sufism. What does Sufism hold as its chief primary text? The Quran, right? What does Sufism hold as its primary practice emerging from the Quran? The recitations of the names of God that occur in the Quran. So the book is a centerpiece of the practice of Sufism. So how is it that Mr. Dietrich is reaching these very dubious conclusions by pontificating on a subject that he absolutely knows nothing about, when he is making an absolute fool of himself trying to articulate Arabic when he obviously doesn't know any, deriving associations and juxtapositions and comparisons with words in verses of the Quran that may have a morphic resonance with his whole obsession with Lovecraft, etc., but which are actually on the face of things, prima facie, are actually incidental. How can he, who has not studied even one particular text other than very dubious text that he's citing in his podcast about Sufism, reach these conclusions. He is essentially giving the lie away to these Salafists. He also calls the mosque culture a church. This in itself, in my opinion, is a dead giveaway, because it reveals that this gentleman is coming from a very entrenched white Christian culture, right? Where white Christian Anglo-Saxon Protestants. So Mr. Dietrich, for whatever pretensions he has had in the past of being, Asian, obviously is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, so he's a WASP, obviously. And so his bias against Islam and the way that he's crafting his argument against Sufism is very much evident, because what he's trying to do in this argument, on the one hand, he is trying to reinforce very surreptitiously the dominant narratives of Islamophobia about what Islam is, but without actually coming out and saying so. But he is doing that in a very dubious way, in so much as he is building a straw man out of Sufism. So he is representing Sufism, Tasawwuf, as something of which it is not. He is trying to insert this argument that Sufism is an inverse, right? Is a counter tradition to Islam, even though Sunni orthodoxy, and particularly from the period of the Abbasids onwards, more and more and more begins to fuse with Sufism in many ways. I mean, even some of the very predominant figures of the Sunni schools of fiqh, of jurisprudence, people like Abu Hanifa or Ibn Hanbal, are noted by many scholars of Islamic history to have had very close affiliations with, what at their time were proto-Sufi orders, or had association with one of the notable figures of Imami Shi'ism, or Shi'ism, such as Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, the sixth Imam of the Shiites, who is hailed and celebrated by all of the Sufi orders as a major figure of their creed. So I don't understand where Mr. Dietrich is getting this information, and I would advise him very clearly to not deign to pontificate on a language and try to provide these dubious commentaries on the Quran when he has absolutely not a smattering of understanding of the Arabic language whatsoever, and is making an absolute fool of himself when he's trying to provide a tafsir of a verse without knowing what the root and etymology of certain of these words that are employed in these verses are all about. Khadulan, right, is not you cannot derive Cthulhu out of this, right, because this word is a verb, right, and it occurs, and because of the way that the Arabic language operates, and especially the classical form of the Arabic language in the language of the Quran, this is only very incidental that this word has, any kind of a similarity with his concept and obsession with this Cthulhu figure of H.P. Lovecraft, right? Furthermore, whatever issues that he has with Freemasonry, I mean, I'm not a Freemason, so, it's neither here or there for me. Nevertheless, my own study and research over the years has led me to the conclusion that the demonization of Freemasonry is basically a church conspiracy, originating with the Roman Catholic Church, because it has always looked upon Freemasonry as a competitor. Now, a lot of these Christian fundamentalists and all of those who have been influenced by them to some degree or another are constantly harping on this point, that the ultimate goal, the ultimate philosophy of Freemasonry actually ends up as the throne of God being vacant. And it's very hilarious to me that he's actually using, he's exampling the founding fathers of the American Republic were Freemasons, but he's exampling them as deists, and then trying to insert this fundamentalist slur against the founding fathers, that because they were deists, therefore they believe the throne of God is empty. The deist does not think in those terms. This is the thing about a deist, the philosophical deist that looks upon the nature of the divinity as a sort of a clockwork that creates and then basically it emanates all the rules of creation and evolution, and then just basically stands there and the whole of the universe and the whole of creation and existence work in a clockwork way, then the whole notion about the throne of God or the lack thereof, or the, either the plenitude or the privation of this thing is completely nonsense, right? So this is one of the many neo-Gnostic, capital G, impositions and dubious argumentations that some of this conspirology subculture online that Mr. Dietrich is trying to make a name for himself in are inserting about the deism. I would suggest this individual, rather than making these sorts of pronouncements even about philosophical deism, to actually crack open a dictionary of theology or philosophy, and then try this number of trying to insert this vacant throne BS on deists. Whatever. As far as I know, Freemasonry ends, right, where most initiatic crafts begins. So the ultimate truth is of Freemasonry, from my understanding of studying Masonic texts over years, is not that man must ascend to the throne of God in the way that he has it, but rather the ultimate end point of the Masonic initiation is to get man to understand the nature of the God within, right? So where most initiatic practices, whether we're talking about Sufism, whether we're talking about the Tantra, whether we're talking about Taoism, whether we're talking about the various, shamanic traditions, right? Freemasonry ends where most of these initiatic traditions begin. And this is why alchemical symbolism and geometric symbolism is so important, because it is trying to teach people to get to that point. So, this thing that Mr. Dietrich is saying about Freemasonry is neither here nor there. People should take it with modest grains of salt. But I am very alarmed that this individual is slurring and mud-slinging against a tradition without knowing a single thing about it or even its practices. Another example. He claims to read this, he presents this book by these individuals he calls Locke and Aldoon. I tried to look for this book online, I couldn't find it. And he uses the concept of tajweed and tafreed. Now, tajweed is actually not a usual terminology within Sufism, because tajweed as a common term is basically the intonation or the recitation of the Quran by chanting. The science, the ilmul tajweed, is the science of recitation of the Quran. The manner, the hymnical way, the chanting manner in which the Quran is chanted in mosque, there's a whole science to it, and this science is called tajweed, how to intone, read, all that kind of stuff. However, tajweed, if we take the word tajweed and bring and derive it from the root of jud, right? Tajweed can also mean to presence something, right? Then he juxtaposes this with the term tajreed. Tajreed is the term meaning, it comes from the root jarada, to strip of something. That tajreed means abstraction, right? Now, it is possible some Sufi text or pseudo-Sufi text that this Mr. Dietrich has read has tried to use these two terms, tajweed and tajreed, as being the two pillars of the praxis of a Sufi. And I find this quite interesting, because if you even take this terminology, tajweed and tajreed, as being the two pillars of Sufi practice, for any Sufi with any depth of practice or within this tradition, they immediately realize, right, that tajreed, abstraction, instances the first phrase of the tahleel, which is the phrase of that there is no God but God. So tajreed, abstraction, denotes la ilaha, there is no God. And tajweed, to presence, would then denote illallah, other than God. So a Sufi who is putting these two practices into operation in a state of khalwa, in a state of meditation, whether in the desert or whatnot, under the supervision of either a sheikh or not one, would actually be trying to build within their own being an understanding and a realization more than anything else of the reality of the tahleel, the la ilaha illallah, that there is no God but God. The very first phrase that every Muslim, recites at the beginning of their testimony of belief. So that is what, if he wants to take it that way, this is what tajreed and tajweed would be instancing. And if he has misunderstood the text that he's reading, then he should perhaps go back to it and look at it. But this is not how Mr. Dietrich is representing it, because he is representing the practices of this tradition, which incidentally I will emphasize again, that particular term of tajweed is usually not used in the context of an actual practice. However, because of the nature of the Arabic language, we can actually derive the word presencing from the word tajweed. If we read tajweed from the root jud, right? This is the way the Arabic language works. But the way that this individual is trying to craft and presence and package Sufism to probably an incredibly ignorant white American audience who hasn't read a book in probably a decade, he is basically in a very surreptitious and very crafty and duplicitous way pushing the Islamophobic arguments of some of these crazy Southern Baptists and right-wingers of the Republican Party or otherwise, because he is basically erecting a straw man out of Sufism, trying to make these people, this entire tradition, trying to slur it as a satanic infiltration. He doesn't actually present any evidence to that effect. What exactly is satanic? This claim that the Sufis drop all morals and that they go into the desert and have sex with animals and children. Where is he getting this stuff from? This is not in any of the Sufi texts that I've read. These are accusations that the fundamentalist opponents of Sufism have periodically and episodically brought forth. So these are the sort of accusations that in our modern time an ISIS or Daesh would level against the Sufis. But anyone who actually knows this tradition from the inside, whether you're talking from the Sunni or the Shia angle, knows that immediately this is nonsense. This is not to say that there haven't been Sufis that have either advocated for this sort of thing or have practiced this sort of thing. As a matter of fact, one of the greatest paragons of Sufism, at least that is known to the mind of modern Westerners, is Rumi. And Rumi doesn't hesitate for 1 second to denounce many of the people that he called the mutasawwifun, those who pretend to Sufism, but then use their Sufism as a cover for vice. So here's one of the paragon figures of Sufism who is criticizing this sort of behavior of people. So obviously, this is a false association that Mr. Dietrich is making about the Sufi tradition as a whole. It's not like that, as he is presenting it. I will leave it here, but people need to be very aware that this guy, for whatever reason it is, who's had his falling out with our brother Salman Sheikh, is an extremely ignorant individual, but he's also got an agenda. Also, some of the pontifications that he's making about Alexander Dugin and this guy Aquino and the Temple of Set and all that kind of nonsense. I would like to see the evidence for his claims. I sent him an email last year. He never responded to me. Obviously, he fears me because he knows that I know my stuff and that if he tried this nonsense on me, I would make him look like the buffoon that he is. Mr. Dietrich, I would suggest that since you do not know Arabic and that you have proven yourself to be ignorant of the language, that you at least have the humility to not pontificate on the text of the Quran without having versatility in the intricacies of the philology and the grammar of the language. I will leave that here for now. I just did that because the first hour of this guy's rant so infuriated me, but it became so obvious to me what he's doing that I had no choice but to basically throw a punch his way because this is just not on. He is slurring an entire tradition without knowing the first thing about it, and offering extremely dubious interpretations of Quranic verses. On top of that, making assertions that are completely just nonsense and are provable to be nonsense, and in essence operating on the discursive modality of building up straw men. And that in itself proves to me that Salman is right, that this individual comes with an agenda and not a very good one, and that it behooves people who are out there who are listening to this fella to at least have the intellectual honesty to double check his assertions, and especially his misassertions about things that he doesn't know, such as the tradition of Sufism. He may have read a couple of books that he picked up at some, second-rate metaphysical bookstore in San Francisco. But this guy knows absolutely nothing about tasawwuf. And it's not, and the question of whether tasawwuf, Mr. Dietrich, whether the word tasawwuf derives from suf or not, wool, or wisdom, Sophia, is an unsettled question. This has not been settled. There are obviously people who agree that it may come from that word, but as it stands, with the Sad, the letter Sad, tasawwuf or Sufism or Sufi stands on its own, irrespective of the debates over the etymology of the word or not. I suggest you actually go pick up a book. Let me recommend to you what you should actually probably go read cover to cover. Please get yourself a copy of Anna Marie Schimmel's The Mystical Dimensions of Islam. You can actually download this book online. If you go to Libgen, there are various editions of this book. This book is the most comprehensive study, both historical and philological and doctrinal study on Sufism that has ever been penned in the modern period. And I suggest that you read this book, Anna Marie Schimmel, The Mystical Dimensions of Islam. Start there. Then, if you have any further inquiries, you should probably put them to someone that knows a thing or two about the subject, and there are quite a few Sufi Muslims out there who will be willing to help you out. I have educated you. I believe I have even schooled you, because you do not know what you're talking about, Mr. Dietrich. And I suggest, also for your own sake, that you act a gentleman and basically cease and desist from any further libeling, slandering, or defaming of my brother and murid, Salman Sheikh. As you know, if you believe that us Sufis are neck deep and eyeball deep in the world of magic and sorcery, which I am, and I'm very open about, then I would suggest, my friend, that for your own sake, you just let it go. Just make this water over the duck's back. Let it be. Leave poor Salman alone, and that will be that. But please, if you continue, at least educate yourself, because if you open your mouth again with the kind of nonsense that has been coming out of your mouth on your podcast that you're uploading to YouTube, and slurring an entire tradition like you have been, then I reserve my right to set you straight and embarrass you publicly. And that is the way it is. La hujja ila Ali qabla Nabil.
Greetings and peace, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today I have the honor and privilege of being joined by my brother Matt Douglas of the Fatimiyya Sufi Order, who returns to talk about the aspect of the Time Travel Education Center and why its science doesn't match up. So without further ado, welcome Brother Matt Douglas. Nur alaikum, and thank you for being here.
Nur alaikum, Salman. We had originally planned to do a video coming up sometime in early June when you got blindsided by this slander from Dietrich and Moon.
Yes.
I thought it'd help you out and push things up if you were.
Thank you, brother.
So here I am. No problem. Now, for the record, just so anybody knows, I have never had any direct contact with either. Okay, so these are people I don't know. I just had some, a little bit of skepticism. Well, in some cases, a lot of skepticism about certain things. I even brought that to your attention, especially on Moon's End, a couple months back. And let things play out, and well, then this happened. I was pretty surprised by it myself, even though I didn't know these people. I know these were people that you had built, relations with over a period of years.
Oh yes,
and
I always did right by them. I honestly believed their mission, and unfortunately, yeah, I got duped by them too, because they do this to every person that's been on their team. They throw them under the bus, and the people, unfortunately, what they do is instead of investing any energy or fighting back against it, people quietly go away. But that's not fair what they do, and I was not going to allow them to do that to me.
Oh, and there's no reason why you should, and it might just help the next person down the line.
Yeah.
For me, because I'll relate more than just debunking the, horseshit science of the whole time travel thing. Let me kind of just give what I saw unraveling, because I did listen to good chunks of a lot of the podcasts you did with them, and me being someone who's done it with you, I kind of, wanted to see, who the other folk were you were featuring that I didn't know. So I wanted to give a listen, even if some of them were pretty long. I won't say I got to all of it, but I'd say I got to a pretty good chunk that I have a pretty good idea of, what they were saying. And there were some, because there were some questionable things. Now, when I had heard some of their podcasts collectively, I was much more skeptical of Moon than of Dietrich.
Yes.
Not so much in the sense of, because I wasn't necessarily seeing them as cons at that point, and you were vouching for Dietrich, so I went along with it because you're my friend and comrade, and thought to me your brother. And the way I saw it is, here was Dietrich claiming to be a whistleblower.
Mm-hmm.
And I had some questionable science, which I'll get into in a little bit, but it was not the kind of thing where it's the kind of thing that he could have made an honest mistake on, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there were parts of it that were highly questionable. In particular, his claim about a neutron bomb creating zombies.
Yeah.
I'll break that down in just a little bit, but I'm not an expert on nuclear physics, but I know enough that I can ask some questions that need answers that aren't provided, put it that way. Whereas with Moon, because immediately when he started talking about time travel, that sent a red flag up. And I'll also get into why. But it sent a red flag up, but when I watched his videos at the Time Travel Education Center that he has, that his little website he has set up explaining it, not only was the science bad, but it wasn't something that could be an honest mistake, and in fact involved considerable visual verbal sleight of hand to get you to buy his bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's a whole lot else that I can go into on, like, from what I heard of the actual YouTube clip where they slander you. Not that I listened to the whole damn 12 hours. Thank you very much. But I wanted to listen to various chunks, to get an idea of just, okay, because I can help you as my brother best by finding out what the hell they are actually saying or not saying or whatever.
Yes.
So what I was kind of thinking when I put, okay, Dietrich's questionable science, but possibly an honest mistake, against Boone's complete bullshit and using using trickery and deceptive language to sell it. It would have seen, and here's Dietrich claiming to be a whistleblower. I would have drawn the conclusion, trying to still look in the best possible light, that perhaps Dietrich was a whistleblower and Moon was the person who kind of came in, pretended to help him out, but actually fed him a bunch of false information to discredit him. Now both are highly questionable.
Definitely.
Definitely. I mean, it's if I had just taken the podcast where they're slandering you, I would have almost thought as Dietrich as the handler. But given the bigger picture, I'd totally agree with you that Moon is more likely the handler. If there's a, kind of a handler patsy kind of relationship going on.
Oh, definitely.
So here's let me break down a little bit of why I questioned Dietrich's science. There are other things I questioned about Dietrich, and frankly did have some that I don't know if they're true or not, but at least were pretty good and rang true. But there was this other stuff in it that, wait a minute, hold on. I'm not an expert on nuclear physics, but I'm not a total dunce. So his claim was that the neutrons in neutron bombs created when they interacted with the human anatomy, they created prions in the brain, which were what you got with mad cow disease, and hence formed a zombie like shell of a person. The problem with that is breaking down what the neutron bomb is first of all. The original nuclear bomb, like the Fat Man and Little Boy, the two that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, these were strictly fission bombs. Fission is basically splitting an atom. You put two big enough chunks of uranium together, it will create a chain reaction, and a reaction out of control is an explosion, hence the nuclear explosion, which is neutrons being used as basically atomic bullets to split the nucleus of U-235, which splits into, I forget which two. I want to say one of them strontium-90. I forget what the other one is. I'm not looking at it. But it also, of course, releases 3 neutrons that then go and split other atoms, hence forming the chain reaction. Now, the other form of nuclear power is fusion. Now, fusion has not been developed to the point of efficiency because fusion has never been developed as a chain reaction. So, therefore, just the way you would not get any energy burning wood if you had to strike a match and then, stick it to a piece of wood and let that little bit smoke and keep doing that millions of times before the log was reduced to ash. You would not, you have to get the fire too light and it just burns the log on its own. So likewise, we have not found a way to make fusion, and I don't know if they ever will, honestly. Kind of a scientific question mark to my best understanding right now, that in order to create a fusion reaction in a reactor where you can harness the power, you need to put more in than you get out. However, you can just take, because the fusion reaction is simply the fusing of the nucleus, which starts with, which occurs regularly in stars. They're hot. It's the state beyond gas called plasma, where, the initial reaction is hydrogen atoms fusing their nuclei, becoming helium. And then that forms into, boron, or et cetera, et cetera. Stars supposedly start burning out when they reach, get enough iron in their core. there's a lot of questions about that I have, but that's the basic scientific theory right now. Fusion, however, because it is produced at what'll start to produce fusion reaction is a shitload of heat. You attach hydrogen, hydrogen, sometimes even what's called heavy water, around the uranium, the initial chunks of uranium that form the first explosion, creating a fission reaction, which in turn triggers a fusion reaction and a bomb. Now, your conventional nuclear bomb then, after that, has a whole bunch of more uranium around it, and that fusion then sets off more fission reactions.
Mm-hmm.
However, a neutron bomb ends with doesn't have that final basically layer of fission reactions. Instead of being fission, fusion, fission, it's just simply fission, fusion. And some of the fission that occurs, because it's not like it all neat, like every single hydrogen atom forms suddenly into helium, but a hydrogen atom is simply a proton with an orbiting electron. And sometimes you get in part of that reaction, some of it just is a neutron is nothing more than a proton with an electron attached. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes you just get a neutron out of that, so you get a huge burst of neutrons. Now, even if Douglas's science of that base of this barrage of neutrons can create prions in the brain, et cetera, there's one little big hole in this, and that's that these fusion reactions also release a shitload of gamma rays. It's because they're just rays and not particles like neutrons. They travel a hell of a lot faster, and those gamma rays are going to fry you before you get a chance to be turned into a zombie.
Right.
But again, that's the kind of thing where you can see where Douglas could have made an honest mistake. In that. Moon, on the other hand, goes into not only La La Land, but very deceptive shit, and I'm going to explain that. Now, time travel is really the stuff of science fiction, as far as science we know. The whole concept of the possibility comes from Einstein's theory of relativity.
Mm-hmm.
And what has to be known about the theory of relativity is that Einstein himself wasn't particularly happy with it.
Right.
Now, there are some parts of it that are now considered true, like Einstein was dead on. Mm-hmm. There were other parts of it that Einstein himself was not so sure of.
Mm-hmm.
And however, the scientific community latched onto it like dogma.
Right.
And that's what now everyone's probably seen the equation E equals mc squared. Of course, E stands for energy, M for mass, C for constant. Constant being, constant being the speed of light.
Right.
Now, to some extent, what has been, shown to be true time and time again is that there is a relationship between energy and matter, and that in fact matter is, you might say, energy in a very slow form.
Mm-hmm.
What Einstein, Einstein, was the first person to really put down a theory about, how that could be. But he was very unsure about the mechanics and his thoughts on the mechanics being correct.
Right.
What he tried to do was, of course, the C standing for constant, indicating the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
What he felt was that light being light, If you could ride a beam of light, would it still be light? And therefore, would then time slow down if you could do that? Which is an interesting theory, but if the speed of light is supposed to be the fastest speed, of course, one big problem with that is, well, what then does a beam of light going in the opposite direction look like? Does that slow down? Right. But what he assumed, and it was what he, or not assumed, but theorized about, which again he was not sure about, and I'd say it isn't true, and there I can even point out, and will in a little bit, where Einstein later contradicted this idea, was that he felt that space and time had some sort of fabric to them. Hence the popular term we hear in science fiction, space-time continuum.
Right.
Problem is, with that, is that there has never been any evidence to show that that is true. Okay. Before then, and I'd say is still likely the case, space and time are not physical realities. They are conceptual realities. To illustrate that point more, darkness is a conceptual reality, but not a physical reality. Okay, I can make a light bulb, but not a dark bulb. Darkness is simply an absence of light. If you want to put it in nerdy mathematical terms, it's a function of light. Likewise, space and time, as best we can tell, are simply absences. Space is an absence of stuff. Time is the absence of events. If I start, like clapping, or since I'm holding the phone with one hand, I'm just gonna tap my knee here. You can probably hear it. If I create a beat, okay. If we consider when I actually slap my knee as the event, the time is the interval between, the nothingness between each slap. Now, granted, my hand, there's an event, there is a constant event that my hand is constantly moving, but, you get the point. There has never been any proof that there is any actual fabric to space and time. That doesn't mean, because they are conceptual realities, it doesn't mean they aren't things we deal with. Just because darkness is merely a conceptual reality does not make it a good idea to drive without your headlights on at night. Thank you very much. All right. But, so just like we have to keep schedules and things. Okay. So in that sense, time is something we deal with, but does it have substance? No. And Einstein himself at one point even said events don't occur in time, time occurs in events. Thus, contradicting, his own theory, which, well, is what good scientists are supposed to do. That's why we consider him a genius, because he kept questioning himself. But when you have a scientific community that is so hell-bent materially, wanting to measure everything, it's small wonder that then they latch on to try and make time and space something material when they're not. Okay, and even scientific theories have grown up around this that are complete bullshit. The most famous one, of course, being dark matter.
Right.
When they tried to take Einstein's theories about time and space, including that, somehow gravity makes space curve, again, big question mark, that Einstein himself was putting a question mark by. Okay, they found that the math did not check out. Okay, so rather than question the theory of relativity in and of itself, they assumed that relativity had to be right and said, there must be this dark matter in the universe that we can't see and can't detect in any way, but it's got to be there.
Right.
If you take Arthur Conan Doyle through the character of Sherlock Holmes, saying it's impossible to theorize before one has data, lest one start twisting facts to suit theories rather than theories to suit facts. Dark matter is the twisting of fact to suit theory. For the purposes of keeping, the grant money flowing at NASA. So when Moon starts talking, when he initially mentioned time travel, immediately red flag went up. Now that doesn't mean that there was nothing going on at Montauk or some experiment, but calling it time travel sounded to me like a cover story. But I went on his website, his Time Travel Education Center, to see what he had to say. Is there some proof that has been discovered about time and space actually having substance? Okay, blah blah blah. Let's be kind of open. I not only got things that didn't actually show any evidence of that, but were just outright deceptive. For example, if you watch part 1, after he does his little introduction, he sets up a theoretical, like a thought experiment of, a spaceship with a flashlight attached, shining a beam. The spaceship is moving at the speed of light. It's got a flashlight attached, sending out, a beam as well, and there is a mirror either attached to the same spaceship or perhaps attached to another spaceship, pacing it, moving at the same speed, the same speed of light, and sets up the points as where the spaceship starts when the beam of light is initially emitted, the point at which the beam of light is initially emitted from the flashlight, where it strikes, where the spaceship is when it strikes the mirror, and where the mirror is, and he sets up these points as A prime, B, and B prime. Now, wanting to separate the line, to deal with each line segment separately, which is fine. Okay, he sets up A and A prime being, the spaceship, B and B prime being the flashlight and the mirror, and then, sets them up differently. Like he draws one and then draws the other beside it. Okay, which is, and it's fine perfectly when you're just trying to illustrate a concept. Just separate those two lines so you have more space to work with and explain stuff. But then he pulls a little visual sleight of hand and tries to say, but then we can, then this forms, because we have these two line segments, we can connect them, and that forms a right triangle. And that's outright bunk. Because in that experiment, points A prime, B, and B prime are all in the same fucking line.
Yes.
There is no right triangle. For that matter, unless you consider 3 points along a line to be a triangle of 0, 0, and 180 degree angles, there's no fucking triangle at all. Okay, so that is the first. I can get into many others. Like then he starts talking about light cones and talking about how 90 degrees is important in the light cone as a representation of past and future, and then sets up a square on a graph saying it's always going to be a square because the speed of light is constant. Okay, but this again, this what he's doing is he's taking that square that would just be a graphic representation. A graphic representation is not reality. It's just a fucking graph.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but and then he's trying to use that to justify 90 degrees as the conic angle going forward and back from any point in space for being a quote unquote light cone. Okay, it's total bullshit. He's taking a graph and trying to project the graph onto reality. It's in a sense almost anthropomorphic, but it is very clearly a visual verbal sleight of hand that he is pulling. And he continues I won't get into the rest. It's been a little while since I've seen him anyway. But he does this constantly throughout that. And that's where I said to myself, wait a minute, hold the fuck on. Something is very wrong with this because it's not just bad. It's not simply bad science that can be an honest mistake.
Yes, that's right. That's absolutely right.
Okay, so that was my, that's what I was telling you, I think it was about 2 months ago now, where, the science here ain't good, but, anyone.
Definitely, Brother Matt. And see, the thing with both of these individuals is, number one, they're not using their real names. And Dietrich has a pattern on his show of throwing everyone under the bus, people who have done right by him, and continuously slandering and disrespecting people. And most of them just quietly go away and not associate with him. But you don't tolerate somebody like that because a person like that ruins lives. And whether you're part of a Sufi order or your other your affiliations are, this is a part of an evil that you have to defend yourself against. People who are not even using their real names, they already have a veil in front of them, so there's no need to take anything serious after that. Especially I made a 5-minute video defending my character against this individual, and he goes on a 6-hour rant, and that means I must have touched a nerve. And I had on the record, I had no bad interactions with Peter Moon whatsoever, and he joins him pulling jabs at me. So that just goes to show you that working co-relationship between Patsy and Handler that they share with each other. And it's so unfortunate what they're doing. So many people donate to them, support to them, and I found out this guy, whoever he is, that's Douglas Dietrich, that's not his real name. He's a hardcore Satanist and occultist. And he does what he does. He has his listeners and affiliates under a kind of a mind control. So those that sever with him, he goes off the walls, and because that's what a cult leader does. And then he defames them and slanders them. So I honestly, I'll say it, I was duped into it. I thought this guy was giving good information. For years, I supported him. I purchased his works. I donated to him. But, it's just like I got to put this information out there so he does not continue to accumulate more victims and continuously slander people and get away with it. I want people to know who this despicable individual is. And I thank you, Brother Matt, for explaining the things that you have. And look, even with his latest email that Moon has sent out on the so-called Time Travel Education Center, he's telling you who he is and what's he going to do.
Yeah. And he didn't actually mention you by name, but he's gonna. I'll copy and paste the text on a message to you just so you can read it if you want. But he's talking about explaining the dynamics of when people flip, which I thought was very, very strange. And I can go into a lot more that are contradictions, both in terms of what I observed listening. Some of Douglas's podcasts, as well as what has now come, what, like I said, I didn't listen to the whole damn thing by any stretch, but just various blurbs I heard where he's taking a shit on you that present contradictions with things I heard him say in the past.
Exactly.
Okay, the one of the biggest ones that comes to mind is one of the first ones I remember, that something he said fairly early on in one of the first podcasts I listened to between the two of you. I forget whether it was the first one you guys actually did or not. It was just the first one I heard.
All right.
But he said that he, because of the whole ordeal of being a whistleblower was traumatic, that he said he spent a lot of time, abusing substances to cope.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, in one segment I heard, at some point on that whole, 12-hour bullshit, was him dissing you for always eating ice cream and showing, hey, it's my daily ice cream.
Okay.
Like ice cream might not be the healthiest shit, but you're not going out there getting sloshed and shooting up or anything, and he's dissing you over fucking ice cream. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Now what supposedly set him off, and also this was, according to, again, clips, and I won't say this the whole thing, but clips, because I don't want to listen to 12 damn hours. What was you talking about how it may be that, the ordeals humanity goes through coming up might eliminate 85% of the Earth's population.
All right.
Now, what's funny to me is I think at some point, I don't know if it was on a podcast we did. If it is, it's in somewhere in our 7 hours. Or if it was on a call, or if it was when you and me were talking in person. But I remember you bringing that up, and I saying, well, wait a minute, maybe I sure as hell hope not. It's not etched in stone. It was simply a disagreement, and when you have a simple disagreement, you talk. Whereas he didn't do that with you and just blindsides you.
He's a deceiver. And what he does
is,
this is his favorite technique. He accuses everyone of being an acolyte or an Edomite assat or an Aquino cultist. I mean, there's projection when you really need it, where he's always talking about everybody under the sun being an Edomite or an agent of chaos. But I always talked about the agents of chaos. So he took that term from me, because when I started using the term agents of chaos, it's right after that he started using it. He had never used that before. He would just use Edomite or cultist. So this guy's a deceiver. He's a liar. He's just some guy from San Francisco who's a psyop, and he's got these different people involved in his life because, I mean, shit hangs out together, and they're just doing what they're doing, conning people, deceiving people, making money from people, and the supporters that are brown-nosing them today, he's going to do the same to them tomorrow. It's just inevitable. That's who he is.
And if it's any consolation to you, I've given money to causes that turned out not to be what they said they were. Yeah.
Exactly. And I did my own investigation into this Choclovina cave and this Radu guy that Peter's always raving about in Romania. I connected with some sources in Romania who are my authenticated sources, and it's all bullshit. Same with the Dietrich guy who claims to be with the Presidio. He was in the Marine Corps. He was a mercenary, and all this stuff that he's claiming about being with Aquino and the things that he did. It's all lies. It's all lies and BS. He's just, I mean, you living in a place like San Francisco of all places, and you're begging people for money. Right? Where's the sense in that?
Right. Not to mention, you'd figure that if he really was a whistleblower, he'd get the fuck away from where he blew the whistle. I remember him saying he lived in California, but I didn't know San Fran. So I'm like, wouldn't you get out into the hills at least?
Well, see, the thing is that entity known as Douglas Duane Dietrich and it's basically just somebody else behind it, and
Oh
he's
yeah.
just he's just making money off of it. And I caught him, I nailed him, and I made a 5-minute video, and this guy, I struck his nerve so much he went on a 12-hour rant against me. So goes to show you
Well,
that cult leaders have to do damage control.
gotcha. Well, it seemed to me like you're okay. Give me the time frame on this, because it seemed to me like he did his huge ass rant. That was like the holy shit for you, and that's when you did the 5 minutes. Or if I get
Yeah.
that backwards.
No, I did it during that broadcast. So his past
Oh, okay,
episode,
good.
which
Yeah.
was on Sunday, May 22nd. While I was
Right.
listening to these lies against me. I'm like, you know what? This is unacceptable. I'm not just gonna turn the
Yeah.
other cheek and let him do this to me like he did to others. So immediately,
Yeah.
I made a 5-minute response, uploaded it, and he knew about it as soon as I uploaded it, that I did it while he was doing that. And then that even set
Gotcha.
him off
Okay.
even more, as you probably listened to the sound of his voice getting higher.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that, but yeah.
Oh, of
Now
course.
the
And
other.
I encourage everyone to report this individual's channel, because he's claiming to be the son of Adolf Hitler and how his mother was
What
from a
happened to that
Japanese.
story he told about his dad being some serviceman who jumped behind that shapeshifter when they were doing like the atomic bomb test?
Yeah.
Well,
So it's all lies, and
but
that's
no, it wasn't him. It wasn't really him. It was Hitler. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah,
But the other aspect I want to touch on is because he did say some things that were interesting. Okay, like I don't know what his real relationship to Aquino is, or if anything he said about Aquino is true. But the general idea he had of satanic ritual abuse being the Vietnam War come home was at least an interesting theory. Now he, in his rant against you, started saying things that somewhat contradicted that.
Exactly.
And
He
it's weird to me,
tells on
things
himself.
get very weird in the timing, because if you'll recall, there was one time where there was some Facebook post you made, and either they were commenting or you had tagged them or something else, and I had wanted to, hearing some of the things he said, wanted to touch base and talk about some things. And one thing he had said I forget it was with you or it was something else, and he only briefly said it real, quick, and didn't give any explanation, but he brought up Alexander Dugin.
Mm-hmm.
And said that Aquino was one of his makers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I mean, certainly the occult angle bit, but he didn't give any sort of paper trail.
Right.
And I remember answering the comment. I don't think I could tag him back. He's got some sign of, like tight setting on his profile where I couldn't tag him, not being on his friend list or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Moon, I could. And I, wrote an inquiry. And I had mentioned this to Wahid and saying, hey, this is, and he's like, well, I wrote to him too about a few things and he never got back to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is to me where it gets kind of weird, is because, here's a guy who's touching on a lot of obscure matters, and you've got two people who try to contact him and say, hey, well, give us more, who also had an interest in those matters, totally on their own. And he never responds.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what was that one thing that I want to say it was shortly after the first hour in his rant. You know, like, you know, and I had talked to Wahid about this, like, hey, maybe we should contact this guy. And he's like, well, we need to get him to give a paper trail. I'm like, well, yeah, that's definitely what I was thinking too. And so I kind of basically in that message, which I believe was like just a comment on one of your posts or something like that. They're just like, hey, I'm interested in hearing more on this. Never got anything.
Right.
Yet then he starts going into a little more detail about this in that whole rant. You know, so the timing on that is really damn strange. Like here you had inquiries about, you know, about a very specific matter. You know, connection that nobody else probably cared about. Well, I'm not going to say nobody, but you know, how many people on his channel, you know, knew about this, who came to find out about him through you. But he never contacts them, but then starts giving more and more supposed information when he's cutting you off.
Well, yeah, all the things that he said about me are all lies. Everything is a lie that he accuses me of.
I can figure that out. You don't have to go into it.
So, and that's so unfortunate because that's what he does. Because as soon as I severed contact with this individual, because whoever associates with him, there's some kind of a dark occult energy associated with this, whoever this being is, with Douglas not even being his real name. And you'll have strange anomalies that'll start taking place. And that's why nobody sticks with him for a long period of time. And after people are gone, he throws them under the bus. It's like a demon that's always there to collect, feed, and he's got somebody affiliated with him and others that are in cahoots with him that are of that same nature, and they are who they are. And believe me, there are so many people that reached out to me, those that know my character, those that have met me in person, and they know that this guy is full of it. And I brought a lot of attention to this abuser on a very big front so people can confront his lies and get him shut down. I'm not some normal person that he had on that he can do that to, and everyone goes away and walks away in the sunset happily. So you need to stop individuals like these.
Oh, definitely. I just find it very weird that here he had both me and Wahid try to contact him. And here's someone who and he never tried that with us.
Well, there you go.
Maybe you just thought we would have caught on to him too quick. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of boosting my own ego by thinking that way. You know, there could be other explanations.
You know what else is funny?
But that's definitely.
You know what else is funny? He accuses that my Sufi Sheikh in Australia is Stephen Outram, while I clearly have stated many times that my Sufi Sheikh is Sheikh Wahid Azal, and I have interviews out there.
I don't even know who Stephen Outram is, and I haven't heard that part. Yeah. But I thought it really funny because he supposedly tried to give a little bit more of a paper trail in this rant against you.
Yes.
But he contradicted himself because here he was trying to make the accusation that Aquino was one of Dugan's makers. You know, and you know, this is someone who has basically said that the whole SRA things kind of started in the U.S. with Aquino, a crazy combat veteran, come home to enact, you know, to keep it going. Yet he tried to credit Aquino with a lot of the downfall of the USSR, claiming that Aquino hooked up with the satanic networks that were started by Rasputin. So here he was trying to say that it's kind of initially trying to say it's kind of a new phenomenon, but then he's going all the way back to Rasputin.
Well, see, that's what disinformation agents do.
Yeah, it's a total contradiction, not to mention the fact that, you know, I mean, very few people ever actually espouse being Satanists, and most that do officially claim that about themselves are, you know, most of the time it's just teenage rebellion, stupid shit.
Exactly.
But, you know, as far as Rasputin goes, to kind of align, you know, well, you can draw parallels between Rasputin and Dugin in terms of their influence on a Russian leader. Rasputin, for all his, you know, kind of odd ways, was extremely anti-war and was constantly trying to keep Tsar Alexander Romanov out of World War I.
Yeah, that's right.
And, you know, Rasputin knew that it was a British trap to get Russia fighting a now unified Germany. And it's pretty well thought that it was British intel who ultimately had Rasputin whacked. Well, it's one thing to look at Dugin and Rasputin as similar as they had influence on a Russian leader, to say that they had similar satanic practices. When one was clearly anti-war and one is constantly trying to devise, you know, proxy wars and covert wars, you know, that's night and day different. So, you know, there's that whole angle. You know, it's, I mean, here, you know, here, me and Wahid, if, you know, if he genuinely had decent information, we would have loved to hear it. But then supposedly starts giving more of a paper trail that seems really phony when he's dissing you, the guy who can and is the guy who basically put Dietrich on the radar of me and Wahid both.
Exactly. And this guy doesn't have photographic evidence for anything. He claims his son was a woman he purchased off the streets who he had a relation with, and he was banging her, and then the woman had a sex affirmation surgery and became a boy, and then is married to some multi-billionaire mogul in California, and he goes to their estate and they provide him escorts and drugs. And then he's a descendant of Hitler through the Japanese mother who was a royal or something, and she gave him a blowjob and collected his sperm. I mean, where does this guy come out with this stuff? I mean, people with common sense. But see, this guy, he's a dark occultist because his mind control techniques and his silver tongue and his words that he uses are kind of spells the way that he articulates himself, and he pulls people in and he latches onto them. And then when he's done with them, he throws them under the bus. So I want people to be aware of him.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
So yeah, Brother Matt, you have any other insight on this charlatan and his science?
I think that's enough for now. I'm sure, because it's the kind of thing, because this guy, I mean, I consider myself someone who in a conversation goes off on a lot of crazy tangents. But this guy does it 10 times as much as I do, you know, which I didn't think was possible, okay? So I'm sure as I remember various parts of things I might have heard him say, not that I want to go back and listen to too much. I mean, something might occasionally pique my curiosity. Let me go back and listen to that, you know, kind of thing. But I don't want to go through his whole spiels again. Okay, I don't want to waste my time on it. Just to look for stuff. But I'm sure something might, you know, given the fact that I did listen to a lot, I'm sure there's the possibility that something will click in my memory. And, you know, if so, I'll message or call you about it. And if it turns out to be something that we need to go into detail about for future podcasts, then let's have at it.
Oh, definitely. And I think we will just name this just a general conversation, debunking this guy's character. So this is not officially part 8 that I did with Brother Matt Douglas. Our part 8 will be in June, inshallah, God willing. And I hope people were able to educate themselves about this individual, and please report his channel so he doesn't continue slandering and lying about people and hiding behind a fake name and identity. Get the word out. And I believe this is the beginning of the end for him, because he most of the time he expects that people walk away that he treats like that. But I think this is the beginning of the end for him, for especially with the type of response that I was able to generate.
Yeah. Well, we do what we got to do, and when you're attacked, you defend.
Yeah, that's it. So thank you everyone for joining us, and until we have Brother Matt Douglas back on for part 8 in June. Nur alaikum.
Nur alaikum, bro.
All right, I think I see the recording. So
that's it.
Yeah, we're live. I'm live with Salman Sheikh. This is the recording. This is Ani Osaru. We're doing an interview to talk about what happened with Douglas Dietrich, and between him and this hardcore Satanist and member, I believe, of the Church of Set. And we were just sharing before we went live some information between each other and what went down with the latest transmission of Douglas saying disparaging words against Salman Sheikh, and also disparaging words against Jameson Reese, which I am an avid listener to Salman's channel, and I'm an avid listener to Douglas' channel, which I learned about Salman through Douglas. And I've been interested ever since, for about 2 years now. It's going back and forth with Sufi esotericism, and learning about Michael Aquino and what was going on at the Presidio and the QAnon connections, and many other stuff that Douglas, I believe, a lot he made up. So, Salman, what is your thoughts? Because I was about to go into one of my friends, Miguel, that actually introduced me to all of this, based on finding research on QAnon and Michael Aquino, and lead me to Douglas, then lead me to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What is your full assessment since coming in contact? When did you first come in contact with Douglas? And
well, first I want to thank you, my brother, for having me on this platform. I thank you for your support and the love and respect you have shown me, and that's very commendable with the path you are walking in this age of blindness and deceit and deception. That it's so good to see brothers like yourself walk in this path. Now, to answer your question, I first came across Douglas Dietrich in the year 2015. That's when I was doing some research and coming across some articles on these Pakistani grooming gangs in England where they were targeting white women. And that's when I discovered Douglas had done a transmission on it. And I listened to him, and his information at the time sounded good because of his, the silver tongue that he carries and his mannerisms. So it helps lure people in. So I listened to him. At that time, I honestly thought, okay, this guy's the real deal. And I supported him since 2017 on a monthly basis. Faithfully, I've been donating to this guy, practically thousands of dollars at this point. I've been on his show many times, as those that are aware. I've had him on my YouTube channel, interviewed him many times, and I got his books. I supported him wholeheartedly. And there's nothing that I did to provoke the kind of treatment that he gave me. And he can't say that I ambushed him in an interview, or I took his interviews down, or I tried to do something to his channel that usually he accuses people of, or being a Kino Edomite or a cultist. So I found out this individual and what he does, and I just found out he's not who he's claiming to be. He's a liar. He's a hypocrite. He degrades everyone under the sun, even those that did right by him. He's a racist. Recently, he used the N-word against Jameson Reese and against myself, and I think that is unacceptable, and this individual needs to be held accountable. People need to find out what his real identity is, what he's doing, living in a place like San Francisco and begging for money all the time. So that's when I realized, you know what, something just doesn't seem right to me. And you know, here we are today. And most of the people, my brother, what happens is when he severs with them, they quietly go away, and he continues to slander them months after months, year after year. The same people, he just continuously slanders them. And I'm like, you know what? I know I serve a path, being a Mason and a Sufi Muslim. I answer to God. And if you do anything against my character, knowing who I am, what I stand for, I'm not going to let you get away with it. I don't care what happens. I'll deal with the consequences, but you're barking up the wrong tree here.
Absolutely. And I believe you wholeheartedly in what you practice and in your faith. I know you're very strong in it, and you're very knowledgeable. And from what I've heard, you're a very decent character, a good guy that extended your platform out to him.
Yes.
How he claimed to have had some other platform, which I've never heard of. And he's struggling to make his rent payments. He says that he lives in a house like a boat built onto some type of shore that turns into a house, like the helm of a ship or something like that. And I was like, this doesn't sound right. You know,
well, he doesn't have any photographic evidence of anything. I mean, he claims that his son is married to some multi-billionaire. He's living in San Francisco. He's drinking and drugging and partying all the time and begging for money. Supposedly, he doesn't have any photographic evidence for anything. Nobody knows who this individual is before he officially came on the scene around 2011. And that's what we have to realize. All of these people, or a lot of these people in these communities, they're actors and they're PSYOP agents, and they need to be exposed as such. Little do we know, that guy probably drives a Maserati to an estate where he lives.
Absolutely. Actually, I am a big Advent learner of this practice in Kabbalistic teachings called Gematria. Have you heard of it?
Yes, sir, I have. Gematria is very special because it basically shows how numbers and letters are tied together when Almighty God created this universe.
Yes, that's exactly right. It shows how God built the universe using numbers and letters, and it's encoded. I even break it down to the plasmic aspect of how these numbers come together, electromagnetism. But when I did Douglas Gematria, the first number that comes up when you put in Douglas Dietrich in gematriacalculator.com, you get this number 88. Now, the number 88, if you look it up, is a white supremacist number because the letter H is the 8th letter. And if you put 2 H's, you get HH, Hail Hitler. And he always would say that he's Hitler's son. What is your assessment of this? And what do you think about that? Because I never believed that shit from the beginning.
Oh, that's a lie. I recently spoke with my Sufi Sheikh, who's based out in Australia, and he said the same thing, that in the 2000s, they also encountered this, I think it was one individual or it was a few individuals that were claiming to be the descendants of Adolf Hitler. And we get that all the time, those that they believe they're the reincarnation of Christ or Muhammad or Buddha. And then we get, you know, individuals like these with the agendas that are out here duping people, saying, hey, I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, and my mother was part of this Japanese royal family, and she gave him a blowjob and put his sperm in this test tube. I mean, how far-fetched does that sound?
Very far-fetched. I was just like listening, and I'm like, red flags. Like every time I heard that, I'm like, why is, I mean, I really, when I would listen to you guys, I'm like, Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese are intelligent people. Now, I didn't like Jameson at first. I would say at first, and a lot of people would attest to that because Jameson has a very dark side to how he's basically a nihilist. And I don't see nothing wrong with anybody the way they look at things, because to a certain extent, a percentage, I believe that the world deserves whatever is coming. I believe that there is a Maitreya or a new realm that's coming to wipe all of the sin off this planet. So how he feels about reality, I don't judge him. But I started to like Jameson a little bit, even though he would indulge with Douglas and some of his antics.
Yes.
I was like, this guy is intelligent to see that he's being behooved, and it took something like this.
Jameson, my brother, is a great guy, and I've personally met him twice in New York City, and he's a wonderful human being. And this Douglas individual used him and abused him and treated him in a horrible way. And look how when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. And he's always using the N-word all the time.
He always uses it. He actually called me the N-word. I would play it on here, but I came on a broadcast about a year ago, and I said, hey, you guys have intelligent information. What's up with you using the N-word? Are you racist or something?
I remember that. I remember that moment exactly.
Yes, and he said, hey, this is Ani Osaru. Then he compared me to some Richard Coleman Jr. Who was this character?
Well, with this, with Richard K. Cole Jr., it's another person that Douglas has basically screwed over. And what he does against people that he screws over is that he defames them. And that's basically the same game and dance with him, whether it's with me, with JMO, with anybody else, with Richard. And what happens is like he lures these people in, and eventually over the course of time, he throws them under the bus. He's done that with everyone he's been with because, see, an individual whose cause is right, he's trustworthy, he would have people behind him. This guy, I mean, I got more subscribers on my YouTube channel than he has on his. I mean, who is this person at the end of the day? What kind of power do they have? They're obscure. Most people will just ignore his ramblings, and who's going to listen to a 12-hour defamation spree that he goes on against people? And for the latest transmission he did on Sunday, May 22nd, he was talking about me straight for 5 to 6 hours straight, because in that 5-minute video, it only took me 5 minutes to destroy this individual, and he spent 5 hours raging against me. That means I hit a nerve and I exposed something about him.
Yes, I listened to both. Actually, I just happened to come in to his his transmission yesterday, and I heard him defaming you, and I was like, oh, wait, you just did this to Jameson like last week. What? And he also, now this is another question, because he also defamed Peter Moon last week. He talked about
you watch. He's gonna sever with him too eventually, because see that's the thing. What he was doing is Jameson is very talented with his skills, and he was using Jameson, as a pawn to put a spell on Peter Moon, and he got caught, and he put the entire blame on Jameson and threw him under the bus.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that makes sense then.
Yep.
That makes sense. With Peter Moon, he also said a lot of disparaging things about yourself.
And look, I never had any bad interaction with him. You could go to my channel. I did 2 interviews with this Peter Moon guy, who's also not using his real name for the record.
Really?
And yeah, so, the thing is that people who are not even using their real names, everything else that comes out of their mouth is invalidated, because you're not even being true to me about your identity. So I never had any bad interaction with Peter Moon, for the record. I never had any bad message with him. I never had anything that he can prove where I said something to him, a voice message, a text message, nothing. I got every single one of his books, which I recently threw in the trash, as the trash went out today on Monday morning. And I regret I wasted my money getting those books, but these people are who they are. And this guy supposedly is playing football with young black kids in New York. I mean, who knows if he's grooming them? I mean, they're all part of this Montauk horror. I don't trust these people. They are who they are.
Yeah, Peter Moon wrote the Montauk Project, and he won't give up his golden days. And he always mentions this stuff with Scientology, which, if you understand Scientology, it came out of the OTO. I mean,
sorry to interrupt you, my brother. There's a very important thing that came in my mind. He's always raving about Romania and Chaklavina Cave and all this stuff about Romania. I reached out to my connects in Romania through my network, and they told me that everything he's saying about the cave and all this other stuff, it's all BS. So, yeah, please continue.
Talking about the book he did with Radu Sinamar, the etheric crystal.
All BS, trying to make Freemasonry look bad.
Yes, I figured that. That's why I never, because I have another friend, he interviewed Peter on his channel Galactic Talk, and we had a short conversation like, hey, some of this Romania stuff, I don't know about it. It seems like a lot of it's made up. A lot of it follows the New Schwaberland with the Germans, like some white Nordic guys traveled back into the past from the future and gave all of the white people on the earth technology. Now they know all the UFO anti-gravity stuff, and now it's documented in military documentations and stuff. And supposedly Douglas' book with Peter Roswell Deception debunks some of this stuff, trying to fit in. Now, this is one thing I noticed because I listen very well. You consider yourself also Asian because the people in the region that you descend from is closer to Asia than it is to any other continent.
Yes, that's correct. So the classification that would come under, I guess, the ethnic background of being a Pakistani is classified as a South Asian. So, but me doing my genetic testing recently, I had all sorts of stuff that came up. I had Indian, Persian, Chinese, Japanese, Australian, Aboriginal, Alaskan Native. So in reality, I'm an indigenous person.
Right.
And I try to classify myself as just one who's standing for the truth, and one who's standing against devils and demons and those that are there trying to cause harm to humanity in any way, shape, or form. And look how I did right by him. I did right by Peter Moon, but look what making a deal with the devil gets you.
Yeah, I really was like, damn, Salman. But I would say that you doing what you did brought out a lot of information that was helpful. So some of us have to do the dirty work, even though now you got to take out the trash as you did. But the reason why I brought up the Asian part is because I noticed that America just pushed the Asian hate bill. And you talked about it a lot on your channel with Douglas. But Douglas would use this Asian thing. Basically, he would talk a lot of disparaging stuff about black people in New York. And this is the thing that I was discussing with other people is that when you look up these cases of black people attacking Asians in New York,
yes,
a lot of the times, because there is a big bubbling in the, I will call it the melanated community here in America. There is a distinct difference between black people, because that's a cold term anyway, that came up in America from a slavery lineage, removed 700 to 400 years from being in Africa, to a African, Haitian, or a Jamaican immigrant that just came over here less than 100 years ago. Now, what's been going on, I don't know, because I follow these stories, and a lot of people don't care about those stories. When Douglas brought up those attacks, and you commented on some of those attacks, you didn't disparage anybody from what I know, but a lot of those attacks came from immigrant. All of them actually came from immigrant Americans. If you look back at it, it wasn't one actually person that came from a lineage of this country that attacked Asians in New York. Now, this is the distinct thing, because now all the talk with reparations based on the Asian hate bill. I don't know if you heard about in New York, the Buffalo mass shooting.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate, my brother, and I hope those families that are affected, they rest in peace and they're able to find peace and comfort during this major tragedy in their lives. And that conversation needs to be had, because if you look at it, the so-called black people, which is a false term, they've already been here. If you look at the 15th century banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii, 200 years before America even existed, you look at the banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii, it's two dark-skinned Moors holding up the banner of the kingdom, and that's why they're the only state in the Union that have an Islam Day every year. So the people were already here. It's just they make you think like, oh, you came from somewhere else. The people were already here. So I thank you for that clarification.
Yes, even if, and that's another thing when it comes from ethnic backgrounds. If you've been in a place, and they only do this to black people, if you haven't been to Africa, if your family hasn't been there over 200, that's 2 centuries, you're not African. You only fit into a epistemological space. That's where your genetics terraforms to the environment that you're around. That's why your phenotypes develops the way it does. So if you, just like you, if you came out of Pakistan and you were in some region other than that, there's no way that you can be Pakistan if your family been there over 300-400 years. You've become a new ethnic group. They don't recognize us as a new ethnic group, as Black Americans or whatever the term, Moorish Americans, Indigenous Americans. We're still trying to figure out what that is, because we've basically been marginalized very much so. Everybody knows that. So whatever we identify as, they try to fit us in with African, because the immigrants that come over to do these Asian attacks, which is a psyop, when they pay these, because these immigrants have green cards, and they come up to these people and they say, hey, we can deport you if you don't do this. They can't deport us. We don't need green cards. So
that's right.
Now they can bribe us with money, and some of us do stuff like that. I'm not trying to disparage just immigrants. I'm just saying that with the green card, they have these threats. And when Douglas was doing that, I said, hold up, this guy's supposed to be some researcher. How doesn't he not know that it says in the article that these are Black immigrants, but he just sees them as the N-word?
Well, he's a piece of filth, and everyone needs to be exposed to this so-called individual known as quote unquote Douglas Dietrich, and people need to expose him. I'm ashamed. I've sent that money to him throughout the course of these years, but Allah knows my intention, that my intention was in the right place, that I was trying to support somebody that was supposedly teaching the truth. I never did wrong by him or this Peter Moon individual, but again, people expose their characters, and we reserve the right to defend ourselves. And I'm not just going to turn the other cheek. I have my whole life ahead of me. I'm not going to just let anybody slander me or disrespect me. You have that right too, my brother, and all men and women who are free as God's children, as living free beings of this earth, have that right, that you live and let live. Had he kept his goddamn mouth shut, excuse my language, I wouldn't have made that video against him. And I nailed his ass in just those 5 minutes. And look, he ranted against me for 6 hours straight, which means I was right on the money.
Yeah, he actually said Salman Sheikh has been donating $100 to me for over 6 years or something like that. He said, he told Peter, he said, I need to check and see if Salman has stopped this check from coming to me. He said, because I need this money. And he got it. He explained it at the beginning of the month when I sent him that check. I saw he never cashed it. Yeah, that's what he said. He said he had to cash it. He said, I wonder if Salman, since he's doing this, is going to do this. And then they started to talk about your faith. And they started to say that you're, not just to go back and forth, because I know we're both men and we don't have to talk about what men said, but this is just on the record, just to put this to bed for good, hopefully, you know, because I don't know what may happen, but we're men, and you know, we don't have to be no chatty patties about this, but it disturbed a lot of people's spirits, and this needs to be talked about. And so they made disparaging remarks about you basically converting Jameson into a Muslim to say. So it was like, only way he could do it. But he said, but based on him and the way he's reacted, because they said that, let's see if this is true. He said that you messaged him and said that you were afraid or you had a bad dream about Aquino attacking you. Is that true? No, that's incorrect. He's lying about that. Yeah, and that's a lie. Yeah. See the thing with him, for him, Aquino is his bread and butter. That's what he always has helped him prop himself up. And I don't think Aquino would have associated with an individual like him anyway. So with Peter Moon, the Montauk stuff is his bread and butter, which most likely he took all from Preston anyway. Claimed it at his own, and Preston's not alive to defend himself. He's not. You probably don't know extensive history of Peter. Peter Moon started to come into our community with the Moorish movement that we were having. He used to do lectures with the Moors. His Padre is Azariah bin Bey, which is one of our master teachers. And this is like almost 20 years ago. And they used to say that all of this is Preston B. Nichols stuff. And Peter is just the guy who survived that was around him. So
And you know the thing with because see I'm not the one pushing this. They're the ones that declared war on me. So if that's the way they want to go, and I'll handle them the same way. So Moon is actually Douglas's handler at the moment.
that's what I was about to say. That's what me and Miguel said. He's his handler. It's plain. It's so plain day that Peter is Douglas' handler. I don't know why people don't see that. You know.
Oh, that's the unfortunate thing. I mean, look, I never had any bad interaction with Peter, right? I only severed with Douglas, and look how he was there pulling jabs alongside him, like a scout sniper who has his partner next to him.
So to speak, Douglas said that he wanted to bring you back, and Peter was the one who said, don't bring him back, because he made like some type of joke. I can't remember what it was, but it's like basically, how can he come back after that? You know, like basically the Michael Aquino stuff that you just clarified that was fake. He said, well, if he had that, that means that Michael Aquino has broken into his spirit just like he did.
Give me a break. Give me a break. This person is full of it.
Yeah, that's what he said. And I'm sitting there like, I gotta reach out to Salman. This is ridiculous. This is the biggest, and I don't even see, because now Peter did say something interesting. He said that Douglas has lost a lot of followers and subscribers over this Jameson in your incident. They're turning.
Oh yeah, that's right. I had many of his faithful listeners and followers. I'm saying this on the record. I've been on the phone all day, my brother, since yesterday, since that transmission. People messaging me left and right, and I'm getting back to everyone little by little, and they're all telling me this person is a liar, is a con artist, he is who he is. And see, that's the thing. If your heart's in the right place, you're trying to do the right thing, you're serving humanity. Those that are plotting and scheming against you, Allah is also digging a hole for them, so they're going to fall into their own trap. And this ain't going to end well for them, for what they've done to me and JMO. I promise you that.
I very, very much I know that it's not going to end well. And when does these type of con artists get put in their place? Because this guy has put a veil over so many people's eyes. Now, what I want to tell you is that I researched his anti-God information.
Yeah,
he's actually taking that from a card deck, a comic book. Yes. There's a comic book, actually. What is the name of it? Let me look it up real quick, just to put this on record that this guy is phony, because that's one of his bread and butters too from Aquino, is that there's these anti-gods that the government or the Presidio knows about that nobody else knows about. And I believe
those are all lies too. And see, that's the thing about this individual, my brother, and I'm glad you found that, because those who have a heart and a conscience, when they heard those things that him and this other character said about me live on the air, they reached out to me. They were like, yo, this is not right. This is disgusting of how he's calling JMO the dumb N-word and what he's saying against you. This doesn't sit right with us. So those that have a conscience and they know right from wrong, they heard me, they know I supported him. I was with him all the way, even with Peter, and look what they did. And I'm glad the trash people picked up my books, and I saw the Montauk books and all that being crushed in the back when they were grinding the trash bag. But that's for you, Peter.
Yeah, that's some bull crap, and I knew it because it seemed like Douglas was trying to do something like how white supremacists do. They try to get like I don't like this term, but like a minority on their side. And I think he was trying to do that with you and Jameson. Like I got one guy, he's from Pakistan. I got another guy, he's a mixed Black American. And I have them at my side. I'm an Asian, so we can disparagingly talk about white guys every now and then, even though I got Peter Moon as my handler.
You know, the thing about him, he's also a dark occultist. He dabbles into black magic, because as soon as I severed with him, the next second, I don't know how he does this. He finds out immediately. He's into some kind of because the people that he attaches himself to, it's some kind of an egregore where he psychically pulls them in like a cult leader and has control over their mind. So the people that are with him now, they're brown nosing to him, they're sucking up to him, and they did that to me or JMO. Tomorrow he'll do that to them. They'll see.
Wow. I believe it. But this Edomic thing, it comes from a book, actually, just to let everybody know. The series is called, one is called The Beyonders. You look up this story called Beyonders. They have one called The Seed. It's by Brandon Mull. Brandon Mull. He hijacked that whole thing. And there's another card game. There's a card game in a comic book. It's called, it's not popping up on my phone, but
you know, it's I posted that video deconstructing that 5-minute video, because you got to be short and to the point and hit them fast and hit them hard. And I had many of my Masonic brethren that reached out to me as well. And of course, I represent myself only. When I mention Masonry, I represent no Grand Lodge statements or opinions. It's myself only as a free man, for the record.
Absolutely.
So when I put that on my wall, you'd be surprised. I lost count of how many people went on his latest show where he was talking bad about me and Freemasonry, and reported him and reported his channel. So this guy is done. And from what I've heard, Peter also has, I think, deactivated his Facebook and kind of went out of the view.
I bet so, because that's what damn phonies do.
Yeah, they run away when they get caught, and maybe their fate was written by my hands. It was meant for me to encounter them, and things happen the way that they do. You got to trust God's divine plan. Everything works out the way that it's written for.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right, Salman. And just on the record, you can find it at Champions Online. Type in Kings of Edom, Champions Online, and you will find all of what Douglas said about the Edomite king. It comes from a video game. It comes from a card game series called Champions. So that's debunking that stuff. And when I showed Miguel that, he was like, wow. Like, wow, this guy is just a con artist out here. Nobody is doing a lot of research on what he's doing. I don't even believe nothing from the latest book. Or like, is there actually Asians and spaceships now? That was the Roswell incident. I don't
see. It's all lies. I mean, wouldn't the government take this clown seriously if he's claiming to be the son of Adolf Hitler and he's talking about the Third Reich and all this stuff? I mean, they dismiss him because the government is probably following a Sufi philosophy, where in Sufism, Imam Ali, peace be upon him, says that the best reply to a fool is your silence. Don't even give him your energy.
Well, we don't have to give them no more energy if you don't want to, Salman. I think this was a good interview to,
please keep going if you have any further questions. I want to nail this bastard to the wall.
Well, this is the thing. When I was listening to Douglas, I started to pick a piece, his contradictions. He would say he's for the cause, like half of the time he would say he's with you, like he's for humanity. And he's the light, and then half of the time he's going into very, very dark, sinister magic, which I get on top of because I want to know what the Department of Defense or what the military has been doing. Now, do you believe that he's still a military associate, or do you believe he was even in the military? Now that you see that he's so much phony with a lot of other things.
See, with this character, you never know, and I mean, nobody knows what his real name is, what he does in San Francisco for him to be able to afford to live in a city like that. What he's doing, what his background is. He doesn't have photographic evidence of anything. He emerged out of the blue in 2011, and that's what a lot of these psyops are. They just come out of nowhere. They got a good story. Nobody knows what their initial background is. I mean, if somebody came to my neighborhood and met me in person. He was like, yo, I'm here, right here in the flesh in front of you. You want to see my ID? It has my picture, matches my name. I'll prove whatever I need to prove to you. I'm using my real name. I'm not using a stage name. So you just dismiss these people as soon as you know that they just came out of nowhere. They're racist. They're not even using their real identities. What's the point of paying attention to anything after that? Because they already have a veil in front of them.
Yes, and what he does, what I notice, since he does study to figure out certain things, but I learned from a guy a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to do a community event here to get my community organized, and he says that to understand a person, well, he was talking about understanding people in my community.
Yes.
You have to understand what a liar is.
Oh,
and
yes.
A liar learns the truth very, very well, so he can manipulate certain aspects of the truth. So I think that Douglas is a liar, and he manipulates aspects of the truth to gain some type of momentum where people are going to look at him as a savior that's going to come in here and give us secret information on the military.
No doubt.
Yeah,
and there's no record of him. Even if you do a freedom of information request, there is no record of anybody with that name that has served in the military. So this individual, I mean, even if you look at the block spot of Richard K. Cole Jr., he proves it. He's done all of his due diligence as well on Douglas, and that's why Douglas is always tarnishing his reputation. And he's got all of the documents proving Douglas never served, and we don't know who this individual is. He just came out of nowhere, got a good story, doing what he's doing, is running through people the way that he has, and even some of his female followers who have actually went and met him personally. He has actually, how do you say it, taken advantage of them also. Some of his female followers that were there without mentioning their names.
Yeah.
And this person, my brother, he's a devil to the highest degree. I would advise everyone, be mindful of him.
Now, with JoJo, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. They made it, seem like you were distinctively unfollowing her for a reason. Is there a reason why you unfollowed her? And is she connected to this whole phony stuff, or is she just innocent?
Well, I don't know. I'm not no comment on her at the moment, but I'm just acting on the basis of my safety, because anybody who went personally to go meet him in California along with Peter Moon, that's already a red flag in my eye.
Yeah,
so,
I understand.
So it's either you're a part of that club, otherwise you wouldn't have access to both of them in person. You know what I mean? So I just acted upon my gut instinct, and something just didn't sit right with me, and I acted upon it. Yeah, there is a possibility she could be innocent, and she's duped into these things by these two cultists, because they like to call other people Aquino cultists and Edomites. But
yeah,
I think that's projecting to a very high degree. So if my sister JoJo is a victim of these people, I would advise her, look what they've done to everybody and distance yourself. And I think she has stopped appearing on the show, so I think she got the hint. And yeah, I hope she does the right. If her heart's in the right place and she's honest, I hope she does the right thing and get away from them.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because he's the spirit of so many people. Like, one of the people that I interviewed on my YouTube, I have a very large YouTube following.
All right.
And, I brought on Sophia Stewart, who actually wrote The Matrix and won the $1 billion lawsuit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, so Douglas was disparaging her. And I was listening to, that's what made me comment, because I talk to Sophia on a regular. She lives in Las Vegas. She sent me all of her case documents. I have all of the case documents. So there's nothing nobody can say.
She has proof on everything.
She has proof. And Douglas kept saying, yeah, there's some, so he kept referring to her as a black girl. And I was like, this is a grown ass woman. Like, you're saying these, even we've confirmed that he's a racist now.
Oh,
but
yes.
He's belittling her. And Jameson, this is what made me change my outlook on Jameson. Jameson was there like saying, dude, like, she really did write The Matrix. Like, there's no way that Wachowski, and not to change the subject, but he was disparaging her name
Yes.
alone, and it seems like so many people he talks about them and he just says things about him, how he emotionally feels, and it's not the right research. He doesn't even do, and especially if they're black, there's not even no research done. And me being a part of that group, I tend to see that he neglects the due diligence of his research towards indigenous people.
Yes.
So that's something to also keep an eye on, who's listening right now. If you follow Douglas Dietrich, just look at how he talks about indigenous people. It's very lackadaisical with the information. But as soon as he goes into...
You got to realize in the beginning, remember when he was claiming to be Native American with the 1/8 blood? So
I don't remember that.
So he was claiming through his... If you remember back in the day, in his original foundings, he was claiming to be Native American as well, through his... supposedly his father, who had some kind of a lineage. So now this person's connected to Hitler. Yeah, now this person's connected to Hitler. Nobody knows who this guy is. He just switches any agenda that feels convenient for him. And see, with him, he's disparaged so many people. And I'm thinking, all the people that he has disrespected and defamed and slandered, nobody has said anything to him. They just quietly go away. Why do you enable this person? And that's why, you know what? I'm gonna make this 5 minutes, short, sweet, to the point, and he's having a meltdown.
Absolutely, and this we're gonna wrap it up real soon. It's getting almost to an hour.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with this vampire stuff? Like, did y'all really believe this guy was drinking blood and stuff?
No, it's all BS. I mean, look at what he's talking about. Oh, I had this the woman that I purchased her off the street, and then she became a then she got a sex change surgery. Then she became a he, and I was actually effing her, and I became my son. And I'm not implying anything here about this person's character, but I mean, those that have the eyes, they can see who this person is. And then he says there's sugar daddy, and we go to the estate.
Yeah.
They give me escorts, drugs, and hookers. Who is this guy?
That's what I used to hear. I'm like, hold up now, because you would like silence your mic and you'll be in the background, and he will go on this rant about how he's drinking his son's blood, or he's doing something. He said something like he fucked his son, or so. He said something like that, and I'm like, are y'all not gonna call him out for this stuff? It seemed like y'all just like blow it off and be like, okay, that's just Douglas talking about.
See, he's good. He's a mind manipulator. He's a cultist. He's into dark and black magic. He puts a veil in front of people's eyes. And I've talked with somebody who's been in that area during that same time. He claims he served on the Presidio. They debunked everything for me, that it's all lies. He was never associated with Aquino and the library or all this BS that he's spouting about. He's good at memorizing stuff and regurgitating it as his own, with his mannerisms and his silver tongue and the way he presents himself. And also some other sources told me that, this person, that's not his name. He's a hardcore occultist, Satanist. He's taken advantage of so many people in his lives. He throws them under the bus. He disrespects them. He disparages them. And I'm like, you know what? He's not going to do that to me. I'm not going to go quietly right off into the sunset. And I'm going to make sure I tell people about him. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I really do. And I advise people, stay away from him. Report his channel, report his streams, and we got to take individuals like these down, because how many more victims is he going to claim?
Yeah, we got to go ahead and get him off. Like, we got to get enough people to realize that this dude is fake. And let's just clarify him as fake, so the rest of the conscious community, or what if there is a conscious community, let's just say people who's out to do things that's not of the code of Edom as he says it, because I believe he is the cultist of Edom now. That's why he talks about it so much. That's a projection. We need to go ahead and call him out for that.
That's right. And look, he's always talking about, child this, child that. That's also a projection, because I mean, look at the type of imagery that he promotes. I mean, who has an idea of that kind of imagery?
Yeah, that stuff is real fucking weird, man. I used to be looking at the stuff. I'm like, yo, what? The reason why I would listen would really be, I don't know how far this guy is gonna go. I would love y'all commentary when he goes off, and I like when he talks about war stuff because it seems like he's knowledgeable at least of some of the war stuff. But other than that, I would just be like, what else would this guy say? I believe he is a part of the Church of Set. I believe he's a Setian.
He's admitted that on the air, that I have connects inside the Temple of Set. I don't know what transmission that was, but he's admitted that live on the air, that I still got connects in there. And this person, I mean, he's promoting the agenda that he has. I would advise anyone who has ever dealt with him and has quietly went away, especially many of my African American brothers and sisters that have interacted with him, and they go away and he calls them the dumb N-word, especially this former Marine who was also on his show, and he didn't deserve none of that treatment which this guy gave him and his father. And people need to take action against him. I can't just go around outside and talk about everyone and anything under the sun. I will be held liable for that. There are laws against that. So, and if he's going to do that to me, people know my character. They know I'm an honorable individual. I live a good moral life according to my faith, what my Islamic faith teaches me, what my Masonic fraternity teaches me. I'm not this person. And he's disparaging me on a 6-hour rant, for God's sakes. And don't you think I'm just going to turn the other cheek? I have the right to defend myself, whether it's with this podcast or with the video that I did or any future interactions that I do pertaining to this individual. I'm not going to just ride off in the sunset, and I'm going to make sure I see this through. And we see these cowards who are associated with him turning off their Facebooks, and everyone's running away because with me, he made a mistake by messing with me.
I believe so as well. If you mess with God's children, there's repercussions. And
He's done.
Yeah. I think there's this is going to be the end. I think everybody's realized it. And I very much thank you for dedicating yourself to revealing these things. You could have easily been quiet and just ignore it and take the videos down and just remove yourself. But somebody needed to speak out against this guy. Hopefully I can get Jameson next, and if you're open to it, we can get you both to speak about this, because I have some more questions that
Please, my brother, I would really appreciate that opportunity. And also I would like to get your permission if I can, once this video is uploaded to your channel, if I can also do the same on mine. And if you send me your channel link, I'll give you the credit in the description.
Okay, this is going to be uploaded to my Patreon.
All right.
So it's not going to be uploaded to my YouTube because my crowd doesn't even know who Douglas Dietrich is.
Understood. Understood, sir.
My Patreon does. So
got it.
I'm going to load it to Patreon, but feel free to upload this to your channel if you like and use whatever pieces of it to do whatever you need to do so we can expose this person and get rid of him for good.
And please send me your Patreon link so I can put that in the description. So whoever finds this video on YouTube, they can go on your Patreon, subscribe, and support the great work that you're doing, my brother.
Thank you so much, brother. And I would love to have you back. And I guess we can rendezvous in the next week or so and see where it goes. And hopefully he sees and fires and recognizes what he's done. And we begin to see that this thing comes to an end, and we see everything crumble before him.
Definitely, definitely. Until next time, my brother, peace and blessings be upon you and yours.
Peace and blessings. Have a good one, man.
All right.
Peacock's the place to stream new movies every week.
Let's have a look.
Streaming now only on Peacock.
Greetings and peace. I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Now, the title of today's video is exposing this con artist and this actor, supposedly known as Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. Now, I've discovered this individual around 2014, 2015, and the information that he was bringing at that time was good, right? Because that's what a lot of these people that are part of these cults do. They draw you in with their silver tongues and their mannerism and the way that they speak. And that's how they get you. So throughout the years, I supported him. I listened to his works. I even interviewed him many times on my channel. So those videos will stay up as proof.
I've donated to him since probably 2017, and probably thousands of dollars by this point with the monthly donations that I always sent him. And what I ended up discovering about this individual is that his name, Douglas Duane Dietrich, that's not his real name, number one. He's some hardcore Satanist, occultist out of the California area. And he's pretending that he knows all this information, but in reality, he's just playing a role because before 2011, nobody really knows this individual. I mean, he doesn't provide photographic evidence for anything. He's just trashing people left and right, slandering people, defaming people on his transmissions, claiming to be the son of Adolf Hitler, claiming to be a vampire drinking blood, claiming to be involved in organized crime in San Francisco. So he's doing all of these things, and even some of his own viewers, including myself, who he defames and slanders on his show. And he just does a lot, including probably have taken advantage of, including many of the women who actually fell into his trap as well, without mentioning their names. So the listeners of his show know who they are, and this person is abusive. He's hateful, he's vile, and he's hiding behind this fake identity and doing what he's doing. And I want people to know that this individual who's claiming that he's the son of Adolf Hitler and his mother jacked off his sperm and injected herself. I mean, come on. And also knowing Colonel Michael Aquino and the military and all the things that he's claiming, it's all lies. I discovered his background from my sources in California. He's not who he's claiming to be. That's not his real name. He wasn't connected on that kind of level with Aquino. He's not the son of Adolf Hitler. And he's doing all of these things and claiming affiliations with organized crime in San Francisco. And I'm surprised that no one has taken any action against him. And that's why individuals like these dark occultists, they can slander or defame whoever they want because they're not even using their real name. So if anybody takes action, whoever the individual behind this fictitious name, it's always an LLC, right? They don't claim any liability. And that includes the people that he affiliates with, those that are supposedly his co-authors or other people. None of them are using their real names. So if someone is not even using their real identity to begin with, then you dismiss everything that comes after that. See, with me, this is my real channel. This is my real name. I am who I am. And I don't make videos like these, but this person has forced my hand because I want people to know that he's a con artist, he's a liar, he's an actor. He has abused many people in his life, whether it's financially, mentally, emotionally, and his women fans too that were duped into his silver tongue and the good game that he talks, who actually went to San Francisco, and some of them were also, they severed with him immediately because of his nature and who he is. So please, if you come across anything oriented, named Douglas Duane Dietrich, anything claiming to be a renegade military historian, anything with Michael Aquino, this guy's a liar, a con artist, a thief. He's a hardcore Satanist, a dark occultist. That's not who he is. That's not his real name. And watch yourself, because he basically, I mean, I'm protected because of my Sufi prayers and who I am and my background, but I want to put that out there for the record that this person is not who he's claiming to be, and I want people to be mindful and to report his channel, report his streams, because of the type of imagery that he promotes and the type of things that he's promoting, and get him taken down. That's the only way that you deal with scumbags like this, including the people that he's surrounding himself with. So I hope I was able to teach you about this con artist and this deceptive devil and this liar. And keep in mind, this is my reply to this dubious snake known as quote-unquote Douglas Duane Dietrich, which is not even his real name. So I know God will deal with him on the day of judgment, scum like him. Thank you for listening.
All right. Gamar Jobat, hello in my native Georgian. Welcome to Saperiao, the number 261. And today we will try to look at a very interesting topic from a perspective of a practitioner. So the topic is the spiritual reflections of the Sufi Freemason, Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry. That will be delivered by Brother Salman Sheikh. So in continuation of the series of public lectures, we have the honor to host Brother Salman Sheikh, who is a Masonic lecturer, author, and writer. His writings have been published in various Masonic magazines in USA, such as the Pennsylvania Freemason, Rocky Mountain Mason, and the Southern California Lodge of Research. He has given lectures to various lodges and Masonic bodies online and in person, such as SRIA, Societas Rosencreux in Anglia, and lodges in the USA. He has produced over 100 YouTube videos and lectures on the study of Masonry and its comparison to various paths to find the oneness in all of them. He recently published a new book, The Spiritual Reflections of the Sufi Freemason, Volume 1, which is available on Amazon in an ebook and paperback format. He is the first person in his family to become a Mason and follow the Sufi Tariqa, or which is order, at the same time. He belongs to the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, Friend Accepted Masons USA, under the ancient accepted Scottish Rite Valley of Philadelphia, 32nd degree, and the Royal Arch Companion of Holy Royal Arch Chapter number 183, also a Master Mason under the Lansdowne Lodge number 711 in Pennsylvania, USA. So the topic will be covering the spiritual journey and reflections of a seeker whose journey has taken him from the east to the west, from the west to the east, in search of answers. What is the purpose of life? Why we are here? And what is the oneness of divinity that both Sufism and Freemasonry teach? How can we use Masonic principles to have more human unity? All these questions will be discovered in the event, reflected in his work. So it is my pleasure to present Brother Salman Sheikh to you, Brother Sapere audience. And I will use the opportunity to remind everyone, and for the recording purposes, the rules, very simple ones that we have on Sapere Aude. That is that we don't discuss interjurisdictional issues. We don't proselytize any political or religious views. We may tackle political or religious topics to better unfold the topic that is being discussed. Sapere Aude is an international, public, educational, and political, independent from any organization platform that welcomes male and female, members and non-members. Everyone is welcome to share their thoughts, comments, ask the questions, and the only thing that we require that the comments or the opinions or the questions should be put in a very civilized manner, and that's the only requirement to participate on the Zoom. Even though we may belong, the participants may belong to different jurisdictions, we may hold higher ranks in our jurisdictions, we come here as like-minded individuals who want to learn more about Freemasonry, its different aspects like culture, organizational culture, national aspects, spiritual part, and different things about this very ancient fraternity. And we don't limit ourselves to covering the Freemasonic issues or topics only, but we cover things that are around, connected to Freemasonry, or some traditions, whether it be esoteric or otherwise. So taking into consideration these very simple rules, it is my pleasure and honor to invite to the floor Brother Salman. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Brother David, and my thanks to all of the brethren, friends, sisters of the Sapere Aude platform. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to be here with you this morning. Today I have prepared a powerful presentation for you all, which will show you the similar comparisons that we find in Sufi Islamic teachings and also in the Masonic esoteric teaching. And again, as Brother David stated, I represent no grand laud statements or opinion, just myself as a free man. So I want to dedicate this presentation to Brother David Chichinatse because of the love and blessings that he has shown me by allowing me to be here. I want to dedicate this to worshipful Brother Hasu Joshi, who could not be here, who has also been a pivotal part of my journey, to Right Worshipful Past Grand Master S. Eugene Herritt, 33rd degree, here of Pennsylvania, who has also given me a lot of help in my journey, and also the fourth, Sheikh Wahid Azal of the Fatimiyya Sufi order, who has also assisted me. So besides that, this presentation is also dedicated to all of you. So without further ado.
Yeah, I confirm I see the presentation.
Okay, the screen share is working?
Yes, I confirm I see the PowerPoint presentation.
Perfect, perfect. So my dear friends and brothers, this basically teaches us about Sufism, which is the path of the heart.
Brother Salman, sorry
Yes.
for interrupting. You may put it, click on from beginning, so it will cover full page, and for recording purposes, it would be much better to view it in a recording.
Okay, can you view it now?
It takes like 5 seconds before I see what you see.
Okay, how is it now?
No, it hasn't changed yet. You just click on that.
No, what I will do is I will manually change the slides by myself.
Yeah, but it's not a full screen. It just we just see menus overhead. So you may want to put it on in a full screen size.
Okay.
Just go to see there is a button from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Just click that. It should be.
How is it? Do you see it?
It hasn't changed on my side. Okay, what we have, we have. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, brother. So the path of Sufism and Freemasonry is basically the purification of the self and the heart. How to basically become a better human being and how to do the right thing with the time that's been given to you. So Sufism, from the Islamic perspective, is a system of morality veiled in allegories and symbols. Just like how in Freemasonry, we're taught the same values about making the best use of our one life that's been given to us, learning the 7 liberal arts, learning knowledge, becoming a better human being, and also realizing the oneness of this world that we see, that regardless of who you are, where you come from, what you believe, we can all come together as brothers and sisters. So I would like to start a quote from William Preston. The true Mason is a citizen of the world, and his philanthropy extends to all the human race. Uninfluenced by local prejudices, he knows no preference in virtue, but according to its degree from whatever country or clime it may spring. So as Masons and as Sufis, we're taught to revere knowledge from wherever it may come. From whichever clime or country or environment it comes from, you're taught to give reverence to all knowledge that comes to you. And that is the importance of who we are, is that light comes from everywhere. And wherever it comes from, you must be willing to embrace it in your life. So the Sufi path is basically the concept of tasawwuf. So the path of the Sufis, the woolen cloth, having a personal relationship with the Supreme Being, your fellow man, and the system around you. And it's called Tazkiya ul-Nafs, purification of the heart. It's a system of morality to respect all systems you have been placed in, and respect for your country, your fellow man, God, etc. In the same manner that Freemasonry teaches us, is to love your neighbor, love your friends, your family, respect the laws of the country you live in, to be a good citizen, etc. And what it tells us is that the human heart right now is currently under attack, where all these aspects of divisions we see in society, we've been desensitized to each other in many ways, where right now society does not feel any kind of sympathy towards one another. We're losing that human touch. So Sufism tells us to protect your heart.
and trust the teaching of your heart, because that's where you will find the aspect of divinity. So those that are looking for God in their own journey, in whichever capacity that they're looking, the Sufis basically are teaching you to look within yourself, find that within yourself, because whatever you're looking, your whole life, you're working on the outside just to work your way back in. So that's what the Sufis are teaching. And they are known as the people of the bench, who were initiated into the inner mysteries of Islam. So it's similar to Mark 4:11, where you had those that were initiated into the inner mysteries, and then all those on the outside were taught in parables. So the Sufis were basically taught the oneness and of all humanity, of all the teachings around them, and the aspect of taskiya ul nafs, which is purification of the self. And what the Sufis teach you is, if you have a pure heart, that is the greatest wealth, my brothers, that you can accomplish in your life. Because those with a pure heart will always be protected from evil. They will always have their needs provided for in this human life. And everything in this life will go in their favor, regardless of the good and bad times that come in all of our lives, which is inevitable, knowing that this journey that we're on. So Tasawwuf is teaching us to be those that are of the woolen cloth, to have that aspect of simplicity and an aesthetic lifestyle within your hearts and minds as well. So there are the three stages of Sufism, similar to the three stages of Freemasonry. So the first stage is fighting the ego and coming to light, hakikat, that is the truth. Once you realize the hakikat, or the truth, you embrace that from coming from darkness to light. Second is the tariqat, to unite with the grand architect of the universe, which Rumi always calls being separated from his beloved. And the importance of being one with the creator is, right now, from the Sufi perspective, is that mankind is currently in its fallen state. We're in this realm right now. Yes, brother.
Brother Salman, sorry for interrupting you. I guess you have changed the slides, or you may have not, but I see we are still on the first slide. Is that okay?
No, I'm actually on the third slide.
Yeah, because it hasn't changed here. That's why I saw the three stages down there. Yeah, now it has changed.
Should I do it this way?
Yeah, would be fine. Yeah.
Okay. So sorry about that, everyone. Okay. How's it now? Can you see it?
Yes, it changes. Now we see Tasawwuf.
Okay, great. So Tasawwuf is what I just explained recently, and now we go into the three stages. So the three stages, my brothers and friends, is basically the three stages of the degrees of Sufism, and similar to the three stages of Masonry. So the first is fighting the ego and coming to light, the hakikat, the truth, realizing that you have to come from darkness to light if you want to see the reality of the world around you. Second is the tariqat, to unite with the grand architect of the universe, which the Sufis refer to as their beloved, to be separated from their beloved. As right now, from the Sufi perspective, we're currently in our fallen state of mankind, in this realm where there is war, chaos, division, suffering. So the Sufis believe that we're stuck in this open air prison, this prison planet, and we have to basically purify ourselves more and more through the heart and the teachings of the Tasawwuf and the Taskiya ul Nafs, to be able to get back into the graces of the grand architect of the universe, as we see in Jacob's ladder, that we have to climb our way back up into the graces. And this is what Rumi calls to be separated from the beloved and to unite with the beloved. The third is the marifa, the act of know thyself and know thy Lord. So when you get to the third stage, the marifat, that is basically to come in conclusion, realizing that everything in this life is an illusion in many ways. So the Sufis believe that we're all an extension of the Creator, experiencing this reality through each other and through itself. So myself, Brother David, everyone on this platform, we're all an extension of the same being that's experiencing the same reality. So they're basically saying that I see God in me and I see God in you. And that is the Sufi perception, that if we can see that within each other, then how can there be any hatred in the world? And this is what even Freemasonry exemplifies, that where else in the world can we all come together, Muslims, Christians, Jews, come together and love each other and call each other brothers under the guidance of God. So now we're dealing with the four worlds and the four realms of knowledge, the four whales. First one is the world that we're in right now, which is matter, earth, water, air, fire, and ether, similar to the quadrivium, the aspect of knowing God and the world. So in this world, we're in these aspects of you have to make a living, you have to deal with the world, you're stuck in this human repetitive cycle like a hamster in a wheel. Every day you're dealing with the same thing, thinking that you're getting somewhere. Second are the spiritual beings and the spiritual realm, which are the jinns and the angels, heaven and hell, cause and effect. So the Sufis believe that the reality that you're projecting from your inner self is also projected from up there. So as above, so below. So whatever you're projecting in this life, because everything in your life is a mirror reflection of you. Any person you come across, any event you come across, any situation you come across, it's usually a reflection of your past, present, and future. So the Sufis believe there is no such thing as time. Everything is happening simultaneously at the same time. So let's say you're dealing with spiritual warfare on this realm. It's also taking place on the upper realms, and your angels and guides are guiding you. And you will have people in the form of angels and jinns who will come under the guise of human beings to test your character, to see, is this person really who he's claiming to be? So on this path, you will get tested by different beings in the aspect of they might appear as human to you, but the Sufis believe that it's all an extension of this ultimate reality that we're dealing with to pass the spiritual school and work our way to the next level. So the third realm that we're dealing with is the source of the lost world, the hidden tablet or the knowledge of spirit. And that's where the Sufis believe all the knowledge of the grand architect of the universe is inscribed in, is this the sacred realm where you have to be of a certain caliber to be able to access that. The fourth realm is the realm of the grand architect of the universe, which is pure essence, and God is the only reality. And this is what you see, Brother David, when you see the Sufi dervishes whirling around. It took Rumi had spun for 60 hours straight without stopping for him to reach that conclusion that everything in this life is an illusion, but God is the only reality. And that is the realm the Sufis are trying to find their way back to by letting go of this world. So now we have the three stages of realization in Sufism, which is Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. So the three stages of realization, we come with stage one, which is Iman, belief, faith, secrecy, and full trust in the grand architect of the universe, which is taught in our entered apprentice degree, similar to Freemasonry. Second is Islam, submission, obedience, knowledge, and practice, to reflect on your growth and continue the pursuit of knowledge, which is the fellowcraft degree. Third is Ihsan, a righteous, upright character and living a good life with the time you have been granted, a master mason, die before you die. So the first one, Iman, is basically telling you that when you've been entrusted to be a man of your word, you have to be a man of your word. Otherwise, there is a spiritual price you have to pay for that. And you have to realize you have to put your trust in God and not fear any danger in your life. And right now, in these chaotic times, my brothers, that we're living in, people are quick to panic. People are lose trust in each other, break friendships, break bonds with each other. And that is us being led astray from the path. We're taught to always put our trust in God. Just like how you have the Masonic black and white tiles, that you will deal with the duality of yin and yang and good and bad in your life. But you must be able to embrace those lessons by embracing everything that comes your way without fearing any danger in your life. And that's the first degree, what it tells us, to not fear anything, and also to basically have that aspect of keeping your word, secrecy. Second is the submitting to the divine. And whichever path you follow, you can submit to the divine in any way, but it's the aspect of submission, letting the will of the grand architect of the universe's grand sublime plan be carried out in your life without being rebellious or resisting in any way. And to reflect on your growth, that did I just come into this life to pay bills and die? Or do I have more of a purpose in this life? And what am I here to do? Who am I meant to see? Where am I meant to go? Who am I meant to interact with? Those kind of things. and to continue the pursuit of the 7 liberal arts, which is in the Masonic aspect, you're taught to do that in the fellowcraft. And the aspect of die before you die, the Master Mason. So the Sufi is basically telling you to let go of everything of this world. It's materialism, it's pettiness, how people are taught to cheat each other in businesses, lie to each other, and backbite each other. It's telling you that you must let all of this go if you want to ascend to a higher realm. So all 3 stages must be honored fully, or you are just following mere rituals without any meaning, and inevitably leading to hypocrisy. You must practice what you preach, otherwise it's all meaningless and wasted effort. So in the Masonic aspect, even when all these teachings are being professed, if there's the aspect of talking about things, then there's the practical phase. Are you putting your teachings into application with your family, with your loved ones, with your neighbors, with your friends? I mean, it's nice you go to the Masonic events and Sufi events, even for myself, and you're taught all of these great moral lessons, but it won't mean anything unless you're in a position where you're putting it into application. And that's what the Sufis are emphasizing. Now we have the aspect of dealing with the pillars. So you have jihad with the self. Now the word jihad is basically to conquer yourself, because you yourself, what the Sufis teach, you're your own greatest enemy and your own greatest friend. And it depends on how you want to pursue those ideals and reflections in your life. So honoring the pillars in Islam, you have the 5 pillars, which is Tuscan, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, and Composite. First, with the I, Shahada, to declare your faith in the grand architect of the universe. S, Salat, prayer, to always be in a state of prayer. Now, when we refer to somebody as worshipful master or as worshipful brother, most of the naysayers who have these misconceptions about Freemasonry would say that you can't serve 2 masters at once. So what the Sufi says that you're not serving 2 masters at once. You're giving reverence to this brother who is a worshipful brother because he's full of worship for the grand architect of the universe, who has labored his way from the west to the east, from darkness to light, in his quest to not only educate and grow himself, but to educate and liberate his brethren, or those that come to him for aid and relief. L, which is fasting, which is to circumscribe your desires and live your life within due bounds. Not do anything in excess, do everything in moderation, because anything you do in excess, you fall out of balance. And that when you fall out of balance, you ultimately end up damaging your temple and those that are around you. So you must do everything in moderation in your life. A is the Hajj, which is the pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca. And that you're only allowed to do if you're financially capable to do so, to travel to the east for the pilgrimage in Mecca. Same thing in Freemasonry. We are not taught to take on any extra work on ourselves, which could be detrimental to ourselves and our family if we are financially unable to afford it. So it only tells you to be responsible and only handle what you can handle, and be upfront about it if you don't have the capability to handle it, and your brethren will be there to relieve you. So ask and you shall receive. M is zakat, which is almsgiving. So the aspect of the Sufi who has to give 10% of his income to the poor, whether it's a family member or a charity, and in the Masonic principles and organizations, that's also stressed. Every time you go to lodge, there's the importance of charity and almsgiving. Anytime you go to any Masonic event, Masons are known for their charitable donations and how they're there to relieve each other and take care of widows and orphans and take care of those that cannot take care of themselves. So the basic aspect is jihad al-nafs, which is to struggle against your lower self, such as lust, envy, greed, desire, fear, all of those things which are not there to ascend you into a higher being. And that is what is there, my brothers, friends, and sisters, to help you become a better human being. So you're dealing with the square and compasses of Freemasonry. On the left, you see the Masonic interpretation, and on the right, you see the Sufi interpretation. And it basically supports from the Sufi aspect on what Freemasonry teaches, that Freemasonry is open to those who believe in a supreme being, which is in supported by the volume of the sacred law in the Quran, Surah 2, verse 256. There is no compulsion in religion. So the Sufis will never force you to practice anything, and all walks of life are welcomed into Sufism. It doesn't matter what your background or religion is. And the aspect of from darkness towards light is emphasized. Min az-zulamati ilai an-nuri, to basically be in this quest from darkness to light and not waste the time that the human life has given you. So the Sufis believe in the Muhammadan reality. Now, most people, when they hear the name Muhammad, they think of the 6th century prophet that manifested in Arabia. But the Sufis believe that we are in part of this Muhammadan reality. So when we see in the Masonic teachings, when God says, "Let there be light," this is the light that the Sufis view as in their perception. And the light of Muhammad, what they believe is when there was darkness and there was primordial chaos before the creation of anything, everything was just this darkness and abyss and chaos. The light, God created this light. And from this light, all the humans, animals, galaxies, planets, stars, the moons, the sun, everything came from this light. So if we all come from the same source, how can we have any hate for one another if we all originate from the same source? And that is what the Sufis refer to as the light of Nur Muhammad, or the Muhammadan reality, is that once you realize that oneness, that everything is one, and you and I are all just manifestations of the same being, experiencing this reality through each other, then so much love and empathy can be created. Where if I hurt somebody and if I tell somebody that when he's hurting somebody that, in reality, you're hurting your own self by hurting him. Do you know that? Or if you say something good to somebody, do you know that you just said that good to yourself? And that is exactly what the Sufis are emphasizing. What is the goal of the Sufi and the Mason? The goal of the Sufi is to become one with his beloved, the grand architect of the universe, and to become better in his adab and his character, and being to honor self and humanity. The goal of the Mason is to believe in God, honor his brothers, smooth his ashlar, and be a better man. Now, the emphasis is related on tawakkul, which is complete trust on God, that no matter what happens, you always trust God, whether you're going through good times, bad times, moments of doubts and suspicions. Now, there's an interesting story that a Sufi master, how he tested his disciple with this exact scenario. So when the disciple was instructed to come see the master, there were about 5 or 6 stray dogs outside near the entrance. And it was done on purpose to see if the disciple would pass the test. And the master said, come to the place where I'm here to teach you and guide you. And first, so the disciple went and he got scared, like these dogs are going to attack me and they're going to bite me. But he trusted God and not felt any danger. And he proceeded further. And the master said, you passed the test. And that is basically what Freemasonry is teaching us, is that in the moment, in the heat of the moment, you might see that there are elements out there to get you, or you might feel some kind of danger. But your first stage of Masonry, that is the first thing that was emphasized to you, is to not fear any danger when you have tawakkul, the complete trust in the grand architect of the universe, knowing all the things that you're meant to do, people that you're meant to see, places that you're meant to go. Destiny unfolds in this grand sublime plan. And the creator is like a painter on a canvas, painting your life like a tapestry of different colors and patterns that is to be celebrated, not condemned. Tawheed is belief in a supreme being. So the aspect of Tawheed is the oneness of the supreme being. So whichever capacity you believe in the supreme being, that is your path for you to follow. As long as whatever path you're choosing is helping you become a better human being, then that is the path for you. It's like here, I'm in Philadelphia right now, and there are 6 different ways from Philadelphia for me to get to New York City. I can get in a car, I could drive there, I can catch a bus, I can catch the Amtrak, I can catch a plane from Philadelphia Airport. Whichever path I take, it's helping me get to the destination. So it's like how we have in our Masonic pyramid, where we have one mountaintop, but whatever path you take to get to that mountaintop, it's all relative, because we're all going to meet each other at the same place, no matter which path you follow. So most people do not know that Prophet Muhammad was a widow's son. So Muhammad lost his father at a young age and was raised by his mother, a widow, till the age of 6. And he married Khadija, who was also a widow at the age 25. He said, I have come to perfect the adab, character of mankind, and establish religious and racial freedom with his decrees, dealing of Hazrat Bilal, who was an African slave, covenant with the monks of St. Catherine Monastery, and the Constitution of Medina, which gave rights to Jews and Christians who were persecuted by the pagan tribes. Now, this is basically what Saladin followed when he allowed Christians safe passage in and out of Jerusalem, because the Sufis are taught to be defenders of the faith, just like how the Knights Templars are the defenders of the faith. You defend everyone, just like how you would give reverence to your faith and your family and your loved ones. You do the same for all the believers that are there, Jews, Christians, alike, everyone. Instructed mankind to become one ummah community and be on the level, and instructed to take care of widows and orphans, which is a reference in the Bukhari hadiths. So what the Sufis give reverence to is they follow the example of Muhammad, the widow's son, as the perfect example and as a guide that they seek to emulate. So he's telling you to perfect your character, to basically become one ummah, regardless of race, religion, or where you come from. Take care of widows and orphans. So those that are Masons, this sounds very familiar because that's what we are taught as well, to have equality of all mankind, the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God, to be on the level. So if somebody's a janitor or a CEO, you give the equal respect to each other, because it's about the purity of your heart, not your worldly title or rank that's been given to you. And to take care of widows and orphans. And I know where I'm at right now, it's emphasized right now with its charity programs to take care of widows and orphans. So the Sufis also have the aspect of finding the lost name of God, the ineffable name. So in Islam, in the Sufi aspect, they are the 99 names of Allah, and the 100th name is missing. And they say that whoever has a heart that is pure and he passes the test of Tazkiyah ul-Nafs, he's the only one that can gain that access to knowing that 100th name of God. So even the word Allah for Sufis is a substitute. That is not the real name of God. The real name of God is the 100th missing name, which even the Masons in their lessons and allegories are taught to labor towards that realization. So one of the names of the 99 names is Al-Basir, the all-seeing. And they say the camel knows the 100th name of God, which starts with the letter G. So Al-Basir, he is aware of the deeds done in darkness. And the Sufi basically instructs, there's a story that a Sufi master instructs 3 of his students, and he gives them all a chicken, and he tells them, go take this chicken somewhere where you can kill it and no one will see you. So the first one takes it in his home and kills it there. The second one takes it in the forest and kills it there. Now, when the third one, of course, it happens in 3. So the third student, he comes back to the master and he tells the master, I couldn't kill this chicken anywhere because wherever I went, God was watching me and he was going to hold me accountable. So this is the lessons that the Sufis are taught, that no matter what happens, you have to realize that you're always being watched. There's always a spiritual price to pay for your actions in this life, on how you deal with yourself, how you deal with your family, how you deal with those that you conduct business with. And you must, and this is the part where the application comes in, where you're taught the morality of Freemasonry, or those that follow Sufism. You're taught the morality of Sufism, but if you fail to put it in application, then there is a spiritual price you have to pay for that. And that is what they're teaching us with the aspects of the ineffable name of God, that those actions are brought where your heart technically gets weighed on a scale and it has to be lighter than a feather. So we also have the brethren of the white cloth. On the left-hand side, you have the innocence of the lambskin of the Master Mason's apron, where in Freemasonry, there are no strangers, only friends that you have yet to meet, which is a beautiful saying, knowing that if I'm wearing a Master Mason's apron and I see another brother wearing a Master Mason's apron, there is no introduction needed.
that immediate love and bond and brotherhood develops as soon as you see another brother. And that is the beauty of this journey. On the right-hand side, you have the holy city of Mecca. When the pilgrims go to Mecca, the holy city in the east, to do their pilgrimage. And as you see, it doesn't matter what their race or background is, they're equally divested and on the level. And the white cloth, which is known as the ihram, or phonetically what's referred to as hiram in the Sufi perception, is you all become hiram, and you all wear this white cloth of equality and death, because they tell you that on the day of death, this is how you're going to be covered. So they're already preparing themselves to be on that journey, knowing that money or titles or referrals cannot buy my way into the graces of the grand architect of the universe. Similar in Freemasonry, what you're taught that it's not money or anything of that nature which can buy your way into the brotherhood. It's about having a pure and simple heart. That is what helps you. That is what will guide you. And that is what will protect you. And this is what changed the heart of Malcolm X when he went to Mecca, because the other forms that he was being taught to hate white people. But when he went to Mecca, he realized that everyone is equal, everyone is on the level, and that is what changed his life. And that is exactly what we're being taught, is that anywhere anyone that's teaching you hate or division of any kind, just know that that person has their own agenda, and that person is not of God, or not representing themselves as a true moral man. Anything that's promoting unity and equality, that is of the nature of the grand architect of the universe, because we're all under this one canopy of heaven together, trying to do the right thing with the time that we've been given. So now we have the aspect of memento mori, my brothers and friends, which is to basically what Freemasonry teaches us with the symbolism of the skull, that this one life that you've been given, don't waste your time. Make the best use of your life while you've been giving. And it also tells you about the black and white tiles, the white lodge and the black lodge, that both good and evil come from God, and you must believe in destiny. And it's referred to in Sufi teachings that every soul will taste death, and we test you with evil and with good as trial, and to us you will be returned. And in Freemasonry, you're also taught the lessons of making the best use of your one human life, and also the aspects of the duality, living in both the black and white tile nature, knowing that both good and bad come as trial from the grand architect of the universe. And you must embrace each venue, each situation, each circumstance that comes in your life. Because face it, honestly, if any of us, if it was always a good time all the time, we wouldn't be who we are today, with our wisdoms, with our lessons, knowing right and wrong. It is just the nature of this order and chaos that has been set by the grand architect of the universe. Order out of chaos, you cannot have one without the other, because if one exists without the other, then either or loses its purpose. And that's how good and evil has been set in this realm, meaning it cannot always be a good time all the time. There is that aspect of balancing out good and evil, how it's reflected in your life as well, and how you must make the correct moral choices with the time that you have been given. And that ultimately depends on each person, because even as we're taught in our Masonic teachings, that every man has walked this road before you. But when your time comes, you have to walk this alone. You will be given the lessons, you will be given the teachings, but how you choose to walk this road, it's up to your own free will and accord. So the Sufis are always taught to be on the level with their brothers and sisters. Now, this is an image that we have here from the Scottish Rite House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., where you have all of the Holy Scriptures, volumes of sacred laws laid on the altar. And this is referred to what the Sufis believe, the teachings of the Quran, where it says that those who believe in the Quran and those who follow the Jewish scriptures and the Christians and the Sabians, any who believe in God in the last day and work righteousness, shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. And 49:10, it tells you that the believers are brothers. So make peace between your two brothers and be mindful of God, so that you may be given mercy. This is emphasized in Masonic teachings when we're taught when 2 or 3 are gathered together, your presence is amongst them, the presence of the grand architect of the universe.
and also relates to Psalm 133, where it teaches us, behold, how good it is for brethren to dwell in unity. So it's telling us to make peace with one another and know that all of your brothers are here as believers, whether they're Jews, Muslims, Christians, and Freemasonry exemplifies that, my dear friends and brothers, is where else in the world can we come together and love one another? If we can do this in Freemasonry in today's time of chaos and division, then why can't the world? And right now, Freemasons have to take a very active role, and I cannot stress that enough. The leadership of Freemasonry has to take an active role in emphasizing those teachings to the brethren and encouraging them to do the same, because our light is needed right now in this world, which is full of darkness. And same thing, it's emphasized that we make no distinction between any messengers. So everyone is treated equally. So in the Sufi path, if you're of any race or religion besides Islam, you're still welcomed as an initiate. In Freemasonry, it's the same exact thing. As long as you believe in God, you're of a good moral character, and you're vouched and recommended. So you have the aspect of the cable tow, unity and charity. So the Sufis believe that the aspect of the cable tow is the rope of God, and it brings us together, where outside people would, if you look outside of a Sufi or Masonic setting, people would tell you, okay, you live here, this is your race, this is your religion, you stick with your people, you don't intermingle with anyone. It's like what we see here in America, where there is that analogy of the melting pot, but in reality, it's a set of different ethnic enclaves and communities where people just want to stick with their own and deal with their own and not go outside of that and not have any growth in any way. So Freemasonry and Sufism breaks those barriers where people you will never run into outside in your average life. Now you're sitting with them as brothers on the table of brotherhood. So the cable tow in unity and charity. So in the Quran, Surah 3, it tells you, hold fast together to the cable of God and be not divided. Remember the blessing that God bestowed upon you. You were once enemies. Then he brought your hearts together so that through his blessing, you became brothers. So it teaches us that in this aspect of Freemasonry and Sufism, when somebody is within the length of your cable tow and you're there to help them, you are duty bound to help relieve your brother if he comes to you to relieve him and his family, if it's within your power to do so, and vice versa for him to you, because you take his hand for yours, and he'll do vice versa for yours, your heart for his heart for yours, your life for his life for yours. So these things are taken very seriously when you take that solemn obligation of the brotherhood under the fatherhood of God, that you must be there, because it's what Rumi says in the Sufi teachings, is that we're all walking each other home and we owe this love and light to one another. So right now, my dear brothers and friends, we're living in such pivotal times where we need companionship with like-minded brothers and friends. Because right now, if we don't have the proper companionship, it's not going to help us go through this order out of chaos that humanity and the world is going through right now. And Rumi stresses this by saying, the company of the good will make you good. The company of the bad will make you bad. Those who are of the same nature will fly off together. Eagles soar with eagles. Pigeons flutter with pigeons. And Ibn Khaldun, a Sufi master, emphasizes this, that hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. So right now we're living in such a sensitive society, my dear friends and brothers, that everyone is scared to express their opinion with one another. And Sapere Aude, and what Brother David Chichinatse is doing, is a great, great blessing to humanity, because it's so important that we have these dialogues and conversations without us being offended from one another or saying that he or she believes differently than me. Because as soon as you create that separation, the Sufis believe you've been separated from the grand architect of the universe. Your connection has been severed from up there. So you can do all of the prayers, pray 5 times a day, do all the rituals, but if your intent is not pure and you created a division already between your fellow man and are not able to listen to somebody, then you already created that separation. And what is the beauty of Sufism and Freemasonry?
We can agree to disagree with each other, but at the end, we're still brothers and friends, knowing that everyone is a free thinker, everyone has their own path, their own destiny, and that is the world that we have to envision. That is the great work, this one great work that we're involved in. And whether it takes, if I see it within my lifetime, I'm 29 years old. If I see it within my lifetime, I would be happy to, but if not, I will continue to labor towards it, because the world we inherit today is the one from our brethren who have fought for it, who have bled for it, and who have died for it. So if in today's times we're acting in a weak nature and not taking the chance to be revolutionaries and kingmakers and movers and shakers, what the Masonic Brotherhood was known for, then it's not going to do justice for the next generation. So moving on, in the Sufi path, we're taught to eat, drink, and fellowship, what in Freemasonry is emphasized as the fork and knife degree, where they tell you, brother, we know why you're here, but just don't make it too obvious why you're here. So we're instructed to eat together and invoke God's blessings, encourage for brethren companions to eat together and break bread together, because what is the easiest way to somebody's heart? Sit down and have food with them. And that will mellow them out, and they will share everything with you. And that creates a bond that you cannot have in any other setting. So it's very important why eat, drink, and fellowship is emphasized. And the best in the Sufi path are those that serve food to others. So in the Sufi path, there's a story that there was a few people that came to Muhammad, the widow's son, and asked him, oh, great teacher, there's this pious man praying 5 times a day. He's going to the mosque, he's doing all of these great things, and he's doing whatever he's supposed to do. And then Muhammad asked him, who is serving him food, who is providing his needs, and who is providing his toiletries? And they're saying, we are. And he said, you're better than them. So the Sufi path is telling you that if you're a person that serves others, lives your life in service to others, puts others before yourself, even what Freemasonry teaches us, that is more greater than you praying 5 times a day, or reading the Quran, or doing these different things, because service to humanity is the greatest form of worship that you can do. Because if we're all an extension of that same being, the grand architect of this universe, who's manifested in these different avatars, then if we're serving each other, we're in technicality serving him. And that is what the Sufis are emphasizing, is take care of your brothers, find out if his family is okay, find out if his kids are okay, as if they were your own. And that is most important, my dear brothers and friends, is right now we live in such a society where the neighbors don't even say hello to each other. They do not say hello to each other. There's the aspect of division that's been created in society. And we need to eliminate that by working towards what's right and what's wrong in this world. Please excuse the phone ringing in the back. So now we move on to Kashaf, removing the veils to know God. So if you've seen those that have witnessed the Master Mason degree and the Royal Arch degree, without going any further into its teachings, you would know what it means to remove the veils. So the 7 wheels to God, the grand architect of the universe: reason, knowledge, the heart, the self, senses, desire, and will. Only the true seeker will find God's reality, which can be found only through self-realization. You are given the tools, but must do the work yourself. So this is the esoteric teachings of Sufism and Freemasonry, where the wheat gets separated from the chaff, where those that come into Freemasonry are saying, I didn't learn anything from them. They don't know anything. They don't know any knowledge, and they didn't teach me anything. No, they did teach you. They did give you the tools. They gave you everything you needed. But it was you that failed to realize. And no one is going to hold your hand on this road and walk you. You are told up front that this is your road. Here are the lessons. Here are the teachings. Now, how you choose to walk it is between you, your brethren, and the grand architect of the universe. And that is what the Sufis are being taught as well, is that you are given these different teachings, but if you're not failing to do anything about it, then that's on you. It's like with the Superior Audit platform. When the pandemic happened in March 2020, the entire fraternity got shut down. But what did the brethren do? They improvised, and they used the tools that were given to them, and they created, as builders like they are, a platform which to this day is serving the brethren and community of the world, not just to bring everyone together, but also to eliminate the misconceptions of Freemasonry that many have. So it's all about lifting the symbolic veil between the heart of the believer and the true reality of God. And as we see, the Sufi symbol, which is the crescent Islamic and moon, has the wings around it and flying. And I had a dream one time where I was in the Grand Lodge above. I was in this beautiful white building with beautiful pillars, and I saw the Masonic square and compass that had the wings around it, and it was flying around me. And I still remember that dream vividly to this day. So we also have the aspect of the Sufi. He's a good man. First, your family, the 24-inch gauge. So the 24-inch gauge teaches you to divide your time properly between yourself, God, your neighbor, your vocations, and your family, as the lessons of Freemasonry teach us. So the social responsibilities of Sufism concerning are based on kindness, consideration of others. Your first obligation, my dear friends and brothers, is to your family, then to other relatives, neighbors, friends, and acquaintances, orphans and widows, the needy of the community, our fellow believers, our fellow human beings and animals. So Freemasonry teaches you is first put your job first, your financial health, your physical and mental health, and the health of your family. So if being in Freemasonry, most people forget it's a volunteer organization. If being in Freemasonry is taking too much away from you in your time, where your family is being neglected, your health is being neglected, your finances are being neglected, you're going in debt, then that means you're doing something wrong because you're not following the lessons of the 24-inch gauge. Everything has to be done the right way. You come to Freemasonry when you have a good career, you're able to sustain a job, you're able to sustain a family, sustain a relationship, because that is the mark of a true good man, because you already have a solid foundation about you. And that carries over into Freemasonry, where good men become better men. So it's most important that you put your family first and realize that there's no neglect happening while you're dedicating time to Freemasonry, and also your first obligation coming to your family. So in the Sufi path, my dear friends and brothers, you have the concept of proper vetting, recommendation, and mentoring, what they call as tarbiyat in Arabic. You have to truly be about it for you to gain anything. Proper recommendation of the seeker is needed, for the sheikh, who is the equivalent of the worshipful master, and the proposer, who is the equivalent of the recommender, have to deal with spiritual consequences from God. The seeker must be of a pure heart, intent, and soul. Once initiated, the seeker must be carefully mentored and counseled, quality over quantity. Uplift the seeker's heart so he can do for others. What's the first thing that happens when there's any kind of Masonic issue? They find out who the proposer is. So in Sufism, as you see on the left side, there's the sheikh who's sitting with his disciples and students. They're doing the proper initiation and recommending. On the right-hand side, you have the worshipful master who's instructing the new brother with his lessons and morals and degree work that he's being taught. So in Sufism, they tell you that if you bring any wrong person into the order, you have to deal with spiritual consequences from the grand architect of the universe, because it's like a chain, like how you have living past masters in a lodge. It's like one chain connected to the other chain, connected to the other chain, passing it on. So in the Sufi tariqah, you also have the sheikhs, what they call the silsila, or the golden chain, where one sheikh goes to the next sheikh, goes to the next sheikh. So you have to deal with spiritual consequences if you bring somebody that is not of a right nature, that is a ruffian, or is there with an improper motive. So in Freemasonry, it tells you that if you're there for an improper motive, then that is not for you. In Sufism, you're taught the same way, that proper recommendation and mentoring and tarbiyat, meaning that if you give the brother the correct initiatic experience, the one who's there with a pure heart, you mentor him and guide him properly, not contact him when it's time for him to pay his subscriptions, or if the lodge needs an active role from him. Call him. Hey, how's your family doing? Tell him about your family and ask him about his. That is the importance of developing that proper mentoring and education and tarbiyat, on top of what we see going on in a platform like this in the post-pandemic world, where we see the brethren who have been given the tools and they have adapted to serve the needs of their brethren who are hungry, for education and knowledge. Now you have the aspect of the Islamic lunar cycle, Masonic moonlight lodges, lodge on the moon, Sufi and Masonic comparison. So it was not uncommon, my dear friends, for Masonic lodges to meet at the full moon cycle. This is the origin of the tradition in some jurisdictions that a lunar month was the minimum time between degrees. In the Sufi Islamic point of view, the lunar months are also followed for practices, holidays, observances, ceremonies, etc. And there are still lodges that follow this. In, I believe there are a few states here in America that still follow this tradition, that have a moonlight lodge, or their lodge meets on the evening when the moon comes out. So in the Sufi tradition, when they see the sighting of the moon, that's when they celebrate the Eid holidays. When they see the sighting of the moon, that's when they'll celebrate Ramadan. And in the Sufi initiatic paths, when you're conducted from one stage to the other, it happens on full moon ceremonies. So everything revolves around the moon because the moon is of a feminine nature. And we must hone that feminine and masculine within ourselves, because if the moon is not there, so many things in this world would fall apart, including the controlling of the tides, how we ourselves are 75% water. So everything, it comes from that feminine nature. So we have King Solomon in Sufism, who the Sufis refer to as Suleiman al-Hakim. And Suleiman al-Hakim was one who had asked, when the grand architect of the universe asked him, Suleiman, what is it that you most desire? And he said, oh God, I only desire wisdom. And with wisdom, he was given everything else: control over the dominion of man, control over the jinns, the ifrit, and all of these different beings that served Suleiman and his goals. And we see right now, Suleiman is buried, his resting place, it is Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is at the Temple Mount and protected by Sufis in many ways to this day. So Suleiman's teaching are telling us to always put God first. And if you put God first and don't desire anything else besides wisdom, then all your needs in your life will be met. And that is the teachings that the Sufis emphasize of Suleiman al-Hakim, that even after his death, the jinns and men respected and loved him so much that they continued serving him even after his death. And that is the mark of a true man: lived respected and died regretted, what even Freemasonry teaches us. So we also have the Arabic word. If you look at Star Wars, you always see the Masonic references that they make in the stories of Star Wars. Al-Jedi, and Al-Jedi is an Arabic word meaning the master of the way. And if you see the symbol on the bottom right, it is of the Jedi Council in Star Wars. And that is the same symbol that a lot of the Sufi groups use as well. There's a Sufi group in Sudan who use this symbol in their flag. And we see on the top, we see this whirling dervish. He's whirling around the planets and the galaxies to become the Jedi, to become the master of the way. Now we move on to Ikhwan al-Safa. So the Ikhwan al-Safa were the Freemasons of Basra from the 9th century. And this is referred to in Mackey's Encyclopedia, number 2. Mackey's Masonic Encyclopedia, number 2, page 601. The above image resembles the three lights: the sun, the moon, and the Sheikh, the worshipful master, which you see on the Masonic teachings as well. The three lesser lights, which you have the Sheikh, or the worshipful master, the sun, and the moon, because astrologically, the lodge represent astrology in many ways. So when you're in the lodge, you have the junior warden, the senior warden, the worshipful master. It's all being represented, the aspects of the sun rising and the sun setting, then the moon and the sun, and how the worshipful master is there to rule his lodge, to make sure everything gets handled with justice and equity. So it's all there as a balance, an astrological balance, where the worshipful master is representing the grand architect of the universe, and you have the wardens that are representing the sun and the moon. And in the Sufi aspect, it is the same thing, where everything works in hand with each other. And it shows you for the initiate as well, is when you go from an inner apprentice to master mason, you go through that astrological change yourself. Something in your life changes after you become a master mason. It is something that cannot be explained. Only those that have been through the path can explain that to you, that there is something that changes in your life. And that is what the Sufis emphasize as well in their teachings. Now, the ranks of Ikhwan al-Safa were, at the age of 15, you were considered a craftsman. At the age of 30, you were considered a leader. So the craftsmen were the one who were like working their way up. They were learning the knowledge. They were coming from darkness to light. And they were putting everything into practice, just like how in Freemasonry, you have the LOIs and you have to learn the work and become the master of the work. And if you're certified and deemed worthy, then you're able to go into the chairs and become a master or a warden. Second are the leaders, which you have to get to the age of 30 for you to be considered a leader. These are the wardens and the masters. Once you get to stage 3, which are the kings, that's 40 years. That's like equivalent to a provincial grand master or a provincial inspector, like those kind of things, or those that have grand ranks, those that have labored their whole lives for the craft. And in the Sufi aspect, it's those that have also labored for the Sufi teachings for their self and their brethren. Fourth are the prophets and philosophers, which if you look at the Grotto organization in America, they symbolize, and the Shriners and the Grottos symbolize a lot of Sufi Islamic teachings in their organization, the master of the veiled prophets and those kind of things. And that you have to be minimum age 50 years to be considered, where you're being compared to the great teachers and messengers that have walked this earth, because you have spent your whole life laboring from the west to the east in search from darkness to light. And these are the equivalent of Grand Master levels. So they taught esoteric knowledge with their 52 epistles. And they also initiated Christian Rosenkreutz, who was visiting the Near East and Morocco during that time, the Ikhwan al-Safa, because they accepted anyone. It didn't matter what your race or religion was. Even though they were a Sufi group, they accepted everyone and anyone into their group that was there, that believed in God, that believed in a higher nature, that had purification of the self. They were well recommended and vouched. So that's when Christian Rosenkreutz came into their life, and they were taught these secrets of immortality, because even Christian Rosenkreutz was able to achieve that immortality of the soul in many ways. And this is a group that also encountered the Knights Templars, which existed, and this group has existed since the 9th century. And they're all learned from each other. So most people would say that have any kind of bias that everything in Freemasonry comes from Sufism. No, that is not true. The beauty of Freemasonry, my brothers and sisters, is that you find a little bit of connection in each teaching and philosophy that's there, whether Western or Eastern, Neoplatonism, Greek philosophy. The Ikhwan al-Safa were teaching all of this to their initiates. And it was telling you that if you can find oneness and reverence for all faiths, philosophies, and teachings, that is when you become a true initiate. So you must be willing to accept anyone and anything around you as a source of light. And that is why they got along so greatly with the Christian Rosenkreutz and the Templars as well. And this group was also linked with the assassins, the Hashashin, and Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain, as all of these groups collectively studied with each other and helped each other throughout the world and throughout the ages. So you also have another example. On the left-hand side, you have a drawing of the Bektashi Sufi order in Turkey. And on the right, you see the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master, which represents the grand architect of the universe in his lodge as the highest authority in the East. And on the Sufi painting, you see the sun, the moon, and the master. So a lot of the Sufi masters that I have dealt with, they know when you're doing something wrong. They have that spiritual intuition, and they will call you or text you right away, because that all-seeing eye of the Creator is always observing you and watching you. So don't think that if you fall out of line, oh, nobody's here, nobody's here. No, you're still being watched and observed. You're always being watched and observed. That is the responsibility that you must carry on your shoulders if you become a Sufi or a Mason, and know that there is a higher power that will hold you accountable. So always hold yourself to a higher standard, and to know the astrological changes that not take place within yourself, but around you, because this Masonic brotherhood that you're dealing with is not only for this world, it's a universal order that you're dealing with, which principles can be found anywhere and everywhere. I remember when my recent trip in 2019 took me to the border regions of India and Pakistan to visit a lot of the Sufi shrines. There were people coming out of nowhere offering me their friend, their brotherhood and friendship. And it just shows you how small Freemasonry, like this world, how small that it becomes when you are an initiate of that path, knowing you are not taught to fear any danger. And wherever you go, there will always be somebody there to help you, aid you, and assist you. So now, my brothers, we move on to the aspects of honoring each other through the wages. So in the Sufi path, we're taught that give the worker his wages before his sweat dries. Now, the allegorical teaching of this is make sure that those who come into your gathering, they don't leave away dissatisfied in any way. And Freemasonry teaches you the same thing, whether you see the Mark Master Mason's degree or the Fellowcraft degree, where you're taught the importance of honoring each other through the wages. And the Masonic equivalent, as Brother Benjamin Franklin tells us, is that Masonic labor is purely a labor of love. He who seeks to draw Masonic wages in gold or silver will be disappointed. The wages of a Mason are earned and paid in their dealings with one another. Sympathy begets sympathy, kindness begets kindness, helpfulness begets helpfulness, and these are the wages of a Mason. And this is what the Sufi, my dear friends and brothers, is taught as well, is the importance of honoring each other through the proper wages to make sure none leave away dissatisfied. Now we have a quote from Rumi, who says that every moment I shape my destiny with a chisel. I am the carpenter of my own soul. And then we see the Sufi dervish who's whirling and letting go of this world because he wants nothing to do with this world and its greed and ego and pettiness and malice and divisions. He wants to be united with his beloved, the grand architect of the universe. That is his only true goal in this life. And in this life, you are a temple which you have to sculpt. So you are a rough ashlar and you have to sculpt yourself up into a smooth ashlar, each a way in your thinking, in your knowing, in your doing, and in your understanding. Just take a moment and think about in your life, is there anything that I could have said better? Is there anything that I could have done better? Is there anything that I could have handled in a better way? Is there anyone that I need to apologize to? And it's telling you to put your egos down and love and respect each other. Now we move on to the acacia tree. So in the Sufi aspect, they tell you the pledge of Rizwan, which is known as the acacia tree. And it says that God was pleased with the believers when they were pledging allegiance with you. And they were placing allegiance with Muhammad, the widow's son. They were pleased when they were pledging allegiance with you by placing their hands in your hands under the tree, how Masons take each other hand in hand. The companions and brethren of Muhammad, the widow's son, taking the oath of Rizwan under the acacia tree. This pleased the grand architect of the universe. The companions were rewarded with eternal paradise, and the acacia tree is a tree of heaven native to desert areas of the Islamic world. In Freemasonry, the acacia tree symbolized the immortality of the soul, that the Master Mason will always live on. So that what the Sufis are teaching you is that if we're all an extension of this divinity taking place in these different avatars, then you never really truly die. You just go from one form to another. And that is the immortality of the soul that the Master Mason is taught as well. And it's telling us the importance of companionship. Right now in the Western world, we're taught the aspects of individualism. Just worry about yourself, don't worry about the other person. Nobody gets anywhere like that. Our ancient brethren, our great brethren like George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, all these great brethren that have walked this earth, none of them got to their destination if it wasn't for the aid and assistance of the other brethren around them. So in the Sufi aspect, they're telling us that you follow the example of Muhammad's teachings, but Muhammad wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything if it weren't for the brethren and companions who were there to aid and assist him. So we have to give reverence to our brethren and know that we're all walking each other home and we need each other. Ultimately, the human nature and this journey, whether you're of the left-hand path or of the right-hand path, you need each other. We need each other. Whether it's somebody that gives us a shoulder to cry on, somebody to talk to. As Freemasons, we are taught, hey, brother, if you need somebody to talk to, please give me a call. And that is very important. We can't get to our destination just by ourselves. Everything, our brothers are there to guide us. And that is what the pledge of the acacia tree that the Sufis are teaching us. Now we have the aspects of the 7 liberal arts, which are rhetoric, grammar, astronomy, geometry, arithmetic, music, and logic. And as we see on the left-hand side, this is a picture from the from the 15th century, where the Sufis are being taught the 7 liberal arts and sciences. So here we have the compasses. Here we have the square, which is telling them to square your actions, and the aspect of the compasses. The astronomy, where all of the stars have Arabic names. You have the hourglass, which is telling you to basically don't waste your time with the time that you have been given. Don't think that this life that you're in is going to last forever. So the Sufis believe right now this life is a dream realm, that this life we're in is a simulation. We're stuck in this open air prison because we went against God in some way, shape, or form as rebellious devils. And that's why we've been placed under this quarantine or lockdown until we get our act together and become better human beings. That's when we'll be able to ascend to higher realms. So that's what they teach us. And this also, Ikhwan al-Safa, is referenced in Mackey's Encyclopedia, number 2, page 601, as a pre-1717 group that taught the arts and sciences. And as we see, they have the Masonic tools displayed in their paintings to have the love of knowledge and each other. Now we have the importance of music. So the Sufis emphasize much use of music. And basically, on the left-hand side, you have Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, who emphasizes like the teachings of the Qawwali, because the Sufis have like Qawwalis and different forms of musical expressions to revere their love for the grand architect of the universe. And it is one of the 7 liberal arts revered by both Sufis and Masons, used for setting the mood of social gathering, ritual, initiation, and meditation and contemplation. Sufis have their nasheeds, their qawwalis, poetry, etc., expressing love for God and your fellow man. In the Masonic settings, you have your odes and hymns, where you have to do your odes, your hymns, have this reverence and love for God that we have in our musical teachings. And the Sufi is taught the same. They express their love for God in their teachings as well. So you have Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, you have Abda Parveen, you have all of these great Sufi musicians that are there teaching and expressing their love for God, just like how Masons do in their odes and hymns. So we also have the incense, and the Sufi Masonic overview of it is initiatic, ceremonial, and celebration, where Thomas Smith Webb wrote on the Masonic symbolism of the pot of incense. The pot of incense is an emblem of a pure heart. This is always an acceptable sacrifice to the deity. And as this glows with fervent heat, so should our hearts continually glow with gratitude to the great and beneficent author of our existence for the manifold blessings and comforts we enjoy. It is interesting that although the pot of incense is accepted as a symbol of Masonry, the particular type of incense burned is never mentioned. Incense used in many mystery schools of initiation, including King Solomon's temple, the tabernacle, used in both Sufi and Masonic initiations. And I know when I was initiated into Sufism, there was, at the 4 corners of the room, each corner had a form of incense and a form of music that was playing. So imagine incense and music, having that in a lodge, that would definitely skyrocket the attendance. When you have like a place where it technically brings you all together through the love of music, and incense with like shares and stimulates the senses, and it has like an initiatic bond to it as well. So it's taught in both Sufi and Masonic aspects as well. So the Sufi is taught to be a fakir, and a fakir is like the equivalent of a beggar. So I talked to this great Sufi master once, and this guy was a pediatrician by profession. And I asked him, "Sir, who are you? What do you do for a living?" Because that's the first thing people ask us is, what do you do for a living? So they can base the kind of respect that they want to give you. In today's society, that's how it is. So the Sufi will always tell you that I'm a fakir, and I'm a Sufi. I have no other occupation or vocation. And this comes from fana, which is annihilation of self.
So fana in the Arabic word is to just, they want nothing to do with this world. And it's just annihilation of the self, ego. So when you see the Sufi master, this is how he will be. He will have the cane in his hand. He will have like a long beard, preferably long hair, if he has that. And he will always portray himself as living an aesthetic lifestyle, meaning this world and its pettiness, he wants nothing to do with it. And in Freemasonry, we're always taught that ego is not needed here. When we go through the aspects of ego, sometimes that is ultimately our downfall. And even in our Masonic teachings, we're taught to not have any ego. Now, the basic Sufi mantra that they teach you is La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. There is no God but God. God is the only reality. So La ilaha illallah comes up to 7 syllables, which symbolizes the 7 chakras, meaning right here, your root chakra is your fallen state. So symbolically, you have to work your way up to the crown chakra, spirituality, and the graces of the grand architect of the universe. And in Surah 50, it tells you that if you're looking for God, God is within. You're looking for God over here, you're looking for God here, but God is ultimately within you. And that's where you have to find the teachings of God is in your own self, where Rumi says that I tried to find God in all places, but the teachings of the grand architect I found within my heart. So it's telling you to work your way up through basic trust, through honoring your creativity, wisdom, power, love, and healing, communication, awareness, and eventually getting to spirituality, where even if you see the Egyptian pharaoh, you have the symbol of the serpent on his crown, because that is the energy of him working his way up to the graces of the grand architect. So now we have the concept of being duly tested and tried. So in Freemasonry, one thinks that, okay, I have to pay my dues, I have to pay my membership fees, and the only way I maintain my membership is through financial means. But you pay your dues in more ways than once. And in the Sufi path, when I was in Pakistan, the Sufis would always disguise themselves as beggars to test me. That is this person who he is that he's claiming to be? Is he going to help me? Same thing after you become a Master Mason. You'll have brethren that'll approach you thinking that, is he going to relieve me of my distress? So those, you get tested and tried in both scenarios. And many of these Sufis are connected to the initiatic orders of the Salomonari. And the Salomonari is a group in Romanian mythology. And as you see, he has a stick, a Masonic stick, the staff. He has a gavel, the book with the double-headed eagle. He's wearing his collar. And the Salomonari basically are in Romania who come from the inner earth civilization. And there are wizards that disguise themselves as beggars. And if you pass their test, meaning if you pass by a beggar and give him some money, he will open up the heart of Romania to you. And that is the same way the Sufi master will test you as well. Because Salomonari, and they're also connected to Suleiman al-Hakim, Solomon, Salomonari, and the Sufis have also interacted with them. Meaning, if you pass this test, then you are duly tested and tried and vouched for. So there is a lot of things that you have to take into consideration. So now we have the master of the work, the Sheikh and the worshipful master. So the Sheikh is the one who has memorized all 114 surahs of the Quran, front to back, back to front. The worshipful master of the lodge is equivalent to that, one who has memorized his LOIs and all of the work that he needs to do to be the master of that lodge. So we inherit our organization today from those that have worked hard and passed it down to us. We wouldn't have it today if it weren't for those brethren that worked hard and passed down this fraternity to us. So what the Sufis are emphasizing in their teachings is, if you want to become a master, you have to take it seriously. Become a master of the work. Same thing right now in today's Freemasonry, where you go to any lodge, and I've been to lodges all over the world, where you'll have maybe 7 or 8 people show up, the minimum that they need just to open and close. And that is not enough justice being done to this fraternity, where one day if our grandsons and their grandsons come knocking on the door of this fraternity, and if it's not there for them, then we failed that test of how it was passed down to us and how we must pass it down to others. So that's what the Sufi path is also teaching you, is if you want to be a master of the work, you need to take it seriously and learn the work and pass it down to your brothers. So now we have the aspect of God being our guardian, that God is the guardian of those who believe. He brings them out of darkness into the light. So the Sufi path tells you that when you put your trust in God, do not fear any danger. What's taught to us in Freemasonry. And how many people we have in today's world? 7 or 8 billion? And out of them, you have 6 million that are Freemasons, meaning not everyone is meant to get it. Even in the Islamic tradition, the Sufis are the minority. Not everyone is meant to get it. Well, you have different people like the Sunnis and the Shias who have their own divisions and sectarian issues. The Sufis are about love and purity. They're a minority. Freemasons in the world, they're a minority. So we're here to basically have this unity amongst one another, knowing that you could place all the knowledge and books and credentials in front of somebody. If they don't have the light and heart to understand and have empathy, they won't get it. So that's why only those that are meant to be brought from darkness to light, they are amongst the companies of like-minded brethren and companions. Now we have the story of Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, who is one of the greatest Sufi masters. Now, Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani teaches us to be humble. And what he teaches us is that one day he was walking in a market with his students, and he told the students, "Do you see that beggar over there? He's better than me." And they said, "Sheikh, why would you say that? You're a sheikh and he's a beggar." And they said, "Overnight, the grand architect of the universe can put me in his position and put him in my position." So when you're coming across different people, never look down upon anybody, because your whole world can turn upside down in a matter of a few seconds and minutes. What happened to our world recently in March of 2020? We never expected it. We never prepared for it. And to this day, we are suffering for it because we were not mentally, spiritually, and emotionally ready for the challenges that were waiting for us, such as this phase, order out of chaos phase that we're going through, where you have weak men that are creating hard times. And of course, the hard times ultimately will create stronger men. So ultimately, there's always a cycle that comes out of this. And Freemasonry teaches us the same, is always be humble. Never think anyone is above you or beneath you. We're all on the level equally. Now, most people do not know, when you look at the Holy Kaaba in the holy city of Mecca in the east, they do not know inside there are the 3 pillars and the altar. And behind the black covering, you have the perfect brick ashlar stone. And Abraham and his son Ishmael were told by the grand architect to lay the cornerstone of this temple. And there's what they call a meteorite, a stone that fell from heaven. So this symbolizes the house that is not made with hands, with that cornerstone from heaven that is there. And inside the altar and the pillars, it's also teaching you the aspects of Jacob's ladder, where you have the 3 pillars and the ladder, and you have to work your way back up into the graces of God. And you see the pilgrims who are dressed in white, equally divested and on the level, the rite of circumambulation going around the altar. Same thing, a Mason. You have the symbolism of the Kaaba right here. And you have the 3 pillars or the 3 lights, and you go around the altar, same way that a Sufi does when he tries to get close to God. So what the Sufi teaches is that everything that has existed since ancient Egypt, ancient Sumerians, till this very day, everything was Sufism being revealed in stages. Just like how you have Freemasonry that gets revealed in stages. They believe that everything since day one was Islam or Sufism. That's their perception. So you have the aspect of the Ka, which is your soul, the Ba, the Kaaba, and you have the Ak. So Muslims refer to each other as Ak. Hey, Aki, how are you? That means brother. So you have the Ka, the Ba, and the Ak, the 3 stages of the soul, and you have the 3 pillars, the perfect ashlar stone, the house not made with hands, which was laid by Abraham and Ishmael, and how we must go around the altar ourselves 7 times to have our own form of initiation. And that is one of your duties as a Sufi, is to do this in your life. So most people realize the aspect of the wool that the Knights Templar wear on top of their heads. So the wool basically symbolizes their interaction with the Sufis. Now, this is what the Sufis believe, that basically when the Knights Templar were there studying with the Sufis and the Ikhwan al-Safa, they also studied with the assassins, and that is what the picture on the bottom left symbolizes. So the Sufis, the assassins, and the Templars, the Ikhwan al-Safa, They were all studying together in these mystery schools, and knowledge was being passed from each other, where the Sufis learned from the Templars, and vice versa, they learned from them. And this is what the Sufis believed when they went back to France. That's why they were persecuted on a Friday, which is a holy day for Muslims, because they were believed to be worshiping Baphomet in secret, which is what the Sufis believed is a bastardization of Muhammad, or Mahomet, Baphomet, the as above, so below, and the masculine and feminine within you. And the wool symbolizes the purity, the Safa, the woolen clothed Sufis. So you have the Al-Banna Sufi order, which was tied to Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain, and the assassins, who taught the Templars that you might have the cross, but we will teach you the meaning of the cross. And they taught the aspect that if you fold the cross, it turns into the perfect ashlar cube of the Kaaba, meaning that there's truth to be found in all walks of life, meaning whatever path you follow, there is truth. So there was no condemnation, but there was actually celebration, where they celebrated each other's knowledge and brotherhood. So the Knights Templar supposedly went extinct in France, but as we know with the many chivalry orders that is not true. Same thing with the Assassins' Brotherhood. Supposedly they went extinct when the Mongols came and wiped them out, but there are certain sources that say that they are still around today. So you also have the aspect of gematria, which is the Kabbalistic aspect of letters and numbers, and how God created the letters and numbers. So if you type the word Freemasonry with the Jewish cipher, it comes up to 787. And in the Arabic numbers, we get the Arabic numerals 787. And this means, the numerical value of this means Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful. So everything is for God, by God, the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God, which both Freemasonry and Sufism are symbolizing. So when I looked at the square and compasses before I became a Mason, I said that's Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. But I realized as time goes on that there were different connotations to the Masonic teachings of squaring the virtues, and how I viewed it as a Sufi when I viewed it as a path of God. So in today's world, my dear friends, there is such a lack of a spiritual discipline. Why are we all in a time of chaos? Because most people lack the time to have some kind of a spiritual discipline. Right now is a time where whatever path you're following, if you have some kind of a spiritual discipline that's helping you become a better human being, take time to dedicate 20 minutes, 30 minutes to that practice and become better. This is what the Sufis call zikr, or eating the word of God, where they're always like doing zikrs on their beads. And when you're on the Sufi path, you're taught, okay, you have to recite Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim 10,000 times a day, or La ilaha illallah 10,000 times a day. And that is you basically, because words are spells. When you're manifesting your words and spelling, you're manifesting that protection around you. So they're telling you to protect yourself in these times, you need some kind of a spiritual practice and some kind of a proper guidance and mentorship, meaning you also need a guide. So on top of having a spiritual discipline, you need a guide. That's symbolized in Freemasonry too, where you cannot be initiated unless you have a guide. Sufism is the same. If you do not have a sheikh or a guide, then you're still wandering in darkness, even if you're claiming to be a Sufi. So most people, when they look at the Western movies and cartoons like Aladdin, they will see the magic carpet, or the magic carpet in the Cave of Wonders, that when you get on it, it flies you into higher dimensions. So the magic carpet is basically the Islamic prayer rug, and it's in the shape of an oblong square. And it tells you that you are the temple. And if you look at the symbolism of the Islamic prayer rug, it's the Islamic rug. You have the arch of initiation and the pillars. And on the top, you have the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone, the house not made with hands. Inside of it, you have the pillars and the altar. And that's what you're symbolizing. And if you go to a Sufi organization or a Sufi mosque, you see outside of it, you see nothing but shoes outside, because you're supposed to take off your shoes, because inside you're walking on holy ground and you cannot enter unless you remove your shoes. Same thing when you pray on the Islamic rug, you have to remove your shoes. And when you pray and you go into these different gestures, because it symbolizes the lunar cycle in many ways as well. You're uplifting yourself to the state of the heavens. And that is what the magic carpet symbolizes when you see it in movies and video games. All right, moving on. So now we have the Sufi and Islamic connection to America. On the left-hand side, most people do not know that there is one state in America that every September they have a state holiday known as Islam Day, and that is the state of Hawaii, because Hawaii, their last king, King Kamehameha, was an Islamic Shriner. And the Shriners organization that you see in the grotto in America has heavy Sufi and Islamic influence upon its teachings. And on the left-hand side, you see the Kingdom of the Banner, the Kingdom of Hawaii banner from the 1500s, 200 years before America's existence. And it shows two Moors wearing the red fezzes, holding the banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii. And also Morocco was the first country to recognize America post-independence, a Muslim country. And this is George Washington's letter to the Sultan of Morocco from the city of New York in December, late 1700s, which he refers to him as a great and magnanimous friend who had basically helped him in his journey in many ways, even though it's not taught to us in our history books. On top, you have Jamal al-Afghani. Jamal al-Afghani is referred to as the old man of the mountain. And he had also taught Madame Blavatsky as well, where they were in this Brotherhood of Luxor, and she referred to him as Serapis Bey. So Jamal al-Afghani was going around here and there as a Sufi master and Freemason, teaching the right knowledge of brotherhood, equality. And in this winter of 1882, 1883, he was in Chicago here in America with his disciple, Muhammad Abdu, who was also a Sufi master and Mason from Egypt. And together they went to go see the parents of Noble Drew Ali. And Noble Drew Ali is the founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America, who established the quote-unquote first official Islamic presence in America in 1916. So these hidden masters of the East had a precognitive knowledge that these parents will ultimately pass that teachings on to him. So this is what they did in terms of making sure everything got handled the way that it did. And even in the John Wick movie, if you see the John Wick, the third movie, you will see that the person running everything was a hidden master of the East who had the only power to get the assassins to leave him alone. And those individuals of the hidden hand still exist today in the Sufi aspect. Because most people who have the conspiracy mindset, they can Google Rockefeller family or Rothschild family, but the people that are really in charge of running world affairs, those are people you cannot Google. And that is basically the Sufi path is teaching you is you might live next to the person, but you don't know. So always be humble and respect everyone. So we're always taught in the Sufi aspect of brotherhood, of sparing each other's life. That is taught in Masonic lessons as well. When you see the American Civil War or you see the world wars in Europe, when Masons recognized each other as brethren, they spared each other's lives. And they even sat in lodges together in the, I believe, World War I. They were on opposite sides. So here we have Saladin and Richard the Lionheart. They were initiates of the same esoteric schools. Anytime Saladin would be in any kind of distress, Richard would relieve him. Anytime anything would happen to Richard, Saladin would relieve him. And they were always brethren on the level, and they were defenders of the faith, which is even why Saladin allowed Christians safe passage in and out of Jerusalem. And he protected their churches, their relics, and their women and children, because that is what the true Mason does. And that is the respect that Richard and Saladin had with each other. And this is a tradition that you see in the teachings of the American Civil War, the World Wars, where brethren on opposite sides, if they recognized each other, they were able to pass through areas unmolested. So now we have, excuse me. Oh, yes, excuse me. Sorry, got stuck for a second. So now we have the Knight of St. Andrews, which is in the ancient accepted Scottish Rite, which is a degree in Scottish Rite Masonry, and also the 17th degree, where you have the green symbolism of Islam in the back, along with the Knights Templar And if you look at the 17th and 18th degrees and the 26th degrees of the Scottish Rite, or the ancient and accepted Rite, it shows you how Sufis and the Knights Templars interacted with each other, and how this balance represents the balance between Islam, the green, and the Christian brothers, and how there's the symbol of hope, how we're supposed to come together and relieve each other and love each other under the reverence of God. Same thing, the double-headed eagle. When the Sufis are praying, they say salam to the left, salam to the right, because God is in both directions. He's the Lord of the East and the West. So you must be able to gain knowledge from all aspects. Don't have bias for anything, whether it's Greek philosophy, Western philosophy, Eastern philosophy. The Sufis tell you to embrace everything as teachings from God and embrace it in your life, because it's all there to teach you allegorical lessons for your life. And of course, spes mea in Dio est, in Latin means my faith is in God. So the Sufi teaches you to know thyself. I searched for God and found only myself. I searched for myself and found only God. So it's telling you that what we know as the grand architect of the universe, in reality, there is no separate being that's taking place on this realm, whether it's angels, jinns, humans, animals. It's all this one being that's projected into these different life forms. So it's telling you to find God within yourself, find it in each other, and to love and respect each other. And if we have that realization that you and I come from the same source, my goodness, it would eliminate so much hatred and misconception in this world. So now we have the teachings of Muhammad, the widow's son, who says that all mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab, nor a non-Arab has any superiority over an Arab. Also, a white has no superiority over a black, nor a black has any superiority over a white, except by piety and good action. And what is being taught to us is take your hand for his hand and be with each other, brethren, hand in hand, as we are as Freemasons and as Sufis, to realize the essence that no one is above you or beneath you, no one is better than you. It's about the content of your character, not the color of your skin or what you look like, which is emphasized in both spiritual schools of thoughts. So on the left-hand side, now we have Masonic architecture. On the left-hand side, you have my home country of Pakistan, and this is the capital of Islamabad. In Islamabad, they have the King Faisal Mosque, or what they call Faisal Masjid. Faisal Masjid was constructed by a Turkish Masonic brother named Vedat Deloke, who was financed by many of these families to construct this piece of architecture. And this is one of the landmarks if any of you go to Islamabad in your life's journey. And as you see, right at the entrance, you have the pillars, doorway of initiation, the square, you have the compass, the pillars, and this is basically revered as a house of God. And most people do not know this. On the right-hand side, you have the Oriental Room here in the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, where I'm at. And the Oriental Room basically symbolizes the Alhambra, the time when the Moors were in Spain, and there was knowledge being exchanged. And this also relates to the Ikhwan al-Safa, that there is the Oriental chair of King Solomon here, and you have the pillars of initiation, the archways, the beautiful mosaic gatherings. I was just in this room last evening, and what happens is it teaches you how there's different aspects and teachings that have been passed on. So as we see, even the Oriental Sufi teachings are symbolized in today's Masonic architecture. So again, for the Sufi, it's about the rite of circumambulation, the pillars, the altar, the winged Sufi heart to fly to the graces of the grand architect of the universe, the magic carpet. But all these things that I've expressed, whether you're following Sufism or Freemasonry, and this is the blessing that I've been able to get, because as somebody who's part of both Islam and Freemasonry, I've been able to eliminate many misconceptions in the Islamic community who had this misconceptions that Freemasons are worshipers of the Antichrist or devil worshipers. And I taught them that that is not true. You've been misled. And many of the Masonic brethren who had misjudgment of Islam, I've been able to eliminate misconceptions, because what is our goal as builders and as Freemasons? To eliminate the doubts and suspicions in each other's heart and bring everyone together so we can be in the graces of the grand architect of the universe. So as I pointed out, whether you're following Sufi Islam or Freemasonry, it's not much of a difference at the end. Again, my brethren, I represent myself only. I represent no Grand Lodge statements or opinions, no Masonic authority. And I thank you for allowing me to be here. And all the images used are the rightful property of their owners. And this is for education and awareness. Thank you. I love you all dearly. And back to Brother David for Q&A.
Wow, just splendid, just splendid. And speechless with the richness of information and so much similarities. Some of them are so obvious. Some of them just require additional explorations, definitely, and definitely there is a dimension to explore. And just amazing. Thank you so much for your time, for this wonderful presentation and this thoroughly prepared presentation. Just I've learned a lot. I knew some, I've learned a lot, and I go much more enriched today. And that's my I believe it's not my only personal opinion here. So let's go to Q&A session. There are plenty of questions already posted publicly or privately to me, so let's not lose time. I will just stop sharing the screen so we can have you on the screen. I'll just remind those who are here on the call to raise the hand, which is hidden under the reaction icon, so we can follow up in a due form. Those more than 20 who are following us thoroughly this almost 2 hours on YouTube, please use YouTube chat room to share your comments or questions, and I will pick them up for our speaker. For a second, Brother Salman, you will be muted because I have to enable everyone's microphone, and that's how it happens. So let's go. As we have a lot of questions, and I want to cover all of them, as long as Brother Salman can handle with the time. I don't know to what extent you have your applications coming up. So if, just keep your questions precise and focused so we can cover all the questions that are in the chat or in directly with the speakers, the participants. So we go first to Denmark, to Charles. Charles, floor is yours. We don't see you, but we believe it's you. Charles?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, 2 quick questions and 1 short comment. I forgot.
Hello?
The star and crescent moon in Islam, what does it mean? And in the winged heart, what does it mean? I forgot.
The winged heart, my brother, is basically...
no, the winged heart, I know, but the star and crescent moon within the winged heart.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I forgot.
So the star and crescent basically within the winged heart represents like the 5 points. So you have the 5 pillars of Islam, and then the 5 points of fellowship in Freemasonry. And also the crescent moon symbolizes that everything in Islam is followed by the lunar cycles. So it symbolizes the 5 points, and the crescent is symbolizing the feminine nature of how like Freemasons follow the lunar cycles.
Okay, and actually I was thinking more of as a Muslim, when you for the answers, not so much a Freemason. The other was, a quick comment. In one sense, you kind of made me believe that there's now a branch of Sufism that is a Masonic rite.
There is.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Go now. It was just new to me, and I was like, it's mixing this too well. This has been long time prepared. So then I started believing that you guys. Okay, thanks. That was it. So it is. I thought you were just trying too hard to make a comparison.
No, I was just, my goal and intention of this to eliminate misconceptions, which I've seen in the Islamic community, where many believe Freemasons to be devil worshippers and those that go against God. And what I've shown in this presentation as a Muslim Freemason is that all of that is completely untrue. And that is my goal, to bring the Ummah together.
That's true, you know. But anyway, I need to let you go because he said there's a long list. Thanks
There's
for
a
your
long
time.
list. but you can come back. I mean, let's give the opportunity to others. And...
shot, so I want to go to sleep.
Okay. Okay. So Charles, thank you. I'll go to the question. I will pick up one question from chat, then I'll pick one question from YouTube, and then we'll come back to Brother Burton. And Brother Burton, don't unmute yourself unless you are given the floor, because the recording will be blinking with different pictures. So please, I will mute you for a second, and I'll give you the floor definitely. All right. So
what did you say?
I said that I'll give you the floor, but do not unmute yourself without giving you the floor, please. All right. So the question comes from Carlo. Okay. Question comes from Carlo. The notion that we must choose our actions implies agency at some level. But the notion that we are all part of one fundamentally unified being that is observing and revealing itself, unfolding, I suppose, implies that there is no free will. I'm struggling to reconcile these two with one another. Are we truly free to choose the Masonic path, whether we choose it or not? Is that truly our choice, or just the grand architect of the universe interacting with his own self?
Well, that's a wonderful question. And basically what the Sufi path is telling you, that sometimes you're thinking you're choosing a certain path, but it's that path that's actually choosing you. And you get put into different situations and things falling into place accordingly, like a sublime plan, when you relate the past, present, and future, thinking, who was I 5 years ago? How did I get to this point? And you realize, oh, because I met this person, I talked to this person, then it led me to this situation, it led me to that situation. So it's all part of the grand plan. So you do have free will, because both good and bad come from the creator, the black and white tiles. But at the same time, there is that catch-22 where the creator is also basically, we're all a manifestation of that being trying to understand itself as that perfect hidden treasure. And you have to look within your heart, because that's where you'll find it. So that's a great question, and it's a combination of both, where the creator implements his will, and also you are given your own in some ways. But ultimately, it all balances itself out.
All right. So, but I would follow it up by saying that to what extent free might be still free. We might, again, we are unified with the one, right? So whatever is ours is his.
Exactly.
There might not be any distinction. So whatever we perceive as our own will of David, of Salman, or whoever, may be exactly not ours, but his. So that concept still stays unclear. Free.
Yes. That is exactly right, because if it's all of us are part of that same being, then in reality, it's his will that we're carrying out in whichever manner or fashion that we see fit.
Okay, so the concept of free will still is questionable, I suppose, or we need to dig into it better.
So it's the path that chooses you. You don't choose the path. You get brought to that path that is meant for you. So it's like how it is in certain Masonic settings where they tell you that you will get the tap on the shoulder. So it's basically, it will come to you if you're of a pure heart, intent, and mind.
Okay, can we put the question the other way? Sometimes, not sometimes, in ancient times, you would use the illustrations to bring the concept into life and make it understandable and absorbable. So what would be the Sufi parable or illustration, if you will, for man's free will? If something comes to your mind at the moment, of course, You can
Oh
skip
yes.
the question.
So with Maulana Rumi, who is the Grand Master of the Mevlevi Sufi order, the whirling dervishes, he gives the perfect example that when I searched for God, I only found myself, and when I found myself, I found only God. So whatever will is being carried out is the will of the Creator, and in Arabic, they say kun fayakun, meaning be, and it is. So when the Creator decides for something to be, it comes into existence. And that's exactly what the Sufis believe is we're here to let go of this world and to become one with their beloved. So it's the will of the beloved.
Okay, let's take that answer. Thank you. I'll pick the question from YouTube and I'll come back to the participants. The question comes from John Jones, Research Lodge number 147. That's the nickname on YouTube. The answer might be long, but you kind of try to elaborate as you wish. How is Sufi Freemasonry different? How is the Sufism and Freemasonry maybe different, or Sufi Freemasonry?
Well, Sufism is basically an initiatic path of its own self. So whether any Sufi tariqah you join, you will go through these expectations of being initiated, being brought from darkness to light, being given different forms of knowledge where once you pass a certain level, then you move to the next level and then the next level, all under the guidance of a sheikh or the equivalent of a worshipful master. If you join a Masonic lodge, it's kind of the same thing. Now, the numbers 787 that I pointed out in the Sufi lodges back in those times, they would have the numbers 787 written outside of those lodges. And there are many Sufi institutions that refer to themselves as lodges, such as the Bektashi or the Naqshbandi. There's so many different tariqas that are there that are the equivalent of lodges, having a master, disciples, brethren, students, and you're there for the same goal: eat, drink, fellowship, light, knowledge, do good charitable work. It's the same exact thing.
All right, thank you. Let's. I don't see the hand of Brother Burton. He, I guess, changed his mind. So we go to the question of Alexander Peter Popescu. An awesome, enthusiastic, and very enriching and enlightened presentation. Very grateful. Please allow following questions. The first question would be, as far as I know, and as stated by Hamed Abdel Samad, Mauchanad Khorchid, Ruth Koopmans, and others, Prophet Muhammad did not give rights to Jews and Christians, but persecuted them when the Near East was conquered by Islam.
See how I would best answer that question without getting into any form of division.
Yes,
is
please.
At what Prophet Muhammad taught was to love and respect Jews and Christians as your own brothers. Well, you have basically the covenant of St. Catherine's Monastery, because when he was being persecuted by the pagans in Mecca, it was the Ethiopian Christians who gave him refuge against his enemies. So we're taught to love and respect our Orthodox Christian brothers, our Jewish brothers, and we're taught to have this reverence. But ultimately, see, we go to the human question. It's not the scriptures or the teachings that are wrong. It's the human ego and perversion that after the death of each leader, you have those that want to maintain their power. They want to divide it into Sunni, Shia, or they want to believe this or that. They have their own perceptions on how they want to pursue their agenda. While in Islam, you're not being taught to be any of that. You're just being taught to be a believer, believe in the messenger, believe in God, do good for yourself and others. So those that did that, anyone that hurts Jews and Christians and claims to be Muslim or Sufi, they are not. They are serving their own hubris and their own ego, just like you have those that take the title of religion and they tell you that I'm better than you because you're God and my God. So see, anything that's division, you're falling into the aspect of ego and the shaitan, which the Sufis tell you, you must not fall into the clutches of the shaitan or you will stay stuck in this realm. So we must look at the teachings and not the perpetrator.
Thank you. Answers taken. Let's pick one question from YouTube, and it comes from Greg from Philadelphia, I suppose. Greg PHL. Did I understand you correctly that one can be Christian and also be initiated as Sufi? I thought one had to be Muslim to be Sufi.
No, that's incorrect, Brother Greg. And to be a Sufi, you only have 3 requirements: to believe in a supreme being, no compulsion in religion, and to be a good man, one who is properly vouched for and vetted, and one who has a pure heart. The same initiatic requirements for Freemasonry. Now, there are so many Sufi tariqas, even in Philadelphia, you can reach out to. They will never tell you, Greg, you are not welcome here because you're a Christian. And we go back to the 9th century with the Ikhwan al-Safa and the Knights Templar and Christian Rosencreutz all studying with each other. And that's even supported in the Masonic resource, Mackey's Encyclopedia number 2, page 601, where they were referred to as the Freemasons of Basra that welcomed anyone and anything into their circle as long as their intent was pure and they were there to seek knowledge and light and impart it upon others.
Thank you. Second question that comes from Alexander, which is a little, or may sound a little political, or which we try to avoid, but if you could handle it as academically as possible, without judging what's wrong, who's right, that would be fine, or you just can skip it. Taking into consideration some assumptions which we try to break here, but people might be still sensitive to it. So the second question is, how is the relationship between Sufism, Islamic Freemasonry, and fundamentalism, fanaticism, Islamism, Judaism? As far as I know, Sufis are persecuted in Muslim countries.
Yes, that's correct. So Sufis are basically the people of the bench. They were taught the inner mysteries of Islam. Similar, if you read the Holy Bible in Mark 4:11, when Christ said that there will be those of you that will be taught the inner mysteries, while those on the outside will be taught in parables. So the Sufis were the inner initiates of the Prophet, and because they lived right outside of his home and were known as the people of the bench. So they are the ones that were persecuted to this day because most people see them as heretics. Now, those are the ones that fall into the divisions of your God and my God, because in Islam, we're taught to love and respect everyone. But again, when you fall into those territories and leaders where everyone has their own agenda of dominance and control, you will always fall into the human fallacy because we're imperfect beings, right? If we were perfect, we would not be in this realm. That is what the Sufi says, that if you have to get out of this imperfection, a rough ashlar becoming a smooth ashlar, so you can be reunited with your beloved. And that's exactly what it is. No one is perfect, whether you see it in Freemasonry and Sufism. People are going to be people sometimes, but you must realize what the teachings are telling you.
Super. Thank you so much. Wonderful answer. Let's go to another question from YouTube. Again, from Greg, what can you recommend if I want to learn more about Sufism, both in books and here in Philadelphia? You already mentioned it, but also there is a question from John Jones, Research Lodge 147. How can I find more information on Sufi Freemasonry? So is there any practical link we can give, or maybe I can share your email if you don't mind, or just whatever answer you want.
If they can email me, so whoever's asking for reading material or reference material, I can give you a detailed answer via email with the proper sources, links, reading materials, and proper education material. And for Brother Greg, if you can email me too, I can refer you to a Sufi order in Philadelphia that you can go, and you're more than welcome to sit down and learn from them.
Super. I will share in a moment Brother Salim's email in WhatsApp, so just bear with me to ask another question from Alexander. Are there analogies, parallelism, and similarities between Sufi, Baha'i, and Ashashins, Ismailis, Zaidites?
Yeah, so the what we have in the Hashashin is basically they were the followers of Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain, and the Assassin's Brotherhood, which many in the Sufi circles believe that they still exist today, and they're still around. Even supposedly they were wiped out. So right now the Ismaili family is led by Aga Khan, who does a lot of like philanthropy work, and he's involved with like different families. So the Ismailis still exist today, but not in the capacity that they were known as at that time. So right now they're known as successful businessmen. They have lots of charities that they do. There's a big Ismaili community here in Texas, here in America, and they're all like big successful businessmen, and they do a lot of philanthropy and charity. So that is what Freemasons do as well in terms of being charitable and helping those that cannot help themselves.
Super. There's another question that comes from now from Siva Subramanian, which has been partly covered already in your answer, but maybe this could be a different angle to respond to. How does Orthodox Islam view Sufism? Does traditional Islam encourage or even tolerate Muslims embracing Sufi Islam?
Yes, that depends on the individual that you're dealing with. So if you have someone that's educated in Islam thoroughly, he would tolerate Sufism because he realizes they're trying to exemplify the Prophet Muhammad. Now, what happens is when you go to these tribal lands, let's say you go to Pakistan, Afghanistan, certain parts of India, what happens is those people are mixing a lot of the cultural values and traditions with Islam. So if you see anything that takes like any kind of a honor killing or a crime that takes place, that is a cultural crime. That is not an Islamic crime, because in Islam, the woman has the right to choose her husband, the right to divorce her husband, to start her business, and to do all those things that a woman is given her divine rights to, because the moon is the symbolism of the moon, the divine feminine. So you're taught to honor the divine feminine in Islam, but when you go to these different parts of the world, they're mixing their cultural values and crimes with Islam, and most people that view it on the surface thinking that this is what Islam teaches, but that is not true. So those that are educated, they know how to separate the right from the wrong. So the ones that are educated, they accept Sufis. The ones that are ignorant, they view it as a heretical group.
I see. Thank you for the answer. There is a question on YouTube posted, which might be rhetoric in the nature, but for the lack of my knowledge in some nuances, I still will pose it, but you decide how to answer. Ben Tai is saying, love you, brother, but which Quran are you reading? So is there any other versions or translations? I don't know. So that's why it could be rhetoric, like he might be
that's
so amazed about what you're saying.
See, unfortunately, I love you too, brother. But unfortunately, what we have seen in the Western world in the last 20 years is you have now I have to go there. The media has played a role in creating divisions amongst people. And the media has played a role in fear-based mind control. Because what benefit will they get if all of humanity comes together as one? They want to put that poison in your mind day after day after day, that there's crazy Muslims out to kill you. You have so many Muslims, even in my street where I live, in my neighborhood. There are Jews that live here, there's Christians, there are Orthodox Christians, Armenians, white, black. I live with them peacefully here for the last 20 years. The Quran tells me to love thy neighbor as I love myself, as I love my family. So those that are going against that, they've just been fed that poison, who I call the agents of chaos. And mind you, the agents of chaos also exist in all races, religions, countries, and groups of the world, whose agenda is to create divide, not bring unity. And anything that's bringing disunity of any kind, that is not of God, that is not of true Masonic principles, that is not true Sufi principles. And I hope that answers your question, and I wish you well.
Thank you. There is another question from Alexander. Can one say that in periods of more Occidental and the Western or liberal enlightened progressive colonial influence in Ottoman Empire and in the Muslim world, Sufi Islamic Freemasonry has been more free than in times when anti-Occidental and anti-European and anti-American tendencies were dominant in the Muslim Arabian world.
Hmm. So what we say is in the Sufi aspect, they always teach you to be a free thinker. And again, we have to come back to who benefits from this aspect of the world being in war and division all the time, right? And if you look at the nature of the world, majority of the wars or crimes committed against humanity were for natural resources, like King Leopold going to Africa and massacring millions of Africans for rubber. Does that mean that all Europeans are evil? No, that is not true. That is the action of one man, right? So if you look at the actions of those that commit genocide or the Inquisition or anything, that doesn't mean Christianity is bad. When I came to this country, I was 5 years old, and right above my street, there is a church. I went to the church, I made friends with the Christian community, I read the Bible with them. On the same day, I had the Quran classes, I went to go read the Quran. Then in this, they have a Sikh temple here, the Sikh Gurdwaras, who serve food to the people. Twice a day, in their temples, they serve food to the people. And I realized everyone is teaching you the truth in their own way. So there's one mountaintop, and there's so many different ways to get to this mountaintop. So who's putting this poison into the hearts and minds of the people? So, about your God and my God, or your belief or my belief, he, she, they, them, or this or that. You have to get out of that. Otherwise, you're going to stay stuck in this realm. That's what the Sufi is telling you. You have to detach yourself completely from this world for you to become the fakir and to be in graces with the beloved. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We have a few questions from Brother Khalid. Dear Brother Salman, thank you for your lecture. I have a few questions that I hope you appreciate. Could you please comment on the concept of justice in Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry?
Mm-hmm. So in Sufism, we're taught to resist against evil, defend those who cannot defend themselves, and to resist evil and wickedness wherever you may find it. And this is what we see, even what Martin Luther King said, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose holiday just passed by. And he said that those that are silent, they're complicit in the atrocities taking place. So Sufis are taught that even if my life comes in danger, I will protect the life of a brother and his family. And if I see injustice taking place, I will stop it. The Freemason, whether they're following the Greek philosophy or Templar teachings or anything else, they're taught to respect everyone, as all the claims of the household of the faithful, they have a claim upon your kind offices. And there is much truth to that. Everyone that is of the household of the faithful, Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, we are all one. And everyone has a claim upon you. And your job is to relieve distressed mankind. So if you see anyone, whether in Sufi or Masonic organizations, that are silent in the face of atrocities or just to protect their title or rank, then they don't understand the real picture that's taking place. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Can you share some of some of the physical aspects of Sufi practice, such as dance or hand signs?
Oh, sure. So in Sufism, you're taught to focus on breathing. And one Sufi master that I asked is, what advice can you give me for my life? And he says, Salman, the greatest advice I could give you, just breathe. Because if you have that breath of life, you have everything connected with you. So everything the Sufis will be like this. La, ilah, ah, il, lal, la. So everything is about breathing and la ilaha illallah, meaning that God is the only reality. Let go of the pettiness of this world, its divisions and egos and materialism and fighting with each other. What good has it done any of you? Why don't you try coming all together and see if that helps you? And that's what the Sufi path teaches, is just breathe, contemplate, and the importance of having a guide and a sheikh and spiritual a practitioner, having a practice, meaning If you recite La ilaha illallah 10,000 times a day, or if you recite Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, that is the equivalent of a Christian brother who can recite the Hail Marys or the Lord's Prayers 100 times a day. That will create the same level of protection around you because your words are spells and you're manifesting that protection around you when you say those prayers and spiritual practices. So in whichever path you're in, do that and do it diligently.
Any hand sign that would be interesting?
No, I cannot reveal that.
Okay, okay. So this
just like Freemasonry.
It's for recognition of each other.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could you comment on the idea of shirk?
So the shirk is basically saying, it's telling you to not be idol worshippers. So it's telling you with the shirk is basically, if you're following the true nature of the Supreme Being, you're not associating anything with that Supreme Being. So your complete trust, as in Masonry, it tells you to put your complete trust in God. And in the Sufi aspect, they tell you tawakkul, the Arabic term, to put your full trust in God. Meaning if you're associating any talismans or any like bracelets of protection, like those kind of things, then you're believing God will not protect you. You're putting your faith in that talisman more than you're putting in God. So that's what they mean by shirk. Don't associate anything with the blessing you're already getting. Because if you have your complete trust in God, then what danger do you have to fear?
Thank you. There is a question from YouTube again, and that is, are the Druze part of Sufi community?
So the Druze are a secret group in, I believe, in Lebanon or Syria, around that area.
Yes,
so
exactly.
The founders of the Druze were Sufi sheikhs, but the Druze kind of went off into their own philosophy, meaning they teach Greek philosophy, they teach Neoplatonism, have Islamic symbolism, and they are very a tight-knit group, meaning if you're born within the Druze, you have to marry a Druze. You cannot go outside of that circle. And there are certain levels of initiation even in the Druze society. And I've done a YouTube lecture on this for my channel, where what happens is there are certain levels of knowledge that you're taught, but once you get to a certain level, then the priests of the Druze initiate into your higher path. And you have to give an oath of secrecy, meaning only that are the Druze they know. Nobody else knows, because they're such a secretive community. They also have a Druze community here in Philadelphia that runs a few restaurants, and the food is good. They're very nice people, and I always had good interaction with them. And the Druze are kind of the same Sufi philosophy. Let go and let God handle it. Live and let live. Be nice to me, I'm nice to you. You're my neighbor, I'm your neighbor. Those kind of things. And the Druze, their original founders were linked to Sufism, but they branched off into their own way of life and philosophy.
Super, thank you. We have Brother Hasu with the hand raised, so floor is yours. We go to London.
Thank you, David. Brother Salman.
Greetings, my dear brother and elder. I love you.
Apology.
I love you dearly. And in the beginning, I dedicated this presentation to you.
I love you for that, and I love as I know that you are a very intelligent young man with high hopes for the world, but you tread it and you walk on stone and you walk on thorns and you still walk the path. So,
yes.
Well done, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a beautiful presentation you did. You know, it's creates a ethos of love and unity, and to think of others before you think of yourself.
Yes.
One of the things that you may, I don't know if you have another presentation or not, or whether is that there is no part in the presentation representing anything about women and how women fit into Sufi philosophy. And it's because we have women Masons and women form 50% of part of the world. So how does that fit into the whole concept or ideas?
Sure. So the Sufi path that I follow, Brother Hasu, is the Fatimiyya Sufi order. And Fatima is basically the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad. So the Sufis basically give reverence to the divine feminine. So just like how in Freemasonry you have the concept of female masons, in Sufism you can have a male sheikh or a female sheikha. They refer to her as a sheikha. She can also start her own community, initiate both men and women who would like to come into her leadership. And it's given reverence to Fatima al-Zahra, which is the daughter of the Prophet, and reverence how she was one of the great lights that after the light of Nur Muhammad was manifested, that was one of the lights of the divine feminine that created this world. And most people do not know this. Many Sufis refer to Allah or God as a she, that God that you're dealing with is a female being, not a male being. So they would tell you that to give reverence to your mothers, and what Muhammad teach us that heaven lies at the feet of your mother. So those that serve their mothers, those that serve their wives, their daughters, their sisters, you already created the heaven on earth for yourself if you respect the one that is the creator of mankind. Then like in our Hindu tradition, we give respect to the Ma.
Okay. And it's very interesting that even if you go to India, always, if you pass a Sufi saint's place, everyone will stop and bow, because it's a tradition that they have transcended beyond Islam or Hinduism or Buddhism or whatever. They are beyond all that. They are, so you always go past or go in and go around the shrine, or however you want to acknowledge. So the tradition of the Sufi being the link to the Supreme, without any color, race, religion, or any form, is not different in practice in India.
Yes, exactly, because majority of the Sufi saints, Brother Hasu, are in India.
Yes.
Like you have Khawaja Garib Nawaz,
Yes.
and over there they're always serving food to the people, loving and respecting each other regardless of who you are. Most people do not know this, my brother, is that when you look at the reality of all teachers, so the Muhammadan reality, they tell you that Buddha, Muhammad, Krishna, there was the same light that was being manifested in different avatars, and it was the same being that was coming back over and over again to teach and guide humanity. There's a surah in the Holy Quran called the Elephant, and it says that Muhammad was born in the year of the elephant, which if you look at the Hindu tradition, that is the Lord Ganesh, who is the remover of obstacles. So in the surah Elephant in the Quran, it tells you that these elephants came into Mecca and it removed his enemies from there a year before his arrival. So basically, if you look at it, a lot of the Sufis believe Ganesh and Muhammad to be the manifestation of the same Kalki avatar.
It's, as I said, the intricate connections and the intricate signs are not seen unless you open your inner eyes, your mental eyes, and you see beyond just the physical aspects.
Yes, yes, and that is so important, because there's a reason why secrecy and obedience is taught to us, because if this knowledge goes into the wrong hands, then there is a destruction that comes with that. So it's just like in India, you have King Ashoka and the 9 unknown men of King Ashoka. And there's a knowledge and responsibility that comes even with Sufism and Freemasonry, meaning if you don't take the responsibility seriously, then there is a spiritual consequence you have to deal with.
Yes, well, the ultimate is that, isn't it? That you have to deal with that finality where you have to see yourself and see what you've done. Stand in front of the mirror and you see no reflection if you've been perfect.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brother Ashu. Just a technical question. We've been around more than 2 hours and 30 minutes. So do we still have time? You're okay?
Yes.
Because there are plenty of questions. I would love to go through them.
Yes, definitely.
You're fine. Then another question is if we need any technical break for a minute or two, or we can continue.
Yes, we can continue.
All right, great. All right, then I'll go to the questions in the chat. Could you share? That comes also from Brother Caleb. And could you share the influence of science, philosophy, and myth in the world of Islam and Sufism?
Oh yes. So if you look at algebra, algebra and advanced mathematics come from the Sufi traditions. So, and you have astronomy, which are all named after Arabic stars, with that illustration that I pointed out. And the sciences, you have the chemistry, and there's so much, Brother Caleb, so much occult knowledge and occult literature in Arabic that has not been translated properly into English. It's still out there, and it needs the proper translations. Even what we see in the occult world with the Simon Necronomicon, you have many of it traces back to Abu al-Hazrat, who was known as the one-eyed mad Arab. And a lot of those teachings of the astronomy, algebra, the jinns, the ifrit, so many of these things are tied into those teachers and beings that have existed. And still to this day, you have many Arabic translations and Persian translations that have yet to found its way to the proper source, so it can be put out there. Even with H.P. Lovecraft, you have the concept of Cthulhu, and Cthulhu comes from Arabic, al-Cthulhu, the deserter and the forsaker, which H.P. Lovecraft, most people do not know, was a secular Muslim, and he gained many of his inspiration for his Lovecraftian mythos from Islam and Sufism. And I did a whole 7-hour presentation on this on my YouTube channel to go into very, very deep details.
All right, and definitely when I will be asking you a question, you might share the link to your website as well in the public chat, so people can enjoy the recordings that you're referencing here in your responses.
Yes.
So another question from Brother Caleb is, can you share a Sufi or Islamic perspective on the idea of the Mehdi or Mahdi, romanized Al-Mahdi, meaning the rightly guided one?
So the Mahdi, what Islamic tradition refers to him as, is this lost Imam who will come during the end times to save and guide humanity. And the Mahdi is basically a hidden Imam that when the world goes into so much severe chaos, because how the good forces of this world operate is that they will never interfere in humanity's evolution unless there is like a severe need for them to do so. So they are just observing humanity, and they have no concern with what we're doing because we have our own problems we need to deal with. So they only interfere when it's absolutely necessary to our survival. So the Mahdi is from that same concept, the hidden Imam, who together with the Prophet Isa, who we refer to as Jesus Christ, together they will come in the end times and destroy all the evil in the world, and there's going to be 1,000 years of peace. And that is how the aspect of there's going to be a battle that will take place one day. On one side, you will have the good, and that will consist of people of all races, religions, countries, and groups of the world. On the other side, you will have the evil, and that will also consist of people of all races, religions, and groups of the world. So it will be a battle between good and evil that will take place one day, and these hidden imams and these hidden teachers will come, and they will interfere and help humanity when humanity is in a position to not help itself.
All right. There is a question in YouTube that I will take before following up next question from Brother Caleb. And that is, and there might be some clarification needed as well. John, Research Lodge number 147, is asking, are the initiations of Sufi Freemasonry the same as it is for Freemasonry? So maybe, is there any Sufi Freemasonry? I don't think so, right?
Yes, there is. In Turkey, they have the Bektashi Tariqa. And in the Bektashi Tariqa, what happens is the initiations like
Okay.
without saying anything further, since this is a public platform.
Yeah.
Those that are Freemasons, and when you see the Bektashi initiations, it's no difference. It's the same exact thing.
We actually had one lecture from a brother from Turkey last year, who explained some parts of the initiation ritual as Bektashis do in Turkey. It was very interesting. A lot of similarities. I don't know if Brother John, if you can rephrase your question. To my understanding, the logic of your questions, I understood that you may be thinking that there is Freemasonry, which is Sufi. It's not Bektashi you are asking for, I suppose, but the Freemasonry which follows Sufism in their rituals. So that might be present in the United States or not. I don't know. So I just wanted to clarify the question.
Yes,
Freemasonry and Sufism have a lot of similarities, but Sufism is something a little bit different. Freemasonry is own path, as you said. Bektashi is another part of which correlates a lot with Sufism. Druze also correlate with Sufism, but still the own path. So that's why I just want to make it clear. There is no Sufic Freemasonry in that sense, that there is like recognized Grand Lodge which works under the Sufic rituals or something like that.
There's nothing like that. In Sufism, what they have is the tariqas. So you can be a Naqshbandi, you can be in Chishti, you can be in Inayati, you can be in Bektashi, you can be in Fatimiyya. So just like how you have different Grand Lodges all over the world,
exactly.
So these are the different jurisdictions. So if you're a brother from any of these jurisdictions, you're a recognized Sufi brother. So meaning if you go to another Sufi jurisdiction, let's say if I'm Fatimiyya and I go to a Murid Sufi order in Senegal, West Africa, they will accept me as one of their own and vice versa, because we recognize each other with the same practices. That is the same in Freemasonry. Those that are following the ancient landmarks of the fraternity, they are recognized as regular and recognized. Those that are not, they are clandestine.
So yeah, that's the distinction I just wanted to make clear for Brother John, if he thinks that there is kind of Sufic Freemasonry in that sense. Sufism is its own dimension with its own families within, as you already explained. All right, if I'm understanding it incorrectly, you just rephrase, please, and I will pick the question again for Brother Salman. There is another question, again, Caleb, could you briefly discuss or emphasize the importance of submission and peace?
Yes, so thank you, Brother Caleb. That is a beautiful question, and I thank you for asking that. So submission to the will of God. So that is basically Islam. So the Muslims believe that whoever submits to the will of God, he is by definition a Muslim. And that can be anyone who submits to the higher power. And the Sufis believe in the same thing, to submit to their beloved and let his will be done, kun fayakun, meaning that we're in this human life, this short human life, and we have to do the right thing with the time that's been given to us, which is exemplified in our Master Mason degree as well. If we're always resisting, if we're always not taking the counsel of our brethren who are there to guide us when we make mistakes, or take the counsel of our teachers and mentors, then we are not following the aspect of the submission, because it appear to you physically in his own form, he will act through different people to guide you and teach you and to bring you to the light and destination that you're meant to get to. But if you resist any of that, that is also failing to submit to the will of God. So that is why they tell you to get close to God, you must honor your Sheikh. To be successful in a Masonic lodge, you must honor your worshipful master and do the proper work that is there to be done so the lodge can sustain itself. So it's all about submitting and not being a rebellious devil.
All right, thank you. And Caleb's, he says, final question. His questions are always very thoughtful. And the final question is, would you be willing to give future lectures on Sapere on other subjects such as Moorish science and converts to Islam, Sufism, such as René Gugnon and Titus Burkhardt?
Sure. Again, thank you, Brother Caleb. And as I said in the beginning, that this presentation is dedicated to Worshipful Brother Hasu Joshi, Worshipful Brother David Chichanatse, the Brethren Distinguished of Sapere Aude, Sheikh Wahid Azal of the Fatimiyya Sufi Order, and Right Worshipful Past Grand Master S. Eugene Herod, 33rd degree here in Pennsylvania. All of them who have played a pivotal role in my Masonic and spiritual journey. So I can come back as many times as deemed worthy by my peers and brethren, because when we're deemed worthy by our brethren, that's when we are considered as a worthy brother. So however many times Brother David would like me back, the honor would be mine.
Definitely, invitation is already extended automatically. So we'll discuss some logistics and possible titles, including these two, or whatever he says, being just suggested by Brother Caleb, and we'll update our calendar respectively. There is another question, which is more common. Sivas Ubram is saying that the slide that shows Sufis, Templars, and Hashishins together makes a fantastic claim that they are all they all learned from one another from the same mystery schools, as Brother Salman said. Isn't it a fantastic claim? Please tell us the basis for this inference.
Mm-hmm. So basically, at that time of the Crusades, when the Knights Templar were in the Holy Land, it was basically, many of it was to study knowledge, and the Hashashin had the same goal as well, to be basically, at one time, they would adapt to any situation that was given to them. So at certain times, the Hashashin and the Knights Templar, they worked with each other. At certain times, they went against each other. So this is portrayed in like the Assassin's Creed video game, but like in a fictionalized setting, where it shows like Masonic and Templar and Sufi symbolism in its video games as well. But that's what they said, that a lot of these orders supposedly went extinct, but there, you have these rumors that technically they still are around today if you know how to look for them. But in reality, they're all studied with each other. And even if we see in Mackey's Masonic Encyclopedia, and Albert J. Mackey is referred to, 33rd degree, as a great Masonic historian, and all of his encyclopedias, including the second edition, page 601, refers to the Freemasons of Basra, Ikhwan al-Safa, which predate 1717, who were already teaching all of this knowledge about the sun, the moon, the worshipful master, and all of these things about the different ranks and what you have to do to get through those ranks, and the work that you have to put in your spiritual and esoteric knowledge. So all of that is already there. But you have to look at the proper sources, because sometimes you will have those that will have their biases, or those that will not want to cover certain subjects. But as Masons, we are taught to be seekers of light, as we see in the Masonic double-headed eagle. Whether the knowledge is coming from the West, from Greek philosophy, whether it's coming from the East, from Sufi or Hindu philosophy, Vedic philosophy, even what Albert Pike in Morals and Dogma gives so much reverence to Buddhism and Vedic philosophy in his book. He even refers to Buddha as the first Masonic legislator who was able to bring all of the caste systems of India together. So anyone that's promoting the unity of brotherhood and mankind is a promoter of Masonic principles, and they are given regard as such. Just like how you have a Grand Master who can make a Mason at sight, because the real initiation happens from above. The Sufi Grand Master also, when he looks at you with his nazar or with his vision, can also initiate you on sight. So those that have that blessings upon them, they are able to do so. So it's up to you to make that connection, because at the end, if everyone thought the same, this world would be a boring place. So we're all learning from each other as free thinkers. So I will have my perception, the brethren will have theirs. But at the end, as Freemasons, we're here to have discourse, so we can become better in our knowing, understanding, and thinking.
Thank you. They've been asking on YouTube your link to your YouTube channel, which I shared with their permission, which is public, right?
Yes,
So
thank you.
anyone can kind of enjoy.
So
yeah,
on
please.
YouTube, my brother, if they go onto the playlist, so go to my channel and go to the playlist section. And on the playlist section, I have two playlists. One is Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry, which is a collection of 33 videos and lectures that it took me about 2 years to put together, including about different Sufi teachings, about even my home country of Pakistan, how it was created through Masonic principles and influence, just like how America was created through Masonic influence. And the second playlist I have is Masonic education, which is over 100 videos that I made exploring Masonic principles with Sufism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Shintoism, Kabbalah, all the traditions and philosophies that are there, to compare that, you know what, everyone is teaching you the same exact thing. Whatever I came across, everything was teaching you the same thing. It's all a code of conduct, and it's all teaching you to be a good human being in whichever teachings that you're following, with whatever name that it's associated with. It's all one divine ultimate truth.
Great, and thank you. The participants have been asking if you could kindly share your presentation file in PPT, if it's okay with you, because some of the authors kind of.
Oh, sure. Just please send me an email, and I will send you the PDF presentation of what I have presented here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Or you can share it with me as well, and I can share whoever requests.
Understood.
All right. Well, Patrick confirms that I can confirm that there are a lot of thank yous and a lot of very pleasant and kind words. So I'll be skipping them. You can save the chat, and definitely on YouTube and here there've been a number of very, very kind words for your very enlightening presentation. So I'll just skip those for time sake. Patrick is saying, I confirm that there are Knight Templar preceptories under the Great Priory of England, and etc., all whose meetings are dictated by the phases of the moon. This can be seen in the annual Liber Ordo Templi. So that's kind of a reflection of what you've been commenting. Just an idea which comes from Brother Siva Subramanian that would have been, it's like a feedback to improve your presentation, would have been better, even more even more informative if the presentation started with 1 or 2 slides on the history of Sufism, a few slides on the fundamental tenets of Sufism, and then went on the relate to Masonry. So that could be.
Oh, sure. I can answer that question for our brother now.
Go ahead.
The Sufis were basically mystics that existed since the 5th century, even before the time of Muhammad. Just like how you have Gnostics that existed before the Christian tradition, these were mystic teachers who had already existed in the Near East at that time, and how they believe everything till the time of the Sumerians up until Islam and beyond was Sufism in continuation, being revealed in degrees and stages, just like how Masonry is. So basically, Sufism comes from the Tasawwuf, meaning wearers of the woolen cloth, those who represent purity, the people of the bench. And their history is basically what I covered with Tawakkul, Tawheed, Tazkiyah ul-Nafs, purification of the heart, and to basically be in union with the Supreme Being, with your fellow man, with your neighbor, and the principles that what you express on the outside, you have to express it on the inside. So yeah, it's nice, you pray 5 times a day, you read Quran and all that stuff, but if you're cheating and lying to people, and if you're hurting people, then none of that counts. That your connection is severed with the Creator until you make your heart pure. And that's why the symbol of the Sufi, you see the winged heart, because it tells you to give your heart to the heavens, give your heart to God, and eliminate all impurities of your heart, and make it a better person, make yourself a better being. And even if we see in many traditions, even Aleister Crowley, when he was in Egypt, there was a certain portion of his life where he studied with Sufis. And when he recited Surah Ikhlas from the Quran, he was instructed by the Sufi Sheikh to recite it 100 times. And after that, a gateway opened in his heart, which he got the inspiration to write the Book of the Law. So Sufi prayers and initiatic ceremonies are very, very powerful. If you recite certain surahs of the Quran like 100 times or 40 times, it opens up chambers of your heart, because the human heart right now is the most thing that's under attack, and why we must protect our hearts and connect it with each other in times of great division and chaos. So the ultimate goal of the Sufi, purification of the heart, that is their main teachings.
Super, thank you. That definitely adds into the presentation. So, brother, what should be content, and just one of the comments which I think should be in the recording. Shanmugam Subia. That's what I see here. Sorry for mispronunciation, if any. Fantastic. You have opened my eyes to see the commonality between both Sufism, which is Islam, and Freemasonry. How I wish the rest of Muslim world would understand Freemasonry as it is, and not brand us as Illuminati, devil worshippers, and the dark forces of anti-Islam. That was a wish, but it's interestingly stated, so I just decided to.
You know, in my life, if I will labor towards that. And this is why I'm doing what I'm doing, to eliminate the misconceptions in the Islamic world. Because when I was first interested to join Freemasonry, I went on YouTube and I saw everything about Freemasonry was saying that they have a spiritual war against Islam. They're worshiping the Antichrist. They're part of the Illuminati. They're devil worshippers. All of that is untrue. That is all false. Those are all lies by the agents of chaos who want us to be divided from one another. And that is the goal of my presentation, as both as a Muslim and as a Freemason, is that what you see, what I pointed out, is whether you're a Muslim or a Freemason, you're following the same exact thing. You're following the same teachings. There is no difference. You're all being taught to love each other, love your brothers, relieve those that are distressed, protect the weak, trust God, everything that a Muslim is being taught. And what I've shown about the Kaaba and how the Muslims participate in the same rituals. So in reality, we are all the same. So I hope that I eliminated the misconceptions in the Islamic world, and any Masonic brethren who have had any misconceptions about, the Islamic brethren in general. So because we're laboring towards this one great work, and to be a part of this one great work, we all have to put in our individual efforts, because the pyramid does not complete by itself. Every worker has to put in their own work, so we work our way to the top. Whether you're following one road or the other road, it's like me here in Philadelphia. There's 6 different ways I can get to New York City, which I can take a bus, I can catch a plane, I can catch a train, I can go in a car. Whichever path you follow, it's taking me to the same place. So in that regard, we must strive to eliminate the ignorance in Islamic communities. And I hope in my lifetime, I can see the reverse on the ban of Freemasonry on many of these countries, so it can start flourishing again. And I will labor towards that goal.
Thank you, Brother Salman. Brother Patrick is asking, are there Sufi in South Africa?
Sufis, yes, my brother. If you send me a private email, I'll give you to the reference on who you can contact. It's just like when a brother makes a potential recruit or candidate asks you, I want to join Freemasonry, and you ask him, where do you live? And you find the recognized lodge and jurisdiction where he lives. So in Sufi, it's the same thing. You reach out to me and I'll find out where you live, and I'll give you the regular recognized Sufi path that you can go to.
Excellent. I haven't scrolled down to the huge chat, so have you shared your email in the public chat?
Yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, please do that, so anyone can just simply copy paste without any errors there. Brother Denise, I guess your question has already been asked by Brother Hasu and has been answered. are the
Correct.
female
Thank you.
Sufi Masonic orders. So I hope you heard the answer. Is that okay for
Yes,
you?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good. Thank you.
There's
right.
also my sister. There's also in China, they have an all-female Sufi order and the all-female mosque in China known as the Pink Mosque. So in mainland China, they have the all-female Pink Mosque, and if you Google female Sufi orders, there are women who only feel comfortable dealing with a female sheikh and only dealing with an environment where there's a female teacher and female disciples. So the all-female Sufi orders do exist. Even here, I'm in Philadelphia, they have the Baba Muhyiddin Fellowship. And in Baba Muhyiddin, you will have the males and the females that are separated just to respect each other's boundaries and nobody feeling uncomfortable in many ways.
Well, that's interesting. I live in Jersey, so I'm not far from you. I'm about an hour outside of Philly.
Oh, great. I hope to meet you one day, and thank you for always giving me your love and support. I'm grateful for you.
Same to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Siva Subramanian is asking, please tell us more about the old man of the mountain who studied with Blavatsky.
So the old man of the mountain, basically, when you look at the concept of Hassan Saba at one time was an individual who existed, who was the leader of the assassins, but he transcended into a spirit, meaning that spirit can overtake any individual or person that the old man of the mountain sees fit. So you can't contact him, he comes to you if he needs you. In the spiritual and occult sense, that's how it works. If you look at the Haitian, the freedom fighter, Toussaint, I can't remember his full name. Toussaint, what he did was he turned his followers into zombies, just like how Hassan Saba would put hashish into his followers to go on these drug-fueled rampages without being hurt or without dying right away. So what the Toussaint did in Haitian against his revolution against the French was he turned many of his followers into zombies. And that's why they referred to him as the old man of the mountain. Jamal al-Afghani is referred to as the old man of the mountain. Even William Burroughs, the American author, he refers to Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain. So it's the spirit that you're dealing with that comes to you when it deems you worthy of doing any task for it or for its purpose.
Thank you. Okay, no. Okay, just repeated question. I just wanted to check. Okay, I shared the link here as well to Brother Salman's YouTube channel.
Thank you, brother.
Okay. I guess we have covered all the questions. If I missed any of them, please repost it. The scroll has been very long, and I've been trying to be very attentive and not to miss any of it. I'll check again here on YouTube if there is any other question, so we can cover all and be fair to everyone. I guess no, all is fine here. I have my question or two, if you may, and then I will let you go, and we'll plan somehow to have another interesting lecture with you. You mentioned spiritual beings, jinns, some spiritual entities, and relation with them. There have been several very interesting lectures here on Sapere Aude, and also some private discussions on different this esoteric part of the universe. Let's put it that way. My question is, can you elaborate a little bit more about the spiritual realm of how Sufism takes it? What is the hierarchy? Are the jinns the energy vehicles which you can make be good or make with your intentions wrong? Or do they have their own characters by definition or by default? And what are the other spiritual beings? What is this spiritual world Sufism believes in or relates with?
Yeah, thank you, Brother David. That is an excellent question. So the Sufis believe God to be this grand architect who constructed humanity out of clay. So he was like this fine potter who constructed humanity out of clay. The angels were made of, we were made of clay from dust to dust, and we go into the ground too. That is our reality. Angels are made of light, and the jinns are made of smokeless fire. So the jinns are, you'll have good jinns that are there to help humanity, and you'll have the evil jinns that are there to entrap you or to bind you in some kind of a way. And just like in humanity, you have good and bad. And what Sufis teach you, and like how you have the Masonic black and white tiles, that both good and bad come from the Creator. So you get tested with that white lodge and the black lodge in both formats to see what kind of character do you really have. So in reality, you might come across human beings who might be an angel in disguise, who might be a jinn in disguise, disguised as a beggar, testing you. You might have a individual that might come in your life as a friend, a mentor. On the outside, he or she might appear as human, but in reality, the Sufi is teaching you that nothing in this world works the way you think that it does. What your 3D naked eye is showing you, there's so much going on around us. Everyone's asking, where are the aliens? Where's everyone? They're already here. You just don't have the spiritual insight to look into all of the things that are taking place around us. Angels, man, earth and heaven and jinn, the shaitan, God, Iblis, Allah, all of those realities and paradigms that are taking place right now as we speak. Like worshipful Brother Hasu said, that if you have the spiritual insight, those that know, they know. And that is ultimately what it comes down to. And if you're one who is of a good nature, the Sufi believes that if you want to be protected from occult attacks or from any dark occultist, the only requirement you need is a pure heart. And nothing in this realm can touch you because you are of the light.
Thank you. Then follow-up question would be, as you have been exposed to both tradition, Masonic one, okay, in Masonry you have other diversities, but still generally more or less the same legend, same philosophy, kind of is on
Yes.
the, at least for the first 3 degrees. And you've been exposed, of course, you're a practitioner of Sufi. My question is, to what extent you personally see that Freemasonry can be not a religion, but a way of spiritual experience?
Sure. So modern Freemasons, they have to start getting back to the spiritual roots of the Masonic organization. What you see as like lodge social club masonry, where you just come to lodge and do what you need to do, have a social club, have social activities. That's not what Freemasonry is. Freemasonry is not a social club. And Freemasonry is a way of life. It's not a religion, of course, and we're not representing or endorsing any views. But what we see this is a Freemason is one who gets light from everywhere. Where even myself, I found light as a Muslim. I found light in Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism. And I realized, you know, I can take each thing and apply that to my life. Take the good from everything and apply that to my life. Just like how you have our ancient brethren when they made Freemasonry. And I'm not making the claim that everything from Freemasonry comes from Islam. Our ancient brethren had aspects of Islam, Greek philosophy, Vedic philosophy, Buddhist philosophy, Confucius philosophy. Even if you look at the Chinese gods, Nuwa and Fuxi, they're holding the square and compasses, recreating the world, showing the aspect of the masculine and feminine coming together. So one has to realize that Freemasonry is everything and anything around you. It is the totality of the oneness of this existence. Love for your brothers, for your fellow man, for the grand architect of the universe. That is the ultimate truth. What the Sufis refer to as haq, ya haq, that is the truth. Anything else that goes against that is not of God and is not of a benevolent nature, in whichever form it presents itself. And that we have to stop being a social club. And for the Masonic leadership, please be open to the knowledge and the fervor and the zeal of this institution that the young brethren have, because that is the only way this fraternity is going to survive in the future, especially in these current times. Freemasonry is a work in progress, just like how we are a work in progress. So don't be tied to the same ideas. Listen to them, learn from them in the manner that they learn from you. Take your hand, put it in their hands, and they will give their hand back to you. That's how it works.
Thank you. And one more question, and then we have Charles with the hand. Okay, go ahead. Give me a chance for one more question, and then I'll give it to you. But the floor, right? Just once. Thank you. And my apologies, just not to lose the sequence. Chain of union, which is a very important, let's put it that way, important concept in Freemasonry. Is there anything like it in Sufism or Sufi practices? And if there is, can you find can you see the similarities between the two concepts, if there is one in Sufism? Are they similar concepts, or maybe you have different interpretation of chain of union?
So in Sufism, they have the reverence of the silsila. Like when you look at a Masonic lodge notice, it will give all the past masters that have served in that lodge. Everyone will be listed on that notice. Same thing in a Sufi order. If your silsila or tariqa has started from one sheikh and it comes all the way up to the current sheikh, it will tell you that you have this golden chain that comes from one sheikh all the way up to the present sheikh, meaning reverence for past masters, reverence for past grandmasters, because who we are today is because it was passed down to us. And in Sufi ceremonies, what we do is when they do the zikrs of La ilaha illallah, Bismillah Rahman Rahim, everyone joins each other in this simultaneous chorus, and they take each other hand in hand. And just like how Masons take each other hand in hand and do the odes and the hymns in their lodges. So it's all very similar in their own ways.
Okay. So the meaning wise, also these two are the same, you may say.
Yes.
Excellent.
They're just like how you have the silsila of the Sufi masters and the aspect of coming together in odes and hymns and singing and all the reverence for God and your fellow man.
Super. Charles, floor is yours. And once again, apologies, I didn't let you speak.
Oh, please, you don't have to apologize. I understand. This is about a question that was asked, and then the way it was sort of answered, you kind of ended it with like, okay, it's still a question. It's this thing about predestination versus free will.
Mm-hmm.
Something actually was the answer perfectly. You said there are those who are waiting for this, something about a sheikh or imam. Yeah, that's it. The hidden imam that comes at the end of time.
Yes.
And he will help us.
Mm-hmm.
And so that right there tells you that, yeah, God is watching, God is involved, but God is waiting for us, and God will help us along, but it doesn't mean it'll happen because it's still up to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, it says that in the Quran that Allah does not change the condition of a people unless they change it themselves. So there is that.
That's the answer. That's the answer. It's free will.
Thank you. So it's the aspect of free will, the changing our conditions through our own selves and through our own efforts. And it's also coming together in brotherhood and taking this world out of this darkness that it's in right now. So my thanks to you, Brother Charles, and I hope that verse from the Quran helps answer your question.
Yeah, no, it did.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for being here, and I'm grateful for you.
Me too. All right, that was just it. I've been hearing that question so much that I figured it's time to start speaking out about it. Because yes, there is free will, but the predestination is the hope.
Yes.
You know, God hopes for us, and we got to get there. He'll send messengers, others to help us along the way. And that's sort of with some Martin Luther's group. What do you call them? Protestants, but before Lutherans. Yes, Lutherans. Somebody early, I had a theologian here in Denmark tell me that in reality, what Martin Luther believed, you know, because all this talk about predestination and all this stuff and the hell on earth and how could all this be, was that he said God came, showed us the way, and left, and is waiting for us to get it right. Sooner or later, he's going to get pissed and tired of waiting, and he'll
that's exactly it.
Regarding the Lutherans, those Lutherans have nothing to do with the Martin Luther King.
No. I'm talking about Lutheran, the Protestant.
Just so the recording could not be misunderstood. So Lutherans are a Christian denomination originally from Germany. Sorry.
Yes.
While the other guy was the civil rights fighter in the United States. Yeah. Sorry. Just
No, glad you cleared that. But that
okay.
was
Okay, any more questions? Any follow-ups? Okay, that's it, you said. All right. Then full 3 hours non-stop discussing so much, and I think Brother Salman deserves some rest from us. We squeezed as much as we could. So hopefully you enjoyed the Q&A session as well. We try to really understand the notions, the statements that are made by the speaker here on Sapere, and we don't come here just for formality reasons that another lecture will be delivered. We come here because we try to kind of absorb the knowledge that surrounds us, and despite of the fact that some may be acceptable, some may not be acceptable, we enjoy learning process, and definitely try to treat all the speakers, all the Q&A sessions, opinions, questions shared in as much academically way possible as possible. So thank you once again for your excellent lecture and brilliant Q&A session that we spent together on. Just final questional remarks if anyone wants to make it, or questions. All right, then Brother Salman, maybe you want to leave any final remark, any references. You can reference to your YouTube or leave any wise kind of remarks for those who will be watching this as a recording. Whatever you feel is right for the final remarks. Floor is yours.
Thank you, my brother. And again, I want to say that I do not represent any Grand Lodge statements or opinions. I represent myself as a free man, not for the purpose of dwelling into dogma or religious division, but as Freemasons for us to learn from each other. Because the only way we can come from darkness to light is if we make the effort to learn one another. I want to dedicate this talk again to worshipful Brother Hasu, who has played a great role in my life and whom I love dearly, to Brother David Chichinatse, to illustrious Brother S. Eugene Harrod, 33rd degree Right Worshipful Past Grand Master here in Pennsylvania, and to Sheikh Wahid Azal of the Fatimiyya Sufi order, and to the sheikhs and masters of the Naqshbandi, the Murid, and all of the Sufi sheikhs who have given me their blessings as well on my path. Because in this short human life, we're all walking each other home. I could go in my room right now and take a nap and I might not wake up. I have no guarantee with this human life. And in Sufism, they teach us that the angel of death visits you 5 times a day during the 5 daily prayers. So just like how in Freemasonry you have the memento mori, your death can come at any time. Do not hurt anybody. Apologize to those you have to apologize from. Love everyone. Love your children, love your sisters, your brothers, your family, your wife, your mothers, your fathers. Don't hate anybody. Love everyone, respect everyone. And if we can do that, then our world day by day can become a better place. And we can create this heaven on earth What Sufi says that in order for God to help you, you have to help yourself. So you must be willing to put the work in and just do the right thing with the time that's given to you, with the philosophical lessons that are not only taught to you in Sufism and Freemasonry, but everyone. To my Masonic brothers, I would tell you, please love and respect each other and save this fraternity, because it is a beautiful fraternity. And in these times of chaos, it is up to the leadership to do the right thing to make sure that it falls to the next generation. Don't fall into elitism of any kind. If you have a past grandmaster next to your name, or 33 next to your name, or anything next to your name, same thing with the Sufis. If you have a sheikh next to your name, all these titles are just for this world alone. We are all brothers, we are all on the level, and we all have this duty to each other to leave a better world behind than it was given to us, because we have inherited this world from our brethren who have fought for it, died for it, and bled for it. So it would be wrong for us to not take any actions in time of chaos and not be cowards and love one another and do the right thing. So with that, my love to all of you, and thank you for having me, and continue to be great mystics and warriors.
Thank you so much for wonderful words and ending. Thank you so much, Brother Salman, for your time.
Thank you.
Brilliant lecture, wise answers, and beautiful words. I will remind those who've been watching this or have been still participating and still following on YouTube today that we today had Sapere Aude number 261, and the topic of the discussion was with Brother Salman, and just 1 second. No, there's no question or so. So, sorry about that. Apologies. So, again, we discussed today parallel comparison between Sufism and Masonic teachings, and Brother Salman Sheikh has been generous enough to share with us a truly brilliant lecture. Thank you again. Today is 19th of January, 2022, and this concludes our lecture today. So, Nahwamdis, that's goodbye in my native Georgian. So, we'll be seeing you on Sunday. So, bye-bye for now.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I just shared the link if anyone wants to share it on the social media. YouTube Live is there. All right, let's give additional 3 minutes, and then on sharp 15 minutes, we'll start the lecture. Meanwhile, floor is open for anyone for announcements or anything you want to share with us. if you liked Laurentius' compositions, if you want to share it. We are recording. It's live, so it will remain in our Sapere the warming up, ice breaking part before the lecture starts. Brother Stefan, you are one of the professionals in musical part, in art. So what was, if you had chance to listen to the concert?
First of all, greetings to all. I watched it from the start. There was a technical glitch at the beginning. Somehow, unfortunately, it could have been what we know as a jack, either interfering with sound or with vision. But more or less during the 7th minute, after the 7th minute, it went okay. I tried to phone Laurentio, but obviously he couldn't talk. I guess I sent him a message. He came back. He gave feedback, and that way, luckily for everyone, then we could enjoy the show, which was very interesting. Especially the Song of Songs, which was totally unhindered then. But the first pieces, even his introductory speech, hopefully they have a backup now, needs to be re-edited because we were deprived of the sound somehow. At least at my end, I checked other sources, musical sources, and the sound was coming out fine. So this was a minor glitch, basically. It happens. What I suggest is next time around, whoever does anything should have a dummy take, what we call it technically, so that at least one is 99.9% sure that technologically one is not betrayed in this sense. But this happens. Only on live TV you can get away from it, and the live performance is a live performance. But they did wonderfully. The picture was nice. There was harmony. At times, the music carried your soul to different parts. Language was not an issue in terms of the Song of Songs because it's profoundly spiritual. It gives you these moods and colors of the soul in more ways than one, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, I was doing other things at the same time, preparing as well, and it took me quite a long way, I must say, in so much that it's still echoing at the second room of my brain, second chamber of my brain, I would say. So I will be thinking on it once I lay my head on the pillow at night when I do most of the thinking, basically. So thank you, Laurentio, even though he's not here right now. I did thank him via WhatsApp. Hopefully he'll see it. Probably they are rejoicing now because it was a huge effort. That's my opinion. I mean, I'm not a musical savvy to that depth. I'm a theater person, but they did a very good job, which involved a lot of preparation, I would say. So bravo.
Bravo, and thank you, Laurentio, for sharing the links and making it public. It will stay as a recording, I suppose. Maybe they will be editing the beginning of the concert. So anyway, it was a very, very good concert, and I think, professionally speaking, it was a beginning of a new era when you can go live and broadcast your compositions through different channels, and you don't necessarily need TV stations today. You can do whatever you want with this technology.
But hopefully we get to see more of it. Hopefully.
As Shakespeare said, if music be the food of love, play on.
Play on. Yes.
Brethren, Then, with your permission, I will disable your microphone so we can ensure that the recording is fine. Brother Hasu, you should be able to control your side. Brother Salman, there is a request on your screen. I'm not making you co-host, so that way you kind of, I'm trying to avoid you from listening to these beeps all the time when someone comes in or leaves the room, and that way it doesn't distract your attention. So let's go to the lecture part, to introduction. And before introduction, I will use once again the opportunity to congratulate Brother Laurentiu for very, very beautiful work that he has performed, his own composition with his colleagues. I congratulate them for the very nice concert that many of us enjoyed today live on YouTube. And I hope it will be available as a recording for future references and future emotional joy for those who missed it to follow live. So once again, thank you, Brother Laurentiu, for sharing the links and making it possible for us to enjoy your work. From my side, I will start the lecture by introducing the topic, the speaker, reminding the rules, and then let's enjoy the lecture together. So, Gamar Jubat, that is hello in my native Georgian, and welcome to Saperiaude number 308. Topic of the discussion is actually the continuation of the topic that we had a few months earlier, and it is parallel comparison between Sufism and Masonic teachings. And this is part 2, and it will be delivered again by Brother Salman Sheikh, who promised us to share very interesting slides, some things that we may have not know, and I hope we will all enjoy one more excellent talk from Brother Salman. I will use the opportunity to remind those who will be watching this in the recording that Brother Salman's talks that he gave to Saperiaude are available on the YouTube channel of Saperiaude, and I definitely highly recommend to go back, search it, and enjoy it, especially part 1, which is Sufism, and the other one was regarding the Mat principle. So both are available there. And of course, for those who may want to learn more about Brother Salman's excellent work, I would recommend Googling his name on YouTube, and you will find plenty of talks he has delivered through his own channel. And for those who might be interested in future, please check the description of this video on YouTube, and it will have the link so you can easily find Brother Salman's works. So let me start from there, that in continuation of the series of public lectures, we have the honor to host Brother Salman Sheikh, who is a Masonic lecturer, author, and writer. His writings have been published in various Masonic magazines in USA, such as the Pennsylvania Freemason, Rocky Mountain Mason, and the Southern California Lodge of Research. He has given lectures to various lodges and Masonic bodies online and in person, such as SRIA, which stands for Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, and lodges in the USA. He has produced over 100 YouTube videos, lectures on the study of Masonry and its comparison to various paths to find the oneness in all of them. He recently published a book, The Spiritual Reflection of the Sufi Freemason, Volume 1, which is available on Amazon in ebook and paperback format. He is the first person in his family to become a Mason and follow the Sufi Tariqah, which is order, at the same time. He belongs to the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania in the United States under their ancient accepted Scottish Rite Valley of Philadelphia with the 32nd degree, and the Royal Arch Companion of Holy Royal Arch Chapter number 183. Also a Master Mason under the Lansdowne Lodge number 711, Pennsylvania, United States. So later on, I will share the link to Brother Salman's YouTube channel in the chat room here on Zoom, also in the description of this recording. And for those who are following us on YouTube, I'll share it in several minutes. Again, I will use the opportunity to remind that Sapere Aude has rules, and that is very simple. That we don't discuss interjurisdictional issues, we don't discuss politics and religion for political or religious purposes. We do not proselytize any political views or in religious traditions or in Masonic traditions or in any esoteric schools. We come here to learn, understand, expand our worldviews on different things, mainly focusing on Freemasonry, but not limiting ourselves to this particular tradition and trying to see beyond the universe that surrounds us. So for that reason, we come here as individual members of our societies, and we do not represent any institution, Masonic or non-Masonic, that we may be member of or be affiliated with. And every single opinion or question that we'll share here during the discussion or talk should be treated as our own personal opinions, and definitely should not be interpreted at all as any official standpoint of any institution whatsoever, but only our own personal ones, which may not coincide with the official standpoints of the organizations we may be part of. And sometimes it could be contradicting as well. So again, it's our personal opinions that we share here, or experiences. Sapere Aude being an independent, apolitical, public, international, absolutely independent institution and platform, welcomes everyone, male and female, members and non-members. Everyone is welcome to join us, enjoy the lecture, participate in the lecture, express themselves. The only requirement to participate in the Zoom is just to express yourself in a civilized manner and with a common sense delicacy, and that's the only thing that we want from it. Otherwise, we'll try to elaborate on anything that you may be questioning us on. I think that's it from my side, and Brother Salman, looking forward to another brilliant talk that you always deliver, and an interesting discussion. Sorry for those who had to miss the lecture because of our rescheduling it because of the concert, but I hope you will enjoy it through YouTube and in future as a recording. Brother Salman, once again, the floor is yours, and because of my some internet limitations, which I'm working through here in the United States, today the host will be Brother Hasu, and if I disappear or disconnect, nothing changes. Everything is being recorded, everything is done that way. So Brother Hasu is in charge of the whole session. So once again, thank you so much. Floor is all yours. I'm here with you as long as the internet allows.
All right. Okay, let me hit share screen. Do you see this, Brother David? All right.
It's coming. It just needs a few seconds, I suppose.
Okay.
It's loading. Yep. House not made with hands. Yep. It's full screen, all fine.
Let me, I think it skipped the slide. Okay, here we are. Should be fine now. All right. Greetings and peace, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me for this presentation. Tonight, or this afternoon, I have the honor and privilege of doing the Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry presentation. I was here in Sapere Aude this past January, and I did part 1 for the brothers and sisters of Sapere Aude. So this is basically a continuation of the same topic and lecture. And for those that will watch this in the future, I encourage you to watch part 1 before watching part 2. I dedicate this presentation to Brother David Chichinatse, Brother Hasu Joshi, and all of the brothers and sisters of Sapere Aude, the Right Worshipful Past Grand Master here in Pennsylvania, Brother S. Eugene Harrod, 33rd degree, to Sheikh Wahid Azal of the Fatimiyya Sufi order, and also to Brother Angel Millar, and all of the brothers and sisters who have inspired me to do the work that I'm doing. And again, I represent myself only, and I'm not imposing my views upon anyone. And as free thinkers, we're all here to learn. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity. First, we start with the Kaaba in the holy city of Mecca in the east. And the Kaaba, when you go there, and one of the duties of the pilgrim is to go to the Kaaba in the east, if one is financially or physically capable to do so. Just like in the fraternity, you join if you are financially capable to do so. And when you go to the Kaaba in the east, there's the rite of circumambulation, basically the rite of initiation that you have to take. And you have to go around the Kaaba 7 times. 7, the 7th letter being G in Freemasonry, signifying God, and the completion signifying the 7 planets, where even if you look at the ancient paintings of Egypt and Mesopotamia, you see the 7 planets always in observance. So the 7 is also to signify the time that God took to complete the earth, that he completed the earth and the heavens in 7 days. 7 signifies the completion, and inside you have the pillars and the altar. And the cornerstone of this temple of God was basically laid by Abraham and his son Ishmael. Now there's a saying that there's a rock inside of the Kaaba. It's a meteorite that fell from heaven. And a lot of the Islamic and Sufi sources says that it came from heaven. So this resembles the cornerstone, the house not made with hands. And in here in the Kaaba, everyone wears the white cloth of the Ihram, which basically signifies Hiram, that everyone becomes Hiram Abith. And you wear this white cloth of innocence, equivalent to the white lambskin of the Master Mason. And here, it doesn't matter if you're a CEO, you're a janitor, you're a teacher, you're a millionaire, billionaire. Everyone is equally divested, equal on the level, wearing the white cloth of purity, walking around in their rite of circumambulation across the pillars and the altar, the perfect ashlar stone, which is the Kaaba, to signify their completion and union with God. And if we look at the tracing board of Freemasonry, we have the 3 pillars of strength, wisdom, and beauty. And between strength and wisdom, you also have the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone on the bottom. And that signifies the same, the aspect of Jacob's ladder and finding that divinity within you, as Brother Hasu always says, that we always carry that within us. We just have to discover how to tap into it. And there's a hadith in the Sufi teachings which tell us that God is known by 3 signs, and that is the sun, the moon, and the eye of God himself, which in the Sufi traditions they refer to as Al-Basir, one of the 99 names of God, meaning God is always watching you at all times, and you are basically under 24/7 surveillance, and you have to be of a good character at all times. So the sun and the moon are representations of God, and the third representation. So even in Islam, in the Sufi traditions, there is the triune self of God being represented in 3 different forms: the sun, the moon, and the master himself. Which in the lodge you see what are the 3 lights: the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master. So even the lodge is astrologically is representing that divinity when you go from one station to another, when you go from junior warden to senior warden to worshipful master. And this is what this also signifies: the strength, wisdom, and beauty, including the black and white tiles. And we see the black and white on the Kaaba as well. And that signifies that throughout your life, you'll have good times, you'll have bad times. Not every day in your life is supposed to be a good day. Things come in waves. You just have to try to live your life to the best ability that you can and go your way up until Jacob's ladder and try to find that oneness and union with the beloved, because the goal of the Sufi is to basically let go of this world and to become one with his beloved, which is God. For him, this world is like an open air prison that he has to escape from. So the initiation rites among the dervishes. So whenever you join a Sufi tariqa, whether it's Bektashi, Naqshbandi, any Sufi order that's there, the candidate must be recommended by 2 members of the order who can vouch for his character to the sheikh or the master. Once recommended, the initiate must respect all brethren equally.
despite his worldly rank or title. Hold on a second. Okay. There it is. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back there. I think this is probably better. So the initiation rites among the dervishes. The candidate must be recommended by 2 members of the order who can vouch for his character to the sheikh or the master. Once recommended, the initiate must respect all brethren equally despite his worldly rank or title. The work entails of chanting the names of God, memorizing portions of the Quran, helping with public services, and period of seclusion and fasting. Now, this is equivalent to in Freemasonry when you are in a probationary period between different degrees. You are told to basically show your proficiency between intern apprentice, fellow craft, master mason, and you have to memorize the work. And there are also aspects of charity where you have to donate to the local school, do the alms giving, do the charities, and memorize the ritual and the prayers. And also a period of seclusion and fasting, which to the Masonic perspective is circumscribe your desires and live your life in moderation. And there's also a probationary period during recommendation and initiation. What happens in some dervishes' rites and some initiatic rites is there's a period of, let's say, 1 year, or some might have 400 days between each degree. Some might have like a 1,000 days, like Rumi's order, the Mevlevi order of Sufism, the dervishes. Their probationary period is 1,000 days, where they observe you for that period of time. That are you doing the prayers? Are you doing the work? Are you learning the work? Are you memorizing different portions of the prayers and services and doing the work that you've been instructed to do? So the brother must promise to be faithful to his oath, protect and guard the secrets of which are entrusted to him, and live his life in obedience to the will of God. And in the Sufi traditions, the lodges are known as the tekkas. And the tekkas are usually where you go and there's a period where you get brought from darkness to light. In that period, what happens is you are basically told the nature of this world, that we are in this world to basically learn something. This is a spiritual school. We're here to walk each other home and uplift each other. And one day you have to leave this earth with nothing except your good deeds. And those concepts are also reminded to us in the initiatic rites of Freemasonry, where we are taught that one day you will have to lay down your working tools and you have to leave this earth and you have to find the aspects of your life in a good and honest way. Now we see the degrees of the Knights Templar and the Ismaili Islamic assassins. Now, during this time, during the 13th century, both the Knights Templar and the Ismailis were being persecuted in their own ways during that time, and they had a very similar rank structure. The Knights Templars, they had the Grand Master, the 3 Grand Priors, the Provincial Prior, the Chaplains, the Knights, the Esquires, the Serving Brethren, the Donato and the Obligati, and the last rank, Affiliati, those who were affiliates. The assassins of Hassan Saba and the Hashashin and the Old Man of the Mountain, they had the Grand Master, or the Prince of the Mountain, the Dais al-Kabir, or the 3 great viceroys under him, the Dais, or provincial masters, the Rafiqs and chaplains, the Lazik, who would be the military aspect, the Fadain, who would be the ones that would be ready to die to fulfill their mission, and the Batani, the secret brethren or affiliates. Now, during this time in the Middle East or the Holy Land, the Knights Templar and the Ismaili assassins always interacted with each other, and they always had a similar uniform. They both wore red and white, so when one was coming at you in battle, you could not tell who was who. There were times when they worked with each other, and there were times that they worked against each other. And both have had a great influence on Freemasonry, as there were different Sufi initiatic rites that they all studied under at the King Solomon's Temple, which is now the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Beneath the temple, they have these different chambers, including the Well of the Souls, and even the place where Solomon used to pray. And to this day, those that go to that part of the world, they will be allowed to visit that place to be able to observe how things were done. So these two always studied with each other. Now, most people would say that the assassins were destroyed by the Mongols. But many of the Ismailis, they blended in with many Sufi orders, and that's how they were able to survive. Just like how there's a saying that the Knights Templar, after the wars, they went over back to Europe and they blended in with the different guilds of Europe, and that's how they were able to ensure their survival. Now, what happens is, like, now we see two different Freemasonries. Now we see a universal Freemasonry, where it doesn't matter what your rank, religion, or your background is, you're accepted into the brotherhood. While there are some places where if you're a Christian only, that's when you're allowed to join. And those places, instead of displaying the square and compasses, they will display the cross. And that's when the strict and universal comes in. And even in Freemasonry, what we see today, basically as a form of Neo-Templarism, where we see those teachings signified in the different degrees. And it's teaching us the moral values of what it means to be a knight, which is to come together as one family, and to be defenders of the faith, regardless of who we are. Because at the end, that's what also solidified the relation between Richard and Saladin, because it was not about basically posturing one faith to be on top of the other. It was about to be a defender and a knight in chivalry of all faiths. Okay. Now we see the Arabization of the Knights Templars. Now the charges against them accused them of being crypto-Muslim with the worshipping of Baphomet, which was basically, the name was changed, and Baphomet really represented Muhammad, and they were charged with the denial of Christ. They were persecuted on Friday, which is a holy day for Muslims and Sufis. And the Templars, they were their own independent authority in the Holy Land. They made treaties in the Holy Land with the Muslims, contrary to French interests, and betraying Frankish armies to Muslims during periods of conflicts, because they were given this authority to kind of have their own personal jurisdiction on who they would deal with and in which manner they would deal with. Sometimes that would serve their purpose or would serve the purpose of the greater good. You have Robert of St. Albans, an English Knights Templar who converted to Islam and married Saladin's niece. And in the 1270s, the Templar commander in Sidon, Matthew Sawaj, also spelled Sarmej, and the Mamluk ruler of Egypt, Sultan Bebers, were blood brothers. Hugo de Pins, excuse my French if not, I'm not saying that right. He is the co-founder and the first Grand Master of the Knights Templar, who was a Moorish Sufi, and his grandfather had initiated him into the mysteries. So we already see that even during the inceptions of Sufism or Templarism or what we have today in our unity of Freemasonry, those bonds were always there. They were always there, forged together since day one. Now we have the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Temple Mount, which is near and dear to all of us as Masons, with our own special affinity for it. Now, there's a Masonic meeting that has actually taken place in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and this is something that has also appeared in the London Evening News of September 3rd, 1918. And it shows that the Freemasons in Palestine have held a Masonic meeting on the historic site of King Solomon's Temple, where Freemasonry is supposed to have originated about 1000 BC. This meeting was organized by the members of the New England Expeditionary Force in Palestine, the Mosque of Umar being on the site of the temple. The New Zealanders approached the great sheikh in charge of the mosque for permission. Then occurred an incident showing the universal order of Freemasonry. The sheikh listened to what the strangers had to say, and then to their amazement, he asked if there were any Masons among them. The rest was easy. He declared himself a Mason, and at the meeting he acted as one of the guards of the lodge. The place within the mosque where the meeting was held is known as the Cave of the Rock of the Dome, the Temple Mount, and is believed to have been the Holy of Holies of the old temple as it is today of the Mosque of Umar. Soldiers of all ranks were present, and after a lodge had been duly constituted and opened, resolutions were passed conveying fraternal greetings and good wishes to the various grand lodges, to the lodges in New Zealand and the brethren on service in France. So this shows you that one of the holiest sites for the Sufis in our faith, and also in Freemasonry, this is a parallel comparison, that there is a Masonic meeting that has taken place in one of the holiest sites in Islam. And it shows the universal order that wherever you go, Masons will always be there to lend a hand to their brothers, to be able to make sure that everything goes accordingly. And the beauty and the universality of this order, which goes back since time immemorial, and it basically brings us all together. Now we have the Auld Lang Syne, which comes from Robert Burns in Freemasonry. And in the Sufi Zikr circles, where we go to the Sufi lodges, we also form a circle hand in hand, and we go around singing odes and hymns to the glory of the grand architect of the universe. Just like in the Masonic lodges, there are many lodges that still do this festive tradition where they go around in these circular fashions, showing the spiral nature of the universe, and everyone coming together for the sake of brotherhood, for charity, love, and coming together to show the aspects of universal brotherhood, and coming together to not only uplift each other, but also give glory to the grand architect of the universe. So that's a tradition parallel in both Sufism and Masonry. We also have the aspect of silsila, which is the spiritual lineage and recognition. And this is in parallel comparison to the Masonic silsila. So silsila is the spiritual lineage of a Sufi order in which they trace their grand sheikh to the lineage and being a descendant of Muhammad. For a majority of Sufi orders to be considered legitimate, their sheikh has to be a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. Orders whose lineage does not go back to Muhammad are considered basically, how do you say, the orders that do not go back to the founder of the faith, they're not considered regular recognized. And they also have clandestine Sufis as well, basically Sufi orders that they make up their own Sufi order, and they are not connected to that silsila or that connection with the Prophet in any way. And in Freemasonry, the parallel comparison is that all Grand Lodges trace their origin to the Mother Grand Lodge, which is in England. If you're not recognized by UGLE, then that limits you severely in terms of Masonic recognition and being welcomed as a regular recognized brother on an international level. So that silsila is a parallel comparison to Sufism as well, where if your Grand Sheikh or if your order does not go back to the founder of the faith, then you're considered clandestine. So that's a parallel comparison that I found. We also have al-Fatwa, which is Islamic knighthood and mentoring from youth. Fatwa is the way of the Fatah. In Arabic, Fatah literally means a handsome, brave youth. After the enlightenment of Islam, following the use of the word in the Holy Quran, Fatah, plural, Fityan, came to mean the ideal, noble, and perfect man whose hospitality and generosity would extend until he had nothing left for himself. A man who would give all, including his life, for the sake of his friends. According to the Sufis, Fatwa is a code of honorable conduct that follows the example of the prophets, saints, sages, and the intimate friends and lovers of God. And it is taught starting from a young age, and you are encouraged to learn self-defense, learn morality, allegory, the arts and sciences, anything that increases you to be a better human being in your life. In Freemasonry in America, we have groups like the Demolay, we have other youth groups like Job's Daughter, Rainbow Girls, and other Masonic groups as a parallel comparison. So in Al-Fatwa, you are taught basically Sufi chivalry, meaning if you see something going on, you try to help someone, and even if you have to give the shirt off your back to help someone in need, you do so. And it's basically, everyone in Freemasonry also teaches you that all humanity has a claim upon your kind offices. And Al-Fatwa and the knighthood and chivalry is there. And here in the parallel comparisons, we also see that in Demolay and other groups that are taking place, and Masons who take in a very serious effort to be involved in basically the grooming of their youth to be the leaders of tomorrow. And here in the Demolay concept, they refer to the Masonic leader as a father. So he's referred to as a Masonic dad. So in Al-Fatwa, you also have a sheikh or mentors that take you under their wing, and you are basically looking up to a father figure who's there to guide you, who's there to give you constructive criticism, who's there to mentor you, uphold you, and sculpt you into a great man. And that is a parallel comparison with Masonry and Demolay that I saw. Now you have the importance of free thinking. Now, in Sufism and Freemasonry, we are taught that all of us have our own views in our lives. If we all thought the same and if we all did the same things, then the world would be a boring place. We would not get to learn from each other. So the importance of free thinking is very generalized. And one of the commandments of the Fatimiyya Sufi order, which I am also a part of, commandment number 3, it always tells you that always on the path of the great work of life to death, to palingenetic resurrection, rely upon what thine own inner light and what the truth within tells thee, and not what thy neighbor, preacher, rabbi, priest, minister, mullah, sheikh, guru, clairvoyant, astrologer, institution, corporation, superior, bureaucrat, politician, or popular consensus insists or demands that ye think and do. Therefore, the only obedience due on the path of the great work of life to death, to palingenetic resurrection, is obedience to that voice of truth emanating forth when truly unveiled from within the essential light of thine own inner being, or to that living, vertical embodification of the proof of that truth in the outer world and nothing else. So listen most intently to that mighty voice of truth. So in Freemasonry, my brothers and sisters, we are taught that ultimately you are a free thinker and everything happens with free will and accord. As a free thinker in your own free will and accord, and you have to decide, you are given the tools, but you have your own path that you will walk. Like you are told in your initiation, that there are many who have walked this path before you, many good and worthy fellows before you. You will also walk, but this is your path alone. So you cannot let anybody put you in a position where your own free will and your own inner intuition is compromised. And that is another parallel comparison with Freemasonry, where we are taught to be free thinkers. Now we have al-Zahir, the exoteric outer, and the al-Batin, which is the esoteric inner. Zahir refers to the outer dimensions of the Islamic faith and what the outsider sees initially, such as the community prayers, mosques, charities, basic teachings, etc. In Freemasonry, this can be seen as the lodge community events, pancake breakfast, charities, and other outreach programs that the community comes to know the people as. Batin refers to the inner spiritual dimensions and what only the true initiate of the heart will have access to. The eye of providence knows who to select. In Sufism, the inner mysteries are revealed by the divine for those worthy. In Freemasonry, this can extend to special invitation-only esoteric bodies that one cannot petition to or apply for. You have to be seen as worthy and chosen and receive an invitation to be a part of the esoteric group or body within Freemasonry. So in the aspect of the Zahir, which is the exoteric outer, and Zahir also refers to one of the 99 names of God in Sufism, and that shows you the aspect of what we know as, there's 3 different types of Sufis regard those in the Islamic faith. One is a secular Muslim, one is a practicing Muslim, and one is a cultural Muslim, one who's basically born into the faith. They don't do any of the prayers, they just grow up and the identity was given to them by their parents. They were told, okay, you're from this country, this is your name, this is your faith. And they have a connection to the faith, even though they are not doing any of the practices. And now we have those that are the practicing one, those that are the inner initiates. Those are the ones that usually go on the path of Sufism. And in the path of Sufism, you are given the inner dimensional teachings of the faith. Such as in Freemasonry, you can have those that even when they become a Master Mason, and they are a Master Mason in good standing, for a majority of them, their journey will stop there. They will not extend to other bodies. They will not they will not go forth for other forms of knowledge. They will not get involved to a point where they will be selected for other esoteric initiatic bodies. Now we have the Salik, the traveling man. A Salik is a follower of Sufism from the verb salaka, which means to travel or follow, related to suluk, pathway. Suluk here specifically refers to a spiritual path, the combination of the 2 paths that can be followed in religion, the exoteric path or Sharia and the esoteric path or Hakika, to find God. In Freemasonry, one who is a traveling man represents a worthy brother on his journey towards the east, from darkness to true Masonic light. Masons refer to each other as traveling men, while in Sufism, those that are a traveling man are referred to as saliks. And that shows you that we're on this journey basically. See, in your life, everything will have a shelf life, including people, places, things, and organizations. Your life is like a storybook. Your people will come and go in your life. Things will come and go in your life. Experiences will come and go in your life. Jobs will come and go in your life. You cannot have any animosity towards anything if something is not there in your life anymore. But take your life as a storybook, like how in Freemasonry, we are always reminded of our death. In the Sufi aspect, it's the same thing. We're always reminded of our death. And to realize that each day in this life that you've been given, you are a guest house here. You checked in at a certain time when you came out of your mother's womb, and you can check out at any time as well when your time is over. So embrace all the lessons that come your way to try to find the truth of self and God. When you know thyself, you know thy Lord. You know thy Lord, you know thyself. And that is what it means to be a salik or a traveling man. Now, most people don't know this about Aleister Crowley, that he was also a Sufi initiate, and of course he was a Freemason as well. And we go to the concept of Aleph, Lam, Mim. Aleph, I am. Lam, or Aleister Crowley's Lam, an abbreviation of God or Allah in Sufism. Mim, an abbreviation of Al-Alim, or the knowing, means I am God, the knowing. Crowley was initiated in 1904 by a Sufi sheikh in Egypt, and he details this in his book, The Confessions, in the early 1900s. Crowley recited Surah Al-Ikhlas, Declaration of God, from the Holy Quran as he was instructed by his sheikh, continuously 111 times without any break, consecutively. Afterwards is when he opens the inner gateway and is inspired by Lam, or God, one of the Arabic names of God, to write the book of the law. The Thelemites have Islamic influences and respect Islam as much as did their founder, who was also a Freemason. And this is a parallel comparison that I came across looking into the teachings of Crowley and how his time spent in Egypt and learning from the Sufi sheikhs there, learning the prayers, and how there it was exactly where he met Lam. So that's when I was able to draw that connection, that he was also a Mason, and he built a society or a group of society that has a universal respect for all faiths. And here we will see Crowley in his Sufi attire, where he's wearing the Sufi turban. Now we have Insan al-Kamil, the perfect man. As Brother Hasu says, you have divinity within you. And as we see the way the Insan al-Kamil is positioning himself without giving away too much on this public platform, you can see that as Masons, that looks very familiar. So as Insan al-Kamil, basically you have God in you, and it has the word of God written in Arabic inside of you. And we spend our whole lives thinking we're looking at the sky, we're looking at the different religious places, we're looking over here, not realizing that God is in a place where you least expect it, which is yourself. And you are that temple. Even in Freemasonry, you are building that temple within. You are that temple in construction. So in reality, what the Sufis basically are teaching you, that every living being on this earth, including myself, Brother David, Brother Hasu, everything is an extension of that divine infinite being that's experiencing itself through these different avatars and infinite realities and simulations and possibilities and outcomes on this planet through plants, beings, animals, minerals, trees, the rain, the sky, the light, the moon, the sun, everything. So Insan al-Kamil, as the Mason, strives himself to become that perfect ashlar and to become that perfect being. Each day he's chipping away at his imperfections to try to become that archetypal temple within. Insan al-Kamil in Sufism also teaches you to strive for the same. So there's another parallel comparison that I was able to draw. And of course, the way the Insan al-Kamil is positioning himself physically will look very, very familiar to all Freemasons without saying anything further. Now we have the Sufi and Masonic importance of free will and accord. You get out what you put in. So free will in Sufism is that there is no evidence to indicate that each man's life is preordained, and that he has no choice or option in choosing between good and right, good and bad, right and wrong. And the teachings of the Quran and Sufism categorically rejects the concept of compulsion and clearly states that every human being is free to choose between good and evil. And there are verses from the Quran that says that there shall be no compulsions in matters of faith. And also, man will only have what he strives for. Just like in Freemasonry, if you want to be a Freemason, you have to ask a Freemason. In your life, if you want to accomplish something, you have to do the work. Nothing is going to be handed to you. You have to do the work. Just like in the lodge, you have to do the work to go from junior warden to senior warden to worshipful master to immediate past master, and so on and so forth. And in your life, everything in this world has been given to you. Just like when you were initiated into the mysteries of Freemasonry, you are told, here are the tools, here are the knowledge, here's what's been given to you. The rest, it's your road to follow alone, and you cannot blame anyone else while you're learning your own journey. So in the Sufi aspect, it's the same. You're given the tools, you're given the knowledge, but it's your journey and your free will and accord. What you decide between good and evil, that will be the matter between you and divinity. So moving on to Christian Rosenkreutz and Sufism. Rosenkreutz was initiated by the Ikhwan al-Safa, and the rose, the symbol of the rose, predates Rosicrucianism, and it was used in Sufism. So in Sufism, we see the painting of the rose with the religious inscribings on the painting. And the rose was basically attributed to Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, who was the founder of the Qadiriyya Sufi order. And he was known as the Rose of Baghdad in Iraq, where he was stationed. And what happens in the Sufi teachings is when you become a master of the work, equivalent to a worshipful master or a sheikh, they give you a rose. They give you like a necklace full of roses. When you memorize the Holy Quran front to back, back to front, you become a master of the work, equivalent to Freemasonry when you become a master. And the rose basically signifies your union with God, as I have even seen with the SRIA in their paintings and symbolism, there's a stairway that leads you to the mystical union with God. So when Christian Rosenkreutz was going through the Holy Land in the different parts of North Africa and the Middle East, he was initiated into the mysteries by Ikhwan al-Safa. And Ikhwan al-Safa, for them, it was not about just welcoming Muslims only. They welcomed all people who were of a good recommendation, of a good report, good background, and they wanted to join on their own free will and accord to learn knowledge. And of course, we see many symbolisms of Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry, and of course, the symbol of the rose, which is there to show us the mystical union of God. Now we have verses from the Quran pertaining to each degree of Freemasonry, and this is just for the purpose of parallel comparison. So the first degree, which is the inner apprentice, you come from darkness to light. Chapter 2, verse 257, that God is the guardian protector of the believers. He brings them out of darkness and into the light. Do not fear any danger and walk your path, as you are told when you are initiated, that do not fear anything and continue to walk your path as long as you trust God and do not fear any danger. Second degree, fellowcraft, the knowledge of the arts and sciences. Chapter 58, verse 11, you who believe, if you are told to make room for one another in your meetings, then do so, and God will make room for you. And if you are told to rise up, do so. God will raise up by many degrees those of you who believe and those who have been given knowledge. He is fully aware of what you do. And this basically, when you are given the middle chamber lecture in the fellowcraft degree, you are basically told of God and everything implying God. So basically in Freemasonry, it's establishing that connection within our temple and our heart and mind with divinity, and also telling you to basically continuously strive to become a better person each day in your knowledge, in your thinking, in your knowing, in your doing, and all that you come to know yourself in between. Now we have the third degree, the Master Mason, chapter 21, verse 35. Every soul will taste death. We test you with bad and good as a trial, then to us you will be returned. And that's memento mori, where you are taught death and resurrection. And you are basically taught that your life, your human life, that you came out of your mother's womb with nothing. And when you get buried in the ground, you're also going to go back with nothing. Just like we recently seen the Sheikh of the UAE in the Middle East who died. He was the owner of the Burj Khalifa. He had millions of dollars and pounds and dinars, you name it, he had it. But now he's buried in the ground, from dust to dust, from ashes to ashes. And that is the lesson of the third degree, that it's reminding us that you're not going to take anything with you except the good that you did for yourself and others. And also, if for those that have Muslim brethren in their lodge, this is for those that have a specific verse of the volume of the sacred law you have to open for each degree in each meeting. I hope this is useful for you in some way. Now we have Al-Kashaf, the unveiling of the royal arch. This is the stage that the Sufis get to when he removes the veils and knows the glory and holiness of God. The Sufi's journey is at a conclusion when he comes to this gnosis and unity with his beloved. The Sufi who reaches this stage becomes clairvoyant and one with spirit. In Royal Arch, you also see that your true journey as a master mason continues beyond craft masonry. And that's why you are highly encouraged after you get raised to be exalted in Royal Arch Masonry, because the story is not yet finished. You see the holiness of the Lord and the removal of veils as you go from raised to exalted. So basically, it tells us that in this 3D reality that we're in, such as right now, we're interacting with each other in this 3D reality, there are many veils that the grand architect of the universe has put before us, so we cannot see many of the beings who are coexisting here with us peacefully. Like many people are talking about, I want to find the aliens, or I want to find these other beings. I want to find jinns and angels and jinns or aliens or whatever. And they're looking up at the sky. No, everything is right here, but everything is covered with the veils. And that's what the Sufi is teaching you, that God has put veils on everything. And in the Masonic comparison, you are taught the same, that yes, you do become raised to the sublime degree of a master mason, but you do not learn the truth until you become exalted and the veils are removed and you know the holiness of the Lord. Moving on. Now we have basically tasawwuf, the aspects of Sufism, the wearers of wool and the people of the bench. The Sufis are wearers of wool, suf, that exemplify the prophets and teachers of purity. The wool is also worn by Knights Templars. As you see in America, a lot of the Knights Templar, they have the wool on top of their hats. As the grandfather of the first Grand Master, Hugo de Payens, was a Moorish Sufi who initiated him in the mysteries, they are known as the people of the bench that were initiated into inner Islam, similar to our Christian brothers in the volume of the Sacred Law of the Holy Bible in Mark 4:11, where Christ initiates those in the inner mysteries while those on the outside were taught in parables by Muhammad. So those basically, to follow tasawwuf means good character and being aware of self and God. Everything is about the heart and purification of self. The true initiation basically happens in the heart. So if your heart is not in the right place, regardless of your rank or situation that you're in, you never really truly become a real initiate, regardless of your accolades, titles, or the numbers next to your name. This is the philosophy of Sufism and also the Masonic esoteric philosophy, that if your heart is not in the right place, then you never truly get initiated. For you to truly be initiated and the eye of providence sees everything, you have to be of a pure heart, a pure mind, and a pure soul in your thinking, knowing, doing, and understanding. Now we have the aspects of the 3 stages, the 3 degrees. The first stage is fighting the ego and coming to light, the haqiqah, the truth, where you accept that I have to serve a purpose which is greater than myself. It's not always about me. And that's when you come to the brotherhood, whether it's Sufism or Masonry. Step 2, the tariqat, to unite with the grand architect of the universe. And that is when you become a Mason and you're brought from darkness to light, and you are given the tools and you are told in your life, continue to do the great things, trust God, and do not fear any danger. The third stage, Marifah, the act of know thyself and know thy Lord. And that is when you are raised and you are basically taught the mortality of the human being, that life can be fragile. You can leave this earth at any time, and you must come to the full gnosis of God. Do not waste your time here on this earth, and make the best of what is given to you. Now we have the four worlds and the four realms of knowledge, the four veils. The first is matter, earth, water, air, fire, and ether, the aspect of knowing God and the world. So this is basically us here on this 3D reality, us interacting with each other right now. The second are the spiritual beings, jinns, angels, heaven and hell, cause and effect. So basically, this is telling us about as above, so below, like we have the square and the compasses that come together, as above, so below. So if the world right now is in chaos and there's a lot of conflict and war going on, that means those wars are going up in the heavens also, when the good and bad conflict with each other. And that is also reflected here on the bottom realms as well. And what happens is that in our lives, we're thinking about finding different life beings or different forms. And again, we are told, even in a lot of the volumes of the sacred law, is that when the grand architect of the universe created us, we created mankind in our image and in our likeness. So if you're looking for angels and jinns and other beings, they're all walking amongst you, some of them under the guise of human beings. So sometimes you just never know who you're dealing with. And this path teaches you is that when you come to the initiation of this path, you will have different beings that will come and test you and try you in Freemasonry to be duly tested and tried, to be considered a worthy brother. Number 3, the source of the lost word, the hidden tablet, the knowledge of spirit. That's where the Sufis believe the third realm, which is where God's lost name, the ineffable name, is located. And that is a realm no one can access, except like the really high-ranking angels. So fourth, the realm of the grand architect of the universe, pure essence. God is the only reality. So the Sufis have this significance that tell you, when you see them whirling around, the whirling dervishes, they want to unite with their beloved, which is the grand architect. And they tell you that when God is referred to as the one true and living God, there is a special significance behind that, because everything is connected to that one being. So that being is the only reality that has no beginning and has no end, the Alpha and Omega. And all of us are connected and a part of that infinite simulation and these infinite avatars, experiencing ourselves, through each other, and becoming one in that gnosis. Now we have the aspect of Iman, Islam, and Ihsan, the 3 stages of realization. The first being Iman, belief, faith, secrecy, and full trust in the grand architect of the universe, which is the entered apprentice degree. The second, in Islam, submission, obedience, knowledge, and practice, to reflect on your growth and continue the pursuit of knowledge, which is fellowcraft. So the lessons of the first 2 degrees are secrecy and obedience. The third, Ihsan, a righteous, upright character and living a good life with the time you have been granted, a master mason, and you are taught that you have to die before you die. And what does it mean that you have to die before you die? The aspect of resurrection and seeing life through new eyes. That is basically teaching you that in this life, whether it's money, you live in a nice neighborhood, good home, good cars, big bank account, one day you're going to have to leave that behind. None of that is going to save you when the time comes, but accept the good that you did for yourself and others. And that philosophy is also signified. And most Freemasons, they always have a skull, and most people think of it as something malevolent, but no, that skull is there to remind you of your mortality. That's what that is there for. So all 3 stages, whether it's from the Sufi perspective or from the Masonic perspective, it must be honored fully, or you are just following mere rituals without any meaning, and inevitably leading to hypocrisy, and that can result in low membership. You must practice what you preach, otherwise it's all meaningless and wasted effort. There is a difference between a learning phase and an application phase of knowledge. Also, you need a guide and a mentor, no egoism or individualism. So even when you join the fraternity, you don't join just because you want to join. The path is actually choosing you in many ways. You are being called to the path, and you are chosen by basically a jury of your peers who deem you worthy. And a petition of prayer, meaning is you're telling the lodge, please accept my prayer to be amongst one of you. It means a lot more than just a mere application or a petition on a piece of paper. This is a prayer to become a part of that initiation. And you must realize that when Freemasonry is teaching you all of these aspects of learning, and it's telling you about the 24-inch gauge and divide your time, 8 hours for rest and refreshment, for your neighbors, for your vocation, for God, all those things, it's telling you a code of life, meaning if you are not applying that knowledge in your life, then you're not honoring your experiences. So there is a learning phase, which you have in Freemasonry, but then there's the application phase, meaning majority of your time is spent outside of the lodge room with your job, your home, your neighbors, your friends, and other places where you must exemplify your character at all times. It's a lot more than just learning something and just showing up at meetings once a month or 4 times a year. You have to truly embody that in how you treat yourself and others. Now, most people do not know, in terms of a Sufi and Masonic comparison, that the Prophet Muhammad, from the Islamic perspective, was the widow's son. He lost his father at a young age and was raised by his mother, a widow, till the age of 6. And when he married Khatija, the widow, at age 25. And one of the main teachings that, because the Sufis always refer back to as Muhammad, as in terms of a source to exemplify, I have come to perfect the adab, character of mankind. And during that time, he established religious and racial freedom with his decrees, dealing of Hazrat Bilal, covenants with the monks of St. Catherine Monastery, and the Constitution of Medina, which gave rights to Jews and Christians, who at that time were being persecuted by the Arab pagan tribes. And that also was followed by Saladin, who followed this and protected Jews and Christians and their places of worship and their relics in the Holy Land. He instructed mankind to become one ummah, community, and be on the level, like we are all on the level. We're all part of that ummah, as Freemasonry teaches us to be. And he highly instructs to take care of widows and orphans. And Freemasonry also stresses that very much. Even here in Pennsylvania, where I'm at, the current Grand Master's program of charity is to take care of widows and orphans. So that is signified, to take care of widows and orphans, to love and respect each other, to uplift each other, to be true Knights Templars, the defenders of the faiths, to defend each other and our right to exist. Now, my brothers and sisters, we have the all-seeing grand architect of the universe, the 99 names of God. The 100th name is missing. One of the names out of the 99 names is Al-Basir, the all-seeing. And Al-Basir is, he's aware of the deeds done in darkness. So in this life, as Freemasonry teaches us, is that you're always observance. You're always under observance under the grand architect of the universe. So always live your life in high Masonic character in your dealings with self and others. And in Islam, Al-Basir is always watching you. And that is always referred to, especially a story of the Sheikh and his students. When the Sheikh had 3 students, and he gave each of them an animal to kill. One took it in the forest and killed the animal. The other took it in his home and he killed the animal. The 3rd student came back to him and said, I cannot kill this animal. He said, I went to my home, God was watching me. I went to the jungle, God was watching me. I went to my basement in my home, God was watching me. So I could not kill this animal. So everywhere you go, know that Sufi Masonic comparison in between, that God is always watching you, and you must always exemplify yourself to the highest character. Now we have the brethren of the white cloth, equally divested and on the level. Ihram, resembling Hiram. So this white cloth, this basically represents the innocence of the lambskin of a master mason, meaning if I'm wearing the apron of a master mason, if I see another master mason wearing the same apron, I'm going to greet him as my brother and offer him friendship, brotherhood, and cordiality. I'm not going to ask him anything else more than that, because we're all equal and on the level. And in Mecca, you also wear this white cloth of innocence, which all signifies your death, that on your day of death, this is what you're going to be covered with. And also it teaches you that no matter what your racial background is, what your occupation is, what your money is, it does not matter. You're equally divested. So they're not wearing anything under that white cloth. It's just that white cloth, which symbolizes purity and brotherhood. And that is what changed the life of Malcolm X, because Malcolm X, he in America, especially with what's been going on here with the recent incidents, he saw when he went over there that there was no hatred of any kind between whites and blacks or Arabs or Muslims. Everyone was equal. And that is what our Masonic Brotherhood exemplifies as well, that we all in reality, we become Hiram Abiff, and we love and uplift each other as brothers and sisters of the craft. Now we have the aspect of being on the level. Most Masonic buildings you go to and most places you go to, on the altar, they will represent all volumes of sacred laws, the Bible, the Old Testament, the Quran, the Gita, everything. And the Sufis refer to as basically being on the level, meaning from the scripture it says that those who believe, whether it's the Quran, those who follow the Jewish scriptures, the Christians, the Sabians, any who believe in God in the last day and work righteousness shall have their reward with God. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. So again, just like how the entered apprentice degree, the Sufis are also telling you to trust God and do not fear any danger. And also that we're all brothers and sisters on the level, meaning it's not about your God or my God, or if you don't believe what I believe, you're going to hell. It's about uplifting each other as brothers and sisters of the craft on this journey that we're in. And that is also exemplified in the Masonic Brotherhood. When you go inside of the lodge, you will see on the altar all volumes of sacred laws displayed. And also it refers to that the believers are but one brotherhood. Make peace between your two brothers and be mindful of God so that you may be given mercy, which is equivalent of Psalms 133 in the Holy Bible of the volume of sacred law, which tells us, behold, how good it is for brethren to dwell in unity, which is also exemplified by many brethren in Freemasonry. Now we have the cable tow, unity and charity, helping each other if within your capability to do so. So, my brothers and sisters, it tells us from the Sufi perspective, from chapter 3, verse 103, hold fast together to the cable of God and be not divided. Remember that the blessing that God bestowed upon you. You were once enemies, then he brought your hearts together so that through his blessing you became brothers. And that teaches us that Masonry, my brothers and sisters, unites men of every country and of every religion, and conciliates true friendship among those who might otherwise have remained at a perpetual distance. So the beauty of Freemasonry is that where else in the world can we all come together and I can call a Jewish man, a Hindu man, a Christian man, my brother, and embrace each other as such and be an example to humanity that if we can do this, then why can't you? And it's about becoming the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God, as Freemasonry teaches us to. And also to see that if there's anything within your capability to do so within the length of your cable tow, you are free to assist a brother in need without jeopardizing yourself or your family. That is your duty to do so. Now we have the proper vetting, recommendation and mentoring, tarbiyat, prayer of petition. You have to be truly about it for you to gain anything. If you join Freemasonry and it tells you if you're there for any ill motives, if you're there for any mercenary or any other improper motive, eventually the eye of providence separates the wheat from the chaff. You eventually will find your exit from Freemasonry because your heart was never truly in the right place. Proper recommendation of the seeker is needed, or the sheikh, worshipful master, and the proposer, which is the recommender, have to deal with spiritual consequences from God. The seeker must be of a pure heart, intent, and soul. Once initiated, the seeker must be carefully mentored and counseled. And that even in Freemasonry, we have the aspects of being assigned a mentor. And as we see on the bottom, we see the Sufi and Masonic comparison of the brothers sitting with their worshipful master and being mentored and being taught the work. And on the right side, we have the worshipful master with the new brother mentoring him. So you have to be mentored and counseled carefully. Quality over quantity. Uplift the seeker's heart so he can do for others. So what happens when there's an issue of some kind? What's the first thing that people mentioned? Who is the proposer for this brother when they try to find out when an issue of some kind has been caused? So in Sufism, it's the same thing. You have to be properly vetted and you have to be properly known. Your character has to be tested for you to be initiated. Otherwise, the Sheikh himself has to deal with consequences from God. So that is very, very serious. Now we have the aspect of the Islamic lunar cycles and the Masonic moonlight lodges, lodges on the moon, the Sufi and Masonic comparison. And it was not uncommon for Masonic lodges to meet at the full moon cycle. This is the origin of the tradition. In some jurisdictions that a lunar month was the minimum time between degrees. In the Sufi Islamic perspective, the lunar months are also followed for practices, holidays, observances, ceremonies, and there are still lodges that follow this. I believe in America, it's the Grand Lodge of Ohio and the Grand Lodge of California that still have Masonic moonlight lodges. And many Masonic events take place when the moon is out during the evenings, 7:30 and above. And the Islamic lunar cycles usually follow a 33-year cycle. So that also sounds familiar from a Masonic perspective. So whether it's Eid or Ramadan, or whether you are getting another degree in your Sufi initiatic mysteries or Masonic initiatic mysteries, there's always that period between the lunar months that is there to signify the different change and the aspects of initiation. Now we move on to the Ikhwan al-Safa, the Freemasons of Basra. And these are pre-1717 Freemasons of Iraq. And they are referred to in Mackey's Masonic Encyclopedia, number 2, page 601. Above, the painting that resembles the three lights, the sun, the moon, and the Sheikh, the worshipful master. And they were divided into 4 ranks. The first one was the craftsman, where you had to be at least a minimum age of 15 years old. The second stage were the leaders, where you had to be 30 and above to be considered a leader. Now you had the kings, the third stage, which is you have to be at least 40 years and above to be a part of that rank. And the fourth stage were the prophets and philosophers, which is 50 years and above. And they basically taught the esoteric and occult knowledge with their 52 epistles, influenced Christian Rosencreutz and the Templars pre-1717. So when the Templars were studying with the assassins and the different Sufi groups, including their encounter with Christian Rosencreutz, they all came encountered with the Ikhwan al-Safa, who were known as the Brethren of Purity. And as we see, their principles of morality, veiled in allegory, and the Sufi initiatic mysteries, which welcomed all brothers and sisters of a good report. Didn't matter what your race and religion was, as long as you were there on your free will and accord, you were there to become better, become one with God. That door was always open for you. All you had to do was knock, and it will be opened. Now we have the aspects of the 3 lights, the sun, the moon, and the Sheikh, worshipful master. Now here on the left side, we see the Bektashi Sufi order. And also we see how the Bektashi Sufis are resembling the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master, the 3 lights. So in your lodge, the highest authority in your lodge is the worshipful master, because he is there in the east, basically as a representation of the divine. It's not about that. See, and that's where people get confused. They think when you call somebody a worshipful master, it means you're worshiping him. That is not true. Worshipful master is one who is full of worship, one who has labored from the south to the west to the east, from the different stations of the lodge to come to the east, from darkness to light. And he is there representing the high authority, just like how the Sheikh in Sufism, you are taught to submit to the will of the Sheikh, because everything is aspects of those great lights. And the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master are the 3 triune selves of God that are there to teach you from right to wrong. So on the Sufi side, we see that in the Bektashis, signified on the left. And on the right, we see the Masonic significance of it. Here, my brothers and sisters, we have the pledge of the tree, the acacia tree, or the acacia plant, which is very much acknowledged in Freemasonry. So the Sufis regard the acacia tree as one that is of a heavenly tree that is there to basically bless you if you give reverence to it. So the aspects in Sufism, it tells you that God was pleased with the believers when they were pledging allegiance with you by placing their hands in your hands under the tree, which is in Surah 48, verse 18. In Freemasonry, when you take each other's hand, take me as I take you. The companions, brethren of Muhammad, the widow's son, taking the oath of Rizwan under the acacia tree. This pleased God. The companions were rewarded with eternal paradise, a tree of heaven, the acacia tree, native to desert areas of the Islamic world. In Freemasonry, the acacia tree symbolized the immortality of the soul, that the Master Mason will always live on, and the sprig of the acacia tree that is always there at the grave of every Master Mason, and the grave of Hiram Abiff, to signify that when you die from this life, that doesn't mean it's the end. Your journey continues into other levels and other forms of existence. Same in Freemasonry, you're taught about the celestial Grand Lodge above, which is where your life carries you on. So the end of this life doesn't mean that it's the end. It's more than that. Just like as you're taught in Master Mason through Royal Arch. So same thing, we come back to the rite of circumambulation. What happens to the Mason when he joins the lodge? He's given the rite of circumambulation around the three great pillars, equivalent of the three great lights, the perfect ashlar stone, and you walk around it in the rite of circumambulation. Same thing in the Sufi Islamic perspective. Everyone's on the level, they're equally divested. You have the perfect ashlar stone Kaaba, the house and temple of God, with the cornerstone not made with hands, the house not made with hands, and the pillars representing strength, beauty, and wisdom of the Masonic tracing board and signifying ascending to the heavens of Jacob's ladder. And you're walking around it in a circular fashion, the rite of circumambulation, to signify your union with God and to detach from this world. Now, my brothers and sisters, we have the magic carpet, which is the Islamic prayer rug, the oblong square, meaning you are the temple. So when you pray on the Islamic rug, you have to remove your shoes, for the ground that you are walking on is holy ground. Same thing before you go into a mosque. Outside of the mosque, you'll see piles of shoes everywhere, because that you're walking on holy ground. You have to remove your shoes. Same with the Masonic initiatic experience, as many of you have known. So even on the Islamic prayer rug, you see the oblong square, the shape of it. You have the perfect ashlar stone of the Kaaba, the pillars, the temples, the archways. And if you look at many of the Western cartoons and movies like Aladdin and other things, they're always talking about the magic carpet. This is the magic carpet. And what does it mean when you fly higher into higher dimensions? That means prayer and meditation. When you're focusing on prayer and meditation, that is when the magic carpet will elevate you to higher realms. And a continuous and having the discipline of prayer and meditation, it will be there to uplift you. Just like in the Masonic lodges, you have the chaplain who's there to invoke the prayers and blessings of the Grand Architect of the universe. The lodge cannot start if there is no chaplain there to invoke the prayer. So that is ultimately it. It all comes down to prayer. Now we have the aspect of the Islamic and Masonic connection to America, Thomas Jefferson's Quran and other things. Now America and its founding fathers were created by Masonic forefathers. And there was that Islamic influence that was there. As we see on the bottom left, you have the statue of Muhammad, which is outside of the United States Supreme Court, signifying him and what the Sufis revere him as a great lawgiver. On the bottom right, you have the letter from George Washington to Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the Sultan of Morocco. And after America had gained its independence, it was Morocco, a Muslim country, who had first recognized them. And on the top left, you have the Islamic Shriners. And even in America, you have Masonic groups, such as the Grotto, the Shriners, that have Sufi Islamic influence. And those that join the Shriners or Grotto, you will see that. And also on the left-hand side, you have the banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii from the 15th century, 200 years before America even existed, where you have two dark-skinned Moors wearing the red fez, or the red fez of the Shriners, holding the banner of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Now, most people in America don't know that out of all of the 50 states, there's only one state every September that has a national holiday of Islam Day, and that is Hawaii. And it's because of that significance, because their last king was an Islamic shriner and the other influences that were there. On the top right, you have Jamal al-Afghani, who was a Sufi master, and he was a Freemason as well. And he also had the Brotherhood of Luxor, which they were trying to gain immortality of the soul. He was also the mentor and teacher of Madame Blavatsky, who had founded the Theosophy Society. And Jamal al-Afghani had also found his way to America in the early 1900s when he taught and mentored the parents of the Moorish Science Temple, Noble Drew Ali. He taught his parents. And in there, basically, he laid the seeds and the foundation for the first Islamic presence to be established in America. So that is coming from a Sufi Mason. Here we see the aspects of Sufi influence and Sufi and Islamic influence upon Masonic architecture. On the left-hand side is the King Faisal Masjid, or Faisal Mosque in Islamabad, which was designed by a Turkish Masonic brother from Turkey, Vedat Doloke, who was instructed to make a mosque to signify God and to give glory to God. And as you see from the aspect of the square and the compasses, the pillars, and how everything is there resembling Masonic significance at this mosque. On the right-hand side, we have the Oriental Room in the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, which signified the time the Moors were in Italy and in Spain, and they were bringing Europe out of the Dark Ages with many of the knowledge that the Muslim scholars had translated, and how many of those initiatic schools were there learning from each other. So we see that here in the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania as well. And if you look above the chair of the master, in Arabic, it's inscribed, La ilaha illallah, that only God is perfect, or there is no God but God. So, and this is the room where I was exalted to be a Royal Archmason. So it had a very special significance for me to be exalted from Master Mason to a Royal Archmason in the Oriental Room in the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, which has Sufi and Islamic influences upon its layout. Of course, now you have the pillars, the Islamic principles and the Islamic pillars. And basically, you have to do jihad with yourself, honoring the pillars: Tuscan, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, and Composite. The first pillar, Shahada, to declare your faith in God. In Freemasonry, you cannot join unless you believe in a supreme being. S, Salat, which is prayer. You cannot participate in Masonic meetings unless there's a chaplain involved and there are prayers given to the Grand Architect of the universe. L, which is fasting. And that's basically to live your life in moderation, to not indulge yourself, and to circumscribe your desires and live your life within due bounds. Fourth pillar being Hajj, pilgrimage, to be the Salik, or traveling man. So for those that are financially capable to do so, it's your duty and obligation to go to the holy city of Mecca in the east to do that pilgrimage. Same thing in Freemasonry. If you're financially capable to do so, then you join. Now you have M, which is zakat, almsgiving. What happens at every Masonic meeting? You're there to give alms. They're there to collect charity. And if you go to the mosque every Friday, or Sufi prayers every Friday, you will see the man going around with the envelope and he's collecting money from everyone. Same thing happens in Freemasonry when you go to the lodge meetings. There will be the brother during the meeting going around and collecting alms to give to the less fortunate. Now we have the relation between Richard and Saladin. Most people do not know that Saladin and Richard the Lionheart were Masonic brothers. And every time they saw each other, they assisted each other and they tried to spare each other's lives as much as they could. And this happened when Saladin was sick or Richard was sick, and vice versa. They helped each other. And this goes back to the American Civil War, when opposite sides, brothers would find each other, they would spare each other's lives. You would have this significance take place in the World Wars, when brothers of opposite sides, they would respect their country and their mission, but if they identified a brother, they would spare their lives. And there have even been occasions where those of opposite sides have sat together in lodge. And we see that example today with the aspects of Russia and Ukraine, where we have brothers on opposite sides who are in conflict with each other, but when they see each other, they would love and respect each other without any animosity whatsoever. So the same implies with Richard and Saladin, that our brotherhood, regardless of what title or affiliation you have, it teaches us to be respectful and kind to one another, especially if we find a brother in distress. And basically, the teachings come down to death. You have to die before you die, the ultimate fate. That's the third degree. That every living being shall taste death, and we shall subject you to ill and good by way of trial. And to us shall all of you be eventually sent back, which is the Sufi teachings that every day, each breath you draw is bringing you closer and closer to death, the Masonic hourglass, where you have to live respected and die regretted, as our teachings teach us. And that is ultimately it. You have to make good use of the best life that has been given to you without compromising your integrity, your character, or your nature in any way. Now we have the aspect of the Sufis in Istanbul, 15th century, the arts and sciences, the 7 liberal arts. And this painting predates 1717, where in Freemasonry, we are taught rhetoric, grammar, astronomy, geometry, arithmetic, music, logic, and rhetoric. And we see in this Masonic painting, you see the brothers holding the square and the compasses, the hourglass. A lot of the stars, they have Arabic names. And they were taught to basically be the lovers of arts and sciences and pass that knowledge on, as we saw in the halls of Andalusia, in Moorish Spain, in Moorish Italy. Even Hugo de Pins, whose grandfather was a Moorish Sufi, he was also associated with the Pagani tribe in Italy. And if you see the emblem of the Pagani tribe, you will see the symbols of the 3 Moors on there. So it all comes down to knowledge and upliftment of self and humanity. And as Rumi says, every moment I shape my destiny with a chisel. I am the carpenter of my own soul. So you have been given the tools, and if you fail to not integrate that in your life and your teachings, then you're not doing a big justice to the teachings that are there for you. So thank you for enjoying my presentation, which was Sufism and Masonic Comparisons Part 2. If any questions or comments, please email me at salmansheikh911@gmail.com. All images used were retrieved from public domain searches and are the rightful properties of their own respectful owners. The images used in this video are for the purpose of nonprofit awareness and education, which is protected under the copyright laws of fair use. All my presentations or videos are for nonprofit. Thank you, and all rights reserved. Now back to Brother Hasu for the Q&A. I believe you're on mute, brother. I can't hear you.
Well, Brother Salman,
Oh, there it is.
so, as I say, the fruit tastes sweeter the second time round. I heard this presentation the first time, and it still is fascinating. There's a lot of work you're putting into it. You've done your research, you've done your work, and the idea of thinking comes forward. However,
Yep.
you
And
think,
brother,
whichever.
since you're in England, I want to show you something special while my screen is being shared.
Okay.
So Prince Charles, he's visiting Cyprus this weekend, and Prince Charles has a very special relation with the Naqshbandi order, which is an order that I am also a part of, the Sufi order. And we see Prince Charles here meeting with the leader of the Naqshbandi, Sheikh Kabani. And I believe he's going to meet him again this weekend in Cyprus when he visits. So I wanted to show you that also.
Great. For everything they say about royalty and royal family, he is a very profound man, and you wish he was a Freemason at times, because he would fit in well. But yes, great. Salman, as usual, as I said, you brought your profound beliefs, and you connected them with the idea of what we consider to be Freemasonry. And in a way, yes, that if you lead one path, then you'll find the other path. There's always light. And however you follow that path is entirely up to you. But as long as you're searching for that light, whatever you want to put, whatever you want to think, however you want to do it, But as long as you look at it in a simple way, that it is the same light at the end of the path, whichever path you take, and follow that path, and that light will shine for you. The light doesn't deny anyone a right to come to it.
Of course.
I think at times it is our own obstinate nature that we think we know it and we know how to get there, but maybe it is not. And maybe as brothers, sisters, we have found a path that we can all unite and enforce each other and walk together and maybe reach the light more quickly than anything else. Well, Brother Salman, thank you very much for that. I'm sure there are questions. There are questions in the chat, and I'm sure there are others who wish to make comments or question or whatever. Please raise your hand. Brother Salman will be delighted to answer your questions, address your comments, or share your thoughts. Okay, so I can't see any raised hands, but Caleb, you're there. Why don't you ask your questions yourself if you are able to? Otherwise, I'll have to read them. Caleb? You may be on YouTube. Sorry. Okay. Caleb is asking a couple of questions. Please forgive me because, as you may realize, I'm partially sighted, so it takes me a bit of time to get to the point where the comments are. First of all, he greets you, Assalamu alaikum, and thanks you for your presentation. And he's got a couple of questions. The first one being, what sources did you use to show the Sufi through line to Christian Rosencrantz?
Well, that one, Brother Caleb, first, wa alaikum assalam, and thank you for your love. And I'm glad you're here for the second part as well. I know you were here in January as well. So the aspect of Brother Christian Rosencrantz being in the Holy Land, it showed that basically that everyone was in this divine knowledge together working as one. Now, the purpose of this presentation was not to imply that Freemasonry comes from Sufism or Islam. It shows you the universality of this order, how beautiful this brotherhood is, whether you look in Hindu Vedic traditions, you look at Buddhist teachings, Christian esoteric teachings, Rosicrucianism. Every path has that universality where they're all teaching you the divine order, principle, and justice. Even in the teachings of Ma'at that I did recently, which go all the way back to ancient Egypt and predate many of the religions and groups. So that was basically there to show that everyone was kind of influencing each other and learning from each other. And you can look this up, how many of Christian Rosencrantz's journeys involved with him spending time and studying in North Africa and different parts of the Middle East, which inevitably you do encounter Sufis if you're on that path. So the aspects of Effendis and Beys and Pashas, they signify those that are like of a royal lineage. So if you go to, let's say, Istanbul in Turkey, or the time of the Ottomans, when they referred to each other as Effendi or Bey or Pashas, they were those that were of a royal lineage or a royal line of some kind. And also, yes, in your last question, which is there a parallel in Arabic or Islam with the idea of Adam or the original man? So yeah, basically in the Islamic perspective, it tells you of Adam as being this being who fell from heaven after basically they had sinned in the Garden of Eden. But Adam was basically forgiven. There was the aspect of forgiveness. And then Adam was told that you have to basically follow your path and glorify God and teach that to yourself and to your lineage. And that's why the Sufis, they refer to each other as the sons of Adam, that the greatest gift that the sons of Adam were taught was to love each other. So the greatest gift that you can learn from Adam is love. Love is the only reality. Love is the only answer. Right now, the world is going through a very pivotal time right now, and it's the same everywhere, like Brother Hasu said. Whether you're here in America or UK or other countries, everyone's going through the same trials and tribulations right now. So in the Sufi tradition, you have to refer back to Adam to come back to that original state of loving each other. I will continue to labor towards that, and I hope I can see that in my lifetime, and encountering brothers like yourself, Brother Hasu, in my journey, which have helped me. And I hope, my brother Caleb, I was able to answer your questions.
But Salman, you saved my eyes from trying to read the next two questions. Thank you, bless you for that. But a couple of things that fascinated when you said something was when you early on. I'm just paraphrasing it. Please forgive me if I'm wrong in that. When you talked about the path to God, and you talked about uh, the regular grand lodges as such, that we Masonically follow the same path. We have one uh, idea of masonry, which is the regular masonry. Now, in our forum, and I'm playing the devil's advocate for those who come from constitutions and parts of masonry which are not inverted commas recognized. Though they practice the same masonry as us, they practice the same rituals. We've got Denise, who is the lady mason. How do you sort of maybe think again about the same thing instead of saying that as Freemasons, only the regular path of a Grand Lord, because it's recognized, is the right. Because from my simple understanding, our beautiful Creator has never, in fact, he keeps himself very open to every path and everyone, and blesses everyone who looks for the path, rather than saying, no, that's not the right path.
You know, it's interesting, Brother Hasu, you bring this up, because the Fatimiyya Sufi order that I'm a part of is giving reverence to the divine feminine, Fatima al-Zahra, who is the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad. And it has said that God would not have created Imam Ali, who the Sufis regard Ali as very highly. He would not have created Ali or Muhammad if it was not for Fatima. And Fatima is referred to as the mother of her father, meaning God, we refer to God because we grew up in a patriarchal society. So many Sufis refer to God and their love for Allah or God as a she, that they're in love. They're in love with their beloved. They're in love with their the mother goddess. So that is the truth. And even in Sufism, you have many orders that are led by female sheikhs. They're referred to as sheikhas. So it tells you that heaven lies at the feet of your mother, where even in the Hindu tradition, we touch the feet of your mother before you do anything, to signify that everything comes from that divine mother.
And I think that is the sad part of modern society, that women are still considered to be less equal or less capable. And I think, it's a shame to see that even today, when we talk of knowledge, understanding, and thinking, that first and foremost, we must appreciate the 50% of the world's population as equal to us, capable, and probably even more capable than some of us, I must say. But the other thing was very interesting, just a comment, that when you talked about the full moon, and in Masonry, the full moon, especially in the English Constitution, came about for a very simple reason. Because that was the only nights where there was light on the highways, and if you're traveling in a carriage, you didn't want to be stopped by the highwaymen. So in a way, that was a sort of the practical element of it, rather than but obviously, you mentioned the way that we also follow the same tradition of the lunar cycles rather than the solar. So everything is based around the lunar calendar, which is also very interesting, because it shows the ancient nature of our traditions, that those ancient traditions still carry on and recognize the same symbolism, regardless of however you go. And also the other thing was the acacia tree, and that's very interesting as well, because acacia is also known as the holy tree, because it also is some of the acacias produce DMT, which is used as a means to get closer to your creator. Because it makes your mind completely empty of everything that surrounds you, all the burdens that you carry, and all those things that are stopping you from looking at the shining light that the path is leading to. So, it's my small observation, but well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother.
President, please, anyone else who has any comments, questions, just unmute yourselves. You're overawed them. They're all silent, Salman. Brethren, if there is no other questions, nothing else, as Brother Salman said, he's available for any, if you want to contact him directly, or if you want to chat about anything that is presented today, please do so, because knowledge doesn't belong to anyone. Stefan, yes, unmute yourself. Go on, go ahead. Yes, sorry, I should have unmuted you. I should have unmuted all of you before. My
Okay,
fault.
thank
Go
you.
on.
All right, okay. Not for. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. First of all, Brother Salman, thank you again. I am fascinated by your approach, by the manner you shed light on these issues differently, because we all have some level of ignorance and some level of prejudice in more ways than one, and no matter how much we challenge ourselves, there is always more left to do in this sense, in order to achieve a better understanding. So 1,000 thanks is not enough. Huh? Um, uh, y- you have just, both of you now, raised a very interesting issue. The fact of these three monotheistic religions being so hostile in more ways than one to the female role. Were I to take Christian faith, we have the issue of Mary Magdalene, the character assassination of Mary Magdalene by mistake or otherwise or intention. How do you see? You have already mentioned some positive aspects. The liberation or the balancing of genders in religion coming from your Sufi world now, because I would love to see you elaborate more on that, considering the approach you have taken. Thank you. Can't he? Brother Hasso, I think you have to unmute him.
Oh, he can unmute himself.
Can he?
Brother
Okay.
Oh, there he. I apologize. Let me unmute everyone. No, let him get to answer first.
If you do not unmute us, we shall turn to sign language.
And we may be more educated. Go on, Salman.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Brother Stephen. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your kind words that you have given me. I always appreciate it for the 3 presentations that I have done for Sapere Aude, and hopefully more in the future, that you have always been there in attendance supporting me. And honestly, we have to look at all religion is teaching you the aspects of the divine feminine, whether it's in Christianity for Mary Magdalene, in Islam for Fatima and other figures that are there. And other figures also have feminine figures, but we have to realize that what we see in the Islamic world, it's not basically Islam being followed, it's the culture that gets mixed with Islam. So anything that degrades the woman in the Sufi Islamic perspective is against Islam. So let's say there's something going on in Pakistan or Afghanistan where the woman is being forced against her will. That's the cultural tribal mindset that they're mixing with the religion. So there's a difference between an Islamic crime and a cultural crime. So in the aspects of Islam, it doesn't tell you to do the female genital mutilation or to force a woman to marry someone against her will. The Islamic Sufi perspective tells you that the woman has the right to choose her husband, to divorce her husband, to inherit property, to do business, to be in leadership roles, so many things. But again, the ineffable nature of this reality that we're in, where people are going to be people. Even in the world of Freemasonry, we see that our sisters are still not fully respected, even though we're on this path of love, light, and happiness. So we need to continue to labor for that change, my brother Stephen, whether it's in America, in France, in Pakistan, in Freemasonry, wherever women are still not being given their due role. We have to continue to labor towards that. That's because Freemasons are the guardians of this realm, and they have to take the responsibility to leave a better world, where if a Freemason has a daughter that he loves very much, and she grows up to be a part of the same institution her father was in, and they tell her no, not because on the basis of her character, but just because she's a woman, what is the crime in that? So we must continue to strive for a better world. And I myself, I speak out. against the cultural ignorance that I see in Pakistani communities and cultures. And I tell them, this is not what you're supposed to do. Your religion is not telling you to treat women this way. It's you and the tribal mindset that you have. You have to educate yourselves. And that goes for us same. Anywhere, where even in America right now, men and women are against each other on so many issues. So it's a universal labor, my brother. Every culture, every climate group has their own issues they need to deal with.
But let me mute you all for a moment, and I'll mute. Okay, I think you should be able to unmute yourselves now. Can you unmute yourself, Salman? Oh, now. Okay, I should do the trick now. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourselves.
Thank you. Brother Salman, what you say even reminds me of the issue of the novel Unorthodox when it comes to Jewish women in Wilhelmsville, and the story which has found itself on screen, basically, a woman living Orthodox Jewish life to seek a free life in Berlin, and with the consequence of her being chased back into the Wilhelmsville world, which was unsuccessful. All right, this is a true story. You can look up the film for those of you who do not know it, and it's amazing in this sense. That is why we mentioned the 3 monotheistic religions and not just 2. So, for fairness' sake, these aspects you mentioned, they are in all the structures, and perhaps they are what generates gender violence in our culture, which is such a big problem from east to west. So hopefully, with thanks to this knowledge, emancipation in all levels, even in Freemasonry, will become will stand on a true and new pedestal. Perhaps that would be a great contribution which could be done towards society.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother Stephen. And I must add one more thing. You know, it's very beautiful that you mentioned that. And another purpose of my presentation is, in Islamic countries, Freemasonry is banned because they believe the aspect of Freemasonry being associated with devil worship. So another purpose of my presentation is to show my Islamic brothers and those in Islamic communities that Freemasonry is not against anyone or anything. It's actually there to promote the wellness of mankind, and it's not there, and it doesn't have any agenda. Same thing with many Masonic brethren who might have had a misconception about Sufism or Islam. So I'm hoping with these presentations that I have did on Sapere Aude, I've been able to bridge the gap between the Islamic world and Freemasonry. And I hope one day I can continue to labor towards not only women being treated properly, but seeing those bans in those Islamic countries being reversed on Freemasonry. Because if Freemasonry was there, I believe those places would prosper very much, as we see in Turkey being an Islamic country where Freemasonry is there.
That would indeed be a key to righteousness.
Yeah.
But interesting you mentioned Iraq and Basra, when Masonry was very much in the Middle East. You had Masons who were Muslims, you had Masons who were Hindus, you had Sikhs, and you see the photographs of them sitting outside the temple. You know, so it was a very much of these were Muslim countries. Masonry was practiced by everyone who lived there, traded there, or had connections. So it had its golden age, and hopefully we get back to that golden age of Masonry where we truly leave everything outside and come in and think, and then take it out again. I think that's the important thing. We come in, leave everything outside, come in, educate ourselves, and go out and spread the good news. Thomas, you wanted to say something. I think you had a message. You put some message. Would you like to unmute and make your comments, Thomas? No, it's quite happy to put his comment in the chat. I can read that. There you go. He's unmuted.
Brother Hasu, Greetings to you, Brother Hasu. Peace and blessings
Greeting.
to you, Brother Salam, and everyone present. My question, Brother Hasu, to Brother Salam was rooted in the question I thought I read previously, or a comment that I read previously, in that one of the participants was asking or stating that he had the Quran but could not find certain verses within the Quran. My take on his question was that he was trying to give a parable verse in the Quran with that of the King James version or the Holy Bible that is used on the altar, meaning that if he, as you mentioned, there was Masonry in a lot of the Islamic states. What were the parable verses in the Quran to the first, second, and third degrees in Freemasonry? If that is something that could be shared or something that is known, could that be shared with those of us in the group here?
Oh, sure, my brother. Thank you, Brother Thomas. I appreciate your love and your brotherhood, and what you have shared with me. I will definitely share that with you on what you are implying. And that one verse which I basically equaled to the Holy Bible was from Surah 49, verse 10, which tells you that the believers are but one brotherhood, meaning that for us to come together, we have to be believers. As in Freemasonry, you cannot join if you don't believe in a supreme being. And we are all one brotherhood, and we have to make peace between one another so God can have mercy on us. And that's the same equivalent to the Holy Bible that many Masons like to use, that behold, how good it is for brethren to dwell in unity, which is in Psalms 133. And as to answer your question about the verses from the Quran, which are equivalent to each degree, I'll start with the Entered Apprentice, which is darkness to light. And that is Surah 2, chapter 2, verse 257, that God is the guardian, protector of the believers, and he brings them out of darkness and into the light, which is implying do not fear any danger and walk your path. The second degree fellowcraft, it's Surah 58 or chapter 58, verse 11. You who believe, if you are told to make room for one another in your meetings, then do so, and God will make room for you. And if you are told to rise up like you rise up in Masonic meetings, do so. God will raise up by many degrees those of you who believe and those of who have been given knowledge. And just like in the second degree, you're taught to be a lover of the arts and sciences. He's fully aware of what you do in reference to the middle chamber. The third degree, which is the Master Mason, is chapter 21, Surah 21, or verse 35. Every soul will taste death. We test you with bad and good as a trial. Then unto us you will all be returned. And it's equivalent to Freemasonry, where you're told about that one day you will die. You have to live respected and die regretted, and just live a good, clean life. And I hope I was able to answer your questions, Brother Thomas.
You did, and I hope that was a question that others had, and you were able to answer or satisfy their curiosities as well. Given that, as you stated, more than just the Holy Bible, because that came to Western society, being the religion that came here through those from Europe. So, the Holy Bible is usually what's seen on the altars, but you have the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, et cetera, but not everyone actually tries to find out what are the corresponding verses if they're truly seeking that part of the liberal arts or the sciences. I've asked several individuals, but was never able to get that answer. Okay. So I do appreciate your giving that to me. I will certainly share it with those of my lodge. I became Worshipful Master last year, and any teachings that I'm able to share, I love to share it with them, and probe things with them.
Thank you, Brother Thomas. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Brother Thomas. I think that is the whole idea of these forums and these meetings, to share ideas and to share them not only within ourselves, but then to pass them on to other brothers who can then pass it on. So, we create a better education system amongst everyone rather than keeping quiet and saying, oh, well, I heard a lecture and that was it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Brother Salman, if I may.
Yes, brother.
You mentioned the pilgrimage, the Hajj, and you went into detail there. But I'd like you to go slightly deeper. What for you is the concept of pilgrimage? And I'll tell you why I'm asking very soon. Brother Hasso is here. He knows I am to deliver a talk about the Christian pilgrimage, the way of St. James, which is done in the north of Spain. Which was basically connected to Templar churches, turned into the hands of the Knights of St. John eventually when Templars were abolished. And you have talked beautifully about Templars now. How do you see, what potential do you see in the faith, in Islamic faith, of such a pilgrimage? I know from childhood stories, then eventually they would stone the devil. In my Maltese culture, there is something known as min zmin zamzam, and that's my language. When something has happened a long time ago, it's from zmin zamzam. All of a sudden, we have the zamzam, which means zom, hold, and that still is in our language. Zamzam is in the news now. It's been prohibited to give water to take home from the well of Zamzam in pilgrimage. This was being mentioned today. I don't know why. I wish I knew. But how would you encapsulate the concept of pilgrimage?
Well, the pilgrimage, my brother, is basically in the Masonic aspect when you are brought in as an entered apprentice and you are brought from darkness to light and you go through your own rite of circumambulation like you do at the Kaaba, going around in a circular fashion at the altar. And it shows you how your life basically changes from the profane world into your Masonic initiation, where you go from EA, FC, MM, then you go from junior warden, senior warden, worshipful master. Who you were at the time your petition was submitted is not the same person you are going to be when you're a past master or an immediate past master. Your whole outlook on Masonry and the world will totally be different. The same thing with the pilgrimage at the Kaaba. When you strip yourselves of all metallic substances and monies and valuables, it shows you that it's not your money and wealth that will buy your way into the graces of God and brotherhood, but it's the character of your heart and your individuality that will uphold you and uplift you and raise you and exalt you. And that's when you go around in the rite of circumambulation around the Kaaba, which is built with the perfect bricks, the perfect ashlar stone. And the cornerstone is basically that stone from heaven that fell, which resembles the house not made with hands. Inside, you have the pillars and the Kaaba. So ultimately, it's, and once you're walking around, it doesn't matter who's on your left, who's on your right. He could be white, black, Arab, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're all clothed with that same substance, with the white cloth, removed of all monies and valuables. And everyone's in that journey together, knowing, my brother Stephen, is that when we come out of our mother's womb, naked and empty and crying, that's the way we go from this earth, as Freemasonry teaches us and prepares us to be ready for death at any time, and teaches us is that the greatest wealth that you can acquire is what good did you do for yourself and others. That is the wealth that will carry you forward. It's not about the houses and the monies or big towers. We recently seen a sheikh in the Arab world who is the owner of Burj Khalifa. Now he died and he didn't take that with him. So,
letting go, right?
Yeah.
Letting go, absolutely.
Yeah, that's it.
So I continue with a technical question. Circumvallation of the Kaaba is from west to east, I would say, right? Is it anti-clockwise, I think, in order for us to understand each other. In the way of St. James, it's from east to west. And I will be talking about changes in energy levels and seeing what one does not usually see, because one is now light and clean and free. Yes. Is there any information from Muslim colleagues, which I have not, perhaps you might have, of alteration, of change, of heightening these spiritual levels
Yes, my
after
brother.
doing the pilgrimage?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Because what happens is after you become an entered apprentice, there's something that changes in your life. There's a change in your aura, in your brain waves when you go from entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. And there's even somebody here in the States that's doing a study on that, on the changes in the
That's very interesting.
So in the Kaaba, what happens is when you go around that rite of circumambulation, they tell you that basically you are cleansed. You are basically a baby who just came out of your mother, and you have no sins, you have no problems, and you are given a fresh start in life. And that's why in the Kaaba, many people will shave their heads because it's just, basically signifying their removal or attachment to the world, that they are born again. Just like how a baby, he comes out with no hair, they shave their heads and they have their pilgrimage, and they tell us that God has cleansed us of all of our sins and we have been given a fresh start. And that kind of, there was a Sufi brother that I spoke to who did the Hajj. And he said when he was at the Hajj, he felt like some entity was there at the Kaaba that took his heart out, cleansed his heart, put it on a scale to see if he was worthy or not, and then put his heart back into his body. Because he got really sick when he was at the Kaaba. And I asked him, what happened to you? He said, I felt like there was an entity there that was watching me, and it took its hands and put his hand into my heart and was doing something to me, and I felt like I was being judged to see if I was worthy or not to be there. So I have heard stories about what takes place over there, how in Freemasonry, when you're an initiate, let's say before your initiation, there were books, video games, movies, and stories that you overlooked that had Masonic symbolism. But after initiation, you were able to see that all of these books, movies, and video games, the initiatic eye, it was teaching you everything right there, but you couldn't see it. You didn't have the eyes to see and the heart to feel.
This is truly amazing. Upon arrival in Santiago, if you've done the pilgrimage, you get a certificate of indulgence which pardons all your sins. This is on the other side. So these are mirrors, basically. They mirror each other in more ways than one. But we're not talking ecumenism here. We're talking something quite real and immediate.
Yeah.
So
it's very interesting you say, because as I said, I come from a Vedic Hindu tradition, and our shrines are never built against a wall. They're always the middle of the temple. So every time you go into the temple, you have to circumambulate round. So every time you're doing that, going around, so in a way, the universe is in the middle.
Yes.
The creator is in the middle. And every time you go around, you are leaving your sins, and hopefully you're coming to a point where you're cleansed again. But yeah, it's very interesting. All these traditions, we may have incorporated them into volumes of sacred laws, but they come from very ancient thinking and very ancient knowledge of how we would reach the supreme by invoking his presence where we are. And I think that's what we try to do when if you walk a straight path or you go around or whatever, but all we're trying to do is really invoke the supreme, to come to us in one form or another. Yes. To say, well, I'm going to reveal something to you, but not everything. Follow the path, learn, become a better person, and shed those skins that cover you.
Yep.
Each step you shed a skin. For next step, so you're becoming more. And when you mentioned about hairs, again from the Hindu, when a child is born, a male, even in some parts of Hinduism, even the girls, their heads are shaved because you're separating the link from the supreme as such, because you're two things: you're connected to your past life and you're reborn to start the journey again.
This is very valuable knowledge. Very valuable.
So you can start your journey again, and hopefully this time your journey may not, may bring you to a better position. But it's fascinating. I mean, this is lovely that we can talk about all these things
Thank you, Brother Hasu. You and I are also connected from past lives, and we are again brothers.
We're all connected, whether we like it or not. We've met on this path because not because we wanted to meet, but there was someone else who wanted the path to cross.
Yes.
So we don't create our destiny. Our destiny is created by someone else. Now, how you look at it, how you walk that path, how you understand it, so be it. But let's and none of us are perfect. That's a great thing. As soon as as long as we admit our imperfections and our fallibilities and our weaknesses, that is our strength. That is our first strength. But that's my thoughts anyway. But Thomas, go ahead. Don't need to raise your hand. It's we're becoming, there's only a few of us.
That's fine. Sometimes our conversations get so involved. I hate to interrupt because I'm trying to absorb the knowledge of those that are speaking at the same time. So I politely raise my hand to come into the conversation. But with respect to the circumambulation, and one of the things that I do in my lodge is before the lodge meeting starts, or the brethren will come in, I will give the lodge a blessing, meaning I will circumambulate around the lodge with frankincense, with the burning of the frankincense and whatnot, and invoke blessings, as has been stated here at the Kaaba or in the first degree. We're trying to get rid of all our material possession of all our material things and bring in the Creator into our meeting, into our halls, and into our lives. And I was going to ask Brother Salam, has he experienced that in any of the meetings that he has attended, and were they for the same reasons as we're speaking about today?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Brother Thomas. I appreciate your question. And that's very interesting that you do that for your lodge, because in the first Sufi presentation that I did for Superior Aude in January, I mentioned the tradition of basically the incense or the tabernacle that was there at King Solomon's temple, where they would always light up frank incense. So in many Sufi initiatic experiences, if you go to the Sufi tekkas, let's say you go to Turkey and you deal with the Bektashi or the Naqshbandi, in their initiatic experiences, they will put incense on each corner of the room to basically remove yourself from this material world and to become in union with God. So that's another comparison. And there are some Masonic lodges who still follow that tradition of the tabernacle of King Solomon's temple, where they will have incense at different parts of their lodges. And that depends on what lodge or jurisdiction, because everyone does things their own way. But I have heard about that. And it's so interesting to see you do that too.
But
yes.
Sorry, Thomas, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. In the jurisdiction that I was in on the East Coast, which was more of Islamic Moorish traditions, they practice it there more. Yeah. But now that I'm on the West Coast, I'm out in California now, and I was bringing these traditions with me. There were a lot of well, what is he doing? Questions or looks.
Yes.
Now I'm also the high priest in my Royal Arch. You were speaking of the Royal Arch during your presentation, where I would normally use the incense in the Royal Arch degree and not as much in the first 3 degrees. But given that we're supposed to not have or divest ourselves of all those material things and desires, and so that we get rid of those superfluities and vices and whatnot, even though we come in there with these particular uniforms on, whatever uniforms that your lodge says that you wear at your meeting, we're still reminded of the purity with that lambskin apron and the in my opinion, and the invoking of the blessings and the purification with the frankincense. And so, as Brother Hasul said, we're here to all teach one another and learn from one another. Those are some of the things that I brought to my current lodge.
Well, I was going to say, and Brother Salman will say, also say, because in our tradition, because we come from the subcontinent, the burning of incense is a daily thing, the agarbatti as they call it. Every morning when we have a shrine in the house where we say our prayers, every morning we light the diva, which is like a candle, and incense to start your prayers. So it's a daily morning, and then you do the same thing in the evening. So again, this is very much what we were talking. What I find fascinating is that these are traditions that go right across the world. Everywhere. I'm sure even in the ancient tribal traditions going back to Africa or South America, they used to burn some sort of incense or some sort of what you say from the tree, the gum from the tree, which became again part of the incense. So these are traditions that fascinate us and baffle us as to why all these things happen across the world. Yet 2,000 years ago, there was no internet, no plane travel, no books, and yet, the traditions or the process of looking for the supreme and walking that path is very similar. It's very similar. There's very little difference, and yet today everyone thinks, oh, I'm doing better, or he's doing worse. This is the right way, so this is the wrong way. Hey, when you go to sleep, there's only one way you do it. You dream and you fear and you wake up and think, God, was it a nightmare or was it a good dream?
Thank you, brother.
I too burn incense. I'm sorry, brother. I too burn incense daily at my home. I don't have a particular place in the house as for my altars or offerings and whatnot. But I do like to bring in the good spirits with the burning and the offering of my incense on a daily basis, and I usually do that in the mornings and when I get up after I've given my prayers and blessings.
But the ancients were pragmatic. They thought, well, burn incense will please Supreme, but at the same time it'll kill the insects. So
not only that, but in Malta they do it. It's called the Bakhir in order to ward the evil eye.
Yes,
right.
So it's there. Bakhar, it's called. They use olive leaves more often than not. So you see how it spreads and it transforms itself.
Yes.
Not only frankincense.
Brother, we've been here, brothers and friends. I call everyone brothers and sisters. So friends, foes, whatever you want to say besides that. But we've been here 2 hours or over 2 hours. I just looked at my clock. I'm sure if there's nothing else or if there's no other questions or comments, but someone, you've given us 2 hours of your precious time to share with us knowledge, thoughts, principles, values. What we take out of it is something that we should all contemplate. Does it make it a better world? Do we think better of each other? But hey, thank you very much. And if you'd like to leave any comments if anyone else has any comments before Brother Salman has a final closing comments.
Thank you, Brother Hasu, very much. I thank you, Brother Stephen, Thomas, all of the brothers and sisters who have participated here and not only helped me grow, but I hope I was able to benefit you all as well, as in this short human life, we're all walking each other home and we owe this love and light to one another. And we're all connected with each other in some way. As myself, coming from the subcontinent, I come from Hindu ancestors. My mother's family is from the Kapoor family, and my father is from the Thapar family, and that is before the partition happened. So I have the blood flowing inside of me of Muslims, of Hindus, of different beings. So in reality, we're not so different from each other. And I encounter Brother Hasu on this journey, other brethren who have aided and assisted me. Yes, the world is not perfect. Sometimes we cannot be perfect in our ineffable nature, but we must continue to strive to be higher and
as we see, we talked about these different rites and traditions. Every culture is a mirror reflection. You'll find that elements of Freemasonry, and what's so beautiful about Freemasonry is that it brings all those mirrors under one umbrella, where we are a tapestry of different colors and patterns that's to be celebrated, not condemned. So let us celebrate the mirrors in each other's lives and know that it doesn't matter if you have a past master next to your name, Master Mason or 33rd. If you are not a true lover or initiate of the heart and do not reciprocate that same to your brothers and sisters, then that is something that dies with you in this life. So be good to yourself and others with this short time that we've been given on this earth, and especially with the way things are going now. Sometimes you never know.
But thank you very much for that. And I'd just like to add to that and say that we are threads of different fabrics, different colors. But hopefully we can all get together and weave a beautiful tapestry.
Yes.
Which pleases Almighty, saying that we have done well.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you all again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, brother. Our next encounter will be, I think, Sunday. Don't quote me, but David will be sending out invites for whatever is happening on Sunday. So I look forward to seeing you all again Sunday. To all of you, have a good days ahead. Be at peace. Be kind to each other. Be kind to the world, and be happy. If you are happy, everyone is happy. So let's get on with it, and God bless you all. Take care.
Greetings and peace. I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Now, the title for the Masonic education video that I wanted to do for the month of May is the Sufi and Masonic comparison of the aspects of the pillars and what they exemplify, and the Masonic tracing board. So on the left-hand side, we see the Holy Kaaba in the east, the holy city of Mecca in the east, where all Muslims, as part of the one of the 5 main pillars of Islam, is pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, if you are physically and financially capable to do so. What do we see as the Kaaba represented? The perfect ashlar stone, representing the perfect temple of God, which God in the Quran had instructed Abraham that I have given you the tools, now build the house of God. And this was constructed, the Kaaba. And inside of the Kaaba you have the 3 pillars and you have the altar. And what are the Muslims doing in their pilgrimage? They're doing their own rite of circumambulation, which even in Freemasonry, in the initiatic process, one goes through. And all of them are on the level, whether they're CEOs, janitors, millionaires, cashiers. Everyone's wearing the white cloth of innocence, equivalent to the innocence of the lambskin of a Master Mason's apron. And they're all meeting on the level, and they're all participating in this initiatic experience, walking around it 7 times, 7 being the letter G, the 7th letter, exemplifying and honoring God. And this is what also changed the heart and mind of Malcolm X when he was there, as he saw that it was no racism. Everyone was meeting his brothers on the level and honoring God and honoring self and each other. On the right hand side, we see the Masonic tracing board, of course with the same 3 pillars, strength, wisdom, and beauty of King Solomon's temple, but also that exemplifies the pillars in the heavens, the pillars here in the earth, and the pillars within ourself, of us honoring that temple within. And also there's a hadith from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that 2 out of the 3 signs of God are the sun and the moon. What do we see here on the Masonic tracing board? You have the sun, Al-Shams, known in Arabic, even in the Quran there's a chapter dedicated, and also you have the moon. And this is also, even if you look at the D-Molay symbol, they use the crescent moon with the star. And you have the 3rd symbol, which is the eye of God, in Arabic known as Al-Basir, one of the 99 names of Allah, that Allah is always watching you. And you must always exemplify yourself to the highest characters, moral virtue, Because what is the true Masonic individual? One who knows in his heart and practices it the core principles of brotherly love, relief, truth, charity, and benevolence, not only to himself but his fellow beings around him. And that is exactly what we're seeing. The principles of Islam, where we see all of us, each other, as brothers, as Prophet Muhammad has said, that a Muslim is like one body. The entire Muslim world, the 1.5 billion and growing. So if one body part hurts, that means that it affects the whole body. So same thing in Freemasonry, we're one collective brotherhood. And one person's issue is another brother's issue, and we're supposed to help each other. We're all walking each other home, and we owe this love and light to one another. And these are the principles that Islamic perspectives, even in the Sufi path and even in Freemasonry, it's teaching you. And you have excuse me, and you also have the black and white tiles, the perfect ashlar stone, even if you see here, which represents the Kaaba in the tracing board. You have the staircase, which is Jacob's ladder. And with Jacob's ladder, what you see is basically, that's you. That's yourself as the individual reaching up into the heavens. Because if you look at the Holy Quran, Surah 50, Almighty God says that I am closer to you than your jugular vein. Where do you want to find God? God is within your heart. And what mankind has been given this responsibility, you are the vicegerent of God on this earth, meaning even above angels and jinns and these other beings that are roaming around out here. So man on this earth is second in command after God. And that's why we've been given this world. We're supposed to be its caretakers, its guardians. But right now humanity is not doing that. There is enough space for everyone to live without being congested into all of these cities. There's so much open space in this earth for everyone to be dispersed correctly. There's enough resources and wealth for everyone to be fed and treated accordingly and given basic human rights of food, water, education, sustenance, of having a roof over their head, and whatever have you, and the ability to earn an income to help themselves and their family. But we're not seeing that in today's world, and those things are out of order. And what these paths are teaching us in our Sufi and Masonic journeys is that everything eventually goes back to God. Because in the Sufi aspect, you have something called Wadat al-Wajud. Wadat al-Wajud in Arabic, and coming from the concept of Ibn Arabi's teachings, it's basically telling you that there's only one being that's in existence, in true existence, that has no beginning and no end, and that's God. Everything else on this earth is a manifestation of that being experiencing itself through infinite realities and manifestations. So myself, whoever's watching or listening to this, yourself, and all beings are a manifestation of that one true reality. For us, we do have a beginning and an end. But that source that we're connected to, the one that is the true one and living God, and hence why it's referred to as the one living God, is collectively part of this experience. And that's what the Masonic and Sufi paths are teaching us. That's exactly what they're teaching us. Everything about it. It's about reverence for God, reverence to do the right thing, reverence for self, reverence for others. And these initiatic paths, including strength, wisdom, and beauty, simplifies and exemplifies this aspect of this test, this human life that we're in. And you have to think about this. Are you just here to pay your bills and die, pay your taxes and die? You're here for more than that. This is a spiritual school. You're here to not only learn the lessons and morality that you're sent here to learn, but also at the same time, you're here to uplift one another, yourself and each other. And that's where you find true happiness. Those that are givers, not takers, find the true happiness within. So that's what the Islamic path is teaching us, with the brothers on the level in the rite of circumambulation and exemplifying the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone. Inside you have the pillars and the altar, exemplifying going up into the heavens. On the right side you see the same in the Masonic tracing board of going up into the heavens with the staircase, which is yourself, the human temple, and you have to find that within yourself. The sun, the moon, and the eye of God, the three signs of God always watching you. Strength, wisdom, and beauty, exemplifying those pillars and his tenets and values within your life and around you. And of course the black and white tiles you see that exemplify the duality of life. Good times, bad times, good times. One cannot exist without the other. And also you see the exemplification of the Kaaba as well, the perfect ashlar stone on the pillars and next to the pillars. And that is exactly what it is. It's all about turning that engine on within. Yes, it's good to have a guide, a mentor, a sheikh, a friend who's there to guide you and help you, but ultimately you got to find that within yourself. If you don't self-initiate yourself first from the heart, then you can have any grand master or any individual of a high caliber come into your life. If you're not willing to do the work, then that it's not going to work. It's as simple as that. And it says that in the Holy Quran. God helps you when you help yourself. In Freemasonry, you get out of your life what you put into it, not just in the Masonic activities or groups, but your life in general, as you're always taught to be in this progressive science of self-improvement of your own temple in life, in your thinking, in your knowing, in your doing, in your understanding. That's exactly what it is. You have to exemplify that from within. And even if you look at the words Ka and Ba, the Kaaba, the aspects of the soul, even in ancient Egypt. So you have to find that within yourself. And that is what these initiatic paths are teaching us. So I hope you were able to get something from this. And excuse excuse my voice because of the weather that's been acting up lately. But I appreciate you all. And I send my love to all of you and your loved ones. And I hope you have a wonderful month of April. Much love and thank you. Greetings and peace. I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Today I wanted to do the Masonic education talk, the Sufi Masonic perspective that I will offer on the Zahir, which is the manifest, the exoteric outer shell of my perception of Sufism and Masonry, and the Batin, the hidden, the esoteric inner. Now both these names, Al-Zahir and Al-Batin, are the names of Allah, the Creator, or one of the many manifestations and attributions of that divine Creator. Zahir being the manifest, the one that you see with your external eyes, or the exoteric or the outer shell. And Al-Batin, the hidden one, the one only whose heart is pure can see, the esoteric inner chambers. Now let's start with Zahir. Zahir refers to the outer dimensions of the Islamic faith and what the outsider sees initially, such as the community, prayers, mosques, charities, basic teachings, etc. In Freemasonry point of view, this can be seen as the lodge that you see in your local community, community events where you can even rent your local Masonic lodges to do community events, pancake breakfast, charities, and other outreach programs that the community comes to know the people as, right? And these can be seen as your social club Masons, the ones who are in the exoteric perspective, or how they view Freemasonry as. Now we have the aspect of the Batin, Al-Batin, the hidden one. It refers to the inner spiritual dimensions and what only the true initiate of the heart will have access to. The eye of providence knows who to select. In Sufism, the inner mysteries are revealed by the divine for those worthy, even known as the people of the bench, where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, instructed the wearers of wool, the wearers of purity, Suf, to the inner mysteries of Islam. And in Freemasonry, this can extend to special invitation-only esoteric bodies that one cannot petition or apply for, even if you are a Master Mason in good standing. You have to be seen as worthy and chosen. And there are some of those that if you ask for it, you will never get it. That's something that you must not ask for. You get chosen for it if you are deemed worthy by the eye of providence. And that's exactly what it is. That's what we're dealing with exactly. If you look at the aspect of Islam, let's say from the perspective of the Zahir, you're looking at the cultural Muslim, right? The one that gets born into it. He or she gets told that, you know, this is your faith, this is what you believe, etc. Most of them find it tedious to pray to Mecca 5 times a day, right? They just associate with that identity, even if the ones that grow up in Western countries, to anything that they see that goes against their culture, they would find it disrespected, even though they're not doing any of the practices. So that's the exoteric one, the one who's been basically seeing it from the outside but not really gaining its true appreciation, or taking it for granted, or reading the Quran, or reading the prayers, or going to the mosque, but not understanding what are the inner, more occult and esoteric dimensions of this faith, and what is it really teaching me in terms of becoming Insan al-Kamil, or in Arabic, the perfect man. Same in Freemasonry, the one striving to be perfect. So that's what one is hoping for in his or her life. And when you get to the aspect of the batin in Sufism, that's when you take the hand of the Sheikh and get initiated into the inner mysteries. And that's when you start to see the hidden code and meanings of the Quran. What do some of these surahs mean? What do some of these prayers mean? What does it mean if I recite the surah a numerous amount of times? What gateway does it open for me? Or saying certain zikrs or prayers or mantras or incantations 1,000 times a day, doing something that you are actually putting the effort in to learn the work and put the work into practice, the application phase and the learning phase. That's when you go from the exoteric to the hidden and find it within your heart. That everything ultimately it's within your heart, the qalb in Sufism, where you have to cultivate the chambers of the heart. What do we see in Freemasonry? You have to find that within yourself. You're given all the tools, but no one's gonna hold your hand and walk you through your life. You're given all of the teachings and knowledge, but at the end, you are told it's your road and you walk it alone. Every person's journey has their own twists and turns in their life, where a year from this very point that you're listening to this video right now, a year from now, you could be in a completely different situation, and your life would be unrecognizable. That's how the journey goes for each individual person. For me, it could be different. For you, it could be different. For the next person, it could be different. But it's about the frequency of your heart. That truth only gets revealed to you if you're worthy enough. And you'll have most Masons that are just social club Masons, right? They'll just go to lodge and chat with the guys, network with the guys, and have dinner, the fork and knife degree as they call it, do a little charity, do some good things here and there, and that's it. They're not learning the inner mysteries of Freemasonry. What does all of this mean? What are the illustrations and symbols teaching me? How can I apply this to my life? Right? How can it help me become a better person? So the eye of providence, you have the aspect of being on the level, but is that really true? There are some bodies that I myself as a Muslim, I cannot enter. There are some bodies in certain countries where you have to be a Christian. In other situations, it's open. Or you'll have other bodies which, if you're deemed worthy in your esoteric and spiritual knowledge, that's something that I cannot apply for, regardless of being a Master Mason. That's something that you have to be invited to and deemed worthy as. So even in Freemasonry, there's a certain boundary and limitation on what it means of being on the level. Meaning, even if you do become a Master Mason, that's good and all that, but there's a certain boundary that you will be stopped at. And that is the eye of Providence, seeing if you're worthy. So for those that join for social club reasons, that's where they will most likely stay at for the rest of their lives. Or the ones that come in and their intentions are something else, that, oh, this is going to help me become rich and famous, and they get disappointed and they leave. Because that's the eye of Providence, or in the Sufi aspect, that's Al-Basir, the name or the eye of Allah. That's known as all-seeing and all-knowing. It separates the wheat from the chaff. So if your heart's not in the right place, eventually you find your exit. But if your heart's in the right place, you're doing the right things, you're putting in the right efforts, that's when the inner doors get open to you, and you learn the true esoteric mysteries, and be in the company of those who share the same mindset as you. And you will see that those that are in those bodies and those that are in that kind of mindset, you'll always see the same familiar faces that are with each other. And that's exactly what it is. While those in the social club setting, you'll see that it's the same faces. So that's the universe, or God, or the eye of Providence, in whichever manner you perceive the Creator, and how those things fall in place naturally from those that are trying to understand the Zahir, which is what you'll see on the outside, and what you'll see on the inside. So ultimately, it all comes down to you. If you're a pure-hearted individual and you love and respect everyone, you have no ill motive towards anyone, you want to love, respect, and guide humanity, then you will always be in favor. You will always be favored. People will love you, respect you, cherish you. Your things in your life will be, I mean, of course, everyone faces difficulties, but you will be loved and respected, and that will make your life a lot easier in terms of wherever your destiny is meant to take you, right? And that is ultimately inside. So see how it works is, like, even in the Sufi Islamic perspective, you could have those. I mean, every organization has their bad apples, right? So even in that aspect, you could have somebody that's dressed in religious garb, is covered his head, has a beard and all that stuff, but what if deep down inside he or she is cheating on people, is lying to people, right? So what you see on the exterior does not matter, because appearances can be deceiving. And that's the eye of God, Allah, Al-Basir, or in the Masonic perspective, the eye of Providence, that separates the wheat from the chaff. While those people will stay stuck in their little circle, and eventually they will have to pay a price for their deception, while those that are pure and true will be given the love and respect from the people. They will be given the hidden knowledge and revelations in their heart, mind, body, and soul. And they will get to see the world in the eyes that they will be blessed with. And very few get that privilege in their life. In Freemasonry, you have that, regardless of you being a Master Mason or not. There will be certain boundaries you won't be able to cross, or certain side orders or appendant bodies you won't be able to get to, unless over the course of many years and doing the right thing and just being a good human being will automatically put you in that setting where you won't even know in the aspect of who, what, where, and why. Things will just fall in place naturally for you. So ultimately, it's about the lessons that you get, that if you are pure and true and worthy, then if you're good on the outside, then eventually that seed that you planted from the outside will eventually start seeping inside as well. And that's basically it, the true initiation of the heart. If you got it within you, then both the exoteric and esoteric will open to you, the Zahir and the Batin. But if you are not, then you will stay stuck on the outside, trying to find your way back into the inside. That's it. It's like
the Sufi master who always knocked on the door and tried to ask God. And when God asked him, who is there? And he would always say, it's me. And God would never open the door for him. Eventually, over the course of 40, 50 years, when he kept knocking on the door, and God asked him, who is it there? And he said, it's you. And he said, okay, yeah, you can come in. So ultimately, his whole life, he realized that he was just an expression of that divinity trying to understand himself. Itself, through its infinite realities and avatars and manifestations. So that's ultimately it. Just like how the fruit eventually, when you eat the fruit, eventually you get to the seed. That's exactly what it is. If you're a true and pure individual, you will be given that inner initiation, and you will be given the inner knowledge. Whether you're a Sufi, you're a Mason, or any other esoteric initiation order that you're a part of, philosophy, religion, you will be given the eyes to see and the heart to feel and the ears to hear. So, my brothers and sisters and friends, I hope you were able to benefit from this message. Much love to you and yours.
I just shared the link if anyone wants to share it on the social media. YouTube Live is there. All right, let's give additional 3 minutes, and then on sharp 15 minutes, we'll start the lecture. Meanwhile, floor is open for anyone for announcements or anything you want to share with us. If you liked Laurentius' compositions, if you want to share it, we are recording. It's live, so it will remain in our Sapereao, the warming up, ice breaking part before the lecture starts. Brother Stefan, you are one of the professionals in musical part, in art. So what was, if you had chance to listen to the concert?
First of all, greetings to all. I watched it from the start. There was a technical glitch at the beginning. Somehow, unfortunately, it would have been what we know as a jack, either interfering with sound or with vision. But more or less during the 7th minute, after the 7th minute, it went okay. I tried to phone Laurentio, but obviously he couldn't talk. I guess I sent him a message. He came back, he gave feedback, and that way, luckily for everyone, then we could enjoy the show, which was very interesting. Especially the Song of Songs, which was totally unhindered then. But the first pieces, even his introductory speech, hopefully they have a backup now, needs to be re-edited because we were deprived of the sound somehow. At least at my end, I checked other sources, musical sources, and the sound was coming out fine. So this was a minor glitch, basically. It happens. What I suggest is next time around, whoever does anything should have a dummy take, what we call it technically, so that at least one is 99.9% sure that technologically one is not betrayed in this sense. But this happens. This happens. Only on live TV, you can get away from it, and the live performance is a live performance. But they did wonderfully. The picture was nice. There was harmony. At times, the music carried your soul to different parts. Language was not an issue in terms of the Song of Songs, because it's profoundly spiritual. It gives you these moods and colors of the soul in more ways than one, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, I was doing other things at the same time, preparing as well, and it took me quite a long way, I must say, in so much that it's still echoing at the second room of my brain, second chamber of my brain, I would say. So I will be thinking on it once I lay my head on the pillow at night, when I do most of the thinking, basically. So thank you, Laurentio, even though he's not here right now. I did thank him via WhatsApp. Hopefully he'll see it. Probably they are rejoicing now, because it was a huge effort. That's my opinion. I mean, I'm not a musical savvy to that depth. I'm a theater person, but they did a very good job, which involved a lot of preparation, I would say. So bravo.
Bravo, and thank you, Laurentio, for sharing the links and making it public. It will stay as a recording, I suppose. Maybe they will be editing the beginning of the concert. So anyway, it was a very, very good concert, and I think, professionally speaking, it was a beginning of a new era when you can go live and broadcast your compositions through different channels, and you don't necessarily need TV stations today. You can do whatever you want with this technology.
But hopefully we get to see more of it. Hopefully.
As Shakespeare said, if music be the food of love, play on.
Play on. Yes.
Brethren, then with your permission, I will disable your microphone so we can ensure that the recording is fine. Brother Hasu, you should be able to control your side. Brother Salman, there is a request on your screen. I'm not making you co-host, so that way I'm trying to avoid you from listening to these beeps all the time when someone comes in or leaves the room, and that way it doesn't distract your attention. So let's go to the lecture part, to introduction. And before introduction, I will use once again the opportunity to congratulate Brother Laurentio for very, very beautiful work that he has performed, his own composition with his colleagues. I congratulate them for the very nice concert that many of us enjoyed today live on YouTube. And I hope it will be available as a recording for future references and future emotional joy for those who missed it to follow live. So once again, thank you, Brother Laurentio, for sharing the links and making it possible for us to enjoy your work. From my side, I will start the lecture by introducing the topic, the speaker, reminding the rules, and then let's enjoy the lecture together. So, Gamar Jubat, that is hello in my native Georgian, and welcome to Saperiaude number 308. Topic of the discussion is actually the continuation of the topic that we had a few months earlier, and it is parallel comparison between Sufism and Masonic teachings. And this is part 2, and it will be delivered again by Brother Salman Sheikh, who promised us to share very interesting slides, some things that we may have not know And I hope we will all enjoy one more excellent talk from Brother Salman. I will use the opportunity to remind those who will be watching this in the recording that Brother Salman's talks that he gave to Sapere Aude are available on YouTube channel of Sapere Aude, and I definitely highly recommend to go back, search it, and enjoy it, especially part one, which is Sufism, and the other one was regarding the Mat principle. So both are available there. And of course, for those who may want to learn more about Brother Salman's excellent work, I would recommend Googling his name on YouTube. And you will find plenty of talks he has delivered through his own channel. And for those who might be interested in future, please check the description of this video on YouTube, and it will have the link so you can easily find Brother Salman's works. So let me start from there that in continuation of the series of public lectures, we have the honor to host Brother Salman Sheikh, who is a Masonic lecturer, author, and writer. His writings have been published in various Masonic magazines in USA, such as the Pennsylvania Freemason, Rocky Mountain Mason, and the Southern California Lodge of Research. He has given lectures to various lodges and Masonic bodies online and in person, such as SRIA, which stands for Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, and lodges in the USA. He has produced over 100 YouTube videos, lectures on the study of Masonry and its comparison to various paths to find the oneness in all of them. He recently published a book, The Spiritual Reflection of the Sufi Freemason, Volume 1, which is available on Amazon in ebook and paperback format. He is the first person in his family to become a Mason and follow the Sufi Tariqa, which is order, at the same time. He belongs to the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania in the United States under their ancient accepted Scottish Rite Valley of Philadelphia with the 32nd degree, and the Royal Arch Companion of Holy Royal Arch Chapter number 183. Also a Master Mason under the Lansdowne Lodge number 711, Pennsylvania, United States. So later on, I will share the link to Brother Salman's YouTube channel in the chat room here on Zoom, also in the description of this recording. And for those who are following us on YouTube, I'll share it in several minutes. Again, I will use the opportunity to remind that Sapere Aude has rules, and that is very simple, that we don't discuss interjurisdictional issues, we don't discuss politics and religion for political or religious purposes. We do not proselytize any political views or in religious traditions or in Masonic traditions or in any esoteric schools. We come here to learn, understand, expand our worldviews on different things, mainly focusing on Freemasonry, but not limiting ourselves to this particular tradition and trying to see beyond the universe that surrounds us. So for that reason, we come here as individual members of our societies, and we do not represent any institution, Masonic or non-Masonic, that we may be member of or be affiliated with. And every single opinion or question that we'll share here during the discussion or talk should be treated as our own personal opinions, and definitely should not be interpreted at all as any official standpoint of any institution whatsoever, but only our own personal ones, which may not coincide with the official standpoints of the organizations we may be part of, and sometimes it could be contradicting as well. So again, it's our personal opinions that we share here, or experiences. Sapere Aude being an independent, apolitical, public international absolutely independent institution and platform, welcomes everyone, male and female, members and non-members. Everyone is welcome to join us, enjoy the lecture, participate in the lecture, express themselves. The only requirement to participate in the Zoom is just to express yourself in a civilized manner and with a common sense delicacy, and that's the only thing that we want from it. Otherwise, we'll try to elaborate on anything that you may be questioning us on. I think that's it from my side, and Brother Salman, looking forward to another brilliant talk that you always deliver, and an interesting discussion. Sorry for those who had to miss the lecture because of our rescheduling it because of the concert, but I hope you will enjoy it through YouTube and in future as a recording. Brother Salman, once again, the floor is yours. And because of my some internet limitations, which I'm working through here in the United States, today the host will be Brother Hasu. And if I disappear or disconnect, nothing changes. Everything is being recorded. Everything is done that way. So Brother Hasu is in charge of the whole session. So once again, thank you so much. Floor is all yours. I'm here with you as long as the internet allows.
All right. Okay, let me hit share screen. Okay. Do you see this, Brother David? All right.
It's coming. It just needs a few seconds, I suppose.
Okay.
It's loading. Yep. House not made with hands. Yep. It's full screen, all fine.
Let me, I think it skipped the slide. Okay, here we are. Should be fine now. All right. Greetings and peace, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me for this presentation. Tonight, or this afternoon, I have the honor and privilege of doing the Islam, Sufism, and Freemasonry presentation. I was here in Sapere Aude this past January, and I did part 1 for the brothers and sisters of Sapere Aude. So this is basically a continuation of the same topic and lecture. And for those that will watch this in the future, I encourage you to watch part 1 before watching part 2. I dedicate this presentation to Brother David Chichinatse, Brother Hasu Joshi, and all of the brothers and sisters of Sapere Aude, the Right Worshipful Past Grand Master here in Pennsylvania, Brother S. Eugene Harrod, 33rd degree, to Sheikh Wahid Azal of the Fatimiyya Sufi Order, and also to Brother Angel Millar, and all of the brothers and sisters who have inspired me to do the work that I'm doing. And again, I represent myself only, and I'm not imposing my views upon anyone. And as free thinkers, we're all here to learn. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity. First, we start with the Kaaba in the holy city of Mecca in the east. And the Kaaba, when you go there, one of the duties of the pilgrim is to go to the Kaaba in the east, if one is financially or physically capable to do so. Just like in the fraternity, you join if you are financially capable to do so. And when you go to the Kaaba in the east, there's the rite of circumambulation, basically the rite of initiation that you have to take. And you have to go around the Kaaba 7 times, 7, the 7th letter being G in Freemasonry, signifying God, and the completion signifying the 7 planets, where even if you look at the ancient paintings of Egypt and Mesopotamia, you see the 7 planets always in observance. So the 7 is also to signify the time that God took to complete the earth, that he completed the earth and the heavens in 7 days. 7 signifies the completion, and inside you have the pillars and the altar. And the cornerstone of this temple of God was basically laid by Abraham and his son Ishmael. Now there's a saying that there's a rock inside of the Kaaba. It's a meteorite that fell from heaven. And a lot of the Islamic and Sufi sources says that it came from heaven. So this resembles the cornerstone, the house not made with hands. And in here in the Kaaba, everyone wears the white cloth of the Ihram, which basically signifies Hiram, that everyone becomes Hiram Abith. And you wear this white cloth of innocence, equivalent to the white lambskin of the Master Mason. And here, it doesn't matter if you're a CEO, you're a janitor, you're a teacher, you're a millionaire, billionaire. Everyone is equally divested, equal on the level, wearing the white cloth of purity, walking around in their rite of circumambulation, across the pillars and the altar, the perfect ashlar stone, which is the Kaaba, to signify their completion and union with God. And if we look at the tracing board of Freemasonry, we have the three pillars of strength, wisdom, and beauty. And between strength and wisdom, you also have the Kaaba, the perfect ashlar stone on the bottom. And that signifies the same, the aspect of Jacob's ladder and finding that divinity within you, as Brother Hasu always says, that we always carry that within us. We just have to discover how to tap into it. And there's a hadith in the Sufi teachings which tell us that God is known by three signs, and that is the sun, the moon, and the eye of God himself, which in the Sufi traditions they refer to as Al-Basir, one of the 99 names of God, meaning God is always watching you at all times, and you are basically under 24/7 surveillance, and you have to be of a good character at all times. So the sun and the moon are representations of God, and the third representation. So even in Islam, in the Sufi traditions, there is the triune self of God being represented in three different forms: the sun, the moon, and the master himself. Which in the lodge you see what are the three lights: the sun, the moon, and the worshipful master. So even the lodge is astrologically is representing that divinity when you go from one station to another, when you go from junior warden to senior warden to worshipful master. And this is what this also signifies: the strength, wisdom, and beauty, including the black and white tiles. And we see the black and white on the Kaaba as well. And that signifies that throughout your life, you'll have good times, you'll have bad times. Not every day in your life is supposed to be a good day. Things come in waves. You just have to try to live your life to the best ability that you can and go your way up until Jacob's ladder and try to find that oneness and union with the beloved, because the goal of the Sufi is to basically let go of this world and to become one with his beloved, which is God. For him, this world is like an open air prison that he has to escape from. So the initiation rites among the dervishes. So whenever you join a Sufi tariqa, whether it's Bektashi, Naqshbandi, any Sufi order that's there, the candidate must be recommended by two members of the order who can vouch for his character to the sheikh or the master. Once recommended, the initiate must respect all brethren equally, despite his worldly rank or title. Hold on a second. Okay. There it is. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back there. I think this is probably better. So the initiation rites among the dervishes. The candidate must be recommended by two members of the order who can vouch for his character to the sheikh or the master. Once recommended, the initiate must respect all brethren equally,